Within the domain of piracy, the genuine puppeteer is neither the purported celestial dragons nor the formidable Blackbeard, who commands the tremor fruit and harnesses a multitude of formidable abilities. Instead, you, as an exalted entity adorned with 12 mystical talismans, 7 anticipated incantations, 7 days of malevolence, and the formidable prowess of 10 masks, necessitate specific conditions for the manifestation of these formidable powers. For example, the technique to rouse the primordial demon entails the assimilation and amalgamation of the demon fruit. The technique to acquire the shadow mask resides in the triumph over formidable foes. Following several years of meticulous development, you have adeptly activated the talismans of the ox and the horse. At this very instant, you are engaged in an enchanting exploration of your mystical talisman. Enter with me, let the others form a neat line. After concluding your remarks, you stepped into the chamber. 3 minutes later, the man reappeared from the dwelling, the bandage on his arm now absent, leaving no evidence of the injury he had previously endured. Ah, relish the experience. My arm has recovered. The man dashed out of the clinic, cackling with wild abandon, as tears cascaded down his cheeks in his fit of laughter. In relation to this scene, the assembled crowd in line merely chuckled, exhibiting no indication of astonishment whatsoever. Indeed, such events unfold on a daily basis, and they have long ceased to be an anomaly. Meanwhile, the charming little bistro offers a selection of exquisite meats. Barely had the words departed from my lips, the wooden door of the clinic was violently flung open by an intruder. You knit your brow and elevate your gaze. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters in height, brandishing a formidable machete and marked by a scar that traces his visage, enters with an air of acute vigilance. His name is Luoxiu. He possesses a remarkable familiarity and candor. Seating himself boldly across from you, with a voice that reverberates like thunder, he poses his inquiries. Might I ask your identity, good sir? You exhibit a remarkable calmness, upholding your gracious demeanor. Do not preoccupy yourself with my identity at this moment, rather, gaze upon the scars that disfigure my being. The man wields a formidable sword upon the earth. As he spoke, he tugged at his garments, unveiling a child's wound situated at his waist, where blood had congealed upon the surface. Shinzei cast a brief yet penetrating glance and immediately perceived that this individual had undeniably experienced betrayal. It is indeed treatable, however, an additional charge is necessary. No trouble at all. Should it be curable, the cost is entirely at your discretion. With a sweeping gesture, the stout man completely disregarded the concept of currency. Bend your body slightly forward. Do not resist. Your hands appear, shimmering like cream, gently resting upon the man's waist. Suddenly, under the gentle caress of light, the injury on the man's waist was mending at a remarkably astounding rate. In an instant, all reverts to its unblemished condition. The clots of blood that had solidified upon the surface dissipate without a remnant. The remarkable power of the talisman dispels all maladies dwelling within the bearer, soothing every suffering and vanquishing all injuries. It possesses the ability to annihilate any harm and rejuvenate items that have endured damage to their pristine state. Furthermore, this remarkable capability can be utilized on individuals beyond the host. You are truly as extraordinary as the tales proclaim, endowed with unparalleled medical expertise. The man adjusted his posture, and the discomfort in his lower back had entirely dissipated, leaving no remnant of his former agony. A sum of 100,000 berries. You withdraw your hands and utter. The initial price amounted to 50,000 Baileys, following an additional payment. This may be deemed a rather reasonable price within the vast expanse of the pirate realm. Ah, settle your dues. I, Yodel, have embraced the life of a pirate. In the years ahead, I carry but a solitary coin in my pocket. Yet I have never encountered the notion of wealth being extracted from one's possession. With a resonant clang, the Yordle skillfully unsheathed the magnificent sword. The glimmers of blades surged forth, unleashing an overwhelming force that erupted with sudden intensity. Today, my grandfather is in excellent spirits. Withdraw additional funds from the chest, and I shall pretend as though nothing has occurred. Yodel's eyes sparkled with greed as he gazed upon the wooden chest overflowing with coins, his countenance betraying unbridled longing. Therefore, you suggest a desire to wallow in self-pity. Upon hearing your utterances, you shook your head, regarding the idea with a touch of amusement. Neither do I question my location within this area. Revered as the bloodied hand butcher. The children, upon hearing this, were unable to find solace throughout the night. You slowly ascend from the wicker chair, positioning yourself to confront Yodel in a taut standoff. His height of 2 meters seems rather modest when juxtaposed with the other party's imposing 3 meters. Nonetheless, the momentum endures unwaveringly, eclipsing numerous others. The mischievous little imp, wearing a playful grin, proclaimed his intention to engage in thievery. The Yordle beamed with a broad smile, and with a swift flourish of his arm, he launched himself towards you in an unexpected surge. Upon beholding the spectacle, a delicate smile adorned the edges of your lips. In the ensuing moment, his arm rose. A torrent of explosive power instantaneously surged through his knuckles. 2 fingers, resembling iron pincers, clasped tightly around the formidable blade descending from the front. Then, with an exhilarating surge of power, the blade is ruthlessly severed in twain. Numerous shards of metal scatter, embedding themselves within the form of the Yordle. One shard, however, remains, securely clutched within your grasp. Immediately thereafter, as Yordle experienced the sharp pang, your other fist swiftly descended, striking with the force of a hammer upon Yordle's arm. The arm was immediately fragmented into countless pieces. The might of the Ox Talisman bestows upon its possessor tremendous strength and a remarkable physique. As the capabilities of its wielder evolve, so too does the efficacy of the talisman. In your prior existence, standing at a stature of 1 meter 80, the Ox Talisman has enabled you to ascend to an awe-inspiring height of 2 meters. It is genuinely daunting, as though a deluge is hidden within one's being. A petite buccaneer of the Eastern Sea, with a hand ready for adventure. The occurrence unfolded within a mere heartbeat, rendering the Yordle with hardly a moment to mount any semblance of resistance against the entire sequence of actions. I shall lead you to your ruin, you fiend. I long to shatter you into innumerable pieces. The limbs of the Yordle are ensnared by your clutches, making any hope of escape utterly unattainable. Nevertheless, the lips persist in their articulation. Lean gently forward. Do not oppose. A subtle smile graced your lips, your fingertips elegantly dancing around the blade. Then, with a swift whoosh, the blade penetrated the Yordle's waist, leaving a deep and significant wound, accompanied by a chilling scream. A distressing wail reverberates. You promptly remove the waist, which had only recently been mended. Without a monetary investment, one cannot avail oneself of the advantages conferred by medical progress. This is a concept grasped even by students in primary education. You behold the kidney in your grasp, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. It seems that the incorrect side was chosen. The intended treatment was meant for the right side, but regrettably, the left side was treated instead. How unfortunate! With a sudden thrust, the blade pierced the man's right side, slicing open a deep gash, accompanied by another anguished cry. Accompanied by yet another anguished cry, another kidney of the Yordle was meticulously extracted. Indeed, this is exactly the case. You survey the harmonious symmetry of the Yodler on either side and convey a deep sense of contentment. Subsequently, he cast aside 2 kidneys before Yodel. Remove your presence. Do not sully my realm. Withdraw at once. At that moment, the other individual was completely soaked in perspiration, their visage ashen with agony, and their heart consumed by an all-encompassing dread, leaving no space for pretense or bravado. Grasping 2 crimson-stained loins, I hastily extricated myself from the dwelling, tumbling forth in a flurry. I find myself perplexed regarding the origins of this audacious individual who has boldly chosen to unleash chaos in the presence of Lord Luo. Upon my arrival, I was met with an emptiness. I sought the counsel of a physician, and now it has multiplied into 2. Indeed, it is a cruel jest of torment. This is comparatively an improvement. Just a few days prior, there was an individual whose hands and feet had been severed, rendered incapable of even crawling away. The title of Lord Luo, the blood-soaked butcher, undoubtedly bears an exceptional significance. However, he is genuinely affable in discourse. What, then, compels these seemingly irrational individuals to embark upon such an unorthodox journey? Upon witnessing the incursion, the wolf and the fox swiftly emerged from their lairs. The individuals in line seem to have foreseen this very spectacle all along. Each individual looks on as though faced with a simpleton, observing the man who dashes forth, trailing a path of scarlet. They possess a keen awareness that it is the physician of this quaint island. However, it remains the only bastion on the island. Regardless of whether they are pirates or any other individuals, those who neglect to abide by the rules shall be mercilessly discarded. The maladies that have been cured shall be restored unto you, perhaps in a magnified abundance. Nevertheless, should one maintain their composure, allocate adequate resources, and patiently await their turn, then no difficulties will ensue, allowing one to relish outstanding medical services. Within the confines of the chamber, you meticulously cleansed the crimson stains with a frayed cloth, which you then discarded. Your visage betrayed not a hint of emotional upheaval. He is profoundly cognizant that to carve out a place for oneself in the merciless realm of piracy, one must unequivocally exhibit an unwavering determination. Violence begets violence. It remains the most direct yet indisputably potent form of communication in this realm. Otherwise, one is inevitably fated to become a mere victim of subjugation. You lean back into your chair, continuing your journey of restoration. He was cast aside. A young woman, possessing delicate features and adorned with short, golden hair that gracefully cascaded to her shoulders, timidly made her entrance, dressed in a short-sleeved attire. Upon beholding your presence, I was rendered utterly speechless. Where lies the affliction? Do you perceive anyone making their entrance? As is customary, I elevate my gaze and pose the question. Yet, in the ensuing moment, an unexpected transformation graced your visage, leaving me utterly astonished. This is Nami. To his utter astonishment, he had never envisioned meeting a figure from the original narrative in this very location. Ahem. Following a brief interlude, your complexion reverted to its natural hue. I, Nami, gracefully settled into the seat opposite you, my voice quivering faintly as I began to speak. There exists no affliction. You gently knitted your brows. What compels your presence here if you are not in distress? As he spoke, he found himself unable to resist examining Na from head to toe. At this juncture, Nami's physique had not yet reached such an exaggerated form, nor had her personality developed into the exuberance that it would later embody. She remains a youthful maiden, weighed down by a multitude of worries. I am not unwell, however. There are individuals within my village who are in need of healing. Nami blinked and uttered softly. Oh, you gracefully lower your head. You subtly tilt your brow. And what transpires thereafter? I would like to extend a cordial invitation for you to visit our village for a consultation. After a moment of reflection, Nami summoned her courage to articulate her request, her eyes revealing a trace of apprehension. She acknowledges your prowess as a physician, however. She is equally cognizant of the blood staining the hands of another, the gaze of the murderer, utterly devoid of any contrition. The image of Yoder tumbling and scrambling only moments ago is indelibly imprinted in my memory. She dreads the possibility of your unequivocal rejection. She trembles at the thought of your disregard. And in despair, she withdraws into herself. You gently shook your head, unequivocally rejecting Nami's entreaty. I exclusively partake in consultations and refrain from engaging in collaborative discussions. While I hold a profound sympathy for the hardships faced by your village, it holds minimal significance in relation to my own situation. Furthermore, I find myself enveloped in the most barren expanse of the East China Sea. Where might one discover the leisure to embark upon a journey to your abode? I shall render payment. Nami, upon observing your rejection, immediately turned ashen, swiftly extracted a substantial amount from her pocket, and placed it upon the table with great urgency. This signifies his metamorphosis into the formidable dragon pirate, having amassed the plundered treasures for a considerable span of time. For the preservation of the villagers' lives, it must be presented, albeit with great hesitation. Upon beholding the disheveled objects that lay before him, he could not suppress a raised eyebrow, captivated by the sight. In his recollection, Nami was celebrated for her distinctive persona. Astonishingly, one is prepared to make a considerable sacrifice. Yet, upon contemplation, the truth becomes evident. In stark contrast to material wealth, the inhabitants of Caucasia seem to attribute a far greater importance to Nami. This aspiration to amass 100 million bailey is also rooted in her intent to emancipate the entire village from the clutches of Alone's educational dominance. What sum are you prepared to propose? You have presented a foundation for progress. Million bailey. Nami ground her teeth. The words nearly leapt from her tightly sealed lips. It is clear that arriving at this decision demands profound resolve on her behalf. Firstly, might you elucidate the reason behind the villagers' ambiguous response, refraining from a direct affirmation or denial? Subsequently, you continued to seek further clarification. They stand on the precipice of demise. Nami fell into a contemplative silence, her thoughts evoking vivid images of the village. Tears shimmered in her eyes. Merely days prior, several villagers had endured brutal beatings for the perceived slight of not greeting Arlong, an act regarded as disrespectful. Instead of healing with the passage of time, their wounds grew increasingly dire. The village physician, Dr. Nakata, found himself constrained by a lack of resources, powerless to alleviate their suffering as he bore witness to their plight. Rumors drifted through the air, suggesting the presence of a miraculous healer in the vicinity. Regardless of the affliction or malady, a remedy can invariably be discovered. Therefore, she embarked on a remarkable journey from the village of Kikishiya, aspiring to beckon him back to the village to aid in the restoration of health. On the precipice of demise. I beseech you to utter your words with haste. Upon receiving this entreaty, you are immediately revitalized. And pose your inquiries with sincere fervor. In Nami's concise portrayal, you comprehended the unfolding of events. In a fleeting moment, an idea blossomed within his mind. He felt compelled to depart. This is a remarkable opportunity. One might consider invoking the next incantation, thereby founding a medical clinic in this very place. Do you genuinely aspire to tread the path of a healer? The ultimate aim is to achieve enlightenment. The third amulet, the rabbit amulet. Since the activation of the system, following a month of exploration, he uncovered the technique for awakening the amulet. This is linked to the extent of integration between the amulet and its predecessor. For example, a beginner's initiation kit has roused the enchanted totem of the bull. Throughout this period, you have been engaging in daily exercise. Each day, engage in the rigorous regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and conclude with a 10-kilometer run. As physical prowess steadily amplifies, it comes as no surprise that the radiant emblem of the bull within the cosmos intensifies. Upon attaining a pivotal juncture, with a swift snap, it transpires with great rapidity. The awakening of the second talisman. The talisman of the steed. Establishing this as the cornerstone. Let us delve deeper into the implications. Establishing a medical clinic on the island. To tend to a diverse array of patients is to artfully channel the potent energy of talismanic incantations. It is manifest that in the face of a fading life, the act of rejuvenation possesses the undeniable capacity to amplify the potency of the enchantment. Lord Luo. Shall you attend? Nami, perceiving your extended silence, found tears brimming in her eyes, as though she were on the verge of shedding pearls at any moment. Certainly. Once you regained your composure, a smile graced your lips as you nodded in acknowledgement. In jest, one can scarcely uncover a legitimate rationale for refusal. An additional opportunity to initiate the third section has emerged, accompanied by supplementary funding. I concluded my consultation this morning and shall join you momentarily. Thank you. Upon receiving your consent to her appeal, an exuberant smile instantly illuminated Nami's countenance, one that was utterly uncontainable. Your words encapsulate the aspirations of the villagers. I shall not intrude upon you any longer. I will take my departure now. Nami bows profusely before you, conveying her sincere appreciation. In apprehension that you may rethink your decision. After speaking these words, Nami hastily retreats through the doorway. You are encouraged to persist in your pursuits. My Lord Luo, it is I who stands before you. Time glides effortlessly, like a swift steed traversing a slender passage. In the mere flutter of an eyelash, the entirety of the morning has vanished. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your leave. We shall be concluding our operations for the day. There will be no further consultations this afternoon. You find yourself at the threshold of the clinic, beckoning to those who remain in the queue outside. Lord Luo. I have been awaiting your presence for nearly 10 hours. I have been anticipating for almost 10. You have merely withstood 10 hours, whereas I have steadfastly endured for a full day. Following almost 2 days of arduous journeying, a symphony of sorrow emerged, accompanied by relentless whispers of dissatisfaction. How is it that you possess such opinions? Your gaze penetrated their very essence. And in an instant, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. They withdrew, one by one, leaving behind merely the anticipation of a future meeting. Nami, who had been patiently awaiting outside the clinic, hastened toward Shinzei with swift, graceful strides. My lord Luo, when might you grace us with your presence? Let us embark on our journey at this very instant. Very well. Upon receiving this information, she promptly set off. Nami's expression suddenly grew fervent. For the inhabitants of the settlement? Indeed, the earlier the intervention, the more advantageous. Not only does it mitigate a portion of their anguish, but it also markedly enhances the probability of a successful recovery. Thereafter, you took a moment to arrange your belongings and accompanied Nami as she led the way to the charming village of Koko. The following day, at the break of dawn, a canvas vessel, charting its course through the winds and undulating waves, gliding across the boundless ocean, draped in garments of obsidian, he stands steadfast against the tempest, braced against the mast of the vessel, as the saline sea breeze gently touzles his jet-black tresses, setting them aglow. With a profound inhalation of the untainted air of the pirate realm, you elevate your gaze. In the far distance, an indistinct outline of an island materializes. The moment approaches. Nami navigates the craft with meticulous skill, propelling it forward with a vivacity reminiscent of a youthful hare. Before long, the vessel comes to a halt beside the island. With a resounding splash, you plunged from the vessel, bestowing a fleeting glance upon the encompassing landscape. The landscape is enchanting. Truly, it embodies a distinct and unblemished elegance. How does it appear? This is my beloved hometown, Kexio village. Is it not exquisite? Nami trails closely in your wake, proudly declaring. Following an expedition and a fleeting camaraderie, she unearthed the truth that you were not as formidable as your appellation implied. He is an affable and knowledgeable person who, during times of tedium, regales others with enchanting stories and profound reflections. For example, while the ocean may seem boundless, it is merely a single drop in the immense expanse of the sea. Beyond its shores, a myriad of diverse realms awaits. Strange yet magnificent. Abundant in fascination. Certain maritime wisdom and techniques for meteorological observation elude her understanding. He experienced a sensation of vertigo in his mind, as though something were on the verge of manifesting. Though the motivations remain enigmatic. For her, who possesses a profound admiration for the ocean and nurtures aspirations of cartography, there exists an irresistible longing to illustrate the entirety of the globe, as the enchantment of the unexplored enthralls her in a singular manner. Forge ahead. Nami expressed her delight with a jubilant gesture. In the blink of an eye, she advanced with 3 steps and 2 bounds, hastening ahead of you. As one traverses this path, a multitude of villagers can be seen bustling about. Each person who lays eyes upon Nami offers her a cordial smile, proclaiming, "Good morning, Nami." Good morning, dear uncle. It is apparent that Nami's rapport with the inhabitants of Koko village is considerably strained. All who extend their greetings to Nami find themselves irresistibly drawn to your presence. Upon discovering that a distinguished physician had been recalled from overseas, all were rendered speechless with astonishment. I never envisioned that the purported physician would be of such youthful disposition. Roughly 15 minutes later, under Nami's astute guidance, you find yourself at the quaint clinic nestled within the village. Indeed, it is Nami who has made her return. Upon perceiving the sounds emanating from outside, an elderly gentleman, distinguished by his black spectacles and a goatee, steps forth from within the abode. He serves as the esteemed chief of the village of Kikishia. Upon observing your presence alongside Nami, the elderly gentleman was unmistakably astonished. This esteemed physician has been invited to provide treatment, and our villagers will undoubtedly reap the benefits of his expertise. Nami graciously presents him. You acknowledged with a gentle smile. Kindly, step inside with haste, he implored. Upon realizing that it was the esteemed physician of legend, his spirit soared. He adjusted his stance and swiftly motioned for them to enter. Simultaneously, on the opposing side, lies the den of the malevolent dragon pirate crew, Cadre Kellyuobi, and also contemplating while reclined upon the sofa. The captain of the evil dragon pirate crew, Arlon, sat poised in his chair, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he beheld the valiant figure kneeling before him. A physician has metamorphosed you into this condition. Hee Yordle, you are progressively becoming less competent. The figure kneeling beneath is none other than the infamous Skyblade pirate, who now seek sanctuary within your esteemed medical institution. Following your rebuke, he hastened back to the regiment, in quest of redress from the commander. The formidable Dragon Lord declared, "It is not my doing. The might of this being is insurmountable." The Yordle articulated with a tremor in his voice, endeavoring to clarify the predicament. Remarkably impressive. Eren was unable to contain his amusement, his boisterous laughter resonating through the atmosphere. "Yordle, has your head been dismembered akin to your kidneys? How could one articulate such absurd words? In the East China Sea, the infamous dragon pirates hold dominion. He firmly believes that no one could ever rival them, particularly since their opponent is but a mere physician." He. Yordle. Perhaps you ought to contemplate disengaging from the nefarious dragon pirate crew. Should it become known that the esteemed members of our evil dragon pirate crew are incapable of managing even a humble physician, it would be an unparalleled humiliation. The individual reclining on the sofa let out a soft laugh. Concerning the predicament of the Yordle, he shall garner no measure of compassion. In the realm of pirates, might prevails above all. Those who are subdued by the ordinary populace possess scant dignity to articulate. Chirp. The formidable dragon leader. I shall strive to offer my utmost contributions to the pursuits of the collective. Please seek retribution on my behalf. Yordle trembled in terror. And with a sudden surge of emotion, he earnestly lowered his head in deference to Eren. As a result of overwhelming force, the kidney became dislodged from its rightful position within the body. Retrieve it. Elevate the kidney from the earth. Along with a gaping mouth from a wound. Indicates the visceral remains strewn upon the ground, adorning an expression of complete contempt. Yordle swiftly seized it, his heart laden with apprehension. Your concerns shall be duly addressed, Eren remarked with a smile. Concerning the Yordle, although he harbors a degree of contempt, it is essential to recognize that this individual, despite their flaws, remains a valued member of the crew. The esteemed legacy of the dragon pirates necessitates triumphs to preserve its dignity. Nevertheless, prior to that, I kindly request you to summon Nami to Orange Town. It has been a considerable duration since I last beheld that young lady. I have heard that it has recently departed from the island. Ha. Could it be that the fork was brought from beyond? As he pondered the concept of wealth, Alone's eyes unconsciously gleamed with radiance. Throughout the years, Nami has undoubtedly been generous in her provisions for him. Where are the treasures? We must not permit such a valuable asset as wealth to be wasted on a young maiden. A number of villagers sustained severe injuries as a result of Eren's attack. Kokoxia village. Within the confines of the medical clinic, Nami conversed alongside several wooden bed frames. On the canvas, 3 figures repose. Every individual is ensnared in a state of lethargy, scarcely grasping the essence of existence, suspended in a breath beyond the threshold of life. The circumstances are undeniably grave. You inclined your head in recognition. It seems to be rather serious on this occasion. He undoubtedly made the right choice in attending. I have begun. You addressed the matter directly, eschewing any extraneous verbiage. In the subsequent moment, he laid his hands upon a villager, and the formidable power of the horse talisman was summoned forth in an instant. A luminous, milky glow coalesces within the palm, subsequently permeating the very flesh of the villagers. The radiance, reminiscent of the encroaching ivy, ascends gracefully across the entire form. In the regions embraced by this brilliance, all scars dissolve, leaving no remnant behind. 5 minutes later, the villagers, previously battered and bruised, discovered themselves restored to health. Even certain overlooked ailments can be alleviated within the span of these 5 minutes, restoring the other 2 villagers in a manner akin to the previous approach. In a fleeting moment, the trio of villagers dispelled their prior languor. As you retreat, the villagers, enveloped in a fog, appear to perceive an ethereal vision of a pearlescent glow materializing within their minds, stirring to life as they unfurl their eyes. Upon the revelation that the young man before them was indeed their savior, several individuals swiftly dropped to their knees, bowing repeatedly in profound gratitude. Congratulations, esteemed host, on the activation of the 3rd talisman, which bestows upon you immunity from curses. Upon perceiving the resonance of the system, an overwhelming wave of elation surged forth within your heart. Indeed, the enchantment has been genuinely set into motion. Initiate the system. Quietly, you whisper within the depths of your heart. In the domain of consciousness, the previously dull and uninspiring talisman commences to radiate a resplendent pink luminescence. The capacity to nullify enchantments bestows upon the possessor extraordinary swiftness, epitomizing immediate motion and deftness. Should it reach its utmost potential, one might navigate the very tapestry of time and space, journeying back to epochs long gone. It represents the quintessential manifestation of swiftness. Astonishingly, upon the activation of the charm, one genuinely perceives a profound buoyancy embracing the physique. Between his legs resides a wellspring of strength. He is imbued with a profound curiosity regarding the limits of his present velocity. How might one measure up when juxtaposed with the embodiment of swiftness in this realm, epitomized by the yellow ape? At that moment, Nami's voice, laced with a trace of sorrow, pierced through your contemplations. You regained your composure and turned to Nami, intending to articulate a sentiment regarding the utilization of wealth to ward off adversity. In an unexpected moment, a silhouette surged towards me, enveloping me in a tender embrace gifted by Nami. In the blink of an eye, you discovered yourself rather bewildered. Inhaling the subtle perfume of the youthful maiden, I could perceive Nami's voice, laden with emotion, at my side. With a gentle shake of your head and a soft sigh, you extended your hand to tenderly caress Nami's exquisite back, imparting words of solace. Dear Million Bailey, kindly ensure that the payment is settled in its entirety. Nami's arms delicately withdrew from around your neck, as she became keenly conscious of the intensity of the preceding moment, offering a bashful smile in acknowledgement of her own embarrassment. Then, with a tender touch, she brushed away her tears and offered reassurance with steadfast conviction. Rest assured, Luoda, I shall swiftly procure it for you in due course. When I first sought your aid for treatment, we concurred on a remuneration of 1,000,000 Baileys for your services. While she holds wealth in high regard, she equally cherishes integrity. Furthermore, given Lord Luo's formidable prowess and esteemed reputation, it is indeed a significant honor for him to grace this place and willingly row alongside me. Nevertheless, at that particular moment, outside the medical hall, a sudden cacophony of hurried footsteps resonated, accompanied by a cry that rent the air.
Nami, are you inside? Captain Arlong is looking for you. He wants to see you. The visitor is none other than Yodel, who stands breathlessly at the entrance of the clinic. Ever since his kidney was removed, he has felt his stamina plummet. Fortunately, before coming here, the captain had the ship's doctor reattach his kidney. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it this far. Damn it, that scoundrel, Luoxiu. I will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. As all these thoughts raced through Yodel's mind, his anger surged violently. He yearned to rend Luoxiu into 1,000 pieces and cast him into the underground organ trade market to alleviate his deep-seated rage. After a moment of silence, with no response from within, Yodel scoffed coldly. It's bad enough the captain mocks me, but even a young girl who hasn't fully matured can disregard me? I must show those villagers what true colors look like. Although Nami is now a cadre of the Arlong pirates, she is scorned by the other pirates beneath her. Due to her position, while Yodel dares not act against her, he can certainly unleash his wrath upon those villagers. They are merely pawns to toy with. With this thought, Yodel hefted his damaged sword and swaggered boldly inside. Meanwhile, inside the clinic, upon hearing the familiar voice outside, Nami's face turned pale. She never anticipated Yodel would come here, seeking her, after leaving Rosh's clinic. Instantly, she realized the gravity of the situation. She must not let him discover Rosh's presence. If Arlong were to find out, Luoxiu would be in grave danger. Lord Luoxiu, you must hide, Nami exclaimed in panic, pulling Luoxiu towards the back door. However, Luoxiu stood as if rooted in place. No matter how hard Nami tugged, he would not budge. Hide? Luoxiu replied coolly, why should I hide? On their way here, Nami had informed him that Yodel was a member of the Arlong pirates, but Luoxiu had dismissed it entirely. A failure of the Grand Line. Just a minor character scraping by in the East Blue. Not even a true contender. With the bull and horse talismans in his possession, Luoxiu felt confident enough to confront Arlong. And now, having activated the rabbit talisman, defeating Arlong would be a mere trifle. Encountering him might even yield a bounty. With this in mind, Luoxiu inquired, shall we make a deal? Make a deal? Nami was perplexed. Yes. Right now. Right now. Nami was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of Luoxiu's intentions. Then, she recalled what the women in the village had said regarding such matters. Her face flushed with realization. Could it be that Luoxiu was interested in her, wanting to engage in that? With this thought, Nami quickly released Rashu's hands and clasped her arms protectively around her chest. Lord Rashu, I can pay you 1,000,000 berries up front. Absolutely no installments. Upon witnessing Nami's reaction, Luo felt a sudden heaviness on his brow, realizing that she seemed to have misunderstood him. What was she thinking? I was referring to eliminating Arlong, and you would pay the bounty. The system had already provided a hint. Unlocking the mask required a corresponding leader value for the bounty. Between Nami and Arlong, there existed an irreconcilable hatred. Assisting Nami in ridding herself of Arlong and subsequently having her offer a bounty seemed an excellent method to acquire leader value. Eliminate Arlong? Nami's mind erupted in disbelief, her face awash with incredulity. It was as though she had heard the most horrifying words in existence. In her eyes, Arlong represented absolute power, an invincible entity in the East Sea. For years, the village of Kokushia had languished under Arlong's oppressive reign, struggling to survive. Yet no one dared entertain the thought of rebellion against him, not even herself. They could only compromise time and again. However, the man before her was suggesting the outright elimination of Arlong. How could that be possible? He was unbeatable. Though Luo had bested Yodel, he was merely a minor member of the evil dragon pirate crew. Arlong's strength far surpassed what she could imagine. With Luo's current abilities, accomplishing such a feat was utterly impossible. It would only lead to certain death. Lord Luo, please refrain from uttering such words. Nami shook her head, forcing a bitter smile. You should hide quickly. Yodel is about to arrive. Luo's brows furrowed slightly. Just tell me, will you do it or not? Faced with Luo's unwavering determination, Nami stood frozen, pondering if he truly possessed the confidence to follow through. Fear and hope surged within her mind, oscillating in a torturous dance. Observing Nami's anguished struggle, Luo continued, You must consider this. Is this not the only chance you may ever have in your lifetime? Tell me your decision. Only once in my life? Nami muttered to herself in a daze. Yes. Would she ever have such an opportunity again? Who else would dare speak to her of eliminating Arlong? If only Arlong could be dealt with, Kokushia village would be liberated, returning to its former glory. She would no longer have to serve as an officer for the evil dragon pirate crew, steal, or gather that insurmountable debt of 100,000,000 berries. She could pursue her dreams, sailing forth to chart the world. As these thoughts crystallized, the conflicting emotions in her eyes vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve. I will do it, Nami declared, summoning every ounce of strength within her. Chapter 6. It's you again. What are you up to? Ha ha. Nami, what do you intend to do? Yodel strode in through the door of the clinic, exuding an air of bravado. However, in the next moment, upon spotting Roju standing inside, his eyes widened in shock. What on earth? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, muttering to himself. It seems my body is truly in a weakened state, leading me to hallucinate. With that thought, Yodel shook off the sweat that had sprung from his fright and approached Nami. We seem to have quite the fate, meeting again. Roju greeted Yodel as he walked over. Thud! Hearing that familiar voice, Yodel's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively took a step back, jumping several meters away. Damn it! No, this is not an illusion. Instantly, Yodel was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling in fear. The scene from the clinic surged back to his mind. W, what are you doing here? Yodel gulped nervously, his voice trembling. Nami, it's certainly you who has conspired to bring him here. How dare you bring a stranger to the island without permission? If Captain Arlong finds out, you'll be in serious trouble. Seeing Nami and those accursed villagers, he quickly understood, and his anger surged. It seems I was too lenient when I took your kidney. Speaking with such emotion, Roju slowly stepped forward, approaching Yodel. He genuinely did not comprehend the strength of these pirates. How could they possess such resilience and vitality? Even after having 2 kidneys taken, the other party still appeared lively and could express themselves with inflection. It was utterly absurd. Lord Roju, I'm not targeting you. I merely mean Nami. She is a thief. Do not be deceived by her facade. As Roju approached, Yodel's lips turned pale, and he spoke in haste. This guy, appearing harmless on the outside, is truly ruthless. I can't possibly win in my current state, let alone being injured. There is no suspense left at all. Oh, I see. Roju examined the freshly stitched scar on Yodel's side, so you had it reattached. With that, Roju looked up at Yodel and said coldly, "Did I permit you to do that?" Puffed. In an instant, Roju's hand was swift as he plunged a knife into Yodel's side, removing the reattached kidney once more. Pain. Excruciating pain. Yodel writhed on the ground, his features contorted in agony. "My apologies, sir. I seem to have stained your floor." Roju turned to the village doctor, apologetically saying, "No problem." Nakao swallowed hard, his mind reeling. Good heavens. This young man was saving lives one moment, and the next, he was extracting kidneys. His worldview was thoroughly shaken at that moment. Not only he, but also the other 3 villagers present wore similar expressions. Could this truly be the doctor who saved us moments ago? How brutal. Only Nami appeared somewhat better, having previously witnessed Rasha's methods. "What bounty are you willing to offer?" Rasha's voice echoed once more. After a moment of contemplation and internal struggle, Nami replied, 100 million berries. This amount was what she hoped would liberate Kokoyashi village from Arlong's grasp. Yet, deep down, she understood that even if Arlong received this sum, he might not truly release the village or her. In Arlong's eyes, she was merely a source of profit, devoid of any emotional connection, only a tug-of-war over interests. Despite this awareness, she found herself with no alternatives, clinging to that faint glimmer of hope. However, the situation had changed. Rosh proposed to eliminate Arlong. If he could accomplish this, Kokoyashi village would indeed be liberated. Agreed. It is settled, Rosh declared with a smile. 100 million berries, plus Arlong's own bounty of 20 million. This is a lucrative deal. 100 million? What do you all intend to do? Yodel on the ground exclaimed, his face a mask of shock, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Rosh chuckled, gesturing towards the door. Go back and inform your captain. Tell him today marks his demise. 3 hours later, at the lair of the Arlong pirates, the officer Kurobi and Chu remained seated on the sofa. Arlong, arms crossed, snorted disdainfully. Is Yodel really taking this long for such a trivial task? New recruits from the East Blue are indeed useless. I say, Captain, that fellow is already out of commission. No need to concern ourselves with him. Let's dispose of that doctor instead. Chu cackled. Our pirate crew hasn't plundered treasure in quite some time. Let us start with that doctor. I've heard he has accumulated considerable wealth from his healing. Wealth? Arlong's interest peaked at the mention. He is already in our sights. He won't escape. Captain Arlong. Captain Arlong. A grave matter has arisen. A voice called from outside, its owner yet unseen. Moments later, Yodel rushed in frantically, as if possessed. What is it, Yodel? Arlong, sliding down to kneel before Yodel, furrowed his brow. What is that contraption on you? Arlong remarked, confused by the protruding device. Where is Nami? Why didn't you bring her back? Realizing Nami was absent and only Yodel had returned, Arlong's expression darkened. Yet Yodel, breathless and frantic, blurted out, Captain Arlong. Rosh the surgeon has come. He says today is your day of reckoning. Chapter 7. Braving the Dragon Pirates Alone. My demise? Arlong, rather than being enraged, chuckled as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Initially, he had intended to bide his time before eliminating him, but it appeared that this individual was utterly devoid of common sense. It seemed he was eager to meet his end sooner rather than later. Let us see if he possesses the capability to do so. At that moment, the voice of Luoxiu echoed, and shortly after, he entered accompanied by Nami. He truly has come. He dares to infiltrate my dragon pirates alone. Should I commend your courage or deem you foolish? Seeing Luoxiu present himself so readily, Arlong's body trembled with laughter. Soon, he stifled his mirth and turned his gaze towards Nami, his voice chilling. Nami, have I been too benevolent to you of late, allowing you the audacity to guide a stranger? Have I inadvertently given you the impression that I am a good person? Ha. Good person? The very thing Captain Arlong despises most is a so-called good person. It is utterly laughable. If Captain Arlong were a good person, there would be no wickedness in this world. The room erupted with raucous laughter, the members of the Dragon Pirates reveling without restraint. Nami, come here. You wouldn't want the people of your village to suffer because of you, would you? Arlong beckoned Nami with a sinister grin. He understood her all too well. Invoking her concern for her fellow villagers would compel her to comply. This tactic had proven effective in the past, whether compelling her to chart a course or to engage in thievery for wealth. However, This time, his calculations faltered. Upon hearing Arlong's words, Nami resolutely stood beside Luoxiu. Today, we are here to kill you, struggling to suppress the deep-seated fear she harbored for Arlong. Nami uttered those words as if they were jagged shards threatening to shatter her resolve. Kill me? Him? Arlong found amusement in this, gesturing towards Luoxiu beside Nami. Do not presume that defeating a Yoder grants you the liberty to act brazenly on my territory. What? You, a failure of the Grand Line, reduced to hiding in the East Blue, believe this to be your domain? Luoxiu was not one to be trifled with and immediately retorted with mockery. Bastard, I will see you dead. Upon hearing the mention of the Grand Line, Arlong sprang to his feet, fury visibly coursing across his visage. This past was an indelible shadow upon his heart. Failure. Weakness. He never wished to hear those words again. Captain Arlong, please do not be agitated. Permit me to deal with him. This fool speaks with such bravado. I shall merely pluck out his tongue and roast it. Nami, despite our kindness towards you, you choose to assist an outsider. Once this scoundrel is dealt with, let us not forget the villagers of Kokoyashi. Do not weep then. Ah, weeping? That too is merely a waste of time. The hall resonated with another wave of laughter. They had not regarded Luoxiu as a threat at all. What kind of place was this? The stronghold of the dragon pirates, who ruled over the East Blue. Captain Arlong, commanding with a bounty of up to 20 million berries, presides over the scene. The audacity of a mere unknown youth to create a disturbance here is tantamount to courting death. Among the throng, a burly man wielding a massive axe stepped forward, cracking his neck as he approached. Let us see if a single swing can cleave you in two. He taunted, advancing towards Rosh. Step back a bit. Rosh instructed Nami without even glancing at the man. All right. Nami complied, creating some distance while her heart raced with uncertainty about Rosh's ability to defeat Arlong. Truth be told, she felt no confidence, yet at this juncture, belief was all they had. It was a gamble of grand proportions. Do you even know where you are, kid? How dare you act so recklessly? The axe-wielding brute cackled. We pirates relish exterminating pests like you. As he spoke, he raised his arm, bringing the axe down upon Rosh with ferocity. With a swift motion, Rosh seized the man's wrist. Impressive. The man chuckled, still oblivious to the dire turn of events. In the next instant, he exerted force, attempting to bring the axe down with brute strength. However, Rosh's grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering the man's efforts futile. No matter how he strained, the axe refused to budge. You claim to be a great pirate, yet you lack the strength to strike. Rosh remarked with a smirk. In the blink of an eye, he flexed his arm, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed ominously as the man's arm twisted grotesquely, resembling a pretzel. A scream of agony escaped his lips, contorting his face in sheer torment, erasing any semblance of bravado. Rosh, seizing the now-deformed arm, flung the man away with force, sending him crashing into the wall, leaving a gaping hole in his wake, cracked spider-webbing outward. Gasp! The sudden turn of events stunned the onlookers, their faces awash with shock. Such immense strength. A victory so effortlessly achieved hinted at power nearing that of a high-ranking officer. Not bad for a little brat, shouted a cadre member of the Arlong pirates, Ju, as he sprang up from the couch, cracking his knuckles. But it's still insufficient. In the midst of his words, he lunged forward, diving towards Rosh with a fierce determination. Spitting streams of saliva like a blowfish, he unleashed a barrage that struck with the force of arrows, capable of piercing steel. Yet, Rosh merely chuckled. As the spittle neared, he vanished in a flash, the ability of the rabbit charm activated. When he reappeared, he stood behind Ju. Watch out! Arlong shouted, alarmed, but it was too late for Ju to react. Rosh's hands encircled his neck, and with a brutal twist, the sound of snapping bone resonated as Ju's neck was broken. Before Gio could comprehend the situation, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Damn it! I shall rend you limb from limb. Along could no longer remain composed. He drew out his blade, Zhanfeng, from behind him. For an outsider like Yodel, he felt indifferent. However, for someone like Gio, a comrade who had stood by him during his time with the Sun Pirates, it was entirely different. They had shared a bond over the years, and now to witness such an untimely demise before his eyes was utterly unforgivable. He vowed to ensure that Luoxiu would suffer immensely. Boom! Along's foot struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering the earth beneath him. His figure surged forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards Luoxiu. Chapter 8. Terrifying Resilience. The blade in hand, sharp as the howling wind, sliced through the air with utmost precision. Yet, despite his remarkable speed, Rosh's swiftness surpassed his own. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the attack, and his leg lashed out like a whip, striking Arlong with tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound. Arlong felt as though he had been struck by a colossal weight, his body veering off its original trajectory and hurtling sideways. In that fleeting moment of Arlong's failed assault, the cadre Kruby made his move. A master of fishman karate at the 40th level, his ultimate technique, the 1,000-tile punch, could shatter 1,000 tiles underwater. Although its power diminished on land, it was still far beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to withstand. With the force of the water accompanying his punch, Kruby's fist swiftly approached Rosh. Sensing the incoming attack, Rosh exhaled slowly, releasing a breath of murky air. The bull talisman within the system's space flickered to life, imbuing him with an overwhelming power that coursed through his limbs. Bang! 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 The stone slabs beneath his feet seemed to bend under an immense weight, erupting with a cacophony of sound. Without a hint of retreat, Rosh opted for a direct confrontation. Instantly, their fists collided, producing a resounding explosion. You dare to take my punch head on? You're the first, However, before Kruby could finish his sentence, he felt a searing pain radiating from his arm, his face paling in an instant. How is this possible? The power he wielded, capable of shattering 1,000 tiles, had seemingly no effect. In contrast, his opponent appeared to have reserves of strength remaining. What terrifying power lurked within this seemingly unremarkable individual? Diverting one's focus during a fight is a poor habit. Rosh's lips curled into a slight smirk. Seizing the moment of Kruby's stunned reaction, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Kruby's chin. Unsurprisingly, the latter was violently struck. His jaw disfigured, and his body soared through the air like a lifeless kite, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a large crater. In an instant, the members of the Arlong pirates were left in shock. Both Arlong and his cadre had attacked simultaneously, yet they had failed to subdue their opponent. This was not how things usually unfolded. Shouldn't this intruder have been defeated in an instant? Damn it, why are you all standing there? Attack together. Arlong, rising from the rubble, bellowed at his subordinates. Having navigated the Grand Line for so long, he had developed a keen eye. Just moments of engagement were enough to discern that their foe was no ordinary adversary. Damn it, we outnumber him. How could this kid pose any real threat? Armed with their blades, the pirates sharpened their weapons, readying themselves for the impending clash. The air was filled with the deafening cries of over a dozen pirates, each showcasing their skills in an attempt to slay Rosh. Nami, her face etched with concern, watched as Rosh faced an entire pirate crew alone, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her garment. Yet to Rosh, mere fodder remained mere fodder, regardless of their numbers. He sprang lightly on his toes, causing the ground to erupt into a 3-meter-wide crater. Like a bolt of black lightning, he weaved through the throng, and with each landing before an adversary, a chilling scream echoed, accompanied by the bodies sent sprawling. Damn it! Arlong's expression darkened as he observed Rosh's ever-increasing speed. In comparison, his own pace seemed utterly inadequate. How can I possibly fight like this? But soon his expression shifted. If I can't catch you, perhaps I can catch someone else. Arlong's gaze shifted from Rosh's swift form to Nami, realizing that their appearance together hinted at a significant bond. He relished the thought of exploiting others' weaknesses to secure victory. Such a golden opportunity was not to be missed. With that thought, a wicked grin spread across his face. In the next instant, he surged forward with renewed vigor. Shark on darts. As the words left his lips, he transformed into a living torpedo, hurtling towards Nami with lightning speed, his serrated jaws sharper than any blade. As Nami beheld Arlong charging toward her, despair filled her large eyes. Am I going to die? She understood that with her strength, evasion was impossible. In utter hopelessness, she shut her eyes, resigned to the fate that loomed ahead, wishing only for Rosh to ultimately defeat Arlong and grant freedom to her village. However, Nami felt no pain as she had anticipated. Instead, Rasha's voice resonated in her ears. Hey, she is my employer. You cannot lay a finger on her. Startled, Nami opened her eyes to find Rash, unbeknownst to her, had positioned himself in front of her. Yet, upon realizing the dire circumstance, her expression shifted dramatically. Before her eyes, Rash had taken the brunt of the attack, with Along's serrated teeth embedded deeply into his shoulder. Ha ha, kid, you're still too green. You fall for my trap. Along roared with laughter, having gravely wounded Rash. He retreated explosively, reveling in his triumph. Just as anticipated, Rash had indeed rushed to save Nami. Now, with his shoulder pierced and effectively incapacitated, Rash was left unable to fight back. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Along the captain is truly a formidable pirate, both brave and cunning. Let us see how this boy can possibly bounce back. Having killed so many of our crew, he must suffer a fate worse than death. Damn it all. Upon witnessing the grievously injured Rash, the pirates erupted with uncontainable glee. They sought to impart a lesson to Rash about the dire consequences of opposing the evil dragon pirates, death being the sole outcome. The warm-up had just concluded. The real battle was only beginning. Rash remained utterly unfazed by their taunts, nonchalantly twisting his neck as he spoke. Indeed, from the very onset of hostilities to his current feigned injury, it had merely been a prelude. Mastery of strength, speed, and recuperative abilities, the intricate interplay of these three forces in combat required the crucible of real experience. It was evident that Arlong, a pirate with a bounty of 20 million, was an excellent choice for a sparring partner. Ha! You're already half incapacitated, yet you still talk tough. Arlong scoffed, dismissing Rash's bravado. His jagged teeth still stained with Rash's blood. After all, such severe injuries would diminish one's combat prowess far beyond mere having. Rash's demise seemed inevitable. Is this the injury you refer to? He inquired, gesturing to his shoulder. At that moment, the wound was visibly mending, as if some unseen force were drawing the spilled blood back into his body. Within a matter of breaths, his shoulder was restored to its former state. Chapter 9. Slaying Rats, Vanquishing Dragons. Feeling immensely satisfied with his extraordinary regenerative abilities, Luoxiu was in high spirits. However, the same could not be said for Arlong. You are a power user? Witnessing such a terrifying scene, he trembled, an icy dread surging through his heart. Such severe injuries, healed in such a brief span of time. Could this not be the work of a power user? Guess. Shinzei left a cryptic smile, offering no further explanation as his aura surged dramatically. You little brat, even if you're a power user, I will tear you apart, reduce you to mere paste, and let us see if you can recover from that. Arlong roared. At that moment, fear transformed into malevolence. Arlong found himself with no retreat. Shark on darts. With the exclamation, Arlong's body morphed into a torpedo, charging fiercely towards Luoxiu. His serrated teeth gleamed like the sharpest steel blades. Simultaneously, Luoxiu made his move. With a resounding bang, a shadow of light surged forth at an unprecedented speed, akin to a meteor piercing the atmosphere, the force it carried descending like a mountain. The air erupted with a crisp, detonating sound, white mist expanding around Luoxiu's form. The abilities of the rabbit and ox talismans intertwined, weaving a tapestry of speed and strength. According to energy formulas, the resulting frenzied energy would amplify geometrically. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Luoxiu's body collided with Arlong's. A thunderous noise reverberated, causing the onlookers to cover their ears. Ah, damn it, my mouth. Arlong's body was sent sprawling from Luoxiu's front. His once invincible steel teeth were abruptly severed in half. The tremendous impact left his brain reeling, and he crashed helplessly to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust and scattering debris, creating a massive crater. The pirates, who had reveled in schadenfreude just moments earlier, now stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What is happening? How has this little brat's injuries healed? And he seems even stronger than before. It must be the devil fruit. He has surely consumed a devil fruit. He is a power user. Impossible. Our captain has a bounty of 20 million. How could he possibly lose? The pirates watched in horror, their hearts trembling. They had believed victory was assured, yet in an instant, the tides of battle turned dramatically. Their seemingly invincible captain was flung away, his mouth shattered. Creak, creak. Arlong rose from the ground, his gaze filled with venom as he glared at Luoxiu. Unable to speak due to his broken jaw, he could only emit a harsh, grating sound. It must be said that the physical prowess of a fisherman was indeed formidable. Despite being struck by Luoxiu's fist, he managed to rise once more. However, this was merely a desperate struggle against the inevitable. Luoxiu's figure flickered once more, appearing behind Arlong. A terrifying pressure descended upon him, as formidable as a mountain. Eren stood frozen in place, having been taken aback by the overwhelming speed at which Rashu vanished from his sight. Yet, an instinctive sense warned him that Rashu was positioned directly behind him. In an instant, beads of sweat cascaded down his face as he struggled to turn and gaze backward. Before him loomed a colossal fist, enlarging within the confines of his vision. Acting almost on reflex, Eren raised his weapon, the blade of the peak, in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the annihilating force of that fist. With a crack, the blade met the fist, the sound of shattering resonating in the air. It barely impeded the onslaught before it splintered into two. The fist, undeterred, struck Eren with full force, piercing through his very being. How could this be? Eren gazed in horror at the gaping wound in his body, engulfed by an overwhelming dread. In that moment, he comprehended the truth. Rashu had merely been toying with him. The chasm between their powers was insurmountable. It was not just Eren. The surrounding pirates were drenched in cold sweat, witnessing the once mighty captain of the East Sea, now vanquished by an unknown adversary. Do not utter a word. I shall send you on your way, Rashu remarked coolly, lifting Eren effortlessly. In the next instant, with a swift motion, Rashu retracted his fist, causing Eren to crumple to the ground, devoid of strength. Even with his formidable fishman physique, he could not rise. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and the doors of the hall were violently kicked open. A scruffy-looking naval officer, resembling a rat, burst in, flanked by a contingent of naval soldiers. This was the despicable Colonel Rat, colluding with Eren to oppress the citizens. Eren, what has happened here? Coronel ha exclaimed. Taken aback by the gruesome scene and the sight of Eren collapsed, a gaping wound in his chest. Just 10 minutes prior, a pirate had approached him, claiming that someone was troubling Eren. In an effort to solidify his ties with Eren and to amass more bribes, he had rushed to this location with dozens of soldiers, expecting merely to assert dominance. Little did he anticipate the sight that awaited him, a young man, unknown to him, standing triumphantly over Eren. Rat, kill him for me. I will offer you 40 million berries. Eren cried out, sensing a glimmer of hope at the sight of Rat's arrival, ignoring the searing pain in his mouth. What? 40 million? Rat's heart raced at the mention of such a sum. Although Eren occasionally provided him with some money, it never amounted to this much over the years. The prospect of acquiring that 40 million promised a life of luxury, freeing him from his naval duties to indulge in a life of leisure. Upon this realization, he immediately instructed his subordinates. Do you see? Someone is audaciously causing a ruckus here. Execute him on the spot. I shall reward handsomely. There is not a single decent soldier among those following Colonel Mouse. Hearing of the reward, their eyes gleamed with excitement, and they aimed their weapons squarely at Luoxiu. Colonel Mouse, I came here solely for the evil dragon pirate crew. I have no intention of opposing your navy. If you leave now, I shall pretend nothing has transpired. As the navy directed their firearms at him, Luoxiu clenched his fists and spoke slowly. The death of a mere colonel was of little consequence to him. He could kill him without a second thought. However, his status as a member of the navy was significant. Until he fully matured in strength, Luoxiu preferred to avoid excessive entanglements with the navy. He certainly did not wish to be hunted for the death of a mere mouse. Hehehe, to dare act recklessly under the jurisdiction of the navy, and yet claim to not wish to oppose us. I shall grant you a chance. Surrender now, and I may consider leniency. The colonel regarded Luoxiu as though he were a walking fortune of 40 million, dismissing any notion of negotiation. Furthermore, Luoxiu's claim of not wanting to oppose the navy only bolstered the colonel's confidence to provoke him. With a cold sneer, Luoxiu responded, Since you lack understanding, I shall not waste further words. It seems today I must unleash a great slaughter. Chapter 10 I, the non-power user. One of the 8 great demons. Rosh did not desire a bounty from the Navy merely to avoid unnecessary complications. It did not imply that he genuinely feared them. With the support of a formidable system akin to that of Jackie Chan's adventures, he held absolute confidence in his own abilities. Time for a massacre. Let us see if you can escape today. Upon Rosh's resolute rejection, Colonel Mouse dropped any pretense. He waved his hand toward the soldiers under his command. Fire. Instantly, the Navy soldiers, who had long been poised for action, pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The dark bullets erupted from the barrels, sparks flying in every direction. Be careful. Nami, witnessing Rosh surrounded by a dozen guns, shut her eyes in fear, unable to bear the sight. However, Rosh remained utterly unconcerned by the firearms wielded by the Navy soldiers. In a previous life, had someone told him that a human could dodge bullets if they moved quickly enough, he would have deemed them ignorant of physics, a product of a failed education, and perhaps even called them a fool. But now he would not think that way, because he truly could. Dodge bullets? Merely a routine maneuver. Whoosh! At the very moment the bullets were about to reach him, Rosh's figure vanished like a specter, weaving effortlessly between the dense hail of gunfire. His speed was astonishing. Colonel Mouse, witnessing this scene, could barely keep his eyes open, now wide with terror. All he could perceive was a black shadow darting at an incredible velocity. Soon, cold sweat streamed down his face, his legs trembling in fear. The soldiers surrounding Rosh were collapsing one after another under the shadow's onslaught, their firearms posing no threat whatsoever to him. In no time, the group of Navy grunts was entirely dispatched. Damn it! How dare you kill Navy personnel? Mouse exclaimed, a chill running down his spine as he forced himself to muster the courage to curse. Yet, in the next moment, he fell silent. Rosh stood before Mouse, his arm clamped around the colonel's neck, lifting him off the ground. I offered you a chance, but you did not cherish it. You can't kill me. I am a Navy colonel. You will be marked with a bounty by the Navy, hunted for life. Mouse, nearly wetting himself in fear, realized the horror of facing Rosh directly. Had Rosh not been choking him, he would have knelt right there. The man before him was formidable, stronger than Arlong by several magnitudes. He did not wish to die. There was still a splendid life awaiting him, and he hadn't even spent the money he had exploited over the years. Desperately pleading for mercy, Mouse attempted to use the Navy as leverage against Rosh. However, Rosh remained unmoved by Mouse's words. I'll give you money, whatever amount you desire. 5 million berries, 10 million? That is all I possess, he cried, desperation evident in his voice. Please spare me. As Rosh continued to gaze at him, unresponsive, Mouse felt a rising panic within him. Luoxiu remained silent, his arm exerting force, responding with the sickening sound of a neck snapping. Along, planning to flee? Luoxiu discarded the rat like refuse. Seizing the opportunity while Luoxiu dealt with the Navy, Along attempted to escape quietly. Yet, how could he evade Luoxiu's keen gaze? Without a moment's hesitation, Luoxiu leaped forward, landing before the stumbling Along. You escaped from the Grand Line to here, and now you wish to flee again? You dare to kill me? The 7 warlords will surely seek vengeance. Along snarled fiercely at Luoxiu. Jinbei is nothing like you. He rescued you only to have you commit such deeds. What a disgrace to your comrades and your former captain, Tiger. Luoxiu retorted. The 7 warlord Along spoke of was naturally Jinbei, a comrade from the Sun Pirates. However, Luoxiu understood Jinbei's character. Despite Along's numerous misdeeds, Jinbei was not one to lack discernment. Moreover, even if Jinbei were to turn against him, Luoxiu would remain unfazed. A mere warlord was nothing to fear. How do you know all this? Upon hearing these words, Along deflated like a puncture balloon. Do not resist. I shall send you on your way. Luoxiu picked up the blade, named Zhanfeng. Who exactly are you? Along realized his fate was sealed. But as someone from the Grand Line, he understood the essence of true strength. He recognized that with Luoxiu's current prowess, it was only a matter of time before he would emerge from the East Sea, gaining fame on the Grand Line, becoming a figure Along could never aspire to be. Yet, before his demise, he yearned to uncover the identity of the man before him. Luoxiu, a non-devil fruit user, one of the 8 demons. With that proclamation, blood erupted as the blade pierced Along's body. The tyrant who dominated over 20 villages in the East Sea. Death. As Along met his end, tears streamed uncontrollably from Nami's eyes. She wept, as if a dam had burst, her tears cascading wildly. This moment was one she had awaited for years. "Belmare, did you see this?" she murmured, gazing skyward. "Along is dead. The Arlong pirates have been annihilated. Kokoyashi village is free." Luoxiu then eradicated the remaining foes and set the place ablaze. Amidst the inferno, everything was reduced to ashes. An hour later, news of the Arlong pirates' downfall spread with the ferocity of wildfire, reaching the nearby villages. In Kokoyashi village, every villager who heard the news was engulfed in ecstatic joy, feeling an unprecedented sense of liberation. Households rushed to share the news. From that day forth, they would no longer live in fear, nor be tormented by Along simultaneously. The name Luoxiu would forever be etched in their hearts. 2 hours later, at the Kokoyashi village dock, Nami and the villagers gathered to bid farewell to a singular individual. Everyone held various gifts in their hands, whether exquisite trinkets, handcrafted artifacts, or delectable treats. "Farewell, everyone." Rosh stood at the bow of a sailboat, waving to the crowd without requesting anything in return. Nami, too, did not take the 100 million berries offered to her. Her purpose for coming here was solely to obtain the third rabbit talisman and to gain leadership points. In a world where strength reigns supreme, money is merely a means to an end. Having just enough suffices, for excess often invites unwarranted calamities. Now that the task was accomplished, there was no reason for him to linger. After all, walls have ears, and secrets cannot remain hidden forever. Although he had vanquished the dragon pirates and dealt with the navy, his actions would inevitably reach their ears. Remaining any longer could lead to the prospect of facing the navy's pursuit. If one day you find yourself without a place to go, Kokoja village will always welcome you with open arms. Nami gazed at the departing Rosh, her eyes brimming with tears. From their first meeting at the clinic to eliminating Arlong, and now to this moment of parting, despite only spending a brief day and a half together, Rosh had unknowingly etched himself into her heart as an indelible figure. The sea breeze gently caressed her as the sailboat drifted further away. On the shore, Nami could no longer contain her sorrow and wept openly. After an hour of tears, her large, beautiful eyes, swollen and red, finally ceased their trembling. Watching Rosh vanish beyond the horizon, she silently vowed to set sail, to chart the world map, and to seek him out once more. Chapter 11. The next charm. The dragon charm. The tranquil surface of the sea lay still, as smooth as a mirror, undisturbed and reminiscent of a sheet of flawless blue silk. The water reflected the cerulean sky and the purity of the clouds, creating an illusion that only this serene ocean existed in the vastness of the world. A small boat glided forward, trailing a series of ripples behind it. Rosh stood at the bow, facing the wind. 12 points of commander value, he murmured to himself. Having completed the task of slaying Along, he was entitled to a bounty of 120 million, with the system indicating that this could be exchanged for 12 points of commander value. In other words, a bounty of 10 million berry could be redeemed for 1 point of commander value. Damn, that's expensive. Rosh winced at the thought. Open the system space, he silently commanded, and the spatial realm materialized in his mind. Within this space, 10 masks floated, shrouded in gray, save for one that emitted a faint red glow. This particular mask bore horns, white eyebrows, and lips as dark as ink. The Terra mask. A flicker of joy crossed Rosh's face. If it's you, then the cost is justified. As those familiar with Jackie Chan adventures would know, there were 10 masks in total, 9 of which represented various generals. Mantis Mask, general of the Mantis clan. Ninja Mask, general of the Ninja clan. Razor Mask, general of the Blade clan. Bat Mask, general of the Black Bat clan. Sumo Mask, general of the Troll clan. Samurai Mask, general of the Samurai clan. Squid Mask, general of the Alien clan. Miniature Mask, general of the Shadow Eater clan. Crab Mask, general of the Hunting Claw clan. The final mask belonged to Terra, the leader of these generals and the Phantom clan. Rosh pondered, if the first to be activated is the Terra mask, the utility of the other masks would diminish significantly. It seemed more fitting for someone else to wear them. With Terra, he could command the other masks, transforming them into his subordinates. Indeed, it would be more advantageous to bestow them upon others rather than wear them himself. However, such considerations were not of immediate concern. Activating the Terra mask took precedence. Settling his thoughts, Rosh meticulously examined the mask within his mind. Judging by the red glow, activating all of them would require no less than several billion. In the system's space, the Terra mask was only partially covered in red, just at the chin. The red hue represented the mask's original color. In essence, the mask would only be deemed activated when it transformed entirely into its original red state. At least he felt reassured. Although the amount was considerable, Rosh had gained a rough estimate, which was certainly preferable to being entirely in the dark. Shifting his gaze from the mask, he turned to the charms. Among the 12 charms, 3 were illuminated: the horse charm, the ox charm, and the rabbit charm. One more charm lingered in a state between gray and brightness. This is the next spell about to be activated, the Dragon Spell, which is also the life spell of the Holy Master. The key to unlocking this spell lies in the art of fusion. To activate the Dragon Spell, one must diligently work on the preceding spell, the Rabbit Spell. What can I do with the Rabbit Spell? Luoxiu pondered as he paced back and forth on the small canvas boat. The Horse Spell aids others in healing. The Ox Spell encourages daily exercise. As for the Rabbit Spell, it signifies perseverance in running. Speed is of the essence. Suddenly, Luoxiu had an epiphany. It was imperative to get his legs moving, to be active. He could no longer remain seated in the clinic. Treating others, he needed to take a few steps outside. Boom! Just as Luoxiu was lost in thought, a thunderous roar erupted from the surface of the sea, and the small boat was rocked violently by a tremendous force. Almost instantly, towering waves surged forth, splashing upwards of 10 meters, crashing toward the boat. With a resounding crack, the boat was split in two by the oncoming tide. "How dare you strike my vessel?" Luoxiu exclaimed, quick on his feet, leaping onto a piece of floating wood. Gazing out at the vast ocean, in the next moment, a colossal creature emerged from the depths. A sea king. Luoxiu's eyelids fluttered in disbelief as he murmured, "Goodness, that creature is enormous." The sea king, estimated to be at least 50 meters in length, boasted twin whiskers and a pronounced back, resembling a plump catfish at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to a character from SpongeBob SquarePants. Witnessing such a magnificent creature up close was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Nevertheless, as it had damaged his boat, it owed him an explanation. With this thought in mind, as the Sea King thrashed about on the ocean surface, Luoxiu leaped onto its back. He then raised his right fist and brought it down with tremendous force. His punches rained down like droplets of rain. Bang! 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 The immense power penetrated through layers of thick blubber, reaching the interior of the Sea King's body. Despite its size, it was unable to withstand the assault, rolling about in the water in pain. Impressive, Luoxiu thought to himself as he flexed his fist. The fact that he could achieve such an effect with only his bare hands, and without exerting his full strength, indicated that his raw power was already formidable. If he were to combine this with the speed of the spells and his regenerative abilities, he felt somewhat akin to a lower-tier version of Saitama. Feeling arrogant? After administering a thorough lesson, Luoxiu sat atop the Sea King's head and declared, "Let us go." The Sea King, thoroughly subdued, gazed up with its house-sized eyes, filled with a sense of grievance. It dared not make a move. It had merely been passing through, enjoying its swim, when suddenly, someone leaped aboard and unleashed a flurry of strikes, completely disregarding its well-being. What a misfortune! With a resounding slap, Luoxiu sensed that the Sea King still harbored some defiance. Onward, he commanded. Having lost his boat, he certainly needed a means of navigation. This Sea King appeared to be an excellent choice, swift and substantial. After receiving a significant blow, the Sea King, despite its limited intellect, comprehended the intentions of the individual before it. Following the direction indicated by Rosh, it emitted a soft whimper and swam with all its might. Thus, Rosh stood atop its head, steering with his fist, using the Sea King as his vessel, racing towards the small island that housed a medical clinic. The crew members of passing pirate ships, witnessing the spectacle, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Goodness! Look, someone is riding a Sea King. Incredible. The sheer raw power is astonishing. One remarked, I thought I was formidable enough. May I ask whose subordinate this is? Chapter 12. A bounty of 60 million. Luoxiu departed from Orangetown astride his Sea King. Yet the tale of his annihilation of the dragon pirates and the demise of Captain Mouse did not fade with his exit. Swiftly, news of a single individual vanquishing 20 million notorious pirates and Navy personnel reverberated from the 16th branch to the East Blue Navy base. In Logtown, East Blue, Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters, draped in a cloak symbolizing justice and a cigar dangling from his lips, reclined leisurely in his office chair. The East Blue, being the most feeble of the four seas, boasted pirates whose strength paled in comparison to those of the Grand Line and the New World. Consequently, the number of pirates causing havoc in the East Blue was exceedingly rare, and occasions requiring Smoker's intervention were even fewer. Commanding in the East Blue was, to say the least, a rather effortless endeavor. Suddenly, the telephone snail on his desk rang. Smoker answered, his countenance remaining calm. Colonel Smoker. Captain Mouse from the branch has been killed. The voice on the other end trembled, as if haunted by great terror. What? Smoker's brow furrowed, the tranquil expression on his face vanishing in an instant. He was intimately acquainted with the situation in the East Blue. The notorious pirates amounted to no more than a handful, their bounties barely reaching the tens of millions. Did these individuals not fear retribution for slaying a Navy branch captain? Or had the onset of the great age of pirates emboldened even the weakest East Blue to aspire towards the New World? Such occurrences were intolerable, absolutely unacceptable. This was a situation Smoker intended to quash in its infancy. No matter which pirate it was, they would be met with a formidable response. The strength of the Navy and the dignity of the world government would not permit any challenge to go unpunished. Who is this pirate? Smoker inquired with a grave tone. Is it that Arlong fellow? Among the territory overseen by Captain Mouse, Arlong, the captain of the dragon pirates, is the most formidable, with a bounty soaring to 20 million berries. Although it paled in comparison to the billion-berry bounties of the New World, he remained a prominent figure in the East Blue. If anyone possessed the prowess to slay Captain Mouse, it would be him. No, it is not, came the voice from the other end, swiftly dismissing his speculation. Upon Captain Mouse's demise, I immediately initiated an investigation and cross-referenced the individual's appearance. It has been determined that he is not listed as a bounty by the Navy. In fact, he isn't even a pirate. Are you jesting with me? Smoker inhaled sharply, rising abruptly in shock. What kind of joke is this? A single person has slain the branch's Captain Mouse and vanished without a trace. Yet we are oblivious to their identity? How does this reflect upon the Navy? Colonel Smoker. This is no jest. It is not in there. Not only has Captain Mouse been killed, but the dragon pirates have also been entirely annihilated. On the other end of the phone, the voice trembled increasingly, as if reliving the scene. Smoker's pupils dilated suddenly. The killing of the rat infuriated him, representing a provocation against the Navy. However, the fact that this individual could eliminate Arlong indicated formidable strength. He recounted the events in detail, suppressing the fury within. Smoker couldn't even muster the energy to smoke his cigar. The overall strength of the Arlong pirates was undoubtedly among the best in the East Blue. Yet they had been silently eradicated by a single individual. This person's power surpassed that of Arlong by a significant margin. The individual was extraordinarily swift and possessed immense strength. The other half of the major elaborated on the situation he had observed outside. And there is something even more terrifying. At this point, the major paused, seemingly attempting to steady his emotions. This person, after sustaining severe injuries, can recover to full strength within mere seconds. Hiss! Upon hearing this, Smoker's expression grew increasingly grave. Could this person be a devil fruit user? A flurry of information raced through his mind, yet he could not identify any devil fruit that would allow such rapid recovery. Undoubtedly, only a devil fruit user could achieve this feat. It appeared that an extraordinary individual had emerged from the East Blue. A cold smirk crept across Smoker's lips. He was all too familiar with devil fruit users. Being an adept of the smoke fruit himself, describe this person's appearance to me, he commanded. The response came quickly. He has black hair and black eyes. stands around 2 meters tall, and possesses a robust physique. Just as the major was about to continue, he abruptly halted, followed by hurried footsteps. "Wait, Colonel. We have results regarding his identity." After a flurry of reports, the major picked up the phone and continued. "This person is named Rosh, a doctor, infamously known as the Butcher of Bloodhands." "Rosh, a doctor, the Butcher of Bloodhands?" Smoker murmured, furrowing his brow. "A doctor and a butcher? What an incongruous reputation. Umph. Regardless of who you are, I shall bring you to justice. Committing such unforgivable crimes in the East Blue, whether you are a pirate or a demon, I will see you punished." With this thought, Smoker hung up the phone and called towards the door to Shiji. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a tall woman with black glasses and a neat, short haircut. "Colonel Smoker, place a bounty on this individual." Smoker handed to Shiji the drawn portrait. "Who is this?" she inquired, glancing at the image, finding it rather unremarkable. "This man single-handedly slaughtered the branches, Rat Major, and took down the Arlong pirates." "Hiss!" Tashiji gasped in astonishment. To achieve such feats alone might not be extraordinary in the Grand Line or the New World, but it was exceedingly rare in the East Blue. "This person is remarkably powerful. What bounty would be appropriate?" After a moment of silence, Smoker provided his answer. 60 million. 60 million. Daki was somewhat taken aback. In the modest East Sea, the highest bounty scarcely exceeded 20 million. Even throughout the entirety of the Four Seas, no pirate could be found with a bounty surpassing 30 million. Yet, upon this individual's emergence, he astonishingly seized the throne of bounties across the Four Seas. After Daki's departure, Smoker picked up another transponder snail and called the Navy headquarters. Chapter 13. The Naval Headquarters Response at the Naval Headquarters in the office of the commanding officer. Sengoku was engrossed in a multitude of complex documents from various sea territories, while Garp sat idly beside him, stifling yawns. Suddenly, the telephone bug on the desk rang. Sengoku answered the call. It was Smoker on the line. "Understood." After listening for a moment, Sengoku hung up the phone. "A new recruit has been assigned a bounty of 60 million. What do you think of this matter, Garp?" Sengoku inquired. 60 million, huh? "That seems reasonable," Garp replied, his expression indifferent. A pirate with a bounty of 60 million occasionally surfaced in the New World and the Grand Line, yet it failed to pique his interest. "Come on, look at you, my languid old friend," Sengoku said with a hint of exasperation. "What if I told you this individual hails from the East Blue?" East Blue? At the mention of this term, Garp straightened slightly. In the East Blue, a bounty of 20 million was already quite formidable. The emergence of a pirate with a bounty of 60 million would indeed be intriguing. However, it was merely intriguing. What is this person's name? What deed warranted Smoker's assessment of a 60 million bounty? He casually inquired. "Roju. He killed Colonel Mouse and several naval soldiers. And he also dismantled the lair of the dragon pirates," Sengoku explained. "He is a devil fruit user." "A devil fruit user, you say?" Garp raised an eyebrow. While the term might command respect in others' eyes, it held little significance for him. After all, he had defeated countless devil fruit users. "So, what's your take on this?" Sengoku pressed on with the previous topic. "A bit too high," Garp remarked. Even considering the defeat of Arlong and the demise of Colonel Mouse, he felt that a bounty of 60 million was excessive. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. A higher bounty simply meant a shorter time before the individual was apprehended. Moreover, with Smoker the East Blue, he was confident that such a pirate would be dealt with swiftly. Garp stretched lazily and added, that bounty might not last long. Seeing Garp's demeanor, Sengoku shook his head and chuckled. In truth, he shared a similar sentiment. Smoker assigning a new recruit a bounty of 60 million seemed somewhat excessive. Yet, he knew that Smoker would soon take action to crush this nascent threat. Perhaps the next call he received would be from Smoker reporting the successful handling of this individual. "Garp, stop yawning. Come over and help me with the paperwork." Sengoku dismissed the matter from his mind and addressed Garp. A mountain of documents from the New World and the Grand Line lay on the desk, overwhelming him. "I'm tired," Garp replied, his expression one of utter fatigue. "There's no way I'm doing that." As he spoke, he promptly dozed off. Sengoku's lips twitched in irritation. He truly had no means to deal with Garp. He lowered his head and continued to sort through his busy affairs. What they were unaware of was that thereafter, the individual named Rosh would bring them considerable distress, leaving them so troubled that sleep would evade them at night. In the picturesque village of Kikassia, a charming street unfolded, where Nami, with a small basket adorning her waist, joyously skipped along, humming a delightful tune. The redness of her eyes could not overshadow the happiness radiating from her face. Since the annihilation of the dragon pirates, peace had been restored to their village, and everyone experienced an unprecedented sense of joy. The bliss of life made Nami perceive the world as a wondrous place. Yet, at that moment, a cacophony from ahead captured her attention. My goodness! A bounty of 60 million. What? What do we do now? She exclaimed. The deceased Arlong had a bounty of merely 20 million. Rosh had suddenly become worth 60 million. Surely, many would seek to claim such a staggering reward. Rosh, bounty, 60 million. Upon hearing these terms, the excitement on Nami's face promptly vanished. Wait, what you were saying? Nami squeezed into the crowd, producing a wanted poster. It boldly displayed Rosh's likeness, alongside the staggering bounty of 60 million. How could this be? Rosh was wanted for 60 million. With a thud, her basket fell to the ground as Nami murmured in a daze. Yes, it must be because he killed those Navy officers. Her realization dawned swiftly. Consequently, a wave of guilt surged within her. If not for the need to eliminate Arlong, Rosh would not have slain the Navy officers. He would not be regarded as a pirate and placed under such a bounty. Across the boundless sea, a sea king surged forward with remarkable speed. If one were to observe closely, they would notice a solitary figure standing atop it. 60 million, huh? The Navy truly holds me in high regard, Rosh remarked, raising an eyebrow while clutching a bounty notice. Above, numerous seagulls flitted to and fro, dispersing countless wanted posters. Rosh had mentally prepared himself for the prospect of being wanted by the Navy. However, he had not anticipated the sum to be set at 60 million. No matter. What truly matters is to enhance my strength, Rosh declared, tossing the bounty notice into the sea and shrugging with a self-assured smile. In comparison to the bounty, augmenting his abilities held far greater significance. Regardless of the amount designated, if he could not claim it, it was all mere folly. Here we are. At that moment, a small island silhouette emerged not far from Rosh. This was the location of his medical clinic, marking Rosh's inaugural home in the world of pirates. He delivered a punch to the Sea King, signaling it to halt. Look, oh my, it's a Sea King. What is happening? Why is a Sea King here? It's enormous. Run. The Sea King is surely about to attack. Some residents near the island, upon witnessing the sudden approach of the Sea King, turned pale with fear. Wait, there stands a figure atop. Is that not our island's physician, Rosho? How curious that he rides upon a sea creature. Indeed, it is Rosho. Upon witnessing Rosho perched on the sea creature, the anxious hearts of the onlookers gradually found solace. Rosho leapt from his mount, gracefully stepping ashore, and offered a nod of acknowledgement to them. Among this gathering, most were familiar faces, as Rosho had tended to their ailments in the past. Subsequently, he made his way to his clinic, tidying up his belongings before hanging a sign outside. Temporarily closed. Wanted by the Navy, the talisman has been acquired. There is no longer a need to continue operating the clinic. With that, Rosho quietly closed the door of his clinic and departed the small island without a sound. Chapter 14. Yoruda. The news of the devil fruit. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. In a certain sea area of the East Blue, a figure, as swift as lightning, schemes across the surface of the water, leaving behind a swirling mist. What has zipped by so suddenly? Oh, it seems to be a person. Some fishermen along the coast, witnessing this bizarre scene, uttered exclamations of astonishment. Rosh, indifferent to their reactions, continued to accelerate, his legs leaving behind after images. The prerequisite for activating the next dragon talisman is to integrate the rabbit talisman to a certain extent. The vast ocean, devoid of obstacles, provides an excellent avenue for him to run. A month has elapsed. The fourth talisman should be nearing completion, Rosh murmured softly. The rabbit talisman within the confines of the system's space glimmered increasingly with each passing moment, tantalizingly close to its critical threshold. I should find a pirate ship to rest and replenish supplies. In the world of pirates, The most common sight upon the seas is neither small islands, nor fishermen, nor the navy, but pirates themselves. Given the necessity of spending prolonged periods at sea, Rosh would often seek refuge aboard a random pirate ship whenever he desired to rest. Whenever the pirates aboard sought to cause trouble, Rosh would inadvertently reveal a bounty of 60 million, prompting the pirates to quickly embrace camaraderie. By discovering the advantageous use of his bounty, Rosh managed to sidestep numerous inconveniences. Of course, he occasionally encountered those lacking in perceptiveness, but most were swiftly dispatched to feed the fish. As fate would have it, not far away, a pirate ship was in full sail. Rosh quickened his pace towards the vessel. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, a plump woman with a freckled face, grotesque features, and a spiked club at her side stood at the bow, delightfully preening herself with a mirror. "Hey crew, how do I look today?" she posed, inquiring of her subordinates. "Absolutely stunning. Captain Yaruta, you are the most beautiful woman in the world." The pirates chorused, showering her with compliments. "Ha ha ha, I am quite pleased with your responses." Yaruta beamed, addressing them. "Since I am so beautiful, you must not lag behind. If you could adorn yourselves daily as I do, I would deem it simply fabulous." The pirates raised their hands in enthusiastic agreement, exclaiming, "Yaruta, Yaruta." Captain Yaruta, the leader of the Yaruta pirate crew, held a deep reverence for beauty, proudly proclaiming herself the loveliest woman upon the seas, as evidenced by the way she adorned her ship with goose heads and hearts. However, at this moment, she had yet to consume the slippery fruit, leaving much to be desired in her appearance. While Yaruta reveled in her own beauty, a small, panic-stricken young man with pink hair and round glasses rushed to her side. "See Captain Yaruta. Kirby, have you finished your task?" Yaruta expressed her displeasure with a huff upon being interrupted by Kirby at such a moment. "Captain, someone is approaching us." Kirby stammered, trembling as he pointed in a certain direction. Yaruta set down her mirror and glanced toward the direction indicated by Kirby. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a figure leaped high and landed on the deck of the ship. "Is that a hefty woman?" Upon landing, Luoxiu, still regaining his balance, blurted out. To Luoxiu's discerning eye, the person before him was indeed not anything but a hefty woman. "How dare you call me a hefty woman?" Yarita's temper flared instantly. She despised being insulted about her weight more than anything else in her life. The flesh on her face quivered with indignation. Grabbing the spike club at her side, she charged at Luoxiu. Only then did Luoxiu realize that this was indeed the Yarita from the original tale. What a coincidence! With a casual flick, Luoxiu swatted the spike club aside. To dare offend Captain Yarita was intolerable. "Everyone, let us go. Throw him overboard." How infuriating. This person looked so familiar. Regardless of familiarity, they needed to be taught a lesson first. The pirates aboard, upon witnessing the sudden assault on their ship, brandished their weapons to defend the honor of Yarita's crew. With a resounding roar, they surged forward. Luoxiu shook his head. Dealing with these individuals required little effort. In a mere heartbeat, the sounds of combat erupted. Moments later, the deck was littered with pirates, including Yarita herself. Beside them, Kirby gaped at the startling scene. His mouth agape. Incredible. How powerful. In his eyes, the once formidable Yarita was effortlessly defeated before him. "Bring the food from your ship," Luoxiu commanded. Subsequently, he produced a bounty poster from his pocket and tossed it before the crowd. Upon seeing the bounty poster, the pirates' eyes widened in terror. The staggering reward of 60 million glimmered before them, blinding their senses. They were rendered utterly speechless. Yarita, upon reading the information on the bounty poster, broke into a cold sweat, regretting her choices profoundly. She was narcissistic, but not foolish. What did a bounty of 60 million signify? It was unrivaled across the seas. Such a notorious pirate could eliminate her with ease. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Luoxiu asked. "Aro, I shall fetch it for you immediately." Kirby, the ship's deckhand, summoned his courage to respond. At that moment, his heart was ablaze with excitement. He never imagined he would witness a pirate with such a bounty in person. Before long, Kirby returned with an assortment of food, placing it before Luoxiu. Luoxiu scrutinized him and remarked, "You're Kirby, right?" Kirby, taken aback, was astonished that Luoxiu remembered his name and nodded vigorously in affirmation. "Thank you." Luoxiu smiled, gesturing toward the food before him. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Yarlita beside him. Just as he was about to speak, she was startled, fearing for her life, and fell to the ground, fervently pleading for mercy. I had no idea you were here. We merely sought to venture to Waterwave Island in search of the devil fruit. Had we known of your presence, we would never have dared to encroach upon your territory. The pirates around them nodded vigorously, expressing their complete agreement with their captain's words. Did you just mention the devil fruit? Rosh raised an eyebrow and inquired. Indeed, your leader replied. You are not aware? Recently, word has spread about the devil fruit on Waterwave Island, and the pirates of the EC are flocking there, all hoping to seize the opportunity to acquire the devil fruit amidst the chaos. Chapter 15. The Terrifying Power of Imagination. Waterwave Island. The devil fruit? Luoxiu's focus rested upon the last four words. To awaken and summon the demons within the system, one must assimilate and absorb the devil fruit. Undoubtedly, this was an extraordinary opportunity. It is pivotal to understand that in the world of pirates, the devil fruit is an exceedingly rare commodity, no matter where it is located. Even in the New World, across the Grand Line, its scarcity remains unchanged. Let alone in the East Sea, it may take years to encounter one. A faint smile graced Luoxiu's lips as he inquired, "Where's the location of Waterwave Island?" Yarlita pointed in a certain direction. Over there. With a swift motion, Luoxiu, upon receiving the precise direction, neglected even to eat, vanishing from the ship in an instant. Skimming across the water surface, he raced towards his destination with fervor. Yarlita and the pirates observed Luoxiu's method of travel, their eyes wide in astonishment. Simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over them. Luoxiu's departure meant they no longer had to live in fear. "Captain Yarlita, are we still going?" After a prolonged silence, a pirate finally spoke. "Not a chance." Yarlita's face contorted with agitation, her breath coming in heavy gasps. She had no desire to encounter Luoxiu again. Being near him would be akin to courting death. "Let us go." Return. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she signaled for everyone to navigate in the opposite direction, as far away from Luoxiu as possible. "KB, why are you still standing there? How dare you take food without permission? Hurry and clean up." Yarlita glared at KB, who was still gazing in the direction Luoxiu had left, her temper flaring. At that moment, the first mate quickly stepped forward, pulling Yarlita aside. "Captain, you cannot reprimand KB right now. He seems to know Luoxiu." Yarlita tilted her head in confusion, failing to grasp the first mate's implication. "Did you not hear what Luoxiu just said? He called out KB's name and even thanked him." Yarlita's eyes widened in realization, her round orbs nearly popping out of her head. That could have been disastrous. Luoxiu knows KB and seems to hold him in high regard. If I continue to treat KB as before, what if he complains and brings about Luoxiu's wrath? This cannot stand. "Captain, perhaps we should let KB leave our pirate ship. He is of no use to us." The first mate continued. "Rather than keeping him on board, living in fear, it will be better to sever ties entirely. This way, regardless of what happens to KB later, it will no longer concern us." "Indeed, you make a valid point." Yarlita comprehended the first mate's reasoning and readily agreed. After all, he was merely a small errand boy. One more or one less made little difference. If necessary, they could always capture another. "KB, you are no longer required to serve as a deckhand on this ship. I, Yarlita, grant you your freedom today," Yarlita proclaimed with a beaming smile. "Huh?" KB was utterly bewildered, his body trembling in shock. The captain's attitude took an astonishing 180 turn. After a while, he asked, "Is what you said truly genuine?" The timid nature of Kobe nearly brought him to tears. Having spent 2 years aboard the ship as a mere deckhand, he had harbored dreams of freedom every single day, yearning to break free from his pirate crew. Yet each morning, he awoke to an endless array of chores awaiting him. But now, to his utter disbelief, Arlita had explicitly stated that she would return his freedom. This moment felt surreal. "Of course it's true," Arlita replied with a smile. In the past, upon witnessing Kobe in tears, she would have scolded him mercilessly. However, circumstances had changed. She even handed him a small sum of money, saying, "This is your compensation for 2 years of service on the ship. When you leave the ship and encounter Rosh, be sure to greet him." The first mate chimed in. "Rosh, Kobe stammered, slowly grasping the implications of everything that had transpired. As the ship docked, Arlita commanded her crew to bid farewell to Kobe. Meanwhile, Rosh, treading the waters, could hardly have anticipated that his casual remarks would yield such profound consequences. Yet, even if he had known, it would have mattered little to him, as he silently mused. The power of imagination is indeed formidable. An hour later, Rosh arrived at Waterwave Island. One might ponder where the most reliable information could be procured. A pirate tavern was undoubtedly a prime choice. After donning a hooded cloak that obscured half of his face, he made his way to a nearby establishment. No sooner had he settled in and ordered a drink than he overheard a conversation at the adjacent table. This time at Waterwave Island, I hear several pirates with bounties in the tens of millions have arrived. This involves devil fruits. It's only natural that high-profile pirates would come. But who knows if that infamous bloodhand butcher with a bounty of 60 million from the EC will show up. Who can say? But how formidable is his strength, really? That's hard to say. All I know is that he obliterated Arlong, who had a bounty of 20 million, with a single punch, and then crushed the Marine Colonel Mouse underfoot. Enough with the nonsense. Clearly, he annihilated the Arlong pirates in one blow, and Mouse was frightened to death upon witnessing it. You're all mistaken. I heard that Arlong attempted to buy his life for 40 million, but the other party refused and then killed Arlong with a single roar. The other pirates at the table felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. Rosh, on the other hand, could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. What absurdities were being spouted? The rumors were utterly ridiculous and devoid of any useful information. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a cacophony of frantic shouts. The devil fruit has appeared in the western part of Waterwave Island. Chapter 16, Smoker's Plan. In a rather modest room, Smoker sat with a cigar clenched between his teeth, legs crossed. Colonel Smoker, will Roquefort be attending this time? Dasky inquired from the side. It's best if he doesn't show up. Otherwise, he shall taste the flavor of smoke bombs. Smoker replied with a cold huff. After the bounty was issued, he had taken his men to Roquefort's former clinic, only to find it completely abandoned. With reluctance, he returned home. Over the course of a month, he dispatched personnel across various islands in an attempt to uncover Roquefort's whereabouts. Yet, despite this exhaustive search, no news emerged. It was as though Roquefort had vanished in a thin air, driving him to the brink of frustration. The originally anticipated 3-day capture plan had been indefinitely postponed. Little did he realize that for over a month, Roquefort had been cruising the seas at a speed of 70 miles per hour. Nevertheless, even if Roquefort did not come, capturing those wretched pirates would fulfill the mission's objective. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar. The rumors of a devil fruit on Waterwave Island were merely a ploy by Smoker to lure the pirates. In reality, the island held no fruits, but plenty of warships. It's about time. With that, Smoker flicked the ash from his cigar, grasped his weapon, donned his justice emblematic cloak, and strode towards the door. Waterwave Island. The western area was currently bustling with activity. Various pirates, upon hearing the news, flocked to this location. For the small pirates of the East Blue, the devil fruit, an entity existing only in rumors, held immense allure. Many formidable pirates brandished their weapons, accompanied by their crews, as they began to seize positions. Komodo, I never expected you to come as well. I advise you, little brat, to leave quickly. Ha! Morag, this devil fruit is mine for the taking. If you dare to contest me, I'll chop you up along with it. You two are truly insufferable. The devil fruit can only be possessed by those with immense strength. If you dare to touch it, I'll 1T hesitate to hunt you down. A towering pirate, nearly 4 meters tall with a bushy beard and wielding a massive hammer, cackled. The other two pirates exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. This hammer-wielding pirate, named Redu, was the most notorious in the East Blue, second only to Arlong and Kuro, with a bounty of 15 million berries. The other two boasted bounties of 12 million and 11 million, respectively. All three were notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million, enough to instill fear across any corner of the East Blue. Their presence here made the smaller pirates hesitant to approach. Ha! What a joke. If I obtain the devil fruit, do you think I'd still fear you? Komodo sneered. As a pirate among millions, they believed that the limitation of their power lay within the devil fruit. Perhaps it was due to their prolonged stay in the East Sea. They thought that by consuming a devil fruit and becoming a wielder of its abilities, they could ascend to the position of a emperor, believing that they too could contend for that status. You little brat, step aside, this is not a place for you. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed. The speaker was a crew member of the Redo pirates, who cast a disdainful glance at a hooded figure. What if I don't? The hooded man was none other than Rosh. You seem to be tired of living. The crew member lunged at Rosh, aiming to strike his face. With a crack, there was no sound of the anticipated grunt. Instead, the chilling snap of a broken neck filled the air. In that instant, Rosh had already acted, disposing of the lifeless body carelessly aside, as if nothing had occurred, continuing to observe the unfolding scene with nonchalance. Ha ha ha. Redo, is this the extent of your crew's prowess? You, as captain, are utterly incompetent. I suggest you return to rowing. Not every pirate crew can lay claim to the devil fruit. With such weaklings, stay out of the fray. The two pirates, each with bounties exceeding 10 million, felt a wave of exhilaration upon witnessing Redo's subordinate being slain. They began to mock him mercilessly. Little brat, you possess some strength, but now you can die. Redo's face darkened as he absorbed the piercing laughter. Having roamed the East Sea for many years, he had never encountered someone daring enough to kill his men in his presence. Even the annihilated dragon pirates had shown him some respect. This unknown individual had the audacity to slay his crew before such a large crowd. The next moment, a furious energy surged through Redo's body as he lifted his enormous hammer high above his head. He bellowed, bringing the hammer crashing down towards Rosh's head. Where did this fool come from, so blind to challenge me, daring to slay even Redo's men? May he learn to carry his wits next time he ventures out. With a sinister chuckle, he mused about the inevitable fate awaiting Rosh. The surrounding pirates erupted in maniacal laughter at the spectacle, viewing the ensuing violence not as fearsome, but as a catalyst igniting their own bloodlust. In their minds, the verdict for this individual was already sealed. Then came the anticipated sound of impact. However, the outcome was far from what they had envisioned. A massive iron hammer arced through the air, crashing down before the two high-bounty pirates, creating a deep crater upon landing. Bewildered, they stared at the weapon of Redo, struggling to comprehend the scene. Turning their gaze back to the battlefield, their expressions drained of color as if struck by lightning. Half of Redo's head lay shattered, his form swaying precariously before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. A pirate with a bounty of 16 million was swiftly eliminated. Moreover, the hooded figure paused momentarily, his speed akin to that of lightning. Within mere breaths, he dispatched the remaining lesser foes with ease. The ground lay strewn with lifeless bodies. A gust of wind swept through, dislodging Luoxiu's hood as he stood amidst the carnage, his expression devoid of emotion, gazing impassively at the onlookers. All the pirates were taken aback, their pupils dilating in astonishment. What had just transpired? The notorious second-ranked pirate of the East Sea had been annihilated in such a manner, and Lei Duo had been vanquished in an instant. The power of this individual must be immense. Even Kli Ku, commanding a fleet of 50 pirate ships, would likely falter before such might. Suddenly, the pirate Mirage, with a bounty of 12 million, felt his eyes widen in disbelief, his breath catching in his throat. With black hair and dark pupils, and that face, it was unmistakably Luoxiu, the pirate with a staggering bounty of 60 million. Chapter 17. At last, I have found you. Not only did he recognize him, but others too, upon seeing the visage of Luoxiu, also identified him. Is the infamous blood-soaked butcher, Luoxiu. Damn it, this is a disaster. What shall we do about our devil fruits? We should first consider how to flee. Even Rado was swiftly vanquished. The pirates gazed in terror at the figure before them. The earlier gleeful anticipation vanished without a trace. Particularly the two pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million, who now dared not even breathe audibly. Their bounties paled in comparison to Rado-S, who had been dispatched in an instant. The disparity was as clear as day. Where are the devil fruits? Luoxiu inquired, his gaze unflinching as he focused on the two foremost pirates. His purpose for coming here was straightforward, to acquire the devil fruits. However, Should anyone oppose him, he would not hesitate to demonstrate his mercilessness. Yet, on this island, all he encountered were pirate after pirate, with no substantial information regarding the devil fruits to be found. It was indeed perplexing. No, we have no idea. We are also searching. One of the pirates gulped nervously, barely managing to utter the words. He feared that a misstep would lead to a fate akin to Rod-OS. Luoxiu felt a twinge of annoyance. Then why were you shouting so excitedly just now? He had anticipated arriving to find a throng of pirates battling for the devil fruits, only to seize victory himself. Instead, he found himself in this predicament, devoid of even the slightest clue as to the whereabouts of the devil fruits. But before he could ponder further, a voice from one of the pirates broke through, tinged with panic and urgency. This is bad. There are Marines approaching. They're drawing closer. Outside Waterwave Island, a fleet of warships was steadily making its way toward the isle. Thousands of naval soldiers, rifles in hand, stood poised on the decks. At the forefront, Smoker stood at the bow of his ship, his gaze fixed intently on Waterwave Island. Damn it, why do my eyelids keep twitching? For reasons unknown. The closer he drew to Waterwave Island, the more fervently his heart raced. His eyelids fluttered in tandem. He had an ominous feeling that something terrible was about to unfold on Waterwave Island. Yet this made no sense. What could a mere Waterwave Island possess that would instill such trepidation in him? They were merely pirates with bounties barely reaching 10 million. Even without utilizing his devil fruit abilities, he could easily sweep through a large number of them. Perhaps he was just fatigued from lack of rest lately. Smoker muttered to himself, tapping his forehead in frustration. Shortly thereafter, as their vessel was about to dock, Smoker led a contingent of Marines toward their destination. Damn it, we've been ensnared. The moment Luoxiu learned that the Marines were converging upon them, he sensed something amiss. Just as the pirates had gathered, the naval ships fortuitously arrived. Clearly, someone had set a trap. Before Luoxiu could make another move, a swift sound pierced the air. A thick plume of smoke erupted in the distance. Within the smoke, Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, coldly observed the crowd. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he sensed something amiss. Having engaged with pirates countless times, he was well acquainted with their savage nature. He had deliberately delayed his arrival, anticipating that the pirates would turn on each other for a while. Yet, to his astonishment, they were unusually docile in the presence of so many of their kind. This was indeed a first. Moreover, it appeared that they all harbored a fear of one individual. Curiosity piqued, Smoker followed his gaze. It was a young man, black hair, black eyes, towering at 2 meters with a robust physique. Wait, that familiar visage. As his gaze locked onto the face of Luoxiu, Smoker's pupils narrowed. No doubt about it. This was the very person he had been desperately seeking for over a month. The fugitive Luoxiu, who trampled upon the Navy's justice. Damn it, how'd he get here? And along with him, 100 Navy soldiers had arrived. As Smoker's attention turned to Luoxiu, the pirates also took note of Smoker. As a colonel stationed at the entrance of the Grand Line and a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, it was impossible for them not to recognize him. Furthermore, the Navy soldiers, armed with rifles and swords, quickly surrounded them. Run, run! With a roar, the pirates scattered in all directions. None cared about any devil fruit powers. Being captured by the Navy meant a one-way ticket to impel down, where escape was a mere fantasy. In their imaginations, they believed their strength could indeed secure a place in the notorious prison. Luoxiu, however, noticed Smoker but did not flee. The Smoke Man. Smoker, a formidable opponent in the early stages, later becoming a mere punching bag. This was undoubtedly a scheme devised by Smoker himself, rendering Luoxiu's earlier efforts futile. He couldn't let this transgression go unpunished. At last, I have found you, Luoxiu. Smoker grinned, genuinely pleased. He had initially expected to capture some minor rogues today, but unexpectedly, his plan had ensnared a big fish like Luoxiu. It was a delightful surprise. Today, he would employ an iron-fisted approach to subdue Luoxiu and restore tranquility to the East Blue. The audacity of a pirate to challenge the Navy's dignity. It was time to execute the Navy's justice. And that time was now. With that declaration, Smoker's aura surged as he charged towards Luoxiu. White fist, accompanied by a low murmur, Smoker's arms and legs transformed into smoke. As he closed in on Luoxiu, his white fist elongated with a crackling sound. resembling bullets expelled from ignited spray can. Swathed in tendrils of smoke, he lunged at Luoxiu. Boom! A tremendous impact created a massive crater, sending dust swirling into the air. However, at the very instant Luoxiu made his move, his figure had already vanished from sight. Smoker's expression shifted. Just moments ago, Luoxiu's speed of movement was so swift that even he failed to comprehend it. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. He had previously believed that, with the advantage of his fruit powers, he could easily overpower his opponent. It now appeared he had underestimated Luoxiu's strength. Yet, just as these thoughts crossed his mind, an unexpected voice echoed beside him. Have you ever seen a fist as large as a sandbag? Chapter 18. Smoker vs. Luoxiu. Smoker suddenly turned around and saw a fist hurtling towards him. Buzz! Surrounded by swirling smoke, he activated his smoke emitters. His lower body transformed into vapor, generating explosive thrust that propelled him swiftly through the air. Smoker leaped back, creating a distance of several meters. Yet, despite this, the gust from the punch still grazed his cheek. Damn! Smoker touched his face, astonished. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been struck directly by Luoxiu. With a slight adjustment, Smoker expelled the cigar he had been holding. His expression grew serious. Here it comes. As the words left his lips, he locked onto Luoxiu's position. White Serpent. His arm instantly morphed into white smoke, which then transformed into a long serpent. The menacing fangs glistened in the air, exuding an aura of foreboding. Go! With a powerful shout, the white serpent lunged towards Luoxiu, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. On the other side, Luoxiu faced the assault from the devil fruit user with an impassive demeanor. Such an attack posed no real threat to him. Realizing this, he sank slightly, a surge of scorching energy emanating from his mouth, channeling the power of his talismans into his palms. Bang! His sinewy muscles expanded dramatically in an instant. With arms outstretched and fingers poised, he brought his palms together with force. Buzz! At the very moment the white smoke serpent approached, a violent wave of energy erupted from Luoxiu's hands, surging forward. The air was instantly compressed by the power of the bull talisman before being released, generating a shockwave capable of obliterating everything in its path. The white serpent, upon contact, was dispersed as if it were mere smoke before a powerful fan, reduced to ashes. White Vine. Witnessing his attack, so easily neutralized by Luoxiu, Smoker's expression darkened further. Without hesitation, he activated the powers of his Logia fruit once more. The dissipating smoke in the air rapidly coalesced, transforming into a spiraling column of smoke that extended like a giant vine, aiming to ensnare Luoxiu. Once again, the smoke dissolved. Observing this, Luoxiu frowned, utterly disinterested in engaging with Smoker. He swiftly retreated. The speed of the rabbit talisman rendered Smoker's attack futile. Ha ha ha! Well done, Captain Smoker. I told you, Luoxiu stands no chance against the captain. How dare a mere pirate challenge our esteemed captain? After all, he is the disciple of the legendary marine instructor Zephyr, who commands the East Blue. Captain Smoker shall undoubtedly prevail. Justice shall triumph. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers engaged in battle with the pirates, witnessing Luoxiu being repelled by Smoker, mistakenly believed that Smoker had gained a significant advantage. They erupted with excitement. The sounds of cheers and shouts significantly boosted the morale of the Navy forces. Initially, the battle with the pirates seemed evenly matched, but suddenly the tide began to turn. However, Smoker exhibited no sign of relaxation or ease. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed at the distant figure of Luoxiu, whose expression was grave. While the naval soldiers may have been oblivious, Smoker was acutely aware that they were not being repelled. They had not even come close to touching the enemy. At the same time, a sense of astonishment welled up within him. Just where did this Luoxiu emerge from? His terrifying speed and strength were sufficient to place him among the ranks of the formidable. Moreover, reports indicated that he possessed formidable regenerative abilities yet to be revealed. Could it be that his speed and power were merely ancillary benefits bestowed by a healing-type devil fruit? Yet, what kind of devil fruit could confer such effects? Smoker found himself puzzled. Fortunately, he too was a devil fruit user. Otherwise, he would have sustained injuries during their brief skirmish. The bounty of 60 million was initially perceived as somewhat excessive, Yet now it seemed it might even be insufficient. The strongest newcomer from the East Blue was indeed a title well-deserved. Simultaneously, he could not help but recall those supernovas who had already made their mark in the Grand Line and the New World, such as the formidable Ace with his warlord-level strength and Cavendish. He could not resist comparing them. He shook his head resolutely. Today he must capture Luoxiu. Otherwise, this sea would gain yet another supernova. With intense focus, Smoker exhaled deeply. Since Luoxiu was a devil fruit user, he would test this. Drawing his weapon, the jit, he gripped it firmly. Smoker's arms swelled with power, infusing strength into his bones. Meanwhile, Luoxiu stood upon a mound of earth, quietly observing Smoker. A natural-type devil fruit user, troublesome, he thought to himself. The distance he maintained from Smoker was not for any other reason but that his own physical attacks would yield no tangible harm against a natural-type user. Engaging in combat with an elementalized body was utterly futile, unless he could leverage his speed and strength to impose absolute dominance. However, upon witnessing Smoker draw the jit, he realized that there was no need for such exertion. The jit, crafted from sea prism stone, was the greatest nemesis of devil fruit users. Smoker had specially equipped it to counteract devil fruit abilities. Little did he anticipate that one day, this very weapon would be used against him. In that moment, Smoker sprang into action. His legs transformed into smoke, propelling him forward with a powerful surge. His speed escalated to an entirely new level as he wielded the jit, launching a fierce strike toward Luoxiu. Boom! The slash missed its target, leaving only an afterimage in its wake and a deep crater several meters wide where he had stood. A cold sweat beaded on Smoker's forehead. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled past him. Almost instinctively, Smoker twisted his wrist and thrust backward. Thud! A muffled grunt echoed through the air. Smoker's expression immediately brightened with joy. He had struck true. Years of combat experience had taught him precisely what that sound signified. It was the distinctive thud produced by the collision of weapon and flesh. His casual strike had indeed found its mark on Rosh, just as he suspected. In the moment Smoker turned around, Rosh's figure came into view, along with a set of 10 hands crafted from sea prism stone pressing against his chest. Ha ha ha! Rosh, prepare to pay the price for your actions. Chapter 19. Are you not a power user? Sea stone, the greatest nemesis of those endowed with abilities. Once ensnared by its confines, one is rendered incapable of wielding the powers bestowed by the devil fruit. Moreover, the very essence of movement is hindered. One is left feeble and incapacitated. Smoker, observing Rosho ensnared by the shackles of the 10 hands, felt an overwhelming sense of victory. He could not fathom how one who had consumed a devil fruit could possibly manifest any trickery while bound by sea stone. Yet, the tide of fate often turns with alarming swiftness. In the next moment, Smoker's gaze faltered, sensing an anomaly. Before him, Rashu's demeanor showed no signs of distress. Instead, a curious smile graced his lips. A chill raced down Smoker's spine, an ominous sensation enveloping him. With a surge of determination, he endeavored to reclaim the 10 hands. But fate had other plans. At this juncture, his weapon, the 10 hands, was firmly grasped by Rosho, a tremendous force emanating from it. Smoker realized that his own strength was as insignificant as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. How could this be? As he grappled with the bizarre scene unfolding before him, Smoker's composure threatened to shatter. In a flash, the powers of the devil fruit surged forth. His entire body, save for his head, underwent elemental transformation. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated, creating distance from Rosho. At that moment, Rosho seized the 10 hands from Smoker, weighing it in his grasp, a satisfied expression crossing his face. Then, casting his gaze towards Smoker, who had distanced himself through elemental transformation, he calmly declared, "It is my turn." With that proclamation, Rosho summoned his might. A resounding impact echoed as his toes made contact with the ground, creating a crater from which fissures radiated outward like a spider's web, a testament to the force he had unleashed. His body propelled forth like a cannonball, swiftly closing the distance between him and Smoker. White Snake! Smoker roared in fury, unleashing a billowing serpent of smoke in a desperate attempt to engage Roseho. Yet, Roseho merely sidestepped, the serpent crashing harmlessly into the void. Six dials shave. Recognizing the futility of his smoky assault, Smoker reverted his legs from elemental form. With a series of rapid footfalls, he pounded the ground, sending debris flying and dust swirling. He propelled himself to an extraordinary speed, momentarily creating distance. Yet even then, he could still hear the ominous rush of air behind him. Why was this happening? His brow furrowed deeply, a perplexing conundrum occupying his mind. He could not comprehend how Roseho, restrained by the 10 hands, seemed unaffected, still capable of exhibiting such terrifying velocity. Could it be a flaw in the sea stone? No, that was implausible. The consensus across the seas confirmed that sea stone could indeed curtail the powers of those with abilities, a truth substantiated by countless instances. Yet, what could possibly explain this anomaly? Suddenly, Smoker's gaze sharpened and a conjecture surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Rosh was not a devil fruit user at all? His eyes widened in disbelief as the thought took root, creating a tempest within him. The realization that a non-user could achieve such feats was even more shocking than the impact of an actual user. At that moment, with a thunderous crash, Rosh descended from the sky, landing before him. "You're not a devil fruit user?" Smoker's voice trembled as he nearly spat the words through gritted teeth, rage almost spilling from his eyes. "Have you deceived me?" Rosh's brow furrowed slightly. "When did I ever claim to be a devil fruit user? You assumed that yourself." Yet, he had no intention of explaining himself to Smoker. With a swift motion, he brandished his weapon, the 10 hands, raising and lowering his arm with a decisive strike. White Gale. Smoker's features contorted in shock as smoke erupted, enveloping the area and obscuring the view. It rapidly spread from Smoker's position, surrounding Rosh entirely. In the haze, a sound pierced through, the unmistakable noise of a weapon piercing flesh. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed Smoker sprawled on the ground. A look of disarray etched on his face, blood streaming from one arm. Who are you?" he managed to stammer, astonished that his own technique had been effortlessly countered by Rosh. Despite the searing pain from his injury, he gritted his teeth and pressed on with his inquiry. Rising suddenly from the east blue, first slaying Colonel Tiger, then annihilating the dragon pirates, and now engaging him for such an extended period without faltering. He could not fathom the origins of such a formidable individual. Moreover, he had never encountered any mention of Rosh prior to this moment, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Most importantly, a person with such speed and strength who was not a devil fruit user. What was his true identity? Rosh, one of the 8 great demons. "If you call me Holy Lord, I can bear it," Rosh declared coldly, discarding the shattered 10 hands beside him. One of the 8 great demons? Holy Lord? These unfamiliar terms pierced Smoker's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless and rooted in place. What was this all about? He had never heard of such things. Seeing Smoker's bewildered expression, Rosh chose not to elaborate further. With the 10 hands destroyed and the truth of the devil fruit being a ruse, it was evident that a natural fruit user could inflict serious injury, yet completely vanquishing them without haki was a daunting task. Moreover, eliminating Smoker held no advantage for him. With that thought in mind, Rosh turned, a cold smile gracing his lips as he prepared to leave. "Damn it, don't underestimate me. Do you think you've truly defeated me?" Smoker shouted, rising furiously as he witnessed Rosh's intention to depart. What nonsense was this? "I am Smoker, a distinguished Marine colonel and the favored disciple of Zephyr. Within the Marine headquarters, I hold a position of considerable prominence. Even when Admiral Garp comes to inspect, he must share a laugh with me. How could I allow you to escape right under my nose? Absolutely not. The battle is far from over, and I have yet to be defeated. As long as I draw breath, I shall fight until the very end. Moreover, Dashiki will soon arrive with the main force. If I can just hold on a little longer." Roronoa Zoro remains indifferent, choosing to ignore Smoker's taunts. "Haha, do you think that by fleeing this time, you can bring this to an end? I will pursue you to the ends of the earth and find you. No matter your so-called 8 great demons or the Holy Lord, they will all be trampled beneath my feet." Smoker roared. Suddenly, Roronoa, who had distanced himself, halted his steps. For reasons unknown, a thought surged within him, a desire to subdue Smoker and press him down to the ground. Turning to regard the panting Smoker, Rorinoa's eyes subtly shifted. His piercing, obsidian gaze lifted. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, a network of spiderweb-like cracks erupted from the spot where Rorinoa stood, creating a deep pit with a diameter of 10 meters. His figure moved with astonishing speed, slicing through the sky like a brilliant ray of light. In an instant, he landed directly in front of Smoker, his fist imbued with immense strength, descending upon him like Mount Tai. Just as intended. Chapter 20. The Terrifying Suppression. A cold smirk crept across Smoker's lips. With the loss of his 10 hands, could such an attack truly harm me? White Fist, channeling the elemental power of his hands. Smoker unleashed his white fists toward Rosh. Relying on the formidable abilities bestowed by his devil fruit, he showed no fear in clashing with Rosh. In less than a breath's time, their assaults collided. However, this time, Smoker sensed a profound difference. Although his white fists were impervious to direct harm from his opponent, an incredibly weighty force emanated from Rosh's hands, akin to a mountain crashing down upon him. The shockwave radiated from the point of contact, reverberating throughout his entire being. A sudden, inexplicable pain surged through his body, twisting Smoker's expression into one of distress. His heart raced with an unexplainable shock. Despite the absence of his 10 hands, he found himself affected by his adversary. While it was not enough to inflict injury, it was certainly an ominous sign. One must realize that for a devil fruit user, they are nearly invincible to ordinary individuals. Without the constraints of seawater, sea prism stone, or hockey, they are deemed unconquerable. Yet, before he could further ponder how his opponent achieved such a feat, Rosh struck again, interrupting his thoughts. The force behind the punch was equally formidable. Smoker reacted swiftly, employing his devil fruit ability to transform into smoke just as Rosh's fist descended upon him. Bang, bang, bang. In the fleeting moments that followed, a cacophony of noise erupted from their violent exchanges. The air surged with energy, and the battlefield became a scene of utter devastation. Under the relentless force and terrifying speed of Rosh, the unleashed energy shattered everything in its path. Mountains crumbled to ashes, trees splintered into dust, and even the air seemed to be affected, rippling with white sonic shockwaves. The ground where they fought was marred by massive craters as the chaotic energies of earth and stone soared and exploded like blades, shooting off in all directions. In the midst of this clash, Smoker's heart churned like a tempest. Damn it, how could this be happening? He felt as though he were facing not a mere human, but a primal beast of ancient times. The relentless waves of power crashing upon him were nearly overwhelming, even with the advantages of his devil fruit. Bang! In the next instant, Rosh lunged forward with a fierce kick aimed at Smoker. Danger! Utter peril echoed in Smoker's mind. He quickly transformed his arm into smoke. Yet, Rosh's speed was too swift. After delivering the kick, another punch followed in rapid succession. Smoker scarcely had time to react. Consequently, with a resounding crash, he was struck squarely by Rosh, hurtling downward like an arrow, creating a massive crater upon impact. The commotion caused by the fierce clash between the two combatants drew the attention of the naval forces engaged in battle, who could not help but glance in that direction. Colonel Smoker had been knocked into a pit. How could this happen? Colonel Smoker was actually at a disadvantage. This is outrageous. Just moments ago, he was clearly dominating Luoxiu. Is this truly the person with a bounty of 60 million? It is utterly terrifying. At that moment, the naval officers were unable to suppress the sweat beading on their foreheads. The invincible Colonel Smoker was being overwhelmed by Luoxiu. Since joining the Navy in the East Blue, they had never witnessed such a scene. Previously, whenever Smoker intervened, no matter how notorious the opponent, he would swiftly subdue them within mere exchanges. Not only the Navy, but also the pirates arriving from various corners of the East Blue noticed the situation unfolding with Luoxiu. Among them, 2 pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million were visibly shaken. No wonder he could eliminate Redo in an instant, becoming the first pirate in the East Blue to reach a bounty of 60 million. If Smoker cannot defeat him, How formidable must he be? Why is he still in the East Blue? Damn it. I almost thought I was in the New World. The battlefield remained tumultuous. Smoker crawled out of the pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with fury, fixated on Luoxiu. His expression dark as if it could drip with water. Coughing violently, Smoker felt his insides churning. Just then, Dasky and the main naval troops hurriedly arrived. Their warships closing in. Nearly 1,000 naval soldiers, armed and imposing, formed a formidable presence. Colonel Smoker, you're injured? Dasky exclaimed, dashing towards him with worry etched on her face as she noted the blood trickling from his mouth. Yes, Smoker nodded, his gaze shifting to the approaching naval forces, which somewhat steadied his resolve. He was on the brink of succumbing to the pressure. Luoxiu was like a relentless beast, growing stronger with each encounter. Was every pirate here so terrifying? Dasky covered her mouth in astonishment, realizing even Colonel Smoker had sustained injuries. Forget that. Capture these damned pirates, Smoker commanded. He then turned his attention to Luoxiu. Let us settle this swiftly. With that, he charged towards Luoxiu, who was advancing toward him. Upon hearing the orders, Dasky understood the gravity of the situation and quickly instructed the naval soldiers to launch an assault on the pirates. The previously hard-fought battle between the Navy and the pirates began to tilt decisively in favor of the Navy with the arrival of the reinforcements. Damn it. We've fallen into a trap. There are no devil fruits. This is a Navy deception. To hell with Smoker. The pirates were horrified as they witnessed the overwhelming number of naval soldiers and warships closing in on them. Even the dimmest among them could discern the truth of the situation. The pirates, who once resisted the Navy, have now largely succumbed to a loss of fighting spirit. They are but petty brigands, most of whom merely sought to catch a few fish and gain some notoriety. They have never encountered such a formidable display. Everyone, focus on a single direction. Break through. The two leading pirates, each with bounties exceeding 10 million, bellowed at those contemplating surrender. To sit idly by is to accept slaughter. Given the circumstances, we must take a gamble. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. As his words resonated, a fierce light ignited in the eyes of the pirates. Their weapons gripped tightly as they prepared to carve a bloody path. Let us subdue them, declared Dasky. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, causing all present to involuntarily change their expressions. Dasky turned to witness her superior, Smoker, tracing a graceful arc through the sky before crashing down before her. His white hair in disarray. Chapter 21. The defeat of Smoker. Colonel Smoker? What has happened to you? Before he could finish his words, a figure swiftly approached. The figure landed before the newly risen Smoker, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. With a gasp, Smoker was sent hurtling backwards, propelled even faster than before. This is too ferocious. Dasky was left in stunned disbelief. You bastard. The airborne Smoker was nearly driven to madness, his teeth clenching in frustration. Yet, anger proved futile. This was not a film, nor an animated series. Rage offered no tangible enhancement to one's strength, only served to cloud reason. Before he could descend, another kick came hurtling toward him. Struck as if by lightning, Smoker's body curled defensively. White snake, white smoke launcher, white fist. Clouds of smoke engulfed him as he endured the pain coursing through his body. 3 consecutive attacks surged forth as he attempted to utilize his elemental form to shield himself from Luoxiu's onslaught. However, he soon realized it was utterly useless. For Luoxiu's speed was astonishing, swifter than their previous encounters, surpassing even the pace at which he could elementalize. With a swift motion, Luoxiu vanished once more. When he reappeared, he was directly above Smoker, raising a foot to deliver a simple yet brutal stomp upon his head. With only his head untransformed, Smoker had no time to stabilize himself. A massive footprint loomed closer, growing larger in his vision. Boom! Unsurprisingly, Smoker was crushed beneath the weight of the blow. The ground trembled under the impact, and a deep crater formed. Dust billowed and debris flew, leaving Dasky and the Marines in a state of shock as they swallowed hard. That is, Luoxiu. The earlier battle had unfolded with such blinding speed that they had barely caught a glimpse of his face. Now, as the dust settled, they discerned who had been mercilessly pummeling their colonel. Luoxiu lifted his foot from Smoker's face, leaving behind a distinct imprint. In an instant, he vanished, exuding an overwhelming aura as he departed. Before leaving, however, he nonchalantly claimed the heads of 2 notorious pirates, their bounties modest but still a welcome addition. Every little bit counts towards unlocking the leader's mask. Quickly, get Colonel Smoker to medical aid, shouted a Marine lieutenant, snapping back to reality. At this moment, Smoker lay unconscious, his eyes rolled back and mouth agape, his body marred with injuries, clothes tattered and torn. Though he was not critically wounded, countless small lacerations dotted his form, and blood trickled steadily down, giving the impression that he was on the brink of collapse. "Colonel, you must hold on," the lieutenant cried. "What will we do without you?" Colonel Smoker, a group of naval majors, tears streaming down their faces, wailed as they leaped into the pit to rescue Smoker, transporting him towards the battleship. Smoker, a formidable officer from the naval headquarters, had held his ground in the East Blue for several years. Should he perish here, the pirates of the East Blue would undoubtedly revel in chaos. Now is our chance. Everyone charge out. The pirates, seeing Smoker unconscious, hardened their resolve, sharpening their blades as they prepared to break through the encirclement. Immediately, a fierce melee ensued, blades flashing and cries of battle echoing for several hours before finally subsiding. Half a day later, in a medical room, Smoker lay bandaged, his face wrapped in white cloth, revealing only his mouth and eyes. Even so, his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. It was an utter humiliation to be trampled by a newcomer from the East Blue. Lying on the hospital bed, the medicinal compress on his face did little to alleviate the searing pain he felt. "Tashigi, report the results of this operation." After a moment, Smoker spoke. Tashigi nodded. "Colonel Smoker, in this operation, we eliminated over 80 pirates and captured nearly 200, who are now detained at headquarters. However, nearly 50 pirates managed to escape from Waterwave Island." "What? Some pirates escaped?" Upon hearing this, the bandages on Smoker's body felt as though they might burst. This operation had mobilized over a dozen naval vessels and nearly 1,000 soldiers, fully equipped with weapons and ammunition, all aimed at ensnaring the pirates arriving at Waterwave Island. Yet, the outcome was starkly different from expectations. 1,000 naval personnel, and still, many pirates had fled. What a farce! If this news spread, it would surely invite ridicule. "Colonel Smoker, because you were injured and unconscious, the majors and lieutenant colonels dispatched several hundred elite soldiers to escort you to the medical room for your safety. Consequently, the intensity of the encirclement operation was significantly reduced. Furthermore, the actions of Rashi boosted the pirates' morale, and his elusive presence raised concerns about whether he might strike again. So, as Tashiji's voice trailed off, it grew increasingly faint until it was completely inaudible. At that moment, Smoker's expression twisted with frustration. Coughing violently, Smoker felt the jolt aggravate his injuries, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Not only was he battered, but the originally well-planned encirclement had also encountered unforeseen complications. Rashi, truly unforgivable. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder, had Rashi not appeared at all, would things have unfolded differently? He shook his head vigorously. Smoker chided himself vehemently. How could he have harbored such thoughts? What the 3 pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million? Had they managed to escape? They're all dead, slain by Luoxiu. Dasky revealed. It was him again. Smoker's eyes twitched with agitation. During the naval encirclement operation, the 3 most notorious pirates were killed by an individual outside the Navy. Such an occurrence would be deemed disgraceful under any circumstances. However, upon deeper reflection, Smoker discerned an even more perplexing aspect. It was one thing for Luoxiu to trouble him, but why would he eliminate the pirates? He found himself in a haze, struggling to comprehend. It made no sense. Pirates were inherently adversarial, and Luoxiu was a fugitive sought by the Navy. Logically, the enemy of one's enemy should be an ally. Luoxiu's actions defied all rationale. Could it be for the bounty? Subsequently, Smoker dismissed that notion. After all, Luoxiu himself was a wanted man. He wouldn't dare to claim pirate heads to exchange for a bounty at the Navy's branch. Even if he did, the Navy would never comply. Was it due to his identity? Yes, the 8 great demons, Recalling Rashu's words, his eyes brightened with revelation. Chapter 22. The Meeting at Naval Headquarters. The 8 Great Demons. And that never-before-heard-of Saint Lord. Smoker strained to recall any information from the past. Ultimately, he let out a sigh. No memories surfaced. Das Bones. Compile the data from this incident into a document and send it to Marine Headquarters at Marineford. At Marine Headquarters, in the Admiral's office, Sengoku, the Marine hero Garp, and Admiral Kizuru were present. Sengoku held a document in his hands, his brow furrowed. This document had been dispatched from the East Blue base, detailing the encounter between Morgans and Luoxiu, as well as the ensuing battle and its outcome. Approaching the conference table, Sengoku placed the document on the surface. Garp, do you recall the Luoxiu I mentioned earlier? He inquired of Garp. Garp, seated nearby and munching on rice crackers, paused mid-bite, tilting his head in contemplation. That pirate from the East Blue. Sengoku, it's been 2 months. How can you still remember him? After speaking, Garp resumed his previous activity. A bounty of 60 million. Surely, he doesn't warrant such concern. Did we come all this way just for this kid? Garp expressed his bewilderment at Sengoku's sudden summons, initially expecting a matter of greater significance. So, it's just because of this person. Even though a 60 million bounty is indeed rare in the East Blue, it hardly merits such attention. The New World and the Grand Line present far more pressing issues to address. Kizuru, wearing a nonchalant expression, listened to the 2 seniors' conversation, appearing as if he were merely clocking in for work and counting down the minutes until he could clock out. Smoker has encountered him. Sengoku continued, sliding the document in front of Garp. Is that so? Garp chuckled. Though Smoker tends to be somewhat aloof, he has been more than capable in his jurisdiction over the East Blue. That Luoxiu must have been dealt with by now. He glanced at the document with a smile, bits of rice cracker threatening to fall from his lips. Garp shook his head. The document indicated that Smoker had brought along a fleet of over a dozen warships and nearly 1,000 Marines to apprehend the pirate. However, due to Luoxiu's unexpected appearance, the mission was only partially completed, and Smoker had engaged in combat with Luoxiu, ultimately suffering defeat. He cast a disgruntled glance at Garp and recounted the events that transpired at Water 7. As his words came to a close, Garp's expression grew slightly serious. Smoker actually failed. Garp was taken aback by this news. Smoker, the proud student of his former comrade Zephyr, endowed with the smoke fruit abilities, had long commanded the East Blue, possessing ample combat experience. Yet he could not subdue a newcomer from the East Blue. However, Garp's demeanor quickly returned to its usual state. This news merely elicited a momentary surprise from him. Smoker's rank was that of a colonel at headquarters, possessing strength akin to that of a rear admiral. Defeating Smoker. It is speculated that Luoxiu's strength should be comparable to that of a rear admiral. In the eyes of ordinary individuals, the power of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters is indeed formidable. However, when placed within the vast expanse of the sea, it pales in comparison. The 7 warlords, the captains of the 4 emperors, the emperors themselves, and their admirals all embody a level of strength that transcends the ordinary. Moreover, within the ocean, there are countless individuals endowed with extraordinary talents. Garp, having presided over the Navy headquarters for so many years, has encountered an overwhelming number of such individuals and has dealt with them through sheer might. He remains unimpressed. If that were all, I would not have summoned you here, Sengoku remarked, observing Garp's nonchalant demeanor. What I just mentioned is merely the least significant aspect of this incident. The most crucial point is that when Smoker clashed with Luoxiu, he discovered that the latter is not a devil fruit user. A non-user? Sengoku's words compelled Garp to sit up straighter. Undoubtedly, the 3 individuals present represent the pinnacle of naval power. Yet, 2 among them are devil fruit users, Sengoku and Kizuru, while only Garp stands as a non-user. As someone who has ascended to the heights of strength without relying on a devil fruit, Garp is acutely aware of the implications. This indicates extraordinary talent and terrifying potential. Roger, red-haired, and himself are all individuals of this caliber, having reached the peak without the aid of a devil fruit. This Luoxiu is likely far more than a mere rear admiral. Furthermore, according to the information recorded above, Smoker claimed he had only witnessed Luoxiu's displayed speed, and one other individual. Sengoku paused, leaving his sentence unfinished, but his gaze conveyed everything. At that moment, his eyes turned towards Kizaru. Me? Kizaru responded in a joking tone. Marshal Sengoku, you cannot be serious. Sengoku remained silent, his expression still grave. Kizaru's playful demeanor faltered. The laziness on his face vanished. The thought that a non-user possesses speed that rivals his own is bewildering. How could this be possible? Kizaru's face reflected shock. Yet greater confusion lingered. As a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, he possesses the utmost speed across the seas, a power derived from the unique attributes of his fruit. It is unparalleled in the world. If it were merely a matter of finding someone with equal combat prowess, Kizaru might not be overly surprised, for while such individuals are rare, they do exist. However, if someone could match him in speed, that would be absurd. Furthermore, if that person does not rely on a devil fruit, it becomes even more ludicrous. Garp remained silent, contemplating not only the speed, but also the self-healing abilities previously reported by the branch. Had it not been for the existence of devil fruit users, the constraints would have been significantly fewer, leading to a greater threat in the future. This individual, Rosh, certainly warrants serious consideration. A character emerging from the East Blue like this is indeed quite troublesome. Garp forcefully tapped his fingers on the table as he spoke. The yellow ape nodded, equally aware of the gravity of the situation. If it were only he, it might have been easier to handle. The issue, however, seems to extend beyond just him. Sengoku's goat-like beard trembled, and a glimmer of insight shone through his black-rimmed glasses. What do you mean by that, Sengoku? Not just one. Garp inquired, puzzled. Have you heard of the name Saint Lord? And the 8 Great Devils. Chapter 23. Activate the Dragon Talisman. Sengoku spoke slowly. Garp furrowed his brow. The yellow ape similarly knitted his brows. Their expressions conveyed a singular message: ignorance. Not only were they unaware, but they had also never heard of it before. Sengoku observed their expressions, seemingly having anticipated their reaction. For when he first encountered these words, his own expression mirrored theirs. Sengoku, where did you obtain this information? Are you certain it truly exists? Garp inquired with skepticism. Sengoku adjusted his frog-eyed glasses, stating, according to Smoker's report, these words were spoken by Luffy himself. Thus, there is no possibility of deceit. Garp placed the sunbei in his hand on the table, his countenance growing solemn. If this were true, it indicated that Luffy was not alone. There could be 7 others. Sengoku nodded, acknowledging the crux of his concern. He could not help but rub his aching brow, saying, moreover, the most critical issue is that we are utterly ignorant of him. We do not even know what these demons look like or what abilities they possess. Are they comparable to Luffy's strength? Garp exhaled a heavy sigh. I fear that even if they are not as formidable as Luffy, they cannot be far behind. The 8 great demons, worthy of the title, must possess considerable strength. Luffy harbors grand ambitions. An organization as terrifying as this has remained in the shadows for years, revealing not a whisper of information. This can only imply 2 scenarios. Either they're indifferent to the world, or they're plotting a grand scheme. Given Luffy's ostentatious rise from the East Blue, the former can be largely dismissed. It leaves only the latter. These self-proclaimed demons are orchestrating a vast conspiracy, and Luffy is the first to emerge, testing the waters of the sea. At this thought, Sengoku felt an overwhelming headache. The Grand Line and the New World already harbor numerous troublesome individuals. Now, another unknown demon organization has emerged. The future world is bound to be tumultuous. Sengoku, should we raise Luffy's bounty? The yellow ape pondered for a long while before asking. Currently, Luffy's bounty stands at 60 million, but based on the information at hand, this sum is woefully inadequate. No, his bounty need not be adjusted. Sengoku replied firmly. Indeed, Luffy has defeated Smoker and his grand ambitions. He poses a significant threat to the Navy and even the world government. 60 million is far from sufficient. It is almost trivial. However, he understood that raising Luffy's bounty was not an option. If it were to be increased, it would have to be in the hundreds of millions, perhaps 100 million, or 2, or even 5. Regardless of the amount, such a figure would be profoundly shocking for a newcomer hailing from the East Blue. Just imagine. The recently emerging young man has been assigned a bounty of several billion by the Navy. Should this news reach the ears of the formidable pirates in the New World, it is inevitable that they would pursue Luoxiu. Even the four emperors might extend an invitation for Luoxiu to join their crew. When the Navy eventually seeks to apprehend Luoxiu and investigate the organization behind him, the difficulty of such an endeavor would increase exponentially. Therefore, the course of action must not involve raising the bounty, but rather suppressing any information regarding Luoxiu. The confrontation between him and Smoker must be quelled with utmost force. While Luoxiu has yet to fully mature, it is crucial to secretly arrange for his capture. Contemplating this, Sengoku's gaze fell upon Kizaru. Borsellino, set off immediately, without alarming anyone. Retrieve Luoxiu and bring him back to Navy headquarters with the utmost speed. Smoker's intelligence has already indicated that Luoxiu's speed is only rivaled by Kizaru's. Thus, dispatching Kizaru is undoubtedly the most suitable option to prevent any potential escape. "Oh dear," Kizaru exclaimed upon hearing of the mission, revealing a reluctance to engage. "These young ones are becoming increasingly ruthless. My days of ease are numbered." Yet, despite his words, he would not refuse the task assigned by Admiral Sengoku, fully aware of its significance. It is imperative to capture Luoxiu and uncover the truth behind the malevolent forces at play. Subsequently, Sengoku spoke softly to Garp. "No worries. Make sure to visit home often. It has been some days since you last returned to the East Blue. Take some time to tidy things up, and, while you're at it, investigate matters concerning Luoxiu." In the East Blue, on a remarkably secluded island, the coastline is shaded by lush trees, and the sandy beach glimmers with silk-like whiteness. At this moment, dusk has arrived, painting the sky in hues of orange and lavender, while the sea shimmers in golden tones, enveloping the island in its embrace. A few scattered fishermen, aboard their small boats, gradually approach the island from the distant horizon. Their faces radiate joy, having returned home after a fruitful day of fishing. "Today's catch is splendid, enough to sustain us for several days." One exclaimed. "Indeed, we finally encountered a fortuitous day." They laughed and celebrated the fruits of their labor. However, at that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from an uninhabited area on the eastern side of the island, accompanied by a blinding flash of fire. "What is happening? An explosion over there." The fishermen hastily secured their boats and hurried towards the source of the commotion, quietly seeking to ascertain the situation. Soon, they arrived at the site of the explosion, where their eyes beheld a towering figure, a man with black hair and eyes, sitting upon a rock. It was none other than Luoxiu, who had just departed from Waterwave Island. "Ah, the power of my life talisman is indeed formidable," he mused, reflecting on the earlier explosion. It is the fourth talisman activated by Luoxiu, the Dragon Talisman, which embodies the innate magical power of the fire demon's holy entity. It can unleash an immensely destructive conflagration, symbolizing explosive bombardment. Within the span of a month, the awakening of the fourth talisman was accomplished, and one must admit, it was remarkably swift. After all, the activation of talismans becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses, requiring more time for integration. The frequent emphasis on speed during his battle with Smoker proved to be quite beneficial. Now, with the augmentation of the innate talisman, Luoxiu feels an explosive force surging within him, elevating his strength to a new echelon. Whereas he previously needed considerable effort to contend with Smoker, now, with the explosive power of the Dragon Talisman at his disposal, he could bid farewell to Smoker in mere moments. Consequently, Luoxiu could not help but ponder what it would be like to compare himself to an admiral of the Navy. Chapter 24. Entering the Grand Line. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luoxiu shook his head. The admirals, as the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, could only be truly assessed through direct confrontation. Speculation held little merit. However, with the remarkable self-healing abilities bestowed by the talisman, even if he were to encounter an admiral one day, he would harbor no fear. Although this expedition did not yield a devil fruit, it did grant him over 3 points of leadership value. Yet, he remained far from his ultimate goal. He needed to depart from the East Sea and venture towards the Grand Line, Luoxiu mused. In the East Sea, While formidable individuals were scarce and posed little threat to him, the opportunities were equally limited. A devil fruit might not surface in the region for years, and even if one did appear, obtaining it was not guaranteed. As for the bounties on pirates, they were dismally few, with only a handful exceeding millions. Remaining in the East Sea in hopes of activating the mask and the devil was akin to waiting for a distant tomorrow. In contrast, the Grand Line was a veritable paradise for the new generation of pirates, boasting vast territories and kingdoms, undoubtedly the optimal choice. Moreover, the news of Smoker's defeat had likely reached the Navy headquarters by now. They would undoubtedly dispatch personnel to investigate and initiate a manhunt. The East Sea, for all intents and purposes, was no longer a suitable place for him to linger. With this thought in mind, Rosh rose to leave the small island. However, at that moment, he was suddenly engulfed by a surge of intense energy that coursed through his body, akin to searing heat racing through his veins, evoking an acute sensation of pain. This overwhelming feeling compelled him to curl his body inward, his hands clenching into tight fists in an attempt to withstand the fierce stimulation. Yet, as the energy intensified, the pain escalated, akin to a blade slicing through flesh. What was happening? Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his features contorted slightly. Could it be that the energies of the talismans were incompatible? Rosh pondered this possibility. In the original narrative, while the 12 talismans possessed formidable abilities, employing several simultaneously could result in conflicting forces and chaotic phenomena. Simply put, they would repel one another, each refusing to yield. Previously, when he activated 3 talismans, he had felt no adverse effects. However, upon activating the 4th talisman, the incompatibility began to manifest. It appeared to be the case. Rosh exhaled slowly, striving to suppress the painful sensations. Aside from this reason, he could conceive of no other explanation. He had initially believed that the Saint Template would render such side effects non-existent, yet they persisted. Fortunately, the 5th talisman about to be activated was the Tiger Talisman, which could harmonize these abilities. The Tiger served as a unique auxiliary force to balance conflicting powers. Originally intended to regulate the magical energies of all talismans within the Saint's body, alleviating conflicts to prevent chaos. It would mitigate the detrimental effects of yin and yang, harmonizing the inherent contradictions among the 12 talismans. If the Tiger Talisman were activated, then the challenges currently faced by Luoxiu would naturally be resolved with ease. Open a system space. Within the confines of the system space, the Tiger Talisman shimmered between shades of gray and vibrant hues. It could be considered a stroke of fortune. Luoxiu smiled, but his expression quickly faltered as he recalled the side effects of the talisman. It could split a person into 2 beings of yin and yang. Alas, let's hope that I do not end up fracturing. Luoxiu could only silently pray in his heart. Subsequently, he cast these thoughts aside and fixed his gaze ahead. Best to inquire for directions first. With this in mind, Luoxiu's figure vanished with a hum from his original spot. The fishermen who had been covertly observing were taken aback. By the time they regained their composure, Luoxiu had already appeared before them. "No, please don't kill me. We are merely passing through." The fishermen's faces were filled with dread, fearing that he was a pirate intent on silencing them. "A few uncles. May I ask which direction leads out of the East Sea most swiftly?" Luoxiu inquired. One of the fishermen hesitated for a moment before pointing in a particular direction. "Thank you." Luoxiu smiled, producing several bills of berries as a token of gratitude. Then, he dashed away with the speed of lightning, disappearing from the unremarkable little island. The fishermen, watching Luoxiu's vanishing figure, murmured to themselves, "There are still many good people in this world." 2 days later, in a certain maritime expanse, a striking red peak stood out, resembling an inverted giant pillar piercing the clouds, akin to a colossal red sword suspended above the sea. In the center of the peak, seawater flowed upward. The water swirled in and out, with 4 diagonal currents streaming in from the 4 seas, converging at the summit before flowing out through a transverse channel. This was the entrance to the Grand Line, the upside-down mountain. Luoxiu stood beneath the rushing waters, gazing upward. At last, he had arrived. After a relentless journey aboard various pirate ships, he had departed the East Sea and finally reached the Grand Line. In the next instant, Luoxiu leaped gracefully, riding the currents toward the Grand Line. With a resounding splash, Luoxiu surged from the waters of Upside down mountain directly into the vast ocean of the Grand Line. A brand new world unfolded before his eyes. And then, a colossal maw approached him head-on. Suddenly, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, all light extinguished. Under the blazing sun, amidst the sweltering air, Luoxiu felt no warmth at all. Luoxiu? He then delivered a powerful punch upward. Boom! A muffled thud echoed. After a tremor that shook the earth, Luoxiu felt as if he had been expelled by some entity. Turning back to glance at the creature that had swallowed him whole, Luoxiu's lips twitched slightly. He recognized the being that had consumed him. Meanwhile, on the other side, an elderly man with hair resembling saffron was jogging toward this direction. Crocus? What a coincidence! Luoxiu raised an eyebrow and remarked. Crocus, the former ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, now the custodian of the Twin Cape Lighthouse, has been diligently caring for the whale, Abu. Please, do not intervene. It is unwell. Cloacus exclaimed, anxiously observing Abu thrashing about in pain upon the surface of the sea. For decades, Abu has awaited the arrival of the Rumbar pirates, his temperament having grown exceedingly volatile. He occasionally succumbs to fits of rage, colliding with the upside-down mountain. Rosh, disregarding Cloacus's concerns, turned his gaze towards Abu, stepping onto the water surface and extending his hand to gently caress the whale's enormous forehead. Cloacus's pupils dilated, fearing that Rosh might strike again. However, a scene unfolded that left him astounded. The once tumultuous Abu began to gradually calm beneath the touch of this young man's hand. Moreover, the scars on his head, remnants of years of collisions, were visibly healing at an astonishing pace. Chapter 25. The Twin Gorges. Abu and the ship's doctor. 2 days later, inside the lighthouse at Twin Gorges, Cloacus entered the room with a barrel of wine, a grin lighting up his face. Rosh stood by the window, observing Abu frolicking below, the events of 2 days prior echoing in his mind. After treating Abu with a horse charm, Cloacus had been astounded and had graciously invited him to his residence as a token of gratitude. Initially, Rosh had intended to depart immediately, yet upon reflection, he had set that thought aside. The rationale was simple. Cloacus, a member of the Roger Pirates, was akin to a living relic of the sea, a veritable repository of knowledge and experience in the pirate world that Rosh lacked. Ha ha ha. Rosh, come over for a drink, Cloacus called out, placing the barrel on the table. You've nearly depleted your stock these past 2 days, not leaving a drop for yourself. Rosh turned, smiling. Whenever there was a moment to spare, Cloacus had insisted on sharing a drink, diminishing Rosh's already limited supply. Ha ha ha. Drinking alone is rather dull. Besides, you assisted Abu, and that makes you my friend. A little wine is nothing. Cloacus was unfazed. Abu's physical afflictions had troubled him for years, leading him to make numerous attempts at remedies, modifying Abu's body, concocting large doses of sedatives. Yet, despite his efforts, they only provided temporary relief. However, now, with Rosh's intervention, all issues had been effortlessly resolved. Such a trivial matter. Rosh chuckled, pouring himself a glass and then filling one for Cloacus. It was no mere formality. It was indeed a simple task. I wonder how you, being so young, acquired such remarkable medical skills, Cloacus remarked, shaking his head before downing his glass in one gulp. As the ship's doctor of the Pirate King Roger's crew, he had traversed the seas for decades. His medical prowess, while not the pinnacle of the world, was certainly among the finest. He was one of the most skilled doctors, as well as an adept pharmacist and surgeon. Yet, despite his expertise, he found himself helpless against Abu's ailments, constrained to alleviating them through various means. Rosh's extraordinary medical abilities were a rare sight to behold. Reflecting on this, Cloacus sighed, what a pity. Decades ago, I was equally powerless when faced with Roger's terminal illness. I could only resort to measures to prolong his life. If only Rosh had been born a few decades earlier, perhaps my Captain Roger would have survived, and I could have continued searching for the Rumbar pirates. Yet, such thoughts remained mere musings. Rosh, observing Cloacus's sigh, mistakenly believed it stemmed from concern for Abu. Though Abu's injuries had healed, it was merely a temporary reprieve. More critical than the physical wounds were the psychological scars. Luoxiu slowly remarked. If this issue cannot be fundamentally resolved, problems will inevitably arise in due course. The most challenging wounds to heal in this world are not those of the body, but rather those of the mind. Even the most potent charms and incantations are powerless against them. Glaucus was well aware of what Luoxiu was alluding to, yet soon his gaze sharpened, discerning deeper implications. Are you aware of Abu's situation? Luoxiu nodded. And do you know of the Rumbar pirates? Luoxiu acknowledged with a nod, though he remained silent. However, his silence spoke volumes. The Rumbar pirates had met with misfortune many years ago. Glaucus's expression inevitably dulled slightly. He had anticipated this outcome, considering nearly 50 years had passed. If anyone were to return, it would have happened long ago. Yet, when faced with confirmation of this matter, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. This signified that Abu's wait had ultimately been in vain. But there was a glimmer of hope. There are still survivors from the Rumbar pirates. Luoxiu declared, in this world, Glaucus held two cherished concerns, Abu and the Rumbar pirates. Upon hearing this news, his previously somber eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Before he could pose a question, Luoxiu continued, one day, you shall meet again. Moreover, his name is Brook. Is that so? Glaucus smiled, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. Had anyone else delivered this news, he might have doubted its veracity. However, the information coming from Luoxiu bore a different weight. Glaucus chose to believe, for within Luoxiu, he perceived an essence that transcended the confines of this era, powerful and enigmatic, a quality absent in others. This also contributed to Glaucus's decision to invite Luoxiu into the lighthouse. So we shall embark upon the Grand Line today. Glaucus shifted the topic, gazing at Luoxiu. Luoxiu affirmed with a nod. Having lingered here for 2 days, though comfortable, it had not significantly contributed to his growth and strength. The Grand Line awaited numerous endeavors yet to be accomplished. What if we delayed our departure for a bit? Glaucus stroked his graying beard. He understood the youthful ambition to conquer the Grand Line, yet he felt that more preparation was necessary. After all, the Grand Line was a realm vastly different from the Four Seas, fraught with greater peril. Why? Luoxiu inquired, puzzled. I can see that your strength is formidable, yet you lack certain elements. For instance, haki. Glaucus adjusted his glasses. Haki is an unequivocal symbol of true power in these waters, an indispensable trait for any peak warrior. Luoxiu raised an eyebrow. Haki, you say? Glaucus's prowess was not lost on Luoxiu. Although the original narrative contained scant fighting scenes involving him, Glaucus had spent many years aboard Roger's ship. The Roger pirates had battled against the likes of the Golden Lion pirates, the Rocks pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, and the trio of Garp. Without formidable strength, it is inconceivable to survive amidst such fierce battles. Moreover, to serve as the ship's doctor for the Roger pirates, one's capabilities are evidently remarkable. Regarding the haki mentioned by Kuroka's, Rashu was hardly surprised that he possessed it. The observation haki, what are the 3 types? This is indeed my area of expertise. Chapter 26. Awakening observation haki allows one to perceive the location, number, and forthcoming actions of enemies beyond the range of sight. It serves as a passport to strength in this world. Embracing the philosophy that versatility is an asset, Rosh chose not to linger over indecision and resolved to heed Koloka's advice, opting to remain for a while longer. Activating observation haki before departing would not be a delay. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. Twin gorges by the coast. Rosh stood at the water's edge, lifting his gaze. With a thunderous roar, a blinding pillar of flame erupted from his palm, crashing against the red earth cliff. In an instant, debris flew, revealing a gaping pit, charred and darkened, within his view. Simultaneously, a figure darted across the cliff at a remarkable speed. Kolokas, drenched in sweat, nimbly navigated the crimson terrain, evading Rosh's fiery blasts. Using the stones from the lower left as leverage, he mused about his next move, aware that this was Rosh's blind spot. In the next moment, his speed surged as he sprinted towards his designated target. However, another deafening explosion reverberated. The stones in the lower left were obliterated by Rosh's flame pillar. That Rosh, he actually anticipated my next action. Kolokas thought, a chill running down his spine. Clearly, This was the manifestation of Rosh's observation haki. Without such a power, it would be impossible to detect and accurately strike within a blind spot. Just a few days had passed. Kaido couldn't help but lament internally. Awakening observation haki had demanded immense effort from him, yet Rosh exhibited no signs of limitation. From zero to mastery, he had accomplished this in merely 2 days. Such a learning speed was unprecedented. Indeed, 3 days prior, Rosh had already begun to glimpse the essence of observation haki and had completed its awakening. Now he was in the process of honing and advancing his skills. Boom! Before Kaido could further contemplate, Rosh's attack came once more, targeting the space directly in front of him, severing his pathway. Nearby, Abu in the water observed the sparring match between Rosh and Kaido with delight, splashing seawater and mimicking their movements to express his excitement. Finally, after several of Rosh's intercepts, Kaido found himself on the verge of exhaustion atop the red cliff. He then shouted for them to cease, marking the end of their sparring. I believe I have imparted all I can regarding observation haki. Today's session concludes here. Kaido exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow as he addressed Rosh. Rosh, retracting his imposing aura, replied, I must express my gratitude for your companionship and guidance these past few days. Your efforts are appreciated. Kaido waved his hand dismissively. Though I may be older, it does not mean I am incapable of movement. After a few days of practice, I still managed to endure. Initially, it was anticipated that it would take at least a month to touch upon the threshold of mastery. Who would have thought you would grasp it so swiftly? I truly cannot fathom how you reach this critical point so rapidly. What we refer to as practice is, in essence, quite straightforward. It involves Rosh standing still while Kuroka's launches attacks, with Rosh employing his observation haki to evade and advance. This method serves to hone Rosh's skills in observation haki. While it may appear as a simple exchange of attack and defense, it is, in fact, a duel between their powers of perception. The rationale behind having Rosh remain stationary is quite simple. After the first day of trials, Kuroka discovered that Rosh's speed was extraordinarily overwhelming, so swift that there was hardly any time to evade before he was upon him. Thus, Kuroka established this condition. Otherwise, there would have been no contest between them. Rosh smiled sheepishly at Kuroka's words. With the innate talents bestowed by the fusion of talismans and his naturally keen senses, coupled with Kuroka's guidance, Rosh faced no hindrances in mastering haki. Perhaps this is what one might call talent. Kuroka mused aloud, then scrutinized Rosh for a moment before slowly stating, your current level of observation haki should be at an intermediate stage. However, advancing to the advanced level cannot be guided by others. It solely depends on your relentless pursuit of improvement. Haki can be categorized into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Presently, Rosh's observation haki resides within the 2nd tier. Yet, there remains a distance to the advanced level. However, Kuroka deemed this normal, considering how little time Rosh has been training. This outcome is already quite remarkable. Moreover, within the vast seas, few can claim to have attained the advanced level of haki. Those who have are undoubtedly exceptional individuals, like the 4 Emperors, Red Count, Gold Lion, and so forth. Rosh acknowledged this understanding, realizing that Kuroka is not like Kaido, who could simply strike to awaken potential. He comprehended this principle. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days slipped by. The weather was delightful, with bright sunshine illuminating the day. Today marked Rosh's departure from the Twin Gorges. He had spent a total of about 10 days here, and lingering any longer would risk exhausting all of Kuroka's resources. At this moment, Rosh stood at the shore, bidding farewell to Kuroka's, while Ab's enormous form leaned nearby, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. We shall meet again. When we do, I will take you on a grand tour of the world. Rosh smiled as he patted Ab's head, nuzzled against Rosh's arm. A promise once made is akin to a nail hammered into wood. Rosh believed that day would not be far off. Before parting, Kuroka retrieved an item from his pocket. Though reluctant, farewells are an inevitable aspect of life. He handed the item to Rosh. This is a log pointer. It will be immensely beneficial within the Grand Maritime route. Consider it a gift. Chapter 27, Whiskey Peak. Bounty Hunters. In the realm of the four seas, navigation between islands is facilitated by established ocean currents and predictable climatic patterns, rendering such voyages relatively straightforward. However, the Grand Line presents a stark contrast. Its magnetic fields are capricious and elusive, accompanied by extreme weather phenomena and sudden, unpredictable sea currents. Thus, a compass is indispensable. Receiving the compass from Kolokas, Rosh nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. By the way, I have yet to inquire. You arrived here without sighting your ship. How do you intend to proceed?" The Grand Line is fraught with colossal sea kings, ferocious marine beasts, and countless notorious pirate crews, not to mention bounty hunters. Venturing alone is inherently perilous, especially without a vessel in sight. Rosh found it perplexing that after descending from the currents of Upside Down Mountain, he encountered nothing but solitude. "As long as I am swift enough," Rosh responded with a hearty laugh, dismissing Kolokas's concerns. The latter, still puzzled, chose not to press further. "Off I go." Rosh waved farewell to Kolokas and Abu. The path lay before him, and it was time to showcase his true prowess. In the next instant, with a whoosh, Rosh followed the course indicated by Kolokas, racing across the surface of the sea, vanishing from their sight, leaving only a brilliant spray of water that splashed against the lighthouse. Kolokas observed Rosh's departure, his eyes shimmering as he swallowed hard, finally grasping Rosh's intent. Indeed, it was simply a matter of speed. 2 days swiftly elapsed. In a section of the Grand Line's early waters, a colossal pirate ship glided serenely across the placid surface. From its exterior alone, this ship dwarfed all vessels that traversed the East Blue by several magnitudes. A group of pirates congregated on the deck, indulging in revelry and laughter, their boisterous voices filling the air. "Drink up. You call that a quantity? You can't back down now," one of them exclaimed, a fellow pirate named Jagger lamenting. Being a pirate means consuming copious amounts of ale and devouring hearty meals. "Perhaps you should temper your intake. Not far ahead lies Whiskey Peak," cautioned a pirate resembling a crew officer, raising his cup as he spoke. "Word has it that this place welcomes novice pirates. The captain has mentioned we shall dock soon to replenish our supplies." Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the ship, Rosh listened to the pirates' merriment, shaking his head in amusement. After departing from Twin Cape, he had been hitching rides across the vast ocean, keen to gather information and minimize unnecessary confrontations. Thus, he had adopted a more discreet demeanor compared to his time in the East Blue. Consequently, none aboard the pirate ship noticed the presence of an unfamiliar figure among them. Whiskey Peak. If memory serves me correctly, this place is hardly a suitable haven for pirates, Rosh thought to himself, sensing that it seemed to be a gathering ground for bounty hunters. In areas bustling with people, it is considerably easier to gather intelligence. Indeed, it serves as a decent locale to make one's temporary abode. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the captain of the pirate ship strode confidently to the forefront. "Lads, ahead lies the Whiskey Peak. Gather your belongings and prepare to disembark." With his sword drawn from his waist, he called out to the pirates assembled on the deck. The pirates on the deck immediately sparkled with excitement, erupting in a chorus of cheers. Every pirate daring enough to venture into the Grand Line harbors an ultimate dream, filled with aspirations for the future. This is their first stop on their journey from the four seas to the Grand Line, bearing immense significance. With a great rumble, the massive vessel approached the shore, and the pirates shouted as they descended from the deck in succession. Thud, thud, thud. The continuous sound of footsteps echoed against the ground. Rosh mingled with the crowd, following suit to disembark. "Esteemed friend from afar, please proceed this way." On the shores of Whiskey Peak, several welcoming personnel had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing the pirates approach, each greeted them with enthusiasm. "Sir, please come this way. We have prepared a feast in your honor." As Rosh surveyed his surroundings, a man with a long beard approached him. "Is it complimentary?" Rosh inquired with a smile. "Rest assured, every day at Whiskey Peak, we host a banquet to welcome pirates from the four seas. You shall not incur any expenses." The bearded man replied courteously. Rosh nodded with a smile and followed the man to their destination. In no time, they arrived at a remarkably spacious area. Pirates from various regions were already indulging in copious amounts of drink, boasting of their past exploits, how many they had slain, how many treasures they had plundered. The welcoming staff of Whiskey Peak served them drinks and dishes, and the entire banquet was suffused with a vibrant atmosphere. Finding a corner to settle, Rosh took a seat. Soon, the man who had escorted Rosh earlier brought over a barrel of liquor and poured him a drink. Here, this is the finest whiskey brewed exclusively at Whiskey Peak, reserved solely for the pirates who traverse these waters. I wonder from which sea you hail? The bearded man inquired while pouring. The East Blue, Rosh replied with casual indifference, intent on gathering information before any assassination, a customary tactic among bounty hunters. Upon hearing Rosh's words, a flicker of excitement flashed in the bearded man's eyes. The East Blue is known as the weakest of the four seas, and naturally, the pirates emerging from there are of lesser strength. Today, these pirates are merely pawns in the game. I hear whispers that a pirate from the East Blue has emerged with a bounty of 60 million. Is that true? The bearded man continued to inquire. Indeed, Rosh replied with a smile. A bounty of 60 million. I am genuinely curious about the appearance of such an individual. The bearded man had his greed laid bare in his gaze. 60 million. How many fledgling pirates from across the seas must be slain to amass such a sum? It is said that he possesses muscles akin to explosive power, capable of tearing apart the navy, and has a penchant for suspenders, sporting a middle parting in his hair. This is indeed peculiar. No wonder he has garnered such remarkable notoriety in the East Blue, claiming the title of the highest bounty across the seas. The bearded man wore an expression of sudden realization. Due to the Navy's deliberate suppression of information regarding Luoxiu, while those in the Grand Line may have heard the name from the lips of pirates who ventured here, few have truly laid eyes upon the bounty poster. Consequently, they remain unaware of Luoxiu's true appearance. Please enjoy your drink. I shall attend to others. The bearded man said as he poured another glass for Luoxiu and took his leave. Luoxiu raised the cup and downed it in one gulp before the man's eyes. With the horse talisman upon him, such a drugged drink would have no effect on him whatsoever. Observing Luoxiu finish his drink, the bearded man smiled and then vanished from Luoxiu's sight. Chapter 28. Inform me of the devil fruits news. An hour later, the effects of the drug began to manifest. The raucous clamor of laughter, the clinking of glasses, and the braggadocio gradually faded into silence. Hundreds of pirates lay sprawled across the ground on tables, and atop one another in an array of strange postures. Ha 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 ha. These foolish pirates truly believe Whiskey Peak is a charitable haven? Free is free, but they must pay with their lives. The man with the long beard, witnessing the drunken state of his companions, revealed his true nature. The previously courteous and refined demeanor morphed into one of brutal arrogance. With a swift motion, a man who appeared to be the leader of bounty hunters drew a large blade from beneath the table, having prepared it in advance. Everyone attack. Let's dispatch these individuals. Remember, do not mar their faces. We need them intact to claim our bounty from the Navy. I'll handle this side. You deal with the other. The long-bearded man, receiving orders from the leader, strode towards a corner. Upon noticing one individual still seated and leisurely sipping his drink, his expression shifted dramatically. You are unharmed? He gazed incredulously at the young man, Luoxiu, whom he had personally brought along. After spending such a long time in this den of pirates, he had encountered countless drunken souls and had never witnessed anyone remain sober after consuming this drink. I have a question for you. Luoxiu cast a sidelong glance at him, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Do you know where I might find a devil fruit? Or do you have any in stock? Name your price, and I shall pay above market value. The bounty hunters within Whiskey Peak had, over the years, plundered numerous pirate ships. It was possible that some of those vessels contained a devil fruit. This was precisely Luoxiu's purpose for attending the gathering. Even if they did not possess any, he could still extract valuable information from them. Upon hearing this, the long-bearded man's expression hardened momentarily before erupting in laughter. One audacious newcomer. Even if you haven't succumbed to drunkenness, what of it? To dare inquire about devil fruits so soon upon entering the Grand Line. You are truly inexperienced. I suggest you take your inquiries elsewhere. Though perplexed by Luoxiu's unexpected sobriety, the long-bearded man deemed him an easy target, being merely a young lad from the East Blue. Thus, He made his move without hesitation. With a dismissive attitude, he lunged at Luoxiu, brandishing his sword. A swift motion ensued. A spray of crimson erupted as a scream pierced the air. The long-bearded man had his arm severed by Luoxiu's blade. Next, Luoxiu discarded the sword onto the ground, not sparing a glance at the writhing figure of the long-bearded man, and turned his attention to another bounty hunter. Speak. This sudden turn of events drew the attention of the remaining bounty hunters, their expressions shifting to one of alarm as they witnessed the brutal scene unfold. Remarkable. The lad remains conscious. This truly incites my ire. The leader sneered coldly and then commanded his subordinates. First, behead him, then deal with the others. With a hum, the bounty hunters, who had been incapacitating the pirates on the ground, swiftly redirected their weapons towards Luoxiu. Blood dripped from their weapons in rhythmic drops. At that moment, the man pointed at by Luoxiu twitched his lips fiercely. You little brat, you're courting death. He brandished a spiked club, his face contorted with rage, and charged at Luoxiu. With a swift motion, the man's arm was severed effortlessly. This is not what I wish to hear. Luoxiu then turned his gaze toward another bounty hunter. Speak up. What incredible speed. Did you catch a glimpse of that? No, it was too fast. Damn it. We've encountered a tough opponent. The bounty hunters present swallowed hard, realizing they had barely seen Luoxiu's movements. The pressure mounted instantly. The bounty hunter leader looked at Luoxiu, twisting his neck. Kid, you possess some skill. Cut off one of your own hands and roll away from here. I might just spare your life. Luoxiu glanced at him and replied coolly. You still Haven T? Answer my question. Seeking death. The bounty hunter leader sneered. In Whiskey Peak, he had encountered all sorts of pirates. A rookie, no matter how skilled, did not intimidate him. Chop him up, he commanded. With a buzz, the bounty hunters displayed fierce expressions, sharpening their blades, their weapons glinting ominously as they surrounded Luoxiu. In the next instant, they lunged at him. Bang, bang, bang. As they made contact with Luoxiu, a series of sounds erupted. The clashing of blades breaking and the cries of pain echoed incessantly. Within mere breaths, bodies were flying everywhere. The ground was littered with fallen bounty hunters, writhing in agony, their faces contorted in pain. Only you remain. Luoxiu directed his attention to the last standing bounty hunter leader, who trembled in fear. This was not a tough opponent. It was akin to facing a ghost. How could a rookie pirate from the Four Seas possess such strength? Impossible. Recently, had anyone in the Four Seas reached such a level of power? Suddenly, the bounty hunter leader thought of someone, and his expression changed drastically. You are that rookie from the EC with a bounty of 60 million. Boom. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. His mind exploded with realization. The seemingly unremarkable Luoxiu was indeed the infamous 60 million bounty. Brothers, he is the walking 60 million. Let us take him down. After this, we will no longer need to be bounty hunters. Luoxiu's identity, rather than instilling fear in the bounty hunter leader, ignited a deep-seated greed within him. 60 million berries. If he were to kill him, he would never have to worry again for the rest of his life. The long-bearded man, lying on the ground, looked even more astonished. He had just been inquiring about it, not expecting to find himself at the center of the matter. Subsequently, he mustered his strength and rose to his feet. Bounty hunters are ruthless individuals, willing to engage in any act for the sake of monetary gain. Upon hearing the leader announce a bounty of 60 million, their eyes sparkled with greed. Suddenly, another wave of assault ensued. Roy shook his head, sighing inwardly. This method of inquiry, after all, was ineffective. These bounty hunters refused to communicate with him in any reasonable manner. They were merely individuals with a few loose screws. In the next moment, he darted toward the pirate, swiftly snapping the man's neck with a sharp crack. Without hesitation, he plunged into the throng. This time, he would not hold back. With his identity now unveiled, it was best to act decisively. The relentless sounds of impact echoed, transforming the gathering into a one-sided massacre. Bounty hunters who had set traps lay sprawled on the ground, succumbing to eternal slumber. Meanwhile, in a corner of the banquet, a man with exaggerated curls cascading over his shoulders quietly observed the unfolding chaos. He then retrieved a bounty notice from his pocket and glanced at it. Indeed, it was you. Chapter 29. The request of a Carlum after dealing with the bounty hunters. Rosh took a glance at the unconscious pirate. He chose not to take action. Tomorrow, he needed to rise early and board the pirate ship. Eliminating them all would indeed require him to rely on his own legs to traverse the sea. Although the speed granted by the rabbit charm surpassed that of the pirate ship, it was quite taxing on his stamina. In the Grand Line, he preferred not to draw too much attention to himself. With this thought in mind, Rosh swiftly departed from the scene. Meanwhile, the curly-haired man, who had just witnessed Rosh vanish, silently tucked away the bounty notice in his hand. What astonishing speed, he mused to himself, utterly unable to discern the direction in which he had gone. Such a rare occurrence. Shaking his head, he lifted his feet to leave the area as well. However, the next moment, as he turned around, he found the very person who had just disappeared standing before him. His pupils dilated in shock. "Do you seek me for something?" Rosh inquired coldly. With the keen perception of observation hockey, he was acutely aware of his surroundings, and this individual was certainly not beyond his notice. "Why, you hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a Carlum, a covert operative from Whiskey Peak, a citizen of the great kingdom of Alabasta." Ikarlum quickly regained his composure and spoke politely. "Alabasta? Ikarlum?" Upon hearing these names, Rosh's brows furrowed slightly, as memories from the original storyline resurfaced in his mind. Indeed, there was such a character atop Whiskey Peak who was not merely a guardian of the Alabasta Kingdom, but also an intermediate agent of the Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. 8, who was, in truth, an undercover operative. And so, Rosh asked, his tone demanding a suitable reason. If the individual failed to provide one, he would meet the same fate as the bounty hunters. "This is not a suitable place for discussion. Please accompany me to my residence for a conversation." Ikarlum, sensing the intensity in Rosh's gaze, swallowed hard and extended the invitation. Rosh hesitated for a few seconds, driven by curiosity, and decided to follow. At Ikarlum's residence, after hearing Ikarlum's request, Rosh's expression shifted slightly. "You wish for me to help you rescue your kingdom from its crisis? Do you overestimate my capabilities? We were not previously acquainted, were we? The Alabasta Kingdom is currently embroiled in a significant internal conflict. The former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, leads a clandestine criminal organization known as Baroque Works, executing their idealistic warfare here. For 3 consecutive years, aside from the capital, Alyabarna, the nation has been plagued by unyielding drought. Under the deliberate machinations of Baroque Works, the populace has been led to believe that the king's clandestine use of rain-inducing agents is the cause of the drought, inciting civil war. You are a notorious pirate from the East Blue, with a bounty of 60 million. I have just witnessed your prowess. Your true strength exceeds even that substantial figure. If you are willing, while I cannot promise to resolve the crisis, I could certainly be of assistance. I am prepared to offer you a reward," Ikarlum said humbly. In truth, seeking Luoxiu's aid for his kingdom was a desperate decision born out of sheer necessity. The current plight of the kingdom was not merely due to internal strife, but rather the machinations of a formidable force lurking in the shadows, orchestrating the turmoil. What was most alarming was the immense power wielded by this hidden entity. Thus, he was compelled to seek the support of the strong, striving to ally himself with formidable pirates to bolster his own strength in preparation for the impending conflict. A strategic maneuver, playing the odds. A reward? Luoxiu mused, casting a curious glance at Ikarlum. Indeed, how much berries are you willing to part with? As a superpower located in the first half of the Grand Line, with an expanse exceeding 10 million square kilometers, the kingdom, despite the chaos, still had ample resources. I do not require berries. Does your kingdom possess any devil fruits? Luoxiu inquired bluntly. Devil fruits? Ikarlum paused momentarily. After a brief silence, he looked at Luoxiu and continued, "Yes. However, the matter of devil fruits is of great significance and cannot be decided by someone of my standing. It requires the consent of a royal family member." While he could readily decide on matters concerning berries, given his position as the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, the nature of devil fruits was entirely different. "Then I must decline," Luoxiu responded, shaking his head in refusal. "Without a devil fruit, there is no necessity to engage in conflict with the 7 warlords for mere berries. Please do not be hasty in your refusal. This is a transponder snail. Keep it with you during this time. Should the royal family be amenable, I will relay the outcome to you. Icolum offered, presenting a transponder snail to Luoxiu. Certainly, Luoxiu accepted it, though he thought to himself that contacting Icolum was out of the question. Aside from the devil fruits, everything else held little significance at this moment. After exchanging a few more words, Luoxiu finally stood to leave. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I'll look forward to your call. He gestured towards the transponder snail as he departed. Icolum nodded, watching Luoxiu's retreating figure with a sigh. What a pity. I must seek assistance elsewhere. The invitation to Luoxiu had been a spontaneous plan, and he had no intention of mentioning the matter of the devil fruits to the royal family. The rationale was simple. While Luoxiu's strength was indeed notable, it was merely a modicum of power. His presence could marginally enhance the kingdom's fighting capability, slightly improving the odds of victory, but it paled in comparison to the value of the devil fruits. Unless he could single-handedly confront the hidden force manipulating events from the shadows. However, even a figure with a bounty of 60 million would find this utterly impossible. As for the reason behind giving the phone bug to Luoxiu, it was his hope that Luoxiu might change his mind, allowing him to respond when he desired the bounty. It seems I must return to the kingdom. Icaralum exhaled slowly, murmuring to himself. The following day, Luoxiu boarded a pirate ship, continuing his journey across the vast ocean. The events that transpired yesterday involving the bounty hunters had left these pirates both astonished and apprehensive, yet it did not diminish their courage to sail onward. This, at least, was commendable. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. In the kingdom of Alabasta, within the Baroque works, a man with slicked-back hair, a prominent scar crossing his face, an earring adorning his right ear, and a penchant for cigars sat at the head of a long table that could accommodate a dozen individuals. His fingers habitually tapped on the tabletop, producing a crisp sound. Beside him was an alluring woman, her black hair framing her face, wearing glasses and boasting an enchanting figure. At that moment, a staff member entered the room with purposeful strides. President, the investigation results concerning Mr. 8 and Mr. Wednesday have arrived. Chapter 30. The Persecuted Princess Wei Wei. Clockter's expression hardened, his body leaning slightly forward. Speak. They hail from the kingdom of Alabasta. Bang. Clockter's golden hook arm slammed down onto the table with force. Damn it. The news left Clockter in a foul mood. He had never anticipated that two of the mid-level agents within his organization would be affiliated with the kingdom of Alabasta. What was even more intolerable was that these two had seen his true identity alongside Robin. Undoubtedly, they were undercover operatives for the kingdom. His objective was to seize Alabasta under the guise of a national hero and acquire intelligence regarding the ancient weapon, Pluton, instigating 3 years of drought and inciting domestic strife. Framing it all on the kingdom of Alabasta was merely a prelude to this grand design. If his identity were to be exposed, everything would be in vain. Send Miss 5 and Miss Valentine's Day to apprehend them. Bring them back. Yes, President. The subordinates responded and swiftly departed. With confidence in their dispatch, Mr. 8 and Mr. Wednesday would be unable to escape. Standing beside Clockter, Robin's beautiful eyes glimmered momentarily. The two had followed her, but she had not expected them to reveal their presence in shock upon witnessing Clockter's true form. This time, both were doomed. Let's hope so. Clockter exhaled a puff of smoke and continued. Robin, remain within the organization during this time. Do not venture anywhere. Focus on deciphering historical texts. Upon hearing this, a flicker of unease crossed Robin's eyes, yet she nodded in acquiescence. Yes, President. A few hours later, in a desert of the kingdom of Alabasta, the parched earth, scorched by the blazing sun above, endured relentless heat. As a desert nation, Alabasta was predominantly sweltering, with air that was exceedingly arid. The yellow sands swirled like a vast expanse of Gobi. A striking woman with blue hair tied in a ponytail, donned in a yellow shirt, was fleeing across the sandy terrain. Accompanying her was a man with cascading yellow curls over his shoulders. It was Icolum, who had departed from Whiskey Peak just 2 days prior. Princess Wei Wei, head that way. I will divert Mr. 5 and the others from this side. Icolum gritted his teeth and urged Wei Wei. No, I cannot leave you behind. Wei Wei's face was anxious, resolutely unwilling to abandon anyone by her side. Princess, your identity must not fall into Cloctor's hands, Icolum insisted urgently. Upon returning to the kingdom from Whiskey Peak, he had not anticipated the drastic changes that would transpire within these 2 days. The vast power lurking in the shadows turned out to be none other than Cloctor, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The internal strife within the kingdom was orchestrated and manipulated by him alone. In this dire moment, pursued relentlessly by Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day, separation appears to be the only means of survival. However, injured and weary, I find it increasingly difficult to flee. Accompanying Wei Wei would only hinder her escape. You are the hope of the kingdom of Alabasta, Icolum implored. No, I cannot abandon you here. Wei Wei's large eyes shimmered with tears, her voice laden with guilt. It's because of me that you are injured. Supporting Icolum, she disregarded his protests and settled him beneath a massive rock. Given a brief respite, Icolum's mind sparked with an idea. He retrieved the small communication snail that he had kept close. Wei Wei gazed at the snail, her tear-filled eyes wide with apprehension. Icolum, what are you planning to do? I know a pirate from Whiskey Peak. He is swift. If he can make it here, there might still be hope. He can take you away. At this point, Icolum had nothing left to rely upon. A pirate? Wei Wei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Crocodile is also a pirate. Even if he comes, he won't help us. He might even take advantage of our plight. Icolum, do not trust pirates. We can escape. Icolum shook his head. Given the current circumstances, capture by Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day was inevitable. Escape seemed impossible. This communication snail might offer a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, Icolum activated it. Meanwhile, on the other side, hidden aboard a pirate ship, Rosso was enjoying the sea breeze when the sudden ringing of the communication snail startled him. As he pulled it from his pocket, his expression shifted. 2 days had passed, and he believed it would never ring again. He had even considered tossing it into the sea to feed the fish. Yet the call came unexpectedly. As he answered, an anxious voice emerged from the snail. After listening, a faint smile graced Rasha's lips. It appeared that a chance for the devil fruit had materialized. With a resounding thud, he propelled himself onto the deck, causing an explosive sound that drew the crew's attention. When they noticed a stranger on board, they braced themselves for confrontation. Where is the kingdom of Alabasta? Princess Wei Wei, I can hold them off a little longer. If you do not leave now, it will truly be too late. Icolum set the communication snail down and once again urged Wei Wei. Uncertainty lingered in his heart regarding Rashu's arrival. It was beyond his control. All Icolum could do was strive to ensure Wei Wei's escape. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted nearby. Soon, a voice emerged, echoing through the air. Planning to flee? Today, none of you shall escape. A figure, exuding an air of trendiness with a wild afro, clad in a gray trench coat and sporting sunglasses, materialized against the backdrop of the yellow sands. Indeed, do enlighten us. Our undercover lady, where do you intend to run off to? Simultaneously, a mocking tone resonated from the sky. A stylishly dressed woman, holding an umbrella, floated gracefully in midair. Chapter 31. Elimination of the Baroque Works members. The former, Mr. 5, wields the explosive fruit, while the latter, Miss Valentine's Day, possesses the gravity fruit. Wei Wei gazed at the 2 pursuers approaching, her teeth clenched tightly. They had been discovered. Was everything she had done up to this point in vain? Ikaram struggled to rise from the ground, positioning himself protectively in front of Wei Wei, determined to shield her from harm and grant her a fleeting chance of escape. As the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, he vowed to ensure the princess's safety, even if it meant sacrificing his last breath. How touching! Such loyalty, yet tragically misplaced. Miss Valentine's Day scoffed with a smirk. Why waste words on a mere spy? Just incapacitate him and take him back. Mr. 5 remarked nonchalantly, hands in his pockets, eager to conclude the matter swiftly. The boss is awaiting our good news. TCH. Miss Valentine's Day rolled her eyes, her previously carefree demeanor fading. Step by step, Ikaram retreated, shielding Wei Wei, and their expressions were grave. They had come to understand the formidable strength of Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. 5. Moreover, one among them was already gravely injured. They felt like lambs awaiting slaughter. Suddenly, a fierce sound of air friction erupted across the sandy terrain, followed by a swirling cloud of dust. A shadow, as swift as lightning, streaked through the air, landing between Wei Wei and Miss Valentine's Day in an instant, stirring up a whirlwind of sand. Who is that? As the dust settled, Mr. Five's gaze fell on the mysterious figure that had appeared, his expression tinged with wariness. With black hair and eyes, standing at 2 meters tall, clad in a black trench coat, he did not appear to be from Alabasta. It seemed. He was unfamiliar. Not only Mr. Five, but also the other three focused their attention on Luoxiu. Each wore a distinct expression. Ikaram's face lit up with visible joy. He had not anticipated that this pirate from the East Sea would truly arrive after just a phone call. What terrifying speed! Wei Wei bore a look of confusion. Yet she understood that this individual must indeed be the pirate Ikaram had mentioned. Her palms were drenched in sweat, her emotions a tumultuous mix. Could he really handle this? Hey, this is not a place for you to be. Miss Valentine's Day hovered in the air, chastising Luoxiu. Luoxiu paid her no mind, exhaling a warm breath as he murmured to himself. At last I have arrived. He had exerted all his energy to activate the rabbit charm to reach this place in the shortest time possible, striving to prevent any unforeseen incidents along the way. So far, everything was as it should be. How dare he disregard me? Miss Valentine's Day seethed, her teeth grinding in frustration. As an agent of the Baroque works, he had always maintained an air of superiority, never having been subjected to such treatment before. In her heart, she had already sentenced Roseho to death, utilizing the weighty fruit. Miss Valentine floated above Roseho, her originally modest mass transforming instantaneously into a staggering 1,000 kilograms. Under the influence of gravity, this immense mass unleashed a terrifying velocity and energy. Rashu's lips twitched. Miss Valentine's method of attack was truly devious. Did she think she could stack herself upon him? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, his speed was not to be underestimated. Before Miss Valentine could descend upon the ground, Roseho had already vanished from the spot. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently. Emerging from the sand pit after her strike missed, Miss Valentine spat out the grains from her mouth, her anger intensifying. Miss Valentine, your attacks are far too predictable. You cannot hit this fellow, Mr. Five remarked with a disdainful twist of his lips. As he spoke, he nonchalantly picked his nose, then flicked something towards Roseho. Look at this. Rashu's eye twitched as he deftly evaded the projectile with remarkable speed. Boom! A blinding flash erupted from behind. The yellow sand surged forth, and a wave of air rushed past. As a user of the explosive fruit, such power was not to be taken lightly. Observing the two launch successive assaults, Rashu's expression shifted. He declared coldly, "You can either return to your master crocodile and leave the kingdom of Alabasta, or perish here." Miss Valentine and Mr. Five exchanged incredulous glances as if they had misheard. Then they erupted into laughter. "You want our president to leave Alabasta? You think you can kill us here? Where did this foolish brat come from who dares utter such nonsense? It's utterly absurd. Hilarious." Mr. Five guffawed, feeling as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. After an uncontrollable fit of laughter, only rage remained, a fury at being belittled by this unknown youth. How dare they look down upon the esteemed members of Baroque works? Unforgivable. With a fierce resolve, Mr. Five stifled his laughter and intensified his aura. He lifted his foot and kicked towards Roseho. As a user of the superhuman explosive fruit, any part of his body could detonate upon impact. The one struck would either die or be grievously wounded. Roseho glanced up, meeting the oncoming figure mere inches away. In the next moment, he evaded with incredible speed, instantly appearing behind Mr. Five. Raising his hand into a fist, he struck down upon Mr. Five's back. Bang! The speed was too great. The opponent had no time to react. Roseho pierced directly through his chest, blood gushing forth. Mr. Five. Miss Valentine's Day gasped in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. Having partnered with Mr. Five for so many years, she was acutely aware of his formidable prowess. Rarely had they encountered a truly challenging adversary. Most foes fell within mere moves. Yet now, she found herself bested in an instant by this mysterious individual. What had she been laughing at moments ago? Fear. Following the initial shock, dread surged within her. If even Mr. Five had been vanquished so effortlessly, how could she possibly hope to prevail? At that moment, a singular thought consumed Miss Valentine's Day: flee. She had to return to report to the boss. The weight of her powers activated instantly, and she felt herself becoming lighter, floating higher into the air. Boom! However, in the next moment, with a resounding crash, Luoxiu leapt from the ground into the air, delivering a powerful punch towards Miss Valentine's Day. Blood splattered as she widened her eyes, looking down at her pierced body. A visage of utter unwillingness etched upon her face as she plummeted towards the earth. Chapter 32. Accepting the commission. 3 demon fruits. After vanquishing 2 foes, Luoxiu shook off the blood that stained his hands. With his current prowess, eliminating 2 members of the Baroque works was exceedingly effortless. Icolum and Weiwei gazed in astonishment at the swift and decisive manner in which the pursuers were dispatched. They simply perished? This is overwhelmingly formidable. The 2 members of the organization, rendered utterly helpless, could not withstand even a single blow under his might. The sheer velocity and strength he exhibited were nothing short of astonishing. Gulp! Icolum swallowed hard, his heart pounding in awe at Luoxiu's display of strength. A wave of elation soon swept over him. Luoxiu's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. This was no ordinary pirate with a bounty of 60 million. In the Grand Line, even those with bounties in the hundreds of millions might not possess such terrifying power. It was crucial to note that the 2 he had just slain were both devil fruit users. He felt an immense sense of relief for having entrusted the Den Mushi to Luoxiu, believing it to be the most prudent decision he had made as the captain of the guard in the kingdom of Alabasta. Hello, I am Weiwei. Princess Weiwei's eyes sparkled with determination as she mustered the courage to introduce herself to Luoxiu. His formidable strength ignited a flicker of hope within her, a glimmer of salvation for her kingdom amidst turmoil. If Crocodile were to face this man, victory no longer seemed insurmountable. Luoxiu, he replied with a calm demeanor before directing his gaze towards Icolum. It seems you have already made arrangements. In exchange for the demon fruits? Icolum hesitated for a moment. When he had contacted Luoxiu, it was a desperate attempt made in a dire situation. He had never anticipated discussing the devil fruits. He had yet to mention this to any members of the royal family. However, his silence was predicated on not fully comprehending Luoxiu's capabilities. Based on Luoxiu's demonstrated strength, even the offer of devil fruits was entirely justified. Demon fruit? Princess Weiwei inquired, puzzled. Icolum proceeded to elucidate the situation. Understanding dawned upon Weiwei. This man had already been negotiating for the kingdom's sake. This was splendid news. A resolute glimmer crossed her eyes as she looked at Luoxiu and declared, "If you can indeed aid the kingdom in overcoming this crisis, the kingdom of Alabasta is willing to offer demon fruits as a reward." Although the demon fruits were invaluable treasures of the sea, to her, they were mere objects compared to the love of her people, the affection of her parents, and the protection of her friends. These were the true treasures. If Luoxiu could indeed confront the Baroque works, then the demon fruits were a trivial matter. 3. Luoxiu nodded and subsequently stated a number. 3 devil fruits to assist the Alabasta kingdom in dealing with Crocodile. Given the rarity of these fruits, even within the kingdom, their availability is exceedingly limited. This is the quantity proposed by Luoxiu after careful consideration. It poses no undue burden on the Alabasta kingdom, while securing the recompense he anticipates. Upon hearing Luoxiu's request, Weiwei's large, sparkling eyes widened in astonishment. 3 fruits. While it may not sound like much, it represents the entirety of the kingdom's reserves at this moment. After a moment of silence, she bit her silver teeth and, after a pause, acquiesced. 3 devil fruits. I agree. Icolum's expression shifted. 1 could be accepted. 2 were barely manageable. But 3 devil fruits? That would deplete the royal treasury entirely. Should Luoxiu's endeavor fail, the Alabasta kingdom would find itself bereft of any chance of recovery due to the absence of these 3 fruits. Yet, he understood that failing to engage in this transaction would similarly doom the kingdom. He could only place his hopes on a person he had met merely twice. Frankly, this sentiment was unsettling. However, what choice remained? Perhaps, by taking this gamble, a sliver of hope would emerge. I trust that when the time comes. You shall not renege on your word, Luoxiu asserted. We will not. Should we resolve the kingdom's crisis, the 3 devil fruits will be delivered in full, Wei Wei hastily replied. Luoxiu's strength was nearly on par with Crocodile's. Only someone unhinged would provoke Luoxiu after resolving the crisis. Was there a desire for the kingdom to endure further turmoil? Very well. Time and place. Luoxiu nodded, continuing, the location shall be Baroque works. The sooner, the better. Wei Wei insisted. Time is of the essence. The quicker we can resolve this crisis, the better it will be for the people of Alabasta. I meant the time and place for the recompense. Luoxiu raised an eyebrow. Wei Wei's body stiffened, her face flushing as she realized she had misunderstood his intent. She then continued, after we stabilize the crisis. Within the palace. Very well. Luoxiu nodded. The matter is settled. Next, we shall address Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, who wields the Sansan fruit. Prepare the 3 devil fruits. Await my instructions. With that, Luoxiu made his way toward the heart of the Alabasta kingdom. In the blink of an eye, he vanished amidst the swirling sands. Icolum, watching Luoxiu disappear, remarked, Princess Wei Wei, do you truly believe he can succeed? Wei Wei pondered for a moment, then replied with a resolute yet sorrowful tone. His strength may indeed offer a glimmer of hope for the kingdom. Moreover, our identities are now exposed. Is there truly any alternative? There exists not a single option. From her induction into the Baroque works to the exposure of her identity, and now to the peril of being hunted, she, as a princess of a nation, has never possessed a choice. In this vast ocean, a princess holds little significance. A single warlord of the sea can easily subjugate an entire kingdom. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. The world government, the navy, and the pirates all exemplify this reality. Ikaram let out a heavy sigh, bowing her head in silence, choosing not to utter another word. This encapsulates the lament of a feeble nation. Chapter 33. Encountering the 7 warlords Crocodile, the kingdom of Alabasta. Baroque works. One of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, lounged on a bench, a cigar perched between his lips. Robin stood behind him. With a leisurely puff, the sand crocodile exhaled a cloud of smoke. His golden hook, crafted from metal, rhythmically tapped against the table. Once the traitors, Ikaram and Wednesday, were dealt with, there would be no obstacles to the plan. He eagerly anticipated that moment. A smile crept across his lips as he envisioned the potential acquisition of Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, excitement shimmering in his eyes. As a man who aspired to be the pirate king and stand atop the world, the mere title of 7 warlord could not satiate his ambition. With Pluton in his grasp, even facing the Whitebeard pirates again would not result in his defeat. Robin's beautiful eyes shimmered with uncertainty, her mind swirling with thoughts. The current situation indeed mirrored what Crocodile had described. Internal strife was escalating, and the king faced mounting blame. Without the ability to overcome this 7 warlord, no one could save the kingdom of Alabasta. At this moment, she pondered her future plans. She was reluctant to divulge information about Pluton to this ambitious individual before her. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Where are those 2? Crocodile scoffed. Pursuing 2 of the weakest members was, in his view, merely a matter of moments. Yet, so much time had passed, and still, no news had emerged. Could it be that those 2 were considering defection? The suspicious sand crocodile furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter. The actions of Ikaram and Wednesday had triggered Crocodile's already diminished trust in others, leading him to perceive everyone as a potential traitor. Just then, a crisp voice suddenly echoed from outside. Though unseen, the voice was unmistakable. No need to wait. They 1T be returning. Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, Crocodile's lips twitched, and a glint of menace flashed in his eyes. What was this all about? Was the world truly descending into madness? Or was it that the 7 warlord, Sand Crocodile, could no longer wield his hook? First, there were 2 traitors attempting to disrupt his plans, and now an unknown individual had audaciously intruded upon his organization, spouting such nonsense. claiming that two of his subordinates would not return? Intolerable. This person needed to understand the true nature of the kingdom of Alabasta. In such a vast world, why could there only be 7 warlords? Not only was he perplexed, but Robin, standing behind him, was equally bewildered, speculating about this individual's identity. Could this person also be a spy within the organization? The previous 2 had glimpsed Crocodile's true self because he had allowed it. Why had this individual chosen to step forward now, especially in front of the sand crocodile? It is truly not a wise choice. Talp, talp, moments latte. Footsteps echoed from outside the door, each step drawing the attention of Crocodile and Robin towards the entrance. A man, towering at 2 meters tall, with black hair and eyes, clad in a black trench coat, appeared. Crocodile fixed his gaze fiercely upon this audacious man who dared to provoke him. Many images flashed through his mind, yet none aligned with the visage before him. Was he merely a fortunate individual, lurking in the shadows and colluding with spies? Now, realizing the futility of his situation, had he resorted to desperate measures? The absence of a renowned name indicated he was a mere weakling, posing no threat whatsoever. A cold smirk graced Crocodile's lips as he regarded the young man from an elevated stance. Who are you, brat? Are you a companion of that spy from Wednesday? How dare you wreak havoc on my territory at such a moment? It matters not who I am. What is crucial is that you vacate the kingdom of Alabasta and return to your rightful sea. Otherwise, I shall cast you into impel down. Rosso revealed a set of pristine white teeth, smiling, seemingly devoid of malice. Yet his words were imbued with audacity. Crocodile's expression stiffened. Why did it feel as if this fellow's words could become reality? But soon, he shook his head vigorously. That damned fool. Did he not realize who he was? One of the 7 warlords of the sea. It must be an illusion. Even the Marines would not dare speak to him in such a manner, being cast into impel down by a mere boy who was so patently unaware of his own insignificance. Child, do you know my identity? Crocodile twisted his neck and rose from his seat, his gaze piercing as he stared intently at Rosso. At that moment, Robin scrutinized Rosso for a considerable time before finally recognizing his identity. He seemed to be a recently prominent pirate from the East Blue. He had slain the pirate Arlong and a Marine colonel, with a bounty of 60 million berries. His name was Rosso, known as the Blood-Soaked Butcher, the strongest newcomer across the seas. Upon hearing Robin's revelation, Crocodile laughed, a derisive laugh. I expected a formidable opponent, but it turns out you are just a petty thief. Killing a weakling like Arlong and a Marine colonel in the East Blue, do you truly believe you have achieved something grand? This is the Grand Line, not your feeble East Blue. Before you stands one of the 7 warlords. As he spoke, he stepped forward and the swirling sands erupted from where he landed. With each stride he took, the dust gathered, and a formidable aura surged forth, crashing towards Rosso. It is essential to clarify. I am not a pirate. Rosso stood firm, as straight as a spear, his imposing presence soaring to the heavens, wholly unaffected. Ha ha ha, brat, does that even matter? The sand crocodile initially believed that the young man before him would utter something profound, prompting a hearty laugh. The individual before him had already been so intimidated by his own presence that he began to babble incoherently. However, that alone was insufficient. He must meet his demise here. With a retraction of his smile, the sand crocodile raised his arm and then brought it down with great force. The Desert Treasure Blade. Chapter 34. Luoxiu versus Crocodile. In an instant, his arm transformed into a terrifying crescent-shaped scimitar, imbued with a fierce intent to kill. Luoxiu raised an eyebrow. The next moment, he gracefully leapt aside, evading the attack of the sand crocodile, landing in a different position. Boom! The blade, now composed of granular sand, struck the ground with a thunderous roar. The hardened earth was violently cleaved in two, revealing a terrifying chasm. The sand crocodile, with a cigar hanging from the corner of his mouth, displayed a flicker of surprise. He had anticipated a swift conclusion to the battle, but to his astonishment, this individual before him had managed to evade the assault. Moreover, his speed was somewhat elusive even to himself. However, this alone was not sufficient to astonish him. Considering Luoxiu's current age, he was already superior to some of the inept agents occupying positions within the organization. Instantly, the sand crocodile felt a burgeoning desire to recruit. If Rashu could prove useful to him, it might not be a bad idea at all. Young man, you possess considerable strength. How about joining my Baroque works? I can promote you directly to a high-ranking officer. The sand crocodile exhaled a ring of smoke and continued, moreover, your identity would be recognized by the Navy, and perhaps your bounty could be lifted. Not interested. Rasha replied coolly. Humph, how ungrateful. Do you truly believe that I am merely boasting? The sand crocodile's expression stiffened at Rashu's resolute rejection. He, who had always been exceedingly self-assured, had personally extended an invitation to a junior, which he had considered a humbling act. Little did he expect to be met with such an unyielding refusal. Robin was equally taken aback. Did this individual genuinely underestimate the power of the warlords? Or was he simply obstinate? The gap between the rookie of the Four Seas and the pinnacle of the Grand Line's warlords was insurmountable. Even if he had dodged the initial strike, it did not signify much. Robin was acutely aware of the so-called president's capabilities. That golden opportunity for survival had slipped away in vain. It would have been wiser to accept and then bide his time to grow. Robin couldn't help but sigh internally for Rashu. What a pity. The ground began to crack. The sand crocodile, growing impatient, summoned his resolve. His right fist morphed into granules of sand and then slammed down towards the earth. Boom! The moment his arm made contact, a cataclysmic transformation occurred. The entire landscape fractured, and the surrounding structures were drained of moisture, dissolving into sand that merged with the ground. The formidable fruit ability seemed intent on turning everything into grains of sand, aiming to engulf Rashu. Feeling the soil beneath him soften, Rashu clenched his fist. In the next moment, his figure shot forth like a drawn sword, an overwhelming aura erupting instantaneously. Puff, puff, puff. The surrounding sand was forcefully displaced, producing a series of explosive sounds. Then, a hum, an array of invisible afterimages surged across the expanse of yellow sand, stirring up a whirlwind of dust as they charged towards the figure of the sand crocodile. Hiss! How swift! As he gazed at the approaching figure of Luoxiu, unimpeded by the swirling sands, Crocodile furrowed his brow. His previous assault had been a wide-ranging technique, aimed at curbing Luoxiu's speed. However, he was taken aback that this seemingly unremarkable youth could effortlessly break through the onslaught. Without a moment's hesitation, the sand alligator leaped into the air, pivoting at the waist, his arms coiling with energy before twisting sharply to the side. In an instant, he unleashed an unparalleled velocity. His arm, propelled by the power of his devil fruit, morphed into a colossal blade of sand, shimmering with a silvery sheen under the fervent sunlight. Whoosh! Luoxiu, already prepared, showcased the swiftness of his rabbit charm. In an extraordinary burst of speed, he vanished before the sand alligator's eyes. When he re-emerged, he was already at Crocodile's side, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow. Almost instinctively, Crocodile felt a sudden, chilling sensation in his lower back, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He immediately activated his devil fruit ability, transforming half of his body into sand. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Luoxiu's fist struck Crocodile, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The force of the impact sent Crocodile hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, with half his body obliterated. After soaring a distance of 10 meters, he barely managed to regain his balance. Indeed, he was one of the 7 warlords, possessing far greater strength than Smoker. Observing Crocodile stabilize himself, Luoxiu internally acknowledged the passage of time since his last encounter with Smoker. His strength had surged significantly as his mastery of the charms deepened. Had Smoker been his adversary during that attack, he would have been unable to elementalize in time and would have faced a direct hit. Yet Crocodile, in that critical moment, had managed to react. Now, as Crocodile stood aside, the half of his body that had been destroyed began to visibly regenerate. However, his expression was clouded with a palpable sense of humiliation. As a renowned warlord, he had been struck head-on by a mere fledgling from the East Blue, losing half of his body in the process, a profound disgrace. The mere thought of it spreading beyond these walls was enough to make him cringe. Yet, amidst the indignation, he felt a deep-seated astonishment. This young man before him was undeniably extraordinary. His strength and speed were far beyond what one would expect at his age, reminiscent of a monster. Following their brief skirmish, Crocodile reassessed his perception of Luoxiu, preparing to confront him with full force. With a sharp inhale of his cherished cigar, Crocodile's aura surged, reaching a pinnacle. "Sandstorm," he declared, his voice resonating with newfound intensity. In the palm of the sand alligator, a minuscule whirlwind of sand began to coalesce, gradually intensifying and shaking violently. Surrounding debris, gravel, wooden planks, tables, sofas, and rocks were all swept away by the encroaching tempest, merging into the swirling yellow sands. In but a few breaths, what was once a mere palm-sized gust had transformed into a colossal sandstorm. With a sinister grin, the sand alligator unleashed the tempest towards the position of Luoxiu. Prior to the alligator's assault, Robin had already distanced herself from the fray. Witnessing Crocodile wield this formidable technique, her pupils dilated in shock. Could it be that Luoxiu possessed such strength, compelling Crocodile to this extent? It seemed that her prior assessment had been flawed. Was it possible that Luoxiu could indeed triumph over the sand alligator? Yet almost immediately, Robin shook her head in disbelief. How could this be? This notion was swiftly suppressed in her mind. Having witnessed Crocodile's terrifying prowess, she instinctively dismissed such a possibility. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Alabasta Kingdom had also turned their attention to the dreadful scene unfolding in the heart of the city, their expressions shifting dramatically as they gazed upon the chaos. Chapter 35, How Could It Be? You can resist the powers of my fruit. It is not just them. The executives of the Baroque works have also taken notice of the situation at the Spider CAF. It must be the president's ability. What is happening? Why is the president engaging in combat? Hiss in the kingdom of Alabasta. Is there truly someone capable of provoking the president to such an extent? Let's move. Led by Mr. One, several senior agents within the organization hurried towards the scene, their expressions filled with suspicion and astonishment. In the kingdom of Alabasta, they have covertly operated for so long that they are well aware of the circumstances surrounding this nation. The few individuals with considerable strength are primarily the officers of the Royal Guard. However, they're already overwhelmed with internal conflicts. It is difficult to fathom who could possibly warrant the president's intervention. Despite their uncertainty, the closer they approached the site of the battle, the more anxious their hearts became. It seemed that the individual clashing with the president was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, on the other side, a colossal sandstorm gathered, intensifying within mere breaths. It surged forth towards Luoxiu. The ferocious energy, entwined with enough debris to obliterate everything in its path, resembled a feral beast. In an instant, it engulfed Luoxiu. Boom! 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 Within the tempest of sand, a continuous cacophony echoed. The resounding roars reverberated as if an earthquake erupted from deep within the earth. A tempest of dust enveloping the sky. Sand Crocodile watched as Luoxiu was swallowed by the debris, a glimmer of delight crossing his face. This brat is still just a brat. He cannot escape my grasp. Prepare to be drained by the sand. The unique abilities of the sand fruit, aside from transforming objects into sand upon contact, possess another formidable aspect. When the sand encounters flesh and blood, it can instantaneously extract the moisture from the opponent's body. In an instant, it can render one a desiccated corpse devoid of hydration. Without moisture to sustain the body, all possibilities for movement are inevitably lost. As Luoxiu was caught within the sandstorm, at that moment, Crocodile believed that regardless of whether he could escape, he would undoubtedly be affected by the sand imbued with the fruit's powers. This battle had reached its conclusion. Coldly observing the raging storm, the tension in Sand Crocodile's heart eased. It must be said, when Luoxiu had previously blasted away half of his body, a sense of crisis had unexpectedly surged within him, an emotion he had not felt in many years. The last time he experienced such a sensation was decades ago, when he challenged Whitebeard. There are not many men as powerful as Whitebeard. To think I was nearly intimidated by a mere brat. Crocodile, you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Shaking his head, he felt a wave of exasperation at the crisis he had sensed earlier. Taking a deep drag from his cigar, Sand Crocodile's resolve intensified once more, preparing to conclude this absurd battle. Yet at that moment, thud, a shadow loomed behind him, ethereal and ghostly, devoid of any unnecessary movements. A fist struck the back of the sand alligator with a resounding crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed ominously. Crocodile's pupils contracted in shock as he turned abruptly to face the source, locking eyes with a pair of piercing black orbs. Blood spewed from the sand alligator's mouth. How? How could this be? He stared blankly at Rosh, bewildered. When did Rosh arrive at his side? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Under the force of the blow, his body was propelled backward. Bang, bang, bang. He pierced through several rocks before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, the high-ranking agents of the organization arrived at the battlefield, only to witness their president bleeding profusely, each one struck dumb with disbelief. The president is injured. This is unacceptable. Who is this man? Ah, he seems to be a newcomer from the East Blue. Huh, are you telling me he's a newcomer? They gazed at the scene before them in utter incredulity. Their worldview was shaken to its core. The invincible and immensely powerful president had sustained injuries at the hands of a mere novice. Are the young people arriving in the Grand Line so formidable now? We need to buy some time for the president. The voluptuous Miss Double Finger snapped back to reality, assuming a combat stance, ready to confront Rosh head-on. No, mister. One hastily intervened, halting Miss Double Finger's advance. Trust in the president, he declared solemnly. If anyone among them understood the president best, it would undoubtedly be him. As the strongest chief commander of Baroque works, he was acutely aware of the president's nature, possessing absolute confidence in his abilities, bordering on arrogance, and exuding the pride characteristic of a warlord. Should they rush to assist, they could not predict whether this newcomer would prove a challenge or if the president would turn on them first. Moreover, anyone capable of injuring the president would render their intervention futile, perhaps even hindering rather than aiding him. The sand alligator was oblivious to the thoughts of his subordinates. At that moment, he struggled to rise from the ground, feeling a sharp pain radiate through his organs, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was perplexed. The sandstorm had clearly engulfed Rosh, and he had been monitoring the situation closely, yet he had not seen Rosh emerge. How could he have arrived at his side? Most importantly, why had Rosh not become a desiccated corpse? The fruit's abilities had inexplicably failed against him. These questions swirled in his mind, yet no answers could be found. Damn it, where did this man come from? The sand alligator wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth. His precious cigar lay on the ground, dust-covered, a reflection of his own disheveled state. How could he still be standing? At this moment, as Rashu struck his opponent, he observed the sand crocodile rising from the ground and murmured, "The physical prowess of humans in this world is astonishingly extraordinary." As for why it could emerge unscathed from the sandstorm, the explanation is quite simple. One of the abilities of the talisman is to enable the bearer to eliminate any abnormal influences exerted from external forces within their body. However, the sand crocodile could not comprehend this, nor was there any need for it to do so. In the next instant, Rashu's toes barely grazed the ground. Boom! A pit with a diameter of approximately 10 meters materialized in place, as the surrounding sand surged inward like a tidal wave. Rashu's figure darted swiftly, charging towards the sand crocodile. Desert Diamond Blade. Seeing Rashu approach, Crocodile's pupils constricted in alarm. There was no time to ponder anything else. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, his arms instantaneously transformed into 4 razor-sharp, colossal sand blades, which he swung ferociously forward. Chapter 36. Oh, Mikey, you are so confused. Yet, to Rashu, Crocodile's speed appeared painfully sluggish. The 4 blades formed from grains of sand posed no real threat. Rashu's figure vanished once more, this time materializing above Crocodile. He raised his hand, descending with overwhelming force, a terrifying power imbued with the weight of a mountain, causing Crocodile's hair to stand on end. With a swift motion, the sand crocodile's expression hardened. He had no intention of confronting Rashu head-on this time. Learning from past encounters, he instantly elementalized his entire form, vanishing amidst the swirling sands. Upon scanning the area, all that met his gaze was an endless sea of sand, devoid of any trace of the sand crocodile. A smile graced Rashu's lips. The recently acquired observation haki seemed now to find its purpose, a perfect opportunity to test its efficacy. With this thought, he ceased his movements, his already keen senses sharpening further in an instant. Everything around him fell within the purview of his vision, including Crocodile's whereabouts, 11 o'clock to the left. In his mind, he noted this, and in the next moment, Luoxiu treaded upon the yellow sands, leaving a trail of footprints. Suddenly, he arrived at the sand crocodile's hiding spot. With a powerful flex of his arms, his muscles surged. Boom! He struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater. Grains of sand flew outward like razor-sharp blades, scattering in all directions. Among them, a mound of sand with two eyes, filled with inexplicable terror, swiftly relocated to another position. However, just as it concealed its form, Luoxiu approached once again. Just as before, he unleashed a simple punch against the earth. The sand crocodile's eyes, embedded within the grains, seemed on the verge of weeping. In the next moment, his figure vanished once more, yet Luoxiu pinpointed him with unerring accuracy. Robin blinked her beautiful eyes, utterly captivated. The sand crocodile was being relentlessly pursued. Thus, the cycle of escape and pursuit continued, a relentless back and forth. Ultimately, the sand crocodile could endure no longer. Elementalization consumed stamina. To remain in this state was akin to the user constantly being attacked, depleting energy and vitality. Moreover, maintaining full elementalization while simultaneously fending off Luoxiu's strikes was a daunting task. Desert Sunflower. A furious roar erupted. Near a sand pit, a figure surged forth. As the words left his lips, a massive wave of quicksand, comparable to a sand dune, materialized beneath Luoxiu's feet, resembling a nameless coffin in the desert, capable of consuming all life within. Feeling the ground beneath him sink, Luoxiu lowered his gaze momentarily. In the next instant, he summoned his formidable energy, channeling it into his legs. The quicksand that threatened to engulf everything now lay beneath him like solid ground. In an instant, he traversed several meters. Before the sand crocodile, he raised his hand and struck down with force. Danger, tremendous danger. The sand crocodile sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Luoxiu, causing its hair to stand on end. A chilling sensation crept up from its feet, while its spine tingled as if a venomous serpent slithered over it, racing towards its mind. However, the continuous release of powerful moves had already drained a significant amount of stamina. At this moment, Crocodile's reactions were slightly slower than before. Yet, that slight delay was enough to spell doom. Just as he intended to elementalize and evade Luoxiu's frontal assault, it was already too late. Boom! Luoxiu's palm struck down, landing on the sand crocodile's arm. The sound of cracking echoed relentlessly as the golden hook on its arm was forcefully shattered. The residual shock wave surged within the sand crocodile's body, sending it flying. The agents within the Baroque works, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror. Bang! 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 The sand crocodile's body, akin to a thrown cannonball, crashed through several distant houses before finally coming to a halt, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The sand crocodile crawled out from the rubble, gazing at its severed arm. Rage surged into its brain, disregarding its injuries. In the next moment, it charged once more towards Luoxiu. Erosion cycle. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Alabasta Kingdom, the king sat high upon his throne, listening to the faint reports below. Upon Princess Vivi's conclusion, his expression turned incredulous. Vivi, you mean to say the mastermind behind Baroque works is Crocodile? Vivi responded with a firm and certain tone. Yes, father. He has been secretly orchestrating everything, inciting internal strife within the country, and seizing the opportunity to control the kingdom's power. Her words caused the usually gentle king to tremble. Why would he do such a thing? He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. His expression darkened further. The 7 warlords wreaking havoc within the kingdom exacerbated an already precarious situation. However, there were those who had pledged to take action against Crocodile. Vivi continued, relaying the agreement made with Luoxiu to her father. What? The king of Alabasta stood abruptly from his chair, his face shifting dramatically. You truly traded 3 devil fruits for a rookie pirate? They are one of the world government's affiliated nations, under its jurisdiction and protection. How could one engage in a trade with a pirate? Vivi nodded gravely. Given the current circumstances, there is no choice. Vivi, you are being foolish. The king sighed heavily. These are 3 devil fruits. At a critical moment, they could elevate the overall strength of the kingdom's guard to a new level. However, it was used to broker a deal with a pirate. Moreover, and most importantly, that pirate was a newcomer from the East Sea. To have him confront one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, how could this possibly hold any chance of success? From any perspective, this was an exceedingly unwise transaction. Furthermore, it could potentially lead the pirate into the kingdom of Alabasta, resulting in yet another catastrophe. After all, pirates are notoriously untrustworthy. How could a novice pirate possibly stand against one of the 7 warlords? The king of Alabasta shook his head, wiping his furrowed brow. With a tone of quiet determination, he explained, he is not merely a novice pirate. His strength is formidable, and even against a warlord, he is not without a chance of victory. The scene where he effortlessly dispatched 2 agents from the Baroque works had already etched itself deeply in the recesses of her mind. Moreover, this may not even be his full strength. Regarding Rosh, she was willing to place her faith in him. Chapter 37. Is the Navy merely living off handouts? How could such power merely earn a bounty of 60 million? Enough said. The king of Alabasta interrupted the faint desire of Mikey to continue speaking. He was all too aware of the power wielded by the 7 warlords of the sea, individuals who even the Navy headquarters must regard with respect. The mere fact that one could gain recognition from the Navy as a pirate spoke volumes. If this newcomer pirate purportedly possessed strength surpassing that of Crocodile, then why was he not among the 7 warlords himself? Clearly, in the eyes of the king of Alabasta, Mikey had been deceived. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from within the palace. Wood splintered and sand swirled violently. The rebels were brazenly causing chaos within the palace. The king of Alabasta declared with fury. The rebel forces had been increasingly active within the kingdom, showing a distinct tendency towards war. Were it not for these individuals, he could hardly conceive of who else would dare to cause a ruckus at this time. A man clad in the garb of a bodyguard rushed in, brandishing a spear. Your Majesty, the 7 warlords Crocodile is engaged in combat. The king of Alabastus' expression froze. The 7 warlords, in a fight? Mikey immediately grasped the situation, his eyes lighting up. It must be Rosh. It certainly must be him. Ikarlum, gather some men and let us see. Upon hearing Mikey's words, the king swiftly made his decision. Yes, your Majesty. Meanwhile, on a tranquil island, the sun shone brightly upon the beach, its fine sands gleaming white. A colossal sunshade stood upon the shore, accompanied by a table and a lounge chair. On the table rested a transponder snail, while the lounge chair cradled a man with short, curly black hair, donned in sunglasses and sporting a hint of stubble. Clad in a yellow and white striped suit, he exuded an air of leisure. This was none other than Admiral Kizaru, dispatched to pursue Rosh. At that moment, he was basking in the sea breeze, indulging in a delightful business trip. Bururu, bururu. Suddenly, the transponder snail on the table began to ring. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, casually reaching for the device. Moshi, Moshi, came his languid voice. After a brief silence, Kizaru's brow arched, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, with a resounding hum, a beam of light shot skyward, vanishing in the blink of an eye from the island. Only 2 phrases lingered in the wind. The kingdom of Alabasta, at last. I have found you. Back in the kingdom of Alabasta, amidst the battleground, one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, was now gasping for breath, kneeling upon the yellow sands. His teeth ground audibly as he gazed towards the distant Rosh, his expression one of utter despair. He is far too strong. This newcomer from the East Blue is overwhelmingly powerful. This is the conclusion drawn by the warlord after a period of confrontation. Regardless of the techniques employed during battle, he finds that they can be effortlessly countered by his opponent, leaving him with no possibility of victory and unable to identify any weaknesses. The terrifying speed, strength, and immunity to his own devil fruit abilities instill a profound sense of helplessness within him. Damn it, what is the Navy doing? Are they merely idling? A pirate of such formidable strength is only offered a bounty of 60 million. It's nothing short of detrimental. Crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood, inwardly berating the Navy. He simply could not comprehend how this young man, possessing such overwhelming power, could be valued at a mere 60 million. It defies all logic. Had a bounty in the hundreds of millions been placed on him, he would not have dared to confront him so brazenly. Perhaps they could have engaged in a proper discussion before the battle commenced. Now, he finds himself in a precarious predicament. Meanwhile, on the other side, Law clenched his fists. His stamina was rapidly depleting from the battle, yet he was fortunate to have the support of his cursed abilities. However, there existed a hidden danger. The attribute conflicts between the curses remained, becoming increasingly pronounced in the heat of battle. Fortunately, the activated talisman had a high compatibility. Had it been only other talismans coexisting, his body would have failed him long before the fight truly began. He exhaled deeply, adjusting his physical state, and cast his gaze towards Crocodile in the distance. Inwardly lamenting, wielding these devil fruits truly feels like a laborious task. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing to strike at Crocodile once more. The latter, witnessing Law's renewed assault, cursed under his breath, labeling him a monster. Crocodile's arms spread wide. Desert Greatsword. As the words fell, a colossal sword formed instantly from grains of sand. Boom! Law swiftly approached the massive sword, his arms exerting force akin to stirring a vast river or shaking mountains. His fists landed heavily upon the sandy surface. In less than a breath's time, the sword shattered explosively, grains scattering into the air, descending like a torrential downpour. Only this time, it was a rain of dust. Such terrifying power. Robin gazed at Law, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Since the commencement of their battle, Crocodile had been relentlessly dominated. Law had continuously reshaped her understanding. It became clear that even the warlords could be vanquished, not only by the peak powers such as the emperors or admirals. Perhaps this individual from the East Blue had already ascended to the ranks of the pinnacle forces of this sea. Unleash. On the battlefield, Crocodile's face contorted in rage as he witnessed his attack being obliterated. A slender scar traversed his entire face, resembling a writhing centipede that pulsated with life. Luoxiu merely cast a cursory glance at Crocodile, accompanied by a cold smirk. Such fury was futile. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Crocodile's visage, striking him with a resounding impact. Blood erupted from his mouth and nose. The sand crocodile felt a wave of dizziness as multiple images of Luoxiu swirled before him, causing him to shake his head in confusion. His body involuntarily hurled backward. The agents of the Baroque works could no longer contain themselves upon witnessing the spectacle. Trust the president? What nonsense! The blow had induced illusions. With a swift motion, several of them propelled themselves towards the sand crocodile, with Mr. One leading the charge. I will intercept this fellow. Wake the president. After a brief exchange, he pivoted to face Luoxiu. Your next opponent is me, he declared challengingly. Luoxiu merely glanced at him, dismissing him entirely, before shifting his gaze to the sky. This was not an act of disdain, rather, a formidable presence, even more powerful than the sand crocodile, was approaching, and there were more skilled fighters. A piercing sound echoed as a blinding beam of light surged toward the battlefield. Boom! A brilliant explosion of golden radiance erupted. Chapter 38. Admiral Kizaru. A casual voice soon followed. The newcomers today are truly formidable. Luoxiu and the others looked up. A cluster of yellow particles appeared in midair, shining with a blinding brilliance. Gradually, the light dissipated, revealing a figure at its center, clad in a yellow and white suit and sporting sunglasses. It was Kizaru, hastily arriving from a distant island. His Admiral Kizaru. At that moment, Crocodile, who had recently awakened under the simple care of the agency's personnel, felt his pupils constrict upon seeing the newcomer, an entity more powerful than the 7 warlords. One of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru, a true pinnacle of strength in the world. So, I have been discovered after all. Crocodile suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with a hint of unwillingness. The rarely mobilized admiral of the Navy had unexpectedly come to the kingdom of Alabasta. The issue was glaringly obvious. His covert operations in Alabasta, the coup he had schemed, had been uncovered by the Navy headquarters. After all, in the kingdom of Alabasta, aside from himself, who else could warrant the direct intervention of an admiral? There was no escaping this time. Crocodile let out a long sigh. He then shakily retrieved a small wooden box from his pocket, opened it, and drew out a special cigar, lighting it for himself. Kizaru, reputed to be the fastest man upon the seas. Even at his peak, he could not hope to flee from Kizaru's grasp, let alone in his current state, having been reduced to this by Luoxiu. Any thoughts of escape had been utterly abandoned. President, are you all right? The agency's personnel, observing their somewhat dejected leader, could not help but inquire. Baroque works, from now on, let disband. At this moment, Kizaru, having arrived on the scene, noticed the severely injured Crocodile and raised an eyebrow. Crocodile, who has done this to you? It is quite embarrassing for a distinguished warlord to be in such a state. His languid voice echoed once more. The 7 warlords are formidable forces upon the seas. Even a Navy vice admiral may not stand a chance against them. Moreover, Crocodile possesses the sansan fruit, a natural type devil fruit. He knows better than anyone how difficult it is to inflict harm upon him. Yet, here was a man who surpassed Navy vice admirals, reduced to such a state. Alabasta holds many secrets. Is it Robin? He cast a glance towards Robin. The latter instinctively took a step back upon seeing Kizaru, a primal fear overtaking her. Impossible. Kizaru dismissed this option internally. A mere child who escaped from O'Hara could not possibly possess such power. Could it be the individuals around Crocodile? Kizaru shook his head again. At last, his gaze settled upon Luoxiu, a look of skepticism appearing on his face. Although he conceded that Luoxiu possessed considerable strength, having defeated Smoker, he could not fathom how Smoker could be equated with the warlords of the sea. Luoxiu's potential was indeed remarkable, yet he had not yet matured to such an extent. Moreover, he could discern no signs of battle upon Luoxiu. Even his garments remained pristine. Could there be others present? Perhaps the other 8 notorious demons? The thought crossed Kizaru's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. Buzz. In an instant, his formidable observation haki unfurled, encompassing the surrounding environment, scrutinizing every suspicious individual. Ultimately, he discovered nothing. Crocodile observed Kizaru's bewildered demeanor, utterly perplexed. What could this mean? Was the admiral not specifically dispatched to apprehend him? In the kingdom of Alabasta, who else could be worthy of such an admiral's attention? If not himself? His could it be for Luoxiu, this newcomer pirate who had traversed from the East Blue to the Grand Line? Contemplating this notion, he glanced at Kizaru, realizing that the admiral's focus was indeed fixated on Luoxiu. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Damn, what manner of identity did Luoxiu possess that warranted the admiral's personal attention? A myriad of questions flooded Crocodile's mind. Even he, lacking in intellect, began to comprehend. The Navy's bounty of 60 million on Luoxiu was merely a fade. Luoxiu must have committed acts in the East Blue that roused the ire of the Navy headquarters, or perhaps his very strength and standing instilled fear in those aged officials. Otherwise, merely being a rookie pirate would not suffice to provoke the mobilization of an admiral, especially through such clandestine means. Admiral Kizaru, who exactly is Luoxiu? Crocodile directly inquired of Kizaru, believing that his status as a warlord would afford him some measure of respect. Do not ask. It is not within your purview to know, Kizaru retorted, his brow furrowed as he regarded Crocodile. Crocodile, damn Kizaru, damn the Navy. If I were to obtain one of the ancient weapons, Pluton, I would ensure you were reduced to nothing but ash. And that cursed Luoxiu, none of you shall escape. I shall raise the entire Navy headquarters to the ground. Luoxiu, it seems you are indeed behind this. Kizaru, disregarding Crocodile entirely, turned his gaze towards Luoxiu and spoke slowly. And if so, what of it? Luoxiu met Kizaru's eyes with calmness, inwardly exhaling a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that the conflict within the kingdom of Alabasta would draw the admiral's attention, placing him face to face with a high-ranking officer of the Navy headquarters. Although the other party is of the laid-back type, the pressure remains immense. Moreover, my current physical condition is not at its peak. It's nothing, the yellow ape said casually. Our Marine headquarters wishes to extend an invitation for you to visit. The Marine headquarters? An invitation. Upon hearing the yellow ape's words, Crocodile and Robin were instantly taken aback. What is happening? Marine headquarters, Marine Fort. What kind of place is that? It is the epicenter of the Navy's supreme power, the convergence of its strongest forces. Yet now, a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters is personally inviting a pirate to be a guest. It is truly chilling to ponder. What exactly is Rosh's identity? Or rather, what schemes are unfolding at the Marine headquarters? However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Crocodile's worries began to dissipate. It is now evident that the yellow ape's arrival in the Alabasta Kingdom was indeed not in search of him. This implies that the clandestine activities he had been undertaking had gone undetected. With a sigh of relief, Crocodile exhaled deeply. Although he had suffered a crushing defeat, he was not captured and imprisoned and impelled down. He silently vowed that once he recuperated and obtained what he desired, he would ensure that these individuals would pay a steep price. Chapter 39, Rosh versus Kizaru. What if I refuse to show deference? Rosh narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, an invitation to the Navy headquarters? Rosh does not believe that after tarnishing the Navy's reputation, they would extend such kindness. Who knows? They might have prepared a bed for my dissection. Oh dear, the newcomers today are not only terrifying, but also exceedingly polite. Kizaru, with a droop in his brow, adjusted his sunglasses and withdrew his other hand from his pocket. Since it has come to this, do not blame me for taking advantage of you. The invitation to Rosh was born out of his own reluctance to engage. Now that he has been rebuffed, he must resort to alternative means. Sengoku has issued orders. This person must be apprehended. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kizaru raised his arm and extended a finger. A yellow five-pointed star of light gathered at the tip. Whoosh! A series of piercing sounds erupted as a stream of brilliant yellow beams shot towards Rosh. Just before Kizaru made his move, Rosh, ever prepared to face an admiral, activated his bunny talisman in an instant. He crouched on one leg, channeling energy into his calf, remaining utterly vigilant in the presence of a Navy admiral. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself off the ground. Bang! A massive pit formed beneath him as Rosh vanished in the blink of an eye. The yellow lasers exploded with a thunderous roar, unleashing golden energy that ravaged the surroundings, enveloping everything in thick smoke. As the smoke cleared, the beam-struck area lay scorched. Yet Rosh stood unscathed. My, what incredible speed! Noticing Rosh evade his attack, Kizaru raised an eyebrow. However, in the next instant, he lifted his right leg, particles of light converging, and lazily remarked, have you ever been struck by light speed? Accompanied by this languorous declaration, Kizaru's right leg became ethereal, radiating blinding brilliance that was difficult to behold. Almost simultaneously, a towering figure appeared behind Rosh at the speed of light, delivering a swift kick to his side. With a sense of foreboding regarding Kizaru's velocity, Rosh's expression shifted dramatically. He raised his arm to shield himself from the impending blow. Boom! The tremendous impact sent Rosh plummeting at an astonishing speed. The ground erupted, creating a colossal pit over 10 meters in diameter, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. The terrifying energy surged forth, generating shockwaves akin to waves cascading over the surface of the sea when a stone is cast into it, spreading in layers. Everything in its path, sand and rock alike, was reduced to rubble. Damn it, I need to keep my distance. Crocodile, supported by an associate, gritted his teeth and exclaimed. The energy unleashed by these two combatants could overturn everything in this area. Any collateral damage would result in catastrophic casualties. Given his current grievous injuries, he did not wish to meet his end so readily. He wished to witness Luoxiu being incapacitated by the admiral, indeed president. The agents under him assisted Crocodile to a comparatively secure vantage point. Robin likewise distanced herself. The battle raged on. From within the crater, a dark figure soared into the sky, akin to a bolt of black lightning. Luoxiu landed nearby, his gaze piercing through the billowing smoke, fixated on Kizaru. Such is the might of an admiral. In comparison to the warlord Crocodile, he was on an entirely different tier. Luoxiu mused to himself. Previously, he had triumphed against Arlong in the East Blue, then defeated Smoker on Water 7, and just moments ago, vanquished Crocodile. Yet now, confronted with the formidable power of the Navy's highest echelon, an overwhelming pressure surged upon him. He exhaled a breath of stale air, suppressing the restless energy within. This commission, the devil fruit, must be forsaken. He cast aside this unfounded thought. In the next moment, his expression grew grave. He summoned the full force of the rabbit charm, pushing his speed to its utmost limit. In an instant, he left behind a fleeting afterimage. Have you ever been struck by a fist the size of a sandbag? Suddenly, a voice resonated near Kizaru's ear. Hiss! Kizaru's drooping eyes widened in shock. This, such a familiar tone, such infuriating words, and such incredible speed. A long punch surged forth, a tremendous force that seemed poised to tear through space itself. Explosive sounds echoed relentlessly. Simultaneously, a dazzling golden light erupted. Terrifying energy lifted the gravel from the ground, an overwhelming storm of yellow sand swirling around. Boom! The ground trembled repeatedly. Roshio's body plunged into the earth like a spear. In the next instant, he shook off the debris clinging to him and rose tall. At this moment, Kizaru's voice echoed again. That was close. You nearly struck me. Is this the peculiarity of the Pika Pika Nomi? Listening to Kizaru's voice, Roshio's heart tightened. The fastest man on the sea was indeed not to be underestimated. Whoosh! At that moment, light flared once more. A beam of light gathered at Kizaru's fingertip, shooting towards Roshio with fierce velocity. Buzz! The atmosphere surged abruptly. The rabbit charm was activated once again. Roshio instantaneously shifted several dozen meters away. The yellow beam grazed his skin, erupting in a cascade of golden light behind him. A tidal wave of energy surged forth, enveloped in smoke. Quite impressive, Kizaru remarked, noticing Roshio vanish in an instant beneath his very eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. Back at the Navy headquarters, he had thought Smoker's claims were merely exaggerated tales born from defeat. Yet now, it appeared to be true. However, this was still insufficient. With a rare seriousness, Kizaru's expression shifted away from its earlier nonchalance. With a mere flick of his toes against the ground, he became a formidable threat in the blink of an eye. In an instant, his lithe figure soared into the air, arms crossed gracefully before him, with fingers interlocking in a delicate gesture. 8-foot Cheongoyu, he declared, and as the words left his lips, countless luminous projectiles cascaded from his hands like a torrential downpour. The sky was enveloped in a haze of yellow light. Luoxiu stood resolutely against the wind, basking in the dazzling radiance of the glowing orbs, and slowly exhaled a breath of warmth. In the next moment, his brows furrowed intensely, and piercing beams of light erupted from his gaze. Subsequently, his previously taut body began to rhythmically undulate, the sinewy muscles responding to the full force of the Nyo-Fu spell as if they were autonomously inhaling and exhaling. Each hair on his body stood erect, a testament to the terrifying power coursing through his limbs and veins. The observation haki activated, seamlessly blending speed, strength, and heightened perception into a singular, harmonious force. As the luminous curtain descended, a fleeting glimmer flickered in Luoxiu's eyes, propelling his body skyward, slipping through the gaps of the glowing veil with unwavering determination. His sights set firmly on the yellow ape. Thunderous roars erupted as the cascading projectiles struck the ground, unleashing a vast array of skills that blanketed the area below. The resounding explosions reverberated through the heavens, their echoes spreading far and wide. Chapter 40. The fastest man in the world, truly extraordinary. The entire Alabasta kingdom could hear it distinctly, all faces pale with dread. The royal military faction, previously embroiled in internal strife, along with the revolutionary insurgents, halted their actions. Gazing skyward, centered around the figure of Kizaru, the ground within a 1,000-meter radius was mercilessly crushed to dust. The scattered debris transformed into shimmering crystalline substances. Deep gashes and numerous craters dotted the landscape. Not far from their position, Princess Vivi and others from the Alabasta kingdom, who had just arrived, felt an intense sound pierce their ears, causing their heads to throb painfully. Instinctively, their gazes were drawn to the heights above. In their line of sight stood a man clad in a yellow suit. This was none other than the Marine Admiral Kizuru, the king of Alabasta. One of the member states of the world government was taken aback. He had seen this admiral before, and now his eyes widened in astonishment, filled with uncertainty. What was happening? Why had the Marine Admiral come to the Alabasta Kingdom? More importantly, why was he unleashing such a vast array of attacks? It seemed as though he was engaged in a duel. Yet who in the Alabasta Kingdom could warrant such attention from an admiral? Not only the king, but also Princess Vivi and Ikaram shared the same reaction. What was amiss in the Alabasta Kingdom? Could it be that the admiral had come due to matters concerning the kingdom? Ikaram swallowed hard but quickly dismissed the thought. Even Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, could hardly justify such a cautious approach from the Marine headquarters. In the skies, the battle was far from over. Yellow energy orbs continuously gathered in Kizuru's hands, then surged forth, forming a brilliant yellow screen. Notably, amidst these luminous shields, there was a striking black figure, as conspicuous as lightning. In less than a breath's time, he dashed through the barrage of energy orbs, closing in on Kizuru. A glint of cold light flickered in his black pupils. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and delivered punch. Amaterasu. Kizaru frowned. His arms, crossed in front of his chest, were swiftly withdrawn. The energy particles instantly coalesced into a dazzling long sword. Brandishing the light blade, he aimed a downward strike at Roquefort. Observing this, Roquefort made no attempt to block. He merely adjusted his body at a slight angle, evading the fatal strike. His fist showed no sign of halting, continuing its trajectory towards Kizuru. With a resounding impact, Roquefort's shoulder was struck by the Amaterasu's sword, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, a dull thud echoed as his fist forcefully propelled Kizuru back several meters. At that moment, the golden light dissipated. The appearance of Rashu fell into the gaze of Princess Weiwei, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. The person currently engaged in combat with Kizuru was none other than the individual she had personally hired not long ago. His strength had grown to such an astonishing degree. At that moment, only 4 words can encapsulate her feelings: profoundly shocked. Though her instincts suggested that Rashu was formidable, even comparable to one of the 7 warlords' Crocodile, she could never have imagined he would be capable of confronting an admiral of a navy, let alone driving him back. However, upon witnessing Rashu sustain an injury, her heart leapt to her throat, her eyes filled with concern. It was truly distressing. He had been struck directly. With a crash, Kizaru rose from the rubble, shaking off the debris that clung to him. A shallow imprint of a fist marked his chest, a testament to Rashu's strike. He dusted off his clothes and fixed his gaze upon Rashu. Although you managed to wound me in kind, he mused, what shall you do next? I may be injured, yet I am far from incapacitated. But Rashu's condition is different. A direct blow from a light sword has nearly rendered his shoulder useless. The ensuing battle is bound to lack any suspense. How can one know without trying? Rashu coldly retorted from atop a pile of sand, though his expression revealed a grave seriousness. The success of his counterattack had not inflicted significant damage upon his opponent. The physical prowess of an admiral was undeniably extraordinary. It was no wonder that Akainu and Akiji could engage in a 3-day battle on a single island. Only with the dragon talisman could he hope to prevail. Rasha thought to himself, praying that invoking the 4th talisman would not lead to immediate backlash. With this in mind, he slowly exhaled, utilizing the horse talisman to optimize his physical condition. The power of the dragon talisman had yet to be revealed. Even the Navy headquarters remained oblivious to this information. To strike Kizuru, who moved at a speed rivaling his own, he had to catch him off guard. Amatsukiyumi. Kizaru smirked, non-committal to Rashu's words. As the light sword in his hand took shape once more, his gaze fixated on Rashu's shoulder. Recognizing it as the optimal target, striking there would neither risk Rashu's life nor allow him to retaliate effectively. Yet at that moment, Kizaru's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him, the wound on Rashu's shoulder was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. In mere seconds, it was restored to its original state, leaving no trace aside from the torn fabric of his clothing. The ability of self-healing. The yellow ape raised the corner of his eye and suddenly recalled the report regarding Luoxiu, which had noted his exceptionally formidable regenerative capabilities. It was suspected that he was a user of a devil fruit. During this time of fruitless pursuit, he had nearly forgotten this crucial detail. The yellow ape couldn't help but shake his head. Aging indeed, swift as the wind, powerful as a tempest, and capable of healing himself. What a troublesome adversary. However, soon a smirk played at his lips, for relying solely on that ability would not suffice. Having learned from the first lesson, he would not fall for the same trick twice. Luoxiu's defeat was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. His momentum surged suddenly. Grasping the shimmering golden sword, Ama no Murakumo, the yellow ape transformed into a dazzling photon and charged forth once more. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Luoxiu. Raising his sword, he struck downward. Luoxiu's figure shifted, teleporting away from his original position. The light sword cleaved through a mere afterimage. In the next moment, Luoxiu, gathering his strength, unleashed a powerful punch towards the yellow ape's side just as he descended. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce clash reverberated with explosive sounds. In midair, two figures, one yellow and one black, flickered and collided in rapid succession. Each encounter unleashed boundless shockwaves. The earth was ravaged by terrifying energy, engulfed in swirling dust. The horrific scene resembled a hell on earth. Throughout the ordeal, Luoxiu was struck several times by the yellow ape's light sword. Yet each time he relied on his self-healing abilities to recover. The yellow ape, too, faced challenges. With each strike, he had to remain vigilant against Luoxiu's fists and kicks. How could Luoxiu be this strong? From a distance, Crocodile beheld the fierce battle between Luoxiu and the yellow ape, his eyes filled with disbelief. He undoubtedly harbored a significant secret. The glimmer in his gaze was resolute and assured. The bounty of 60 million made him a worthy target for the Admiral's capture. Given Luoxiu's prowess, the Navy headquarters must possess some knowledge about him. Yet, not much. Otherwise, the yellow ape would not have displayed such an expression earlier. Contemplating this, Crocodile cursed under his breath. Damn, this guy Luoxiu, despite possessing such strength, deliberately conceals it, acting like a pig to eat the tiger. And here he was, the one being devoured. No, wait. To be able to exchange blows with the yellow ape. His own defeat was not too embarrassing after all. From this peculiar perspective, Crocodile's heart found a slight sense of balance. Chapter 41, The Dragon's Curse, The Power of Detonation. In stark contrast to Crocodile's thoughts, Princess Weiwei stood frozen in disbelief. Her mouth agape. Crocodile. She had just witnessed the sand alligator, guarded by the internal agents, reduced to a pitiful state, his golden hook arm shattered, his chest caved in, and blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. This could not be real. One of the 7 warlords, the sand alligator, had been so utterly defeated. Instinctively, Princess Weiwei turned her gaze towards Rosh. Was it him? The battle raged on with a thunderous roar that resonated deep within the hearts of the onlookers. The conflict between the naval admiral and his foe was nothing short of catastrophic. The ground lay in ruins, engulfed in swirling dust. Yellow and black figures collided, separated, and collided again, sending shockwaves through the air as if to scatter the clouds above. Suddenly, the figure of the yellow ape materialized behind Rosh. Golden photons converged at that moment, launching towards Rosh with blinding speed. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Rosh was struck, sent hurtling backward as if struck by a bolt of lightning, flying dozens of meters away like a meteor descending from the heavens. Seizing the opportunity, the yellow ape raised his hands, palms together. Jetta no Kagami, he proclaimed, as light manifested in his palms, forming an oval mirror enveloped in golden luminescence. In the next instant, a beam of light erupted from the mirror, bending through the space around it. The yellow ape appeared above Rosh, wielding the Amitsukami sword, forged from condensed photons, and brought it crashing down. The force was monumental, akin to the impact of 1,000 tons. The terrifying energy of the photons wreaked havoc in the air, distorting the very fabric of space. Boom! Bang! The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck the entire city of Alabasta. A massive chasm tore through the earth, with sand and debris suspended in midair, creating a scene both horrifying and grotesque. Countless structures were reduced to rubble in an instant. Fortunately, the combat zone had long been cleared of civilians. Though the tumult was immense and attracted many onlookers, there were no casualties to account for. The yellow ape's light-speed kick, combined with the Amatsukumi's sword, unleashed an unfathomable energy. Witnessing this, Princess Weiwei felt her heart race once more. Oh no, could he be dead? Observing the billowing dust and the gaping pit below, the yellow ape spoke slowly. If he truly is dead, it could pose a problem for Rosh. I must ponder how to explain this to the admiral. He frowned, stroking his chin in annoyance. The fleet admiral had explicitly commanded that the target be captured alive, for there were still matters concerning other devils to uncover. Just then, a sense of danger surged within him. With his observation hockey, he sensed it behind him. Are you toying with me, yellow ape? Rosh sneered. The black trench coat worn by him was torn to shreds under the assault of the yellow ape, revealing robust, taut bronze skin beneath. Remarkably, there were no visible scars. As the words left his lips, he delivered a swift kick. What a tenacious little imp. The yellow ape was taken aback to see Luoxiu still lively and spry. Such a remarkable self-healing ability was indeed astonishing. The previous strike had undoubtedly landed with force. Most would have been cleaved in two. Yet, Luoxiu managed to recover in such a brief span of time. Even a well-versed yellow ape could not help but feel astonished. However, these thoughts merely flickered through his mind. Raising his arm, the yellow ape blocked the incoming attack. He could not fathom what kind of sustenance had enabled such resilience. As a non-ability user, achieving this level of prowess was truly perplexing. He had encountered all kinds of individuals upon these vast seas, including peak powerhouses. Yet few possessed such remarkable regenerative capabilities. In fact, it seemed that only Kaido, one of the four emperors, exhibited a similar indomitable nature, albeit as a fruit user. There appeared to be none who had attained such prowess purely through physical conditioning. As contemplating this, the yellow ape furrowed his brows. This individual was perilous, potentially more so than even the four emperors. He could not allow such a one to flourish. With a flick of his sword, he swung down once more. Luoxiu, paying no heed to the yellow ape's incessant prattling, was resolute in his focus. With a sudden shift in momentum, he evaded the oncoming light sword and retaliated with another kick. Though advanced in years, he was far from incapable of handling such attacks. The yellow ape extended his hand, seizing Luoxiu's leg with a firm grip. Having suffered once, he would not allow Luoxiu to gain the upper hand again. The yellow ape pinned Luoxiu firmly. This time, there would be no escape. A somewhat comical expression adorned his face as he clutched Luoxiu with one hand while raising his sword with the other. In the next moment, the sword descended, aimed directly at Luoxiu's spine. A strike here would incapacitate him in an instant. Yet, how could Luoxiu simply submit? Utilizing his waist as a pivot and his captured ankle as a fulcrum, he executed an astonishing aerial rotation. His other leg, driven by the force from his waist, lashed out like a whip towards the yellow ape's face with terrifying speed, akin to a cannonball hurtling through the air. Sensing the imminent danger, the yellow ape's expression shifted drastically. He had not anticipated such ferocity from this youth, willing to sacrifice his own leg to land a direct hit. It was indeed surprising. Nevertheless, he quickly reacted. In the instant the whip-like kick approached, the yellow ape transformed his head into an elemental state. That was a close call. The yellow ape mused internally, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Yet this was far from over. At the very moment his head was elementalized, a sudden eruption of searing flames burst forth from Rokiu's mouth. The speed was astonishing, having narrowly evaded the whip-like leg of the yellow ape. His mind was far from prepared for the subsequent assault. By the time he barely registered the threat, a blinding light enveloped his entire field of vision. Boom! A violent explosion resonated in the air, showering the surroundings in a cascade of radiant light, akin to a splendid firework display. The temperature around them surged abruptly. Rumbling. 100 meters away, a mass of photons retreated rapidly, coalescing into the form of the yellow ape. Yet, in this moment, he appeared quite disheveled. While his neck and above remained unscathed, The yellow spectacles adorning his face had vanished. The once pristine naval justice cloak now bore the marks of charred disarray, tattered and torn. More significantly, blood was seeping through the ragged fabric. The area around his waist and chest was a gruesome sight. Flesh and blood mingled in a grotesque tableau. His body bore numerous small wounds, each insignificant in size, yet collectively they were profoundly shocking. After all, this was a vice admiral of the Navy. Chapter 42. This newcomer is beyond imagination. The Marine Admiral has been injured, and at the hands of a mere rookie pirate. Such a phenomenon seems utterly impossible. Yet in this moment, it has manifested with undeniable reality. Robin stood, entranced by the unfolding scene. This was a Marine Admiral. The surreal nature of it all enveloped her. After vanquishing Crocodile, this newcomer had managed to wound Kizaru. Simply inconceivable. In her mind, memories from her childhood on O'Hara Island resurfaced. Kizaru, accompanied by a formidable fleet of Marines, had unleashed a brutal purge upon them. Flames blazed across the sky, and the air was filled with the echoes of despair. The ferocity of that battlefield bore an uncanny resemblance to the present circumstances. However, the distinction lay in the fact that the Kizaru she had always perceived as immensely powerful, one who inspired fear deep within her, now appeared vulnerable. Princess Vivi was equally astonished, as if the very fabric of their worldview was being violently shaken. Crocodile, too, felt the tremors of disbelief. The fact that Rosh could exchange blows with Kizaru without being swiftly defeated was already a marvel. Yet now, he seemed to be gaining the upper hand, inflicting injury upon Kizaru. Moreover, what about that explosive flame from earlier? It did not resemble the abilities of Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi. Was it possible that this was Rosh's power, a capability to incite explosions? The realization struck Crocodile with a jolt. The Rosh he faced previously had been concealing his true prowess. He too was a devil fruit user. Thunderstruck, Crocodile felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His mind blanked in disbelief. As a fellow ability wielder, the fact that Rosh deemed it unnecessary to utilize his powers against him was an utter humiliation. Crocodile felt an overwhelming sense of disgrace, a profound insult to his own abilities. Simultaneously, his astonishment regarding Rosh's identity deepened. Who, indeed, could possess such terrifying strength? A foreboding sensation began to swell within him. Crocodile contemplated retreating. His presence here was solely to witness Kizaru's inevitable triumph over Rosh. After all, in his eyes, Kizaru, as one of the 3 Marine Admirals, was on par with the 4 Emperors. Defeating Rosh seemed like a foregone conclusion. Yet, the current scenario had unexpectedly rendered the outcome of the battle shrouded in uncertainty. The worst possibility loomed. What if Rosh emerged victorious? The notion of facing him afterward was utterly terrifying. Escape would be impossible. This possibility, now more than ever, seemed alarmingly plausible. This fellow has a trump card. Kizaru's expression darkened, the previous nonchalance replaced by a grave seriousness. Drip, drip. Blood fell from his attire, emblematic of his Marine identity. The tense mindset of Kizaru was reflected in the situation at hand. The strength of Luoxiu was far beyond that of a mere vice admiral. He was at least of admiral caliber. Furthermore, he was an exceptionally formidable admiral. His speed was on par with mine, his physical prowess rivaled that of Kaido, and his abilities bore a striking resemblance to that of a Kainu. The convergence of all these traits in a single individual was utterly terrifying. His eyes fixed intently on Luoxiu. An unprecedented vigilance flickered within them. Previously, when he had remarked that the newcomers were too frightening, it had merely been a jest, not something he had truly considered. However, this time, his sentiment was genuine. The newcomer before him was undeniably powerful. This was the most authentic definition of his inner thoughts. Moreover, it was not just raw strength that impressed him. The meticulousness of Luoxiu's strategy was equally striking. Possessing long-range attack capabilities, he had refrained from utilizing them throughout their encounter until this critical moment, when he finally unleashed them. Clearly, this was a calculated maneuver. The initial kick had merely served as a distraction, enhancing the likelihood of a direct hit. Contemplating this, Kizaru felt a shiver run down his spine. Although young, This individual proved to be more troublesome than any adversary he had previously encountered. Additionally, there was an air of mystery surrounding him. The explosive capabilities akin to a devil fruit user, along with the other hidden threats behind him, could instill fear in the hearts of even the mightiest warriors. The Navy headquarters had indeed underestimated him. Initially, he thought Sengoku was overly cautious, but the signs indicated that they had still misjudged this newcomer. With a long exhale, Kizaru sensed the pain radiating through his body, a sensation he realized he hadn't experienced in quite some time. He shed the justice cloak draped over his shoulders, and at that moment, a dazzling brilliance converged around him. Kizaru transformed into a radiant figure. At his age, he should be contemplating retirement, yet here he was, pursuing a rebellious spirit like this. What unfortunate luck, he muttered, his body shifting into an elemental form, his speed reaching its zenith. The very fabric of space seemed to warp around him. Boundless light emanated outward, dimming the sun in the sky. As the brilliance danced at his fingertips, he unleashed a barrage of laser beams. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luoxiu, his black pupils betraying weariness, locked his gaze onto Kizaru. Suddenly, blood surged from his throat as the power of the fourth talisman took effect, inevitably causing a backlash. Gulping down the blood that threatened to spill, he knew he had to maintain an appearance of ease to exert maximum pressure on his opponent. It was a psychological tactic. In the next instant, Luoxiu's momentum dipped, only to surge dramatically thereafter. The power of the talisman surged once more. A low hum resonated as flames shot forth toward the yellow monkey. In the blink of an eye, the flames collided with beams of light, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A brilliant blaze illuminated the sky, as if intent on scorching the very earth to ashes. The ferocious energy swept through the white air currents, slicing in all directions like shattered blades. In the next moment, Luoxiu appeared beside the yellow monkey, launching a flurry of strikes with the force of thunder. However, the yellow monkey instinctively widened the distance between them in an instant. Deep within, he was unwilling to allow Luoxiu to close in on him. Having suffered 2 near-fatal blows in close quarters was far too perilous. A dignified Marine Admiral, would he cower like a turtle? Luoxiu observed the retreating yellow monkey and remarked coldly. Just then, through the perception granted by his observation haki, he sensed that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, was currently transforming into sand and fleeing into the distance. His brow furrowed sharply. This was not a favorable development. If Crocodile managed to escape like this, it would be a significant loss. At that moment, the yellow monkey also took notice. Emerging from the radiance, he locked his gaze upon the injured warlord. Raising his arm, he aimed his fingertip at Crocodile, brilliance flaring forth. Crocodile, don't move. Chapter 43. The Shock of Kizaru. The Formidable Strength. Sensing a terrifying presence locking onto him, Crocodile, concealed within the sand, suddenly froze. This was the observation haki of a Marine Admiral. Crocodile immediately felt as though something loathsome was crawling over him, an overwhelming sense of crisis engulfing him. The thought of escape was cast aside. Under normal circumstances, there was no possibility of eluding a Marine Admiral's gaze while in sound condition. How much less so in his current state? He had no doubt that should he act defiantly, a beam infused with haki would swiftly be unleashed upon him. However, he was perplexed as to why this was the case. If it were law preventing his departure, he could comprehend it, but in this instance, why would Kizaru direct his attention toward him? Was it due to the affairs of the Alabasta Kingdom, or had he been discovered? Or perhaps it pertained to Law's identity, concealing a grand conspiracy against the Marines. And Kizaru did not wish for him to leak this information. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Crocodile gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze upon the 2 above. He contemplated his subsequent plans. Noticing that Crocodile no longer harbored intentions of fleeing, Kizaru withdrew his fingers. Yet, the observation haki remained enveloping him, thwarting any sudden attempts to escape. His reasoning was straightforward. The Marines had publicly issued a bounty of 60 million on Law, while he had covertly come to pursue him. It was evident that Crocodile would deduce something from this. If he were to simply let him go, It would undoubtedly lead to the revelation of Law's complex identity and the Marine's significant regard for him, soon to spread across the Grand Line and the New World. At that juncture, if Law were to attract the attention of the more formidable Yonko, matters would become far more troublesome. How intriguing! A warlord of the sea secretly scheming to usurp a member state of the world government. Kizaru, would the Marines truly remain indifferent in such a situation? Observing Kizaru restraining Crocodile, Law smiled knowingly. He understood precisely what Kizaru was contemplating. In this scenario, there was no need for him to intervene directly. However, that alone was insufficient. He needed to provide Kizaru with an opportunity, a legitimate pretext to apprehend Crocodile. After all, to restrict a warlord without cause would render the Marine's position untenable before the other six. It was the perfect opportunity to employ someone else's blade for his own gain. Kizaru pondered Law's words, his mind sharpening. Pursuing a member state? Was Crocodile still engaged in such underhanded activities? No wonder the Alabasta Kingdom had devolved into its current state. This indeed presented a compelling reason to silence Crocodile. Although he entertained such thoughts, Kizaru's expression betrayed no hint of change. The World Navy. It was not for someone like you to judge so freely. He stated emphatically, regardless, today, you shall be apprehended. In the next moment, the momentum of the yellow ape surged suddenly, its radiant brilliance akin to dazzling stars, gathering with frenzied intensity. Heavenly Cloud Sword. The light sword manifested once more, and with a single step, the yellow ape appeared before Luoxiu. Observing this, Luoxiu swallowed hard, realizing this was indeed an admiral, capable of unleashing such terrifying power even while injured. Boom! Rather than advancing, Luoxiu retreated, confronting the challenge head-on. Instantly, beams of light intertwined before erupting, creating a searing heat as if to incinerate the very air, wisps of white smoke cloaking the sky above. Open! Luoxiu bellowed. Within a second, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike colliding with the yellow ape's light sword, the immense force akin to a mountain crashing down. Soon, under this overwhelming power, the sword forged from light shattered, fragments cascading like yellow starlight towards the ground. The air rippled with waves of energy. Bang! 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 Thud! Thud! At this moment, both combatants were consumed by the fervor of battle. The resonating roars echoed deep within the hearts of onlookers, the fierce scene of combat seemingly tearing the very sky asunder. The dense clouds enveloping the city of Alabasta were dispersed by the shockwaves. The terrifying aura could be sensed even from dozens of kilometers away. The battle persisted for several hours, yellow light and crimson flames intertwining chaotically, the ground marred by scars, the atmosphere torn asunder. Princess Weiwei and King of Alabasta watched from a distance, utterly astonished. Weiwei, is this truly the new pirate you mentioned? King Alabasta stammered, swallowing hard. To engage in battle with an admiral for such an extended duration, especially after vanquishing a warlord of the sea, could such a person truly be a newcomer among pirates? Princess Weiwei nodded vigorously, her astonishment rivaling that of her father. While it was true that she had requested his assistance, she never anticipated his strength would be so formidable. Facing off against a naval admiral, he was far from disadvantaged. Not to mention 3 devil fruits. Even 4 or 5 would be worthwhile. I told you, he can certainly handle Crocodile. My instincts are infallible. Princess Weiwei declared to her father, her words laced with unwavering trust. King Alabasta nodded in agreement. If, from this moment onward, he could indeed resolve the crises within the kingdom, 3 devil fruits would be entirely justified. At the center of the clash, after enduring intense combat for half a day, the yellow ape was beginning to breathe heavily, displaying signs of fatigue in his gaze. His naval admiral uniform had become tattered and worn. Though the elites of this world possessed formidable stamina, there were limits. As an admiral heavily reliant on his devil fruit powers, the yellow ape's physical constitution was not as robust as that of his counterparts, Aokiji and Akainu. Coupled with the fact that his opponent was a monster like Luoxiu, his mental state remained perpetually taut. The consciousness is equally heightened, and one must intermittently elementalize the body to prevent being struck directly. In such a state, enduring for this long is commendable. However, the most significant impact stems from the injury sustained when Luoxiu struck unexpectedly, in the throes of intense combat. The wound has not only remained untreated, but has also worsened considerably with the passage of time. What a monster! Huang Yuan remarked gravely. After battling for an extended period, his condition deteriorated. In stark contrast, his opponent exhibited no signs of injury despite the fierce conflict lasting several hours. Their breathing remained steady, and each strike retained its ferocity, resembling an inexhaustible combat machine that grows stronger with every encounter. The day of fatigue seems distant. It is utterly bizarre. Huang Yuan could feel beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Such power is entirely uncharacteristic of a novice. Strength, speed, self-healing, and long-range, explosive capabilities all coexist within a single individual. Could it be that his prowess surpasses mine? Chapter 44. You are too reliant on the shining fruit. In the battle, at this thought, Kizaru felt a tightening in his heart, his expression becoming remarkably vivid. Though he was known for his carefree demeanor, he was nonetheless one of the 3 admirals, possessing strength that could rival the Yonko who dominate the New World. He stood as a pinnacle of power upon the seas. Yet, the young Roronoa, Zoro, surpassed him in strength, which was an utterly absurd notion. Anyone who heard such a claim would deem it preposterous. For even the former pirate king, Gold, Roger, could not have possessed such prowess at that age. A previously unheard-of individual suddenly emerged from the East Blue, concealing his true capabilities. He first eliminated Colonel Mouse of the Navy, then defeated Smoker, and subsequently clashed with the 7 warlords. As Kizaru pieced together this information, his previously relaxed brow furrowed sharply, only to suddenly relax again. A conspiracy. This was a deliberate scheme. Roronoa Zoro had intentionally killed Mouse to attract the Navy's attention, subsequently defeating Smoker to provoke the Marine headquarters into dispatching elite forces for an encirclement. The objective was to test their headquarters strength, Kizaru contemplated. But that was not all. There were other demons, he mused. Just Roronoa Zoro alone was on the verge of surpassing the admirals. According to Zoro's own words, he was merely one among 8. 7 other unseen demons lurked in the shadows, all possessing the strength of an admiral. Undoubtedly, this was an extraordinarily terrifying scenario, far more fearsome than the Yonko of the New World. After all, while the Yonko were equally powerful, they were disparate entities, characterized by discord and competition, balancing each other out. Zoro, however, was different. As one of the 8 demons, it was evident that they represented a unified force. A chill ran down Kizaru's spine, a rare occurrence for him. He sensed an unprecedented conspiracy unfolding. Today, Zoro was testing the Navy's might, and in due time, the other demons would emerge, inevitably setting their sights on Marine headquarters in Marineford. The implications were chilling. Meanwhile, Roronoa Zoro, resting at the edge of Sandy Pit, remained entirely unaware of Kizaru's thoughts. All he knew was that he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. To the outside observer, he might appear to be in far better shape than Kizaru, but this was merely the result of his strenuous efforts to disguise his condition. Zoro could distinctly feel that his internal organs and limbs were suffering varying degrees of damage. After nearly half a day's battle, his injuries were more severe than Kizaru's. Were it not for the formidable resilience granted by the bull charm and the effects of the horse charm, he would not only be unable to continue fighting, but would have likely fainted shortly after employing the dragon charm. Throughout the preceding battle, Zoro had been biting his tongue to maintain his consciousness and focus. Yet, even so, he was nearing his limit, his awareness becoming increasingly hazy. Fortunately, the state of the yellow ape has been steadily declining. Both his speed and momentum have diminished significantly. Surely, his own combat performance should instill a sense of intimidation in the yellow ape, Luoxiu mused to himself. Upon this reflection, he suddenly bit down on his tongue, feeling a sharp pain that caused blood to flow profusely from his mouth. His hazy consciousness regained clarity. Yellow ape, you rely too heavily on the Mera no Mi. He shouted aloud. In the next instant, Luoxiu gathered his resolve, channeling his speed to its utmost limit. The air around him rippled, and with a swift push from his toes, he painted the blue sky with his velocity, resembling a streak of black light piercing through the heavens. Upon hearing this, the yellow ape furrowed his brow, a dark line appearing on his forehead. He had heard someone else utter those words before. That person was named Zephyr. However, at the time, the yellow ape had dismissed it, believing that with such formidable fruit powers, neglecting to develop them would be foolish. Yet, hearing those words from Luoxiu stirred something within him for the first time. In the absence of a speed advantage, the shortcomings of his physical prowess were painfully evident, leaving him in a passive position. Perhaps Zephyr was indeed correct. As his body instantaneously transformed into photons, the yellow ape shook off these distracting thoughts. Like a yellow meteor, he surged towards Luoxiu. In the blink of an eye, two beams of black and yellow light intertwined. Yet, contrary to expectations, the sky remained silent, devoid of the anticipated explosion. At the moment of imminent collision, the black figure abruptly altered its trajectory, darting to another position with unyielding speed, vanishing above the capital of Alabasta. Only a single phrase lingered in the wind. "Yellow Ape, you should first attend to matters in the kingdom of Alabasta. I look forward to seeing you stronger next time. That will be far more interesting." The yellow ape stood momentarily stunned. What has transpired? By the time he regained his senses, Luoxiu had already vanished from sight, leaving behind only a shadow retreating into the distance. Coughing, he felt a surge of vitality within him. "Looking forward to our next encounter," he murmured softly. Luoxiu's departure only solidified his suspicions. Indeed, his future target would be the Navy headquarters. This was merely a test for himself. As for pursuing Luoxiu further, the yellow ape abandoned the thought without hesitation. Given his current state, even if he were to catch up, capturing him would be impossible. The most pressing matter now was to promptly report the events to Navy headquarters and devise a subsequent plan. However, before that, it seemed there was another individual to address. With this in mind, the yellow ape transformed into photons and descended elsewhere. With a powerful observation haki, he surveyed his surroundings. His gaze ultimately settled on a small mound of sand. "Crocodile, come with me." Meanwhile, on the other side, Luoxiu, fleeing from the capital of Alabasta, raced forward with unmatched speed, a blur of black lightning that left the onlooking residents in a state of bewilderment. The distance he traversed was unknown, as was his destination. Only when exhaustion set in did Luoxiu finally come to a halt. "Thankfully, I haven't been pursued." Employing his observation haki to sense the area, he detected no presence of Kizaru. The weight that had hung over Luoxiu's heart lifted at last, a smile gracing his features. Throughout the battle, he had maintained an impeccable state which had served to instill fear in his adversaries. Yet, without the support of his fierce willpower, the next moment found Luoxiu's consciousness fading into a haze. His eyelids grew heavy, as if burdened by an immense weight. His body teetered backward, and with a resounding splash, he fell into the sea, sending ripples across the surface as he was swept away by the swift currents. Chapter 45. The Tremor of the Naval Headquarters. At the Naval Headquarters in Marineford, within the office of the Fleet Admiral, formidable figures of the Navy gathered. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Akiji, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Kizaru. The atmosphere in the office was palpably heavy. The reason for this assembly was undoubtedly clear to all present. Seated in the principal position, Sengoku's expression was grave as he adjusted his black-framed glasses, the first to shatter the oppressive silence. Among the three admirals, Akainu and Akiji remained silent. Garp, typically irreverent, now wore a serious countenance. Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes glinted sharply as she glanced at Admiral Kizaru. Although the specifics were still unknown, Kizaru's demeanor indicated he had gained no advantage against Rosho. The Navy had dispatched its admirals to engage in a pursuit operation that had never before ended in failure. Yet this time it had indeed ended in defeat. "Kizaru, please share the intelligence you have gathered with everyone," Sengoku urged, his beard quivering as he turned his gaze toward Kizaru. Kizaru nodded. After departing from the kingdom of Alabasta, he had rushed back to the naval headquarters with Crocodile, urgency compelling him to neglect even his injuries. Blood, mingled with dirt, clung to his garments, as evident to all as the words he spoke next. This time, the pursuit operation. "I failed." Kizaru exhaled deeply, a hint of self-reproach lacing his tone, though he often indulged in leisure. His rank as admiral placed a weighty responsibility upon him. A defeat for an admiral, without a doubt, would inflict significant damage upon the Navy's prestige. Rashu's strength exceeds our expectations by far. His speed, power, and regenerative capabilities are all at the pinnacle of their potential. Just as Smoker previously stated, in terms of speed, he's indeed my equal. In terms of strength, he surpasses me. As for his regenerative abilities, equally monstrous. Sengoku and Garp furrowed their brows in unison. They were aware of Rashu's capabilities, having learned of them through Smoker's reports. However, hearing this directly from Kizaru imbued the information with an undeniable weight. This signified that Rashu's strength assuredly ranks among the top tier of admirals. A formidable warrior who amalgamates speed, power, and regenerative prowess. Akainu intertwined his fingers. His expression obscured beneath his hat, revealing no sign of emotion, yet exuding an ominous aura. Not merely a master of physical combat. Kizaru paused momentarily before continuing. Beyond these attributes, Rosso possesses the ability to unleash explosive flames. It resembles a fusion of the Mera Mera no Mi and your Magu Magu no Mi abilities. Akainu. He must be a devil fruit user. Astonishment rippled through the assembly. Explosive flames? The Mera Mera no Mi? The capacity to emit incendiary blasts? Individually, these terms were comprehensible, yet when combined, they became exceedingly perplexing. Akainu, are you certain of this? Sengoku inquired. The matter at hand is of utmost significance. The yellow ape gestured towards his own injuries, and the implication was unmistakable. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. Even those who stand at the pinnacle of the world felt a sense of unfamiliarity. How peculiar it was. The ability to harness elemental powers undoubtedly indicated that he was a user of a devil fruit. Yet, why was he immune to sea prism stone? Smoker's report regarding Rosh was still laid upon the conference table. Sengoku sensed that this touched upon his own areas of ignorance. It is a well-established fact throughout the seas that devil fruit users are restricted by sea prism stone. This has been the case for millennia, with no exceptions. This has been thoroughly validated by numerous formidable devil fruit users. However, now, this irrefutable truth seemed on the verge of being shattered by the emergence of a single individual. If a devil fruit user can be immune to sea prism stone, does that imply they are also unafraid of seawater? The two conditions that limit the powers of devil fruit users appear trivial in Rosh's presence. Damn it, this matter is profoundly serious. It absolutely cannot be allowed to leak. Sengoku's expression shifted, contemplating the worst-case scenario. If a devil fruit user is immune to both sea prism stone and seawater, the consequences of such a break from established maritime laws, should it reach the ears of pirates in the Grand Line and the New World, would be unimaginable. It is worth noting that among the 4 emperors, 3 are peak devil fruit users. Akainu shared this thought as well. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice laced with anger and urgency. He must be brought to justice immediately. Such a threat to the Navy's righteousness cannot be forgiven. Even Kizaru has failed. It is not that simple. At this moment, the silent Vice Admiral Tsuru finally spoke. Undoubtedly, as Sengoku stated, this matter is indeed of great importance. It is highly probable that the delicate balance currently maintained across the seas could be abruptly disrupted. However, this is merely one-sided speculation. Could it be possible that becoming a devil fruit user occurred right after Smoker's failure? As a strategist, Vice Admiral Tsuru quickly discerned the critical information. Smoker's sea prism stone had been ineffective against Rosh, and now Kizaru had been wounded by his powers. A considerable time had elapsed between these events. Sengoku chuckled wryly. If that is indeed the case, then Rosh must have consumed a devil fruit and developed sufficient prowess to injure a Marine Admiral in such a short span. What kind of talent must that entail? Vice Admiral Tsuru's expression froze, rendered speechless for a moment. It seemed this deduction was even more terrifying. The atmosphere in the conference room fell into silence once again. From the current circumstances, these are, in fact, not the most pressing matters. With his arms crossed over his chest, Garp spoke up. Although he is usually frivolous, whenever he confronts matters of utmost importance, his far-sighted and incisive nature emerges. This is precisely why the warring states frequently invites him to deliberate on future plans together. All eyes turn to this naval hero, who rarely speaks, but always strikes at the heart of the issue. Let us not forget that Rosh is merely one of the 8 great demons. Garp emphasizes this point. If Rosh poses such a threat, what are the others? Rather than solely contemplating the disruption of the maritime laws, shouldn't we first consider the other demons? After all, they're the true harbingers of imbalance in the sea. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense. Akiji furrowed his brow, exhaling a breath that crystallized the air into icy shards, which fell upon the table. Akainu's lips twitched, his arm unconsciously transforming into magma, dripping onto the floor and emitting wisps of white vapor. Kizaru nodded, as Rosh's final words involuntarily replayed in his mind. This is precisely the last point I wish to add. I surmise that Rosh's sudden appearance in the East Blue, from the assassination of the branch's Colonel Mouse to his current presence in the Alabasta Kingdom, is all part of a grand conspiracy. First, Rosh is introduced to gauge the combat prowess of the Marine Headquarters members, followed by the sequential emergence of the other demons. The likely target could be Marineford. Chapter 46, Seal the News. Cast Crocodile into Impel Down. As the words of Kizaru echoed, a profound silence enveloped the marshal's office. The only sound resonating within the room was the heavy breathing of those present. The force behind Trafalgar Law had set its sights on Marineford, one utterly insane notion. In the vastness of the ocean, anyone who heard such a thing would deem it absurd to the extreme. After all, the Marine Headquarters is fortified by the presence of 3 admirals, along with the formidable marine hero, Garp, and the fleet admiral Sengoku, not to mention the numerous vice admirals and marine soldiers. Such a weighty collective force would surely crush any pirate crew among the 4 emperors. However, the formidable individuals gathered in the room did not share this sentiment of absurdity. The mere strength of Trafalgar Law was already hinting at the prowess of an admiral. Moreover, there were 7 others. The mere thought of the hidden forces behind him, not just one but multiple beings at the admiral level, sent chills down the spines of everyone in the office. What a curse! Who exactly were the allies behind Trafalgar Law? Sengoku slammed his fist heavily onto the table, causing the conference table to tremble violently. In this sea, apart from the Navy and the world government, even the pirate crews of the 4 emperors would not possess more than 2 admirals in terms of combat capability. Yet, this devilish army boasted a staggering 8, a number that surpassed even that of the Marine Headquarters. Where on earth had they emerged from? Moreover, they remained concealed in the shadows. The Navy possessed no other effective information beyond what they had gleaned from Law himself. It felt as though a pair of enormous eyes were lurking in the darkness, watching everything intently, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with a thunderous blow. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, akin to sitting on pins and needles, feeling as if one were pricked by thorns or had something lodged in their throat. Marshal, issue the command. We must capture this fellow, Trafalgar Law. No matter the devil he may be, he must face the consequences of daring to challenge the justice of the Navy. Akainu could no longer contain himself, striking the conference table with a resounding bang. But Akainu, the opponent, possesses the strength of a Marine Admiral. Even if you were to pursue him, it would be terrifyingly difficult to apprehend him. Sengoku replied gravely, signaling for calm. So we shall allow them to plot in this manner while we remain idle? Akainu's eyes blazed with fury. Of course not. Sengoku rubbed his aching temples and then turned to Kizaru. Borsellino, can you continue to take action? Kizaru nodded gravely yes. This injury will heal in a few days. Though he relied more on his devil fruit abilities compared to the other 2, his physical prowess was still commendable. As a Marine Admiral, how poor could his physical condition truly be? These injuries would fully mend in just a matter of days. Good, Sengoku affirmed. Law's speed was a necessity, and Kizaru's involvement was essential. Since 1 admiral is insufficient, let us dispatch 2. Sakazuki Kazan, you are to apprehend Roranoa. Akainu and Kizaru will take on the assignment. Regarding Roranoa's bounty, adjustments are necessary. Garp stated. Sengoku nodded, comprehending Garp's implication. Defeating a warlord, yet maintaining the bounty at 60 million would convey a sense of disingenuousness. The warlord crocodile has already been captured, correct? Sengoku inquired. Kizaru nodded in affirmation. Excellent. As long as the warlords refrain from disseminating information, those notorious pirates will remain oblivious to the details of the confrontation. Thus, they need only contend with Roronoa for the time being. Subsequently, he pondered for a moment before finalizing Roronoa's bounty. Raise Roronoa's bounty to 400 million. This figure seems reasonable, considering the defeat of Warlord Crocodile. As for the encounter between Roronoa and the Admiral, seal the information within the Alabasta Kingdom. Furthermore, cast Crocodile into Impel Down. His charge is undermining the member states. This jeopardizes the unity of the world government. It is time for a change in his position. In the office of the World News Agency, a figure adorned with a black top hat, embellished with a red and white feather, and dressed in a light blue shirt with a yellow bow tie, lounged in a chair. A bird-like man with a large beak, small eyes, and a plumage of white feathers was reclining. He is Morgans, the president of the World News Agency and a user of the bird fruit in the albatross form. At this moment, he was quite distressed. For a prolonged period, there had been a dearth of sensational news upon the seas. As a journalist of integrity, he commanded the most vital information channels in the world, yet could unearth no significant stories. This was an intolerable predicament. He felt as though the world was on the verge of forgetting his existence as the president of a news agency. Transforming his arms into wings, he propped his head up and gazed at the ceiling, contemplating how to extract some noteworthy revelations from the new world. Suddenly, an albatross flew into the office through the window, interrupting Morgan's train of thought. Damn it! If you have not discovered anything of significance, I shall roast you for my drink. Morgans frowned as he regarded the albatross perched upon his desk, his expression sour. This particular albatross, one of many nurtured within the World News Agency, served as a tool for gathering intelligence scattered across the globe. The arrival of this albatross undoubtedly indicated it had acquired some useful information. However, Morgans held little hope. For each day, numerous albatrosses returned with trivial matters to boast about. Upon hearing Morgan's words, the albatross displayed a look of panic, flapping its wings frantically. Speak swiftly. Morgan's impatience began to surface. Originally in a foul mood, my thoughts were abruptly interrupted by this peculiar occurrence. The albatross ceased its movements, its beak chattering incessantly about what it had observed. While others might not comprehend the avian chatter, for Morgans, the birdman, it posed no challenge whatsoever. As the albatross relayed its avian tidings, Morgan's beak gradually widened until it culminated in an uproarious laugh. With a resounding clap, he slammed his hand on the table. Springing to his feet, unable to contain the exuberance radiating from his face. Marvelous! A rookie pirate has vanquished the Navy Admiral Kizaru. This news is simply staggering. You, my lad, have performed splendidly. I shall arrange for a female albatross as your reward. Take some time to unwind. The albatross displayed a human-like expression, its beak curling into a grin, and after a few flaps, it flew away, thoroughly satisfied, leaving the president of the World News Agency in his chamber, roaring with laughter. If this news were to be published, those fellows in the New World would surely be in an uproar. Chapter 47. The Shock of Whitebeard. After regaining his composure, Morgans picked up a pen from the desk and began to craft the narrative himself. Soon, a compelling article sprang to life on the page. What title should it bear? Morgans pondered, resting his chin in thought. Such explosive news warranted a headline brimming with flair. A rookie pirate boldly defies Admiral Kizaru of the Navy and departs with nonchalance. No, that lacks distinction. Morgans circled his avian head, a spark igniting in his eyes. Astounding. A newcomer from the east, Blue, grievously wounds the warlord Crocodile and injures Admiral Kizaru, heralding the rise of a future fifth emperor. He penned a string of words, then slightly refined it. This news piece was now complete. Gazing at his masterpiece with satisfaction, Morgans felt a surge of pride. Undoubtedly, this article would catapult his reputation to new heights. With that thought, he picked up the transponder snail on the desk and called the publisher. 2 days later, New World, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. A colossal ship, resembling a whale, glided gracefully across the ocean. The Moby Dick, the vessel of the Whitebeard pirates. On the deck, a towering figure clad in a coat, exposing his chest, sat upon a massive sofa. A formidable blade rested nearby. The iconic crescent-shaped white mustache signified his identity. The world's strongest man, one of the four emperors, Whitebeard. However, at this moment, his exposed body was adorned with medical apparatus, various concoctions slowly flowing into him. Suddenly, a dazzling blue flame materialized in the air, revealing a blue phoenix. After tracing an arc, it landed gracefully before Whitebeard. Sporting a pineapple-like hairstyle, it was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division and ship's doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, who possessed the power of the Tori Tori no Mi. Model, Phoenix. Father, a remarkable figure has emerged upon the seas, Marco exclaimed, brandishing a newspaper smeared with ink, his face alight with visible excitement. Whitebeard's expression shifted slightly at his words, his lowered gaze widening. A formidable aura radiated from him, creating ripples of air at his feet. The regal presence he exuded, even when unintentional, was enough to instill awe. Oh, what manner of individual could stir such emotion in my son? Whitebeard chuckled, intrigued. Clang, clang, clang. The jars of medicine hanging on the rack chimed melodiously as his body trembled slightly. Marco, a division captain, already possessed strength nearing that of an admiral of the Navy. To earn such admiration from him, this person must indeed possess considerable prowess. This individual is named Luffy, a recent newcomer from the East Blue. Upon entering the Grand Line, has already garnered a bounty of 400 million. Marco reported. Gururara. Luffy, you say? What an intriguing little fellow. Upon his arrival at the Grand Line, he has already garnered a bounty of 400 million. It is indeed the formidable crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, whom he has vanquished. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. Just yesterday, he had heard of the events in Alabasta, where Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, was seemingly defeated by a rookie pirate and subsequently imprisoned and impelled down. This individual appears to be named Roronoa. Marco, do not place too much significance on this. Defeating a warlord is not a remarkable feat. The true target you should aspire to surpass is an admiral of the Navy. I have faith that you will achieve this in the future. After all, you are my son, Whitebeard. He squinted his eyes and spoke jovially. The 7 warlords are said to be one of the 3 great powers of the sea, alongside the 4 emperors. However, in Whitebeard's eyes, their value is rather diminished, at least. Crocodile's is. Marco's expression reflected a hint of astonishment. It seems that father was already aware of this Roronoa's existence. Yet, he has not merely defeated a warlord. Father, this individual has also bested Admiral Kizaru of the Navy. The expression after injuring Kizaru, leaving with nonchalance. It seems he has already surpassed an admiral. Oh, I see. So he has indeed defeated a Navy admiral. Admiral Kizaru? Initially, Whitebeard was somewhat indifferent, but upon realization, he was taken aback. A rookie pirate defeating a Navy admiral and escaping with ease right under the nose of the speedster Kizaru. What's going on? He reached out and took the newspaper from Marco's hands. Whitebeard glanced over it. The headline at the top was exceptionally striking. The strongest rookie on the seas, future 5th Emperor of the New World, shining bright. Below, there was a detailed report regarding the kingdom of Alabasta. The newcomer pirate Roronoa, emerging from the East Blue, effortlessly defeated Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, and then confronted Admiral Kizaru, who came to apprehend him, while still not at full strength. During the confrontation, Roronoa's speed was nearly on par with Kizaru's, and he possessed a terrifying regenerative ability, indicating he is a user of an unknown devil fruit. Estimated age, around 20. With his devil fruit powers, he injured Admiral Kizaru, ultimately leaving unscathed, and even expressed anticipation for their next encounter. Our editor boldly speculates that Roronoa must not have fought to his full extent, hence allowing Kizaru to escape. As Whitebeard gazed at these dazzling words, a vivid image of an intense battle seemed to unfold in his mind, comparable to Kizaru's speed, instantaneous healing abilities, and the capacity to injure an admiral. Even the strongest man in the world could not help but utter a note of admiration. Indeed, an extraordinary character has emerged upon the seas. as one of the four emperors, a true pinnacle of strength in the world. Even if he were to take action personally, it would not guarantee that he could emerge unscathed in a one-on-one confrontation against an admiral of the Navy. Yet, this newcomer from the East Sea, merely in his 20s, has already demonstrated the ability to contend with a Navy admiral and gain the upper hand. The sea, it seems, is on the brink of a transformation. Is this news truly reliable? At this moment, the ability user of the shining fruit, Diamond Jaws, inquired with a hint of skepticism. After all, such a matter is exceedingly absurd. To defeat an admiral of the Navy surely implies that this individual, having just entered the East Sea, possesses strength rivaling that of the formidable four emperors. The newspaper is published by the World News Agency. That avian figure places immense value on his credibility and would not fabricate such claims. Marco asserted, while there may be some embellishments in the details, the fact that he defeated Kizaru is undoubtedly true. If that is the case, the Navy will have quite the headache ahead. Jaws remarked, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude. Those Navy officers perpetually fixated on the New World, fearing any large-scale maneuvers. Now that such an individual has emerged, he could easily envision the reactions of those fellows at Navy headquarters. Whitebeard crumpled the newspaper in his hand, narrowing his eyes as he said, "A newcomer pirate who has defeated a Navy admiral. And the Navy rewards him with a mere 400 million bounty. How very intriguing indeed." Chapter 48, Red Hair and Hawkeye, the mightiest newcomers. In the New World, on a small island, two figures are presently engaged in a fierce clash. The aura emanating from both is immensely powerful as a tempestuous spirit sweeps across the surroundings. The violent collision generates boundless waves of energy that disperse everything in their path, soaring towards the heavens. Boom! Boom! A series of thunderous roars reverberate through the air. The terrifying force causes the entire island to tremble, as if it might succumb to the assault and sink beneath the waves at any moment. Clang! Suddenly, the sharp sound of metal clashing erupts. A hum resonates as the clouds above the island are cleaved in twain by the explosive gusts of energy. The tumultuous clouds roll, revealing a vast chasm in the middle. At this moment, a figure arrives at the island with remarkable speed. He sports a slicked-back hairstyle, dressed in a black V-neck t-shirt, military green cargo pants, and black combat boots. With a yellow belt securing a flintlock rifle at his waist and a cigar clenched between his lips. It is Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates. "Captain, something quite intriguing has occurred on the seas." Talp, a man with red hair, 3 scars on his left cheek, and an empty left sleeve lands before Beckman. He is none other than the Captain Beckman referred to, the formidable red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. "Beckman, can't you see I am in the midst of battle? What could possibly warrant such an urgent report?" he inquires, his tone revealing a hint of irritation. Just as he finishes speaking, another figure descends before Beckman. This man has short black hair, a trimmed beard, and wears a small cross dagger on his chest. His piercing eyes resemble those of an eagle. Clad in a black coat adorned with white fur and white trousers paired with black boots, he is none other than Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the most formidable swordsman in the world, a revered idol of Zoro in his pursuit of swordsmanship. "Beckman, I finally have the opportunity to spar with Shanks on this island, and you've interrupted us." Mihawk expresses his displeasure, unable to fathom what could be more significant than his duel with Shanks. "Can't this wait until we return to the ship? Is it really that urgent?" Hearing this, Beckman chuckles softly and refrains from elaborating further. One is his captain, while the other is the captain's close friend. What more could he say? He then raises the newspaper in his hand, declaring, "The World News Agency has just released a report. Admiral Kizaru has been defeated." Upon hearing this, both Mihawk and Shanks are taken aback. Admiral Kizaru? Defeated? This is indeed news that could send ripples across the seas. Which of the 4 emperors could have done this? Would it be Big Mom, Kaido, or perhaps Whitebeard? Shanks questions. Admiral Kizaru is undoubtedly one of the pinnacle forces of the sea. There is no doubt that only another of the 4 emperors could have the capability to confront and overcome such an entity. It appears that the New World is on the brink of turmoil. The Navy has commenced action against the 4 emperors, remarked Mihawk. Not all, Beckman shook his head. Not all. Then who could it be? Shanks furrowed his brow. It cannot possibly be the Revolutionary Army. Beckman unfolded the newspaper and stated plainly. The individual who defeated Admiral Kizaru is named Luffy, hailing from the East Blue, a newcomer to the Grand Line. In the kingdom of Alabasta, after vanquishing Crocodile, he also bested Admiral Kizaru and withdrew unscathed. Both Mihawk and Shanks were taken aback. Is it him? They had heard of this Luffy just yesterday. Yet, wasn't he the one who had defeated Crocodile in Alabasta? How could it now emerge that Admiral Kizaru had fallen to him? Almost simultaneously, their gazes fell upon the newspaper. A sharp intake of breath escaped even Shanks upon reading the contents. The article depicted Luffy as overwhelmingly powerful, seemingly devoid of weakness, speed, strength, regenerative abilities, and the power of his devil fruit. Yet, he was merely a newcomer, barely in his 20s. How could such an inexperienced pirate defeat an admiral? Shanks found it difficult to accept. In a moment of reverie, he thought of the young man he had high hopes for, the one he had personally given the straw hat to. He couldn't help but compare the two. The disparity was glaring. Luffy, unexpectedly, had emerged from the traditionally feeble East Blue as a formidable newcomer. A glimmer of insight flashed in Mihawk's keen gaze when he learned of Luffy's victory over Crocodile. He hadn't given it much thought, as Crocodile, despite being one of the 7 warlords, was far inferior to him. However, defeating Admiral Kizaru was an entirely different matter, as even he could not have accomplished such a feat 400 million berries. At that moment, Shanks noticed a glaring inconsistency, incredulous. The Navy had placed a bounty of only 400 million on someone who had directly defeated an admiral. This was utterly disproportionate to Luffy's strength. Could it be that the Navy was intentionally undervaluing Luffy's bounty? There was something amiss here. This Luffy was undoubtedly more complex than his displayed prowess suggested. Perhaps there were other secrets lurking behind him. Red-haired Shanks spoke solemnly. In the coming days, we must keep a close watch on the Navy's movements and Luffy's whereabouts. I have a feeling that something significant is about to unfold. A grave expression crossed Shanks's face. For some reason, the sudden emergence of a pirate newcomer of comparable strength to an admiral stirred a sense of unease within him. The once tranquil state of the ocean appears poised to be disrupted. Chapter 49. The Shattered Heart of the Path. Recent events in the Kingdom of Alabasta. East Sea Lowtown. Colonel Smoker's office. After a period of recuperation from the injuries inflicted by Luoxiu, Smoker's physical condition has nearly returned to normal. However, his spirits are exceedingly low. He has learned that after defeating him, Luoxiu left the East Sea and ventured into the Grand Line. Furthermore, he has triumphed over one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, in the Kingdom of Alabasta. This news has ignited a fierce anger within Smoker. Luoxiu's departure from the East Sea signifies that as the stationed colonel, capturing him has become an insurmountable challenge. The humiliation of having been defeated and bested will forever mar his life. How infuriating. Even if you have ventured into the Grand Line and vanquished Crocodile, what does it matter? One day, I shall surpass you. Smoker's countenance darkened as he slammed his hand upon the desk, causing the cigar clenched in his mouth to tremble. Although he had been bested by Luoxiu, he does not regard him as invincible. With diligent effort and relentless training, Smoker believes that one day his strength will surge, and he will have the opportunity to subdue Luoxiu in the Grand Line. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Kumin. Smoker's expression softened. Tashigi strode in, her long legs carrying her gracefully, holding a newspaper published by the World News Agency. What is it? Is there news of Luoxiu? Smoker inquired. His interest piqued upon seeing Tashigi. Since his defeat, he has been particularly attentive to any updates regarding Luoxiu, hoping for a chance to exact his revenge. Kuronet. It concerns Luoxiu's activities in Alabasta. Tashigi nodded. Do tell. Upon hearing this, Smoker's demeanor brightened slightly. The latest news from the World News Agency. After defeating Crocodile, Luoxiu, in an invincible manner, has also bested Admiral Kizaru, and subsequently made a safe retreat. What? Smoker's face contorted in disbelief, springing to his feet. Did you say Luoxiu defeated Admiral Kizaru? Tashigi, startled by Smoker's reaction, timidly nodded. She then placed the newspaper before him. As Smoker gazed at the contents, he swallowed hard. The headline, emblazoned in bold letters, sent shockwaves through his fragile heart. Defeated Admiral Kizaru, Smoker murmured, the cigar falling from his lips with a soft thud. His eyes vacant, he sank back in his chair. Crack! In that moment of daze, it felt as if something within him had shattered. Smoker's heart of conviction lay in ruins. Alabasta Kingdom. A scene of fervent activity unfolded. Citizens wielding various tools diligently constructed this city, once ravaged by war. Although the journey was arduous, the faces of the people were illuminated by joyous smiles. This was due to the defeat of Crocodile by Luoxiu in the royal city, which gradually brought to light the conspiracy orchestrated by the Baroque works. The populace came to realize that the 3-year drought was not the result of the king's clandestine use of rain-inducing agents, but rather the machinations of the so-called people's hero, Crocodile, who had been plotting in the shadows. His aim was to incite internal strife among the citizens to usurp the throne. With the Navy's apprehension of Crocodile and his subsequent transfer to impel down, the once divided rebel factions within the kingdom laid down their arms. After a long-awaited torrential rain, everything returned to the state it had been in prior to Crocodile's arrival in the Alabasta Kingdom. The kingdom, weary from prolonged rebellion, regained its tranquility. The only distinction was the frequent mention of a pirate named Luoxiu within the royal city. In the royal palace of Alabasta, within the princess's chamber, Vivi sat on the edge of her bed, puffing her cheeks, resting her chin on her palm, her face adorned with a frown. Where could Luoxiu have gone? She murmured. It had been over 2 days since he had departed from the presence of Admiral Kizaru, and he had yet to make an appearance. The promised 3 devil fruits had also not been claimed, which left her in deep contemplation. According to Luoxiu's earlier assurances, following Crocodile's defeat and the resolution of the kingdom's crisis, he would come to the palace to collect his reward. Yet now, there was no news whatsoever from the palace. Creak! The door swung open, and the king of Alabasta strode in. Father, is there any news of Luoxiu? Vivi's eyes brightened upon her father's arrival, as she inquired eagerly. The king shook his head, and then produced a newspaper from his pocket. The Navy has issued a bounty on Luoxiu. The reward is 400 million. A shadow of disappointment flickered across Vivi's eyes. 400 million, you say? She murmured, her tone laced with self-reproach. Had Luoxiu not intervened to alleviate the crisis within the kingdom, he would not have confronted Crocodile, nor would he have faced Admiral Kizaru, and thus, there would be no bounty of 400 million. Although the transaction had been deemed fair at the time, to Vivi, Luoxiu's ability to restore peace to the nation was worth more than any sum. Do not worry. He possesses strength comparable to an admiral. He will be fine. The king of Alabasta, well aware of his daughter's concerns, reassured her with a smile. As he spoke, he retrieved a box from behind him and handed it to Vivi. Here are the 3 devil fruits. You shall present them to him when the time comes. Vivi was taken aback. Father, I'm not one to breach a promise. Since you have agreed upon 3 devil fruits as the price, it is only fitting that you deliver them to him. The king stated, after all, a single warlord could suffocate an entire nation, let alone a figure whose power surpassed that of an admiral. He understood the gravity of the situation all too well. Moreover, this course of action may indeed foster a favorable relationship between Wei Wei and that individual. The Navy has recently been diligently probing for information regarding Luoxiu. Concerning the pact with Luoxiu, it is imperative that no word is spoken to anyone. Gently ruffling Wei Wei's hair, the king of Alabasta imparted a few instructions. Wei Wei nodded, stowing away the box. Father, understand. Meanwhile, in an unknown expanse of ocean, the sun hung high in the firmament, casting shimmering rays that danced upon the surface of the water, reflecting a silvery glow. The tributaries converged, with the seawater gently flowing under the influence of a significant height differential. Various pieces of driftwood and leaves were carried along by the current, merging into the vastness of the sea. Amongst the driftwood, if one were to scrutinize closely, a slumbering man could be discerned, entangled amidst the timber, drifting with the tide. With raven hair and obsidian eyes, clad in a somewhat faded trench coat, he bore a serene countenance. It was none other than the most formidable pirate of the New World, Luoxiu, whose reputation had spread like wildfire. Simultaneously, on the opposite side, a small sailing vessel was leisurely traversing this area. Chapter 50. Nami appears. The Straw Hat Pirates. At the bow of the ship stood a youthful and radiant girl, her playful short hair dancing in the breeze, adorned in a miniskirt paired with a short-sleeved tank top. This was Nami, who had ventured from the East Blue, traversed the Twin Cape, and arrived at the Grand Line. After leaving Cocoa Village with Luffy, following the downfall of the Dragon Pirates, she utilized the savings she had amassed over the years to construct a sailing vessel, determined to fulfill her dream, to create a world map based on her own observations. Months had passed since her departure, and although she encountered numerous challenges along the way, her experience as a captain in the Dragon Pirates and her exceptional sailing skills enabled her to navigate through crises, successfully traversing the initial segment of the Grand Line. What splendid weather today, Nami mused, stretching and relishing the invigorating sea breeze. I wonder where Luffy is now. She brushed her hair back, pondering silently. The memory of Luffy defeating the Dragon Pirates occasionally resurfaced in her mind. Her decision to set sail was not solely to realize a lifelong ambition. She harbored another hope of reuniting with Luffy. However, she did not harbor lofty expectations, for the Grand Line was vast, and Luffy was notoriously elusive, making their meeting seem unlikely. First, let me sketch the map I see. Shaking off these thoughts, Nami retrieved a pen and a sheet of paper from her bosom. With her keen eyes surveying the surroundings, she began to record everything she observed, the pen gliding across the paper. Suddenly, Nami's gaze halted, her pen poised. Her lively eyes focused on a tangle of timber to the left, blinking as she noticed a figure adrift among the debris. Frowning, she approached the helm, stowing her pen and paper, and deftly steered the ship closer. In the next moment, as she discerned the features of the face, Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. This is Luffy. How could this be? A sinking feeling gripped her heart as a dreadful suspicion surfaced in her mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Nami leapt into the water, straining to hoist Luffy from the depths onto the deck. As she gazed at him lying on the deck, her heart felt as though it were being tightly constricted, as if something invaluable was slipping away, her breath quickening. Luffy, he can't be in danger, Nami murmured. Gathering her courage, she tremblingly extended her hand, checking for a pulse at Luffy's lips. With a sigh of relief, the warmth of his breath reassured her. Easing the weight on her heart, there was still breath, indicating that Luffy was not facing the worst fate. Yet soon, tears welled up in her eyes unbidden. Undoubtedly, Luffy must have been targeted by the Marines after dispatching Captain Mouse, leading to this dire predicament. Otherwise, given Luffy's strength, how could he possibly find himself in such a situation? Rest assured, you shall awaken. Nami wiped the corners of her eyes, her gaze resolute. Time passed swiftly, and soon a day had elapsed. The weather remained impeccably clear, with an expanse of azure sky. The ocean mirrored the cerulean heavens, rendering everything exceptionally tranquil. On Nami's pirate ship, Rosh lay peacefully within the cabin, while Nami sat nearby, a frown adorning her face. Her mood was rather dismal. Despite her relentless efforts throughout the day, employing various methods to rouse Rosh, none proved effective. Were it not for his steady breathing, she would genuinely believe he had succumbed to the void. Moreover, there was a perplexing aspect. Rosh bore no wounds, nor any signs of severe injury. Yet he remained ensconced in slumber, the cause of which eluded her understanding. Perhaps a physician is required. After sitting in a daze for quite some time, Nami sighed and ultimately resolved to seek help. While she excelled in navigation, her experience in healing was woefully inadequate. With this thought in mind, she gently arranged Rosh and departed the cabin, emerging onto the deck to retrieve her log pose, preparing to seek the nearest island or any passing pirate vessels. Meanwhile, Rosh, lying in bed, stirred slightly. Simultaneously, on another vessel, far larger than Nami's ship, adorned with the head of a ram at the prow and boasting an orchard of oranges on deck, a pirate ship sailed across the waves. The distinctive flag bore the image of a skull with a straw hat. Indeed, it was the Going Merry of the Straw Hat Pirates. From a distance, the sound of an argument could be heard emanating from the deck. "Green-haired fool, take that. You foul chef. I have no time for your antics. How dare you call me a foul chef? Perverted cook, lascivious kappa. On the deck, Zoro, lifting a gigantic dumbbell, grumbled at Sanji, who was incessantly interrupting his workout. Sanji, infuriated, retaliated with a kick, but Zoro deftly sidestepped the blow. Usopp, peering through a telescope from the side of the ship, scanned the horizon, while Chopper trimmed the branches in the orange grove. Their bickering had long since become a commonplace occurrence. The captain, Luffy, sat at the bow, observing the quarrel with a burp of satisfaction. Sanji's cooking today was particularly delectable. Captain, there's someone waving at us up ahead. It appears to be a female pirate, Usopp suddenly exclaimed, surveying the nautical conditions. Upon hearing this, Luffy leapt from the bow with a beaming smile. Let me see. But before he could reach Usopp, moments ago, Sanji was engaged in a playful banter with Zoro, but upon hearing of a female pirate, he swiftly darted forward. He gracefully seized the telescope from Usopp's hands, eager to discern the identity of this esteemed lady. Through his rounded lenses, he beheld a youthful and vibrant woman with short hair, waving at him. The instant he caught sight of her face, his eyes transformed into heart shapes, and he felt as though his heart might leap from his tailored suit. Captain, steer the ship closer. I am certain she is a beautiful and elegant lady. Meanwhile, on a rudimentary raft hastily assembled from timber, a rugged, burly middle-aged man with a robust physique crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Bagus, increase our speed. That Straw Hat Kid must be lurking within these waters. Capturing him will certainly allow us to negotiate with those accursed Navy forces. Chapter 51. The Blackbeard Pirates. Nami stood at the bow of the ship, waving her hands toward the Straw Hat Pirates' vessel. Under ordinary circumstances, she would never have taken the initiative to greet another pirate ship, let alone expose her identity. After all, they were in the Grand Line, where most pirates were notoriously ruthless. If she were to attract the attention of a nefarious crew, it would be perilous. However, for the sake of law, Nami resolved to take this risk. She was willing to part with a significant sum of berries, hoping to find a skilled ship's doctor on board, or, at the very least, procure some medicine. Before long, the Mary came alongside. Captain Luffy was the first to greet her, his face adorned with his signature grin. Hello, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I'm going to be the Pirate King. The other crew members followed suit. Nami glanced at them, sensing they did not appear to be fierce individuals. Rather, they seemed quite amiable. With a sigh of relief, she introduced herself. Hello, I'm Nami. Just as she was about to articulate her request, the previously calm sea began to tremble. Her small pirate ship rocked violently. At that moment, a wooden raft sped toward them across the waves. With a roar, the raft soared into the air, tracing a swift arc before crashing down beside the Mary, sending up a massive splash of water. Ha ha ha, at last I found you. Straw Hat Luffy, boomed the leader of the group, revealing a menacing grin with two missing front teeth glinting ominously. This was Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, former captain of the Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division. He had been on a run after committing murder within his crew, seizing the dark fruit. Accompanying him were four subordinates. One was a tall man wearing a black top hat and dressed theatrically, holding a cane. He was the navigator of the Blackbeard Pirates, Lafitte. Another was a hulking figure with long purple hair, adorned with a championship belt, who was responsible for this rowing venture, Shirey. The remaining two were known as Poison Q and Van Augur. The group wore amused expressions as they regarded the Straw Hat Pirates and, particularly, Nami on her small vessel. It's you. How did you track us down? Luffy questioned, his large eyes reflecting innocent bewilderment. They had previously encountered Blackbeard outside a tavern in Gaia, where conflict almost erupted. However, he did not recognize the man before him and was utterly unaware of why they had pursued them. Ha ha ha. Of course. It's to capture you. Do you think I'm here for a friendly reunion? Blackbeard's arms spread wide as he cackled. Prepare to be my stepping stone to becoming a warlord. At the tavern, he had been oblivious to Luffy's true identity. It was only later that he realized the boy donning the straw hat was, in fact, a pirate with a significant bounty placed upon him by the Navy. In a bid to usurp Crocodile's position, he resolved to capture him and present him to the Navy headquarters, thereby becoming one of the 7 warlords and putting an end to his fugitive existence. With such a splendid opportunity laid before him, he certainly would not let it slip away. Although this nascent pirate crew boasted a bounty nearing 100 million at such a tender age, it paled in comparison to the notorious Roronoa Zoro, whose very name had sent tremors throughout the New World. What shall we do about that person? Oko inquired, gesturing towards Nami. We capture her too. We can't let her escape after seeing our movements. A glint of menace flickered in Blackbeard's eyes as he chuckled. He then turned his gaze towards Luffy, choosing not to waste further words. Subdue them. Let's make swift work of this. As his voice resonated, Blackbeard's formidable presence surged forth, a powerful aura enveloping him. The waters surrounding the raft churned violently in response. A man capable of leaving a scar on the eyes of Shanks and defeating Ace in direct confrontation could hardly be underestimated. Even alone, he could easily overpower the entire Straw Hat crew, not to mention the 4 crew members at his side. Youngsters, why not just surrender peacefully? Life in Impel Down is quite suitable for a leisurely retirement. Ha ha ha. Teaching lessons to so-called geniuses is something I relish. The other 4 crew members no longer concealed their amusement. Their expressions were filled with mockery. To them, these newcomers posed no threat whatsoever. It was already a foregone conclusion that they would be tossed into Impel Down. In the next instant, the Blackbeard pirates surged forward, launching an assault on the Straw Hat crew. Simultaneously, Luffy and his companions entered a state of combat readiness. The terms 7 warlords, stepping stone, and navy coalesced, making it abundantly clear, even to the dim-witted, that their adversaries harbored sinister intentions of capturing them to hand over to the navy. Rubber jet pistol, one sword style, lion's song, demon wind foot, level 1 meat grinder, deadly, gunpowder stars, weight-enhanced human form. The 5 of them unleashed their signature techniques in response. Luffy engaged in combat with Blackbeard, while the others faced off against their respective foes. Boom! Bang! The sound of violent explosions echoed across the serene waters. The splintering of wood, the crashing of waves, and the clash of bodies resonated, creating a cacophony that pierced the eardrums. Sparks flew, and powerful shockwaves radiated outward. In mere moments, both sides exchanged a flurry of blows. Just as Blackbeard had surmised, the overall strength of the Straw Hat crew was utterly disproportionate to his own. The tide of battle increasingly favored Blackbeard, and the futility of the Straw Hat situation became ever more apparent. First, Chopper was the first to be defeated, followed by Usopp. Only Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji remained, barely holding their ground. Yet, it was merely a struggle for survival. The powers of the dark fruit, coupled with formidable martial skills, rendered them incapable of gaining any advantage against Blackbeard. Ha ha ha, you are all still too inexperienced. Blackbeard laughed heartily after knocking Luffy down once more. Nami, witnessing the chaotic brawl, felt a surge of fear wash over her, swallowing hard as a profound sense of crisis enveloped her. We must leave. We need to get out of here quickly. The prowess of these opponents was far beyond her capacity to confront. With that thought, Nami hurried to the helm, maneuvering the ship to swiftly retreat in the opposite direction. Activating his observation haki, Blackbeard's gaze sharpened as he spotted Nami attempting to escape, a cold smirk curling on his lips. Trying to flee? What a mischievous little girl. In the next moment, he pressed his palm into the seawater. Dark hole. Instantly, the water surrounding his hand darkened and rapidly spread outward, targeting Nami's position. Just when Blackbeard believed the situation was about to conclude in his favor, a sudden violent tremor surged through the air, abruptly halting the advancing black energy. Teach, you can take your leave now. Chapter 52, Rebuffing Blackbeard. The Power of Reputation. An unexpected scene caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. Following the sound, they turned their gazes toward Nami's ship. In their line of sight stood a tall, distinguished man at the bow of the vessel, his deep black eyes seemingly concealing an abyss within. Where did this little brat come from? Newcomers to the Grand Line are becoming increasingly audacious. Blackbeard's actions slowed slightly upon sensing the presence of a formidable opponent. However, upon realizing that the newcomer was merely a youth not much older than Luffy, he couldn't help but chuckle. Although the figure seemed somewhat familiar, Blackbeard was not one to be trifled with. He was Blackbeard, the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates. one of the four emperors. Even the legendary red-haired Shanks, who now stood at the pinnacle of the world, bore the mark of his presence. After acquiring the power of the dark fruit, his strength surged even further. As long as he wasn't confronted by an admiral-level opponent, he feared no one. The audacity of this unknown child to call his name and demand he leave was utterly laughable. Without a moment's hesitation, Blackbeard's aura intensified, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. For such an arrogant newcomer, mere verbal mockery was insufficient. He needed to deliver a small shock. Dark water. As the words fell, a violent energy materialized around Blackbeard. The seawater surrounding him swiftly transformed into a thick, inky blackness. The formidable powers of his fruit manifested, and anything touched by the black water would lose its abilities. Luoxiu calmly observed Blackbeard, raising his arm to conjure a massive fireball. With a hum, it shot forth from his palm towards Blackbeard. Heh, another fruit user. Blackbeard's delight grew upon witnessing Luoxiu's attack. His dark fruit was particularly effective against other fruit users. Once covered by the black water, an opponent's devil fruit ability would become nullified, and he could absorb their attacks to convert them into his own. Little brat, your fruit will soon belong to me. Blackbeard bellowed with laughter, his palm turning pitch black, resembling a black hole forming at his fingertips. Boom! The explosive fireball hurtled towards him. Just as it was about to descend, the hilarity on Blackbeard's face abruptly froze. A sense of peril surged within him, an intense instinct warning him of the imminent danger. A chill ran down his spine, as if nature itself was telling him that receiving the fireball could lead to his demise. In that moment of realization, without hesitation, Blackbeard retreated swiftly, while an arm of dark water crashed against the explosive fireball. With a resounding boom, the explosion erupted, showering the air with fiery brilliance. The unleashed energy stirred a multitude of ripples. The seawater, subjected to intense heat, evaporated, releasing a white mist that coalesced midair, obscuring the line of sight. Damn, what is happening? As the mist dissipated, Blackbeard stared in shock at his tattered clothing and the ineffectiveness of his devil fruit powers. An inexplicable wave of dread washed over him. Had he not reacted swiftly, given the terrifying energy that had splashed around him, he might have perished. You little brat, I will kill you. Following the fear came a surge of fury. Blackbeard's eyes twitched violently. He had nearly met his end at the hands of a mere child. It was utterly humiliating. While he was unaware of the means employed by his opponent, he firmly believed that his strength surpassed theirs. He had merely been a bit careless. With this thought in mind, his demeanor darkened as he prepared to launch another assault. Captain, wait. He seems to be that Luffy. At that moment, Akka finally recognized the individual, his voice trembling as he quietly cautioned Blackbeard. Regardless of whether he was Luffy or some demon, he must pay the price today. With such power, he must be a bounty-worthy pirate. If captured, he could be turned over to the Marines. Wait, what did you say? That Luffy? Initially, Blackbeard dismissed it, considering an unfamiliar name inconsequential. However, upon realizing the truth, his expression shifted dramatically. Cold sweat erupted from his forehead. Could it be mere coincidence? He turned to his crew. A crumpled bounty poster was unfurled, revealing the glaring headline and a face that seemed somewhat familiar. This was none other than the one who had defeated Admiral Kaido, the strongest newcomer of the seas, the future fifth emperor, Luffy. Who else could it be? Gasping, Blackbeard was drenched in cold sweat. Feeling as though his heart had been seized by an iron grip, his entire body tensed. A torrent of complaints surged within him, with power that surpassed an admiral. What hope did he have? Why had such a being appeared here, and why had he crossed paths with him? He swallowed hard, the arrogance he had just displayed evaporating without a trace. Only one thought occupied his mind now: run? The idea of capturing Luffy to exchange for a warlord position was utterly absurd. In the face of a monster like Luffy, he knew he would be the one captured. A wise man knows when to yield. Survival was paramount. Flee. With this thought, Blackbeard suddenly bellowed, disregarding all notions of pride. The helmsman, the bullfighter Burgess, and the other 3 crew members were already prepared. Upon learning of Luffy's identity, they, like Blackbeard, had no desire to engage in battle. At the sound of their captain's command, Burgess wielded the oars with fervor, frantically propelling the vessel through the water. Even those who typically did not row joined in, fearing that if they lagged, Luffy would swiftly eliminate them. In mere moments, the Blackbeard pirate's ship vanished from sight like a swift arrow shot across the sea, arriving with haste and departing even more swiftly, leaving a trail of chaos in its wake. Luoxiu sighed as he watched the retreating vessel, lamenting the missed opportunity. At that moment, he had just awakened, his body still in a state of weakness. He had summoned the power of the fourth dragon talisman for a decisive strike, aimed at vanquishing Blackbeard. Well aware of his arrogant nature and his tendency to confront attacks with his devil fruit abilities. Yet his opponent had managed to react unexpectedly. It was no surprise that someone capable of stirring the very winds and tides of the ocean and eventually becoming one of the four emperors was indeed formidable. You are that Luoxiu. At this moment, Luffy and the others recognized him. They gasped in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief. Luffy's body went limp, contorting like a twisted piece of dough, while Usopp cradled his face in shock, as if confronted with the unbelievable. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, swallowing hard, feeling the weight of immense pressure. The very person they had fought so desperately against was now fleeing at the mere mention of Luoxiu's name. What constitutes true strength? This was the essence of a true powerhouse. A single name was enough to instill fear and provoke retreat. It was then that Luoxiu noticed Luffy and the others, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. He had forgotten to introduce himself. I am Luoxiu, a newcomer hailing from the East Blue. Chapter 53. Damn. I am destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Hey. You must be mistaken. You are indeed a newcomer from the East Sea, yet you managed to defeat Admiral Kizaru. No wonder you were able to scare them away. Luffy's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. His simple-minded brain immediately turned into a chaotic mess. Although he often proclaimed his ambition to become the Pirate King, he was acutely aware that his current strength was akin to that of a novice. The power of an admiral loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, let alone someone capable of defeating an admiral. Roha chuckled upon hearing this. He then cast a glance at Nami. Indeed, his presence had altered the original timeline. Nami, who was supposed to become a member of Luffy's crew, had only just made their acquaintance this time. With a sigh of resignation, Rohu shook his head. Such is the nature of events. They are ever-changing, and no one can control the trajectory of the future, wondering what it may become. Look, your ship has been destroyed. How about you take our vessel for now? Luffy's voice rang out once again, gesturing towards the ship beneath Roha's feet. Due to the recent battle, the already fragile vessel was now taking on water from the deck. At this rate, it was on the verge of sinking at any moment. Nami, I apologize. Rohu realized that the explosion from his earlier attack had been rather extensive and turned to Nami, expressing his regret. By this time, tears welled up in Nami's eyes. What was a mere ship when Rohu had awakened? It's been so long, Nami said, her eyes reddened as she wiped the corners of her eyes. Rohu patted her shoulder and embraced her, choosing not to elaborate further. Although he had been unconscious during her endeavors, he could still sense some of what transpired. Sometimes, silence speaks volumes. Rohu glanced at Luffy and the others. Thank you. His current condition indeed required some time for recuperation. The Straw Hat Pirates seemed like a splendid choice for the time being. After the fierce battle with Kizaru and his subsequent unconsciousness, the talismans had been working discreetly. He could feel the integration of the talismans becoming increasingly harmonious. The Tiger Talisman was on the verge of awakening. Once he regained his peak strength, he could depart from the Straw Hat Pirates, journey to the Alabasta Kingdom to claim the reward for 3 devil fruits, and then proceed with his next plan, to challenge the 4 emperors of the New World, seize the bounty leader's position, and awaken the mask. According to Rohu's estimation, he would not take more than 3 days to restore his full power. Meanwhile, the fleeing Blackbeard and his crew, who had narrowly escaped Rohu's grasp, rode tirelessly for 30 miles without looking back. Only after confirming that Rohu was not in pursuit did they finally slow their pace and drift along the current. At the forefront, Blackbeard sprawled out on the wooden raft, gasping for breath. He felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, his back drenched in cold sweat. Curse it! Why did he have to encounter Rosh? The scene replayed in his mind. Rosh unleashing explosive flames that disregarded the abilities of the dark fruit, leaving his head ringing. This was the first time since acquiring the dark fruit that he had faced such a setback, feeling utterly powerless. It was an unpleasant sensation. Moreover, Rosh had yet to employ his monstrous speed and strength. Blackbeard realized that if Rosh truly intended to kill him, his speed would rival that of Kizaru, and there would be no escape for him. Contemplating this, Blackbeard found some solace. Thankfully, it appeared he was merely a minor character in Rosh's eyes, unworthy of pursuit. Damn! Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why should he feel relieved by this? He was Blackbeard, destined to lead this era and ascend to the pinnacle of the world. To be looked down upon by some newcomer was unacceptable. With a fierce punch, he struck the wooden raft, his impotent rage manifesting vividly. Rosh, I shall show you. I, Blackbeard, am a man whose name will echo throughout the world. He abruptly sat up, swearing an oath to the heavens. The crew members beside him, panting, looked at their captain in confusion, sensing something amiss. Was he truly shaken by Rosh? Captain, are you all right? Bulge inquired timidly. Do you have a Marine headquarters now? Blackbeard steadied his emotions and asked directly. Bulge nodded, retrieving the snail. Captain, what do you need this for? We haven't captured any pirates. Blackbeard smirked coldly. Isn't the Marine headquarters currently searching for Rosh? They would surely be more interested in his whereabouts than in capturing a few 100 million bounty pirates. Meanwhile, in the Marine headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sengoku's face was grim as he crushed a newspaper in his hand. From the remnants of the paper, it was evident that he held a publication from the World Economic News. That damn Birdman Morgans. I must bring down his wretched news agency. Sengoku's beard trembled with fury. Regarding Rosh's defeat of Admiral Kizaru in the Alabasta Kingdom, they had expended considerable resources to suppress this information in recent days. No one in the New World should know the newcomer named Rosh possessed admiral-level combat prowess, shrouded in secrecy. All they knew was that this individual was formidable, having defeated the warlord Crocodile. Yet this damned World Economic News. Yet, with an air of audacity, they unveiled everything without any prior consultation with them, rendering all their previous efforts futile. Now, the name of Luoxiu reverberates throughout the New World, amidst a cacophony of speculation regarding his identity. This has significantly obstructed the previously established covert capture plan. Particularly, the extraordinary bounty of 400 million has cast a considerable shadow, as it is evident to all that a pirate of such formidable strength, surpassing even the admiral rank, would not be worth less than several billion. This is clearly a deliberate act by the Navy. With a heavy sigh, Sengoku returned to his seat. Suddenly, the telephone beetle on the table buzzed to life. He reached out to answer, striving to steady his tumultuous emotions. This is the Navy headquarters. I am Sengoku. Chapter 54. Above is the Sky Island. Two admirals. As the call was answered, the voice of a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters resonated. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We have discovered traces of the Straw Hat Pirates in the Grand Line. Sengoku furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with displeasure. The Straw Hat Pirates? Their captain is named Luffy, if I recall correctly. A rising newcomer, is he not? Recently, they have caused quite a stir in the East Blue and at the onset of the Grand Line, compromising the Navy's prestige. Despite their considerable strength, does a pirate with a bounty yet to reach 100 million warrant a call to the Navy headquarters? Have the standards of these rear admirals diminished? Or are they simply too idle of late? Do they truly believe themselves to be like Garp, idling away with nothing to do? However, before he could dwell further on his thoughts, a voice from the other end interrupted, laced with urgency. Fleet Admiral, in addition to the Straw Hat Pirates, we have also located the missing Luoxiu. What? Upon hearing Luoxiu's name, Sengoku's expression shifted, surprise washing over him. His previous annoyance vanished without a trace. This was the information he had been eager to learn. Are you certain you spotted Luoxiu within your jurisdiction? Yes, Fleet Admiral. Sengoku's heart tightened. This news was of paramount importance. Sakazuki and Borisolino had been tirelessly pursuing Luoxiu for days without success. Since departing from the Alabasta Kingdom, Luoxiu had seemingly vanished without a trace. His appearance in the earlier part of the Grand Line indicated that he had not yet made his way to the New World. This was undoubtedly advantageous intelligence. Has your branch engaged Luoxiu in combat? Sengoku inquired. Negative, Fleet Admiral. That is good. Sengoku exhaled in relief. This information was reported by Blackbeard Teach. They encountered Luoxiu. Upon hearing the name Blackbeard Teach, Sengoku's brow furrowed. He recalled this individual, a former vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now a fugitive. It seemed this man had aspirations of becoming a warlord of the sea. It appeared Blackbeard intended to leverage information about Luoxiu to secure his own qualification as a warlord. Sengoku was indifferent, as long as the information regarding Luoxiu was credible. The status of a warlord was inconsequential. After all, one position within the warlords was currently vacant. Maintain communication with Blackbeard. If you encounter Luoxiu, remember to avoid direct confrontation. Report everything back to headquarters first. Sengoku concluded with a few final instructions before disconnecting the call. He then promptly retrieved another Den Mushi to make another call. Straw Hat Pirates, going merry. After repelling the Blackbeard Pirates, Luoxiu and Nami found themselves temporarily stranded here due to their ship's destruction. At this moment, Luoxiu sat cross-legged in the position that originally belonged to Luffy on the ship's bow. Gazing at the vast ocean ahead, the salty sea breeze tousled his hair. In this moment, an overwhelming tranquility enveloped him. After a period of recuperation, he had nearly regained a third of his strength. The internal injuries caused by the conflicting powers of the talismans were gradually healing. The most noticeable change was that Luoxiu's complexion, once pale from awakening, had become much more vibrant. Luoxiu, how do you like my swordsmanship? On the deck, Zoro exclaimed, brandishing his sword, Autumn Water, towards Luoxiu. Turning his head, Luoxiu smiled. Give it a try. During their time aboard the ship, Zoro, who was typically passionate about training and averse to interruptions, often sought him out for sparring. Of course, he was not alone. Luffy joined in as well. Although they were invariably repelled each time, their indomitable spirits refused to yield. They would rise again from where they fell. Luoxiu usually indulged them, viewing it as a delightful diversion in their daily lives. Whoosh! At Zoro's words, he summoned his strength, wielding his black sword, Inma, with precision. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared behind Luoxiu, swinging Autumn Water downward. Without even glancing back, Luoxiu raised an arm and pinched the blade between two fingers, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Still too slow. Zoro's brow twitched at the ease with which a strike was deflected. The gap in their abilities was immense. He couldn't even graze Luoxiu's form. Such was the prowess of the ocean's mightiest newcomer. Yet, he remained undeterred, believing that with unwavering perseverance, he would one day ascend to Luoxiu's current realm. Hee. Behold my balloon arm cannon, Luffy exclaimed from the deck, his bright smile eager for action upon witnessing the scene. With such a formidable ally aboard, opportunities for sparring were rare and invaluable for enhancing their skills. As his words faded, a colossal fist hurtled towards Luoxiu. Boom! The entire ship trembled. Before the attack could land, Luoxiu effortlessly leapt into the air, landing without a speck of dust upon him. With his third-tier strength, fending off their assaults was a trivial matter. I simply cannot comprehend these two. Sanji, from the Orange Grove, remarked, watching their absurd antics with a disdainful smirk. What joy could be found in such moments with a man? Surely, one should seek the company of beautiful women instead. Nami, here is a basket for the oranges. Sanji called to Nami, who was picking oranges with a gentlemanly demeanor. Thank you, Nami replied, accepting the fruit basket and placing the oranges inside. Before long, the basket was brimming. Nami approached the deck, observing the sparring trio, and cheerfully invited, "Let's have some fruit first." She relished this way of life. Upon hearing her words, Luoxiu and the others paused. Hee. They're S-food. Luffy was the first to respond. However, at that moment, the once tranquil sea suddenly became tumultuous. The ship began to sway violently, causing the crew to be momentarily taken aback, their gazes drawn to the horizon. Before them lay a breathtaking spectacle. The sky and the ocean were connected by a colossal stream of water, resembling a bridge that spanned the two. It was an ascending current. The Sky Island has arrived, Rasha murmured. Indeed, their current course was destined for the Sky Island. Guided by the notes of Coolie Kai, Luffy and his companions had been searching for the elusive Sky Island, which may or may not exist. However, Rashu was certain of its existence. By riding this current, they could ascend. Is that the Sky Island up there? Luffy inquired, his eyes reflecting a mix of awe and confusion. Although he had learned about the means of accessing the Sky Island in Gaia, he had never truly seen it. Rasha nodded. With Rashu's affirmation, the last remnants of doubt in his heart dissipated, and he beckoned the ship to accelerate towards the rising current. Before long, the entire vessel was engulfed by the stream, rapidly ascending and vanishing from the expanse of the sea. Shortly after their disappearance, within this vast ocean, a naval warship traversed the area. At the bow stood two formidable presences, surveying their surroundings. One was clad in a yellow and white suit with short, curly black hair, while the other donned a dark red uniform, a navy cap atop his head and black leather gloves on his hands, his expression stern. They were none other than Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru, dispatched to pursue Rashu upon receiving news from Sengoku. Chapter 55. Enel's Defeat. Come and recharge. On the deck behind them stood a contingent of solemn Navy soldiers, clad in military uniforms and armed with weapons. Among them were several rear admirals and even some vice admirals. The Navy headquarters, the pinnacle of power in this world, had deployed 2 admirals, along with several vice admirals and numerous Navy soldiers. This formidable force was not summoned to annihilate a nation or confront the 4 emperors of the New World. Rather, it was solely to apprehend a rookie pirate. Such an absurd situation is rarely seen throughout history. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming might gathered, no one dared to underestimate the situation, for their target was a man capable of defeating Admiral Kizaru, a seemingly invincible figure with no discernible weaknesses. Akainu, are you certain that Luffy is within this maritime expanse? Kizaru inquired, one hand tucked in his pocket while the other dangled casually by his side, casting a skeptical glance at Akainu. Akainu's expression remained inscrutable beneath his cap. The information from Fleet Admiral Sengoku is indisputable. Luffy must be hiding somewhere. Upon receiving Sengoku's call, he had led the Navy to scour this area, meticulously investigating every suspicious location. Even the nearby islands had undergone thorough examination. Yet, after a considerable passage of time, they had yet to catch a glimpse of Luffy, nor even the shadow of the Straw Hat Pirates. Were it not for the fact that the intel had come directly from Sengoku, he would have begun to doubt its veracity. How peculiar. Is he capable of hiding in the heavens? Kizaru mused, stroking his chin with a smirk before shaking his head. Luffy lacks such abilities. The last pirate to reach such heights met with a tragic fate. Groundhog, deploy the reinforcements from HQ throughout this maritime zone. Expand the search radius. Leave no suspicious individual unchecked. If necessary, sacrifices may have to be made. Akainu commanded, his arms crossed resolutely over his chest. The justice of the Navy would not permit any infringement. No matter where Luffy concealed himself, he would be unearthed. To uphold absolute justice, Luffy's blood would serve as a testament to the world. Understood. Vice Admiral Groundhog acknowledged, relaying Akainu's orders. The Navy soldiers immediately sprang into action. The water surrounding Gaia Island became increasingly tumultuous in the ensuing days. Pirate ships that ventured into this territory found themselves beset by misfortune, fleeing as though they had encountered phantoms. Who could have anticipated that they would come face to face with admirals, figures so rarely encountered? The entire maritime domain was subjected to a ruthless cleansing by their formidable might. However, much to their chagrin, Luffy was still nowhere to be found. Kizaru and Akainu departed the area, leaving behind a contingent of soldiers from the Navy headquarters to continue their vigilant watch and investigation. Time quietly and imperceptibly slips away. Regarding the recent maneuvers of the Navy, Law had little understanding. Yet, even if he were aware, he would not be overly astonished. After all, it was anticipated that Blackbeard would manage to escape from his grasp, and a failure to deliver a decisive blow was to be expected. At this moment, he languidly dangled his leg, seated at the edge of a vessel, his expression serene as he observed the fierce clash unfolding before him. He appeared as a mere spectator. The 2 combatants were distinct. One, adorned in a crimson vest with flowing black hair, was Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. The other, wearing a white bandana concealing a distinctive hairstyle with elongated earlobes adorned with earrings, was strikingly bare-chested, bearing a thunder drum upon his back and wielding a golden staff. He was none other than Enel, the ruler of Skypiea and a wielder of the Rumble Fruit's formidable powers. Indeed, since arriving at Skypiea via the Rising Currents, events had unfolded in accordance with the original narrative. The scene had now arrived at the climactic confrontation between Enel and Luffy. During his time on Skypiea, Law had merely accompanied the pirate crew, abstaining from significant interference. His reasoning was grounded in several considerations. Firstly, he required time to recuperate and restore his strength to its zenith. Thus, he preferred to refrain from engaging unless absolutely necessary. This was merely a temporary refuge. The New World represented the true battleground. Secondly, every individual must carve their own path, be they members of Luffy's crew or Nami herself. Without experiencing hardship, one remains perpetually sheltered beneath the wings of others. Necessary trials must be confronted independently, much like Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, who were presently embroiled in a fierce battle against Enel's subordinates. Law was confident they would not meet their demise, and that Enel would ultimately be vanquished. This formed his third point. Of course, the primary reason for his inaction was due to Enel's insufficient prowess. Engaging him would not even elevate the integration of his internal talismans. There was no benefit to be gained. That should suffice, Law murmured to himself, weighing the staff in his hand as he observed the unrelenting conflict between the two combatants. The staff, known as the Climatact, was a brilliant blue, with each segment modified to house spherical devices containing shells, complemented by a storage unit for electrical energy at its apex. It was crafted using the Sky Island S-dials. Combined with Law's near-perfect understanding of physics from his previous life, along with some ideas contributed by Usopp, this weapon had been fashioned for Nami, as her current wooden staff was insufficient against formidable foes. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted, accompanied by a violent gust of wind and waves. A terrifying column of lightning pierced the heavens, emitting a deafening roar that reverberated throughout Skypiea. The battle between Luffy and Enel had reached a fever pitch. The fated warrior, Luffy, was utterly exhausted, yet he persevered, sustained by an indomitable will. His body emanated white vapor, and his muscles shimmered with an enigmatic glow. An unwavering fighting spirit transformed into boundless strength. In the next moment, his expression hardened. The terrifying momentum surged once more, ascending steadily until it reached its zenith. Rubber. Golden spiral bullet. With a thunderous roar, Luffy's arm swelled dramatically in an instant, transforming his fist into a colossal golden projectile. His rubbery limb twisted into a helix, concealing a formidable potential energy within, which he unleashed upon Enel with tremendous force. Thud! Caught off guard, Enel was struck squarely in the face by the golden spiral bullet, leaving him momentarily dazed. The sheer ferocity of the impact sent him tumbling several times before he finally came to a halt. It is over. Law observed this spectacle with a smile. He then turned his gaze towards the prostrate Enel, weighing the weather stick in his hand, a slight smirk gracing his lips. With the thunder fruit in play, it seemed an opportune moment to recharge. Chapter 56, Enel's Shock. Departure from the Straw Hat crew. On the golden ship, the Ark Maxim, Enel lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His body felt as if all its energy had been drained, exhaustion evident in every fiber of his being. He could scarcely comprehend how he had been bested by an obscure young man. As one who proclaimed himself a god on Skypiea, a man of immense pride, Enel was now consumed by a burning indignation. He refused to accept defeat as a consequence of inferior strength. Rather, he attributed his downfall to the peculiar abilities of his opponent that countered his own. This rubber man, he could not conduct electricity, hence his loss. Enel's gaze fell upon Luffy, who was in a similarly fatigued state. Yet he gritted his teeth and strained to rise once more. Just then, Enel's expression shifted abruptly. With his formidable observation haki, he sensed an unfamiliar presence that had appeared behind him in an instant, moving so swiftly he could not discern its origin. Enel, help me charge the... The voice of Roju rang out, revealing the weather stick in his hand. "Who are you?" Enel completely disregarded Roju's words, turning sharply to face him, a look of alarm crossing his features. "There are skilled individuals aboard that rubberman ship? That is of little consequence," Roju replied with a smile, raising the weather stick once more, his calm eyes fixed on Enel, a powerful aura emanating from him, enveloping Enel in its presence. Enel swallowed hard, his pupils dilating. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. This overwhelming aura might go unnoticed by others, but for Enel, who had honed his observation haki to encompass the entirety of the island, it was unmistakably palpable. He perceived that the figure before him was no ordinary young man, but rather a monstrous being with depths in his gaze that concealed a lurking demon. Thump, thump, thump. Enel's heartbeat quickened, reverberating like a drum. He sensed danger. The man before him was exceptionally perilous. Even without engaging in combat, this individual possessed a strength several times greater than that of the rubber boy. Had this person been his opponent earlier, Enel doubted he would have lasted even a few exchanges. Gulp. Silently swallowing, Enel found himself inexplicably devoid of his usual arrogance. His voice wavering as he inquired, "How to charge?" "Quite simple," Roju patiently explained, gesturing to the blue device atop the weather stick. "Utilize the rumble fruit to release electric arcs, storing the energy in this specialized device." On Skypiea, there existed many unique abilities associated with the sky shells, such as cloud shells, sound shells, laser shells, flash shells, and flame shells. The blue device was specifically designed for energy storage, capable of discharging electric arcs as a means of attack when needed. Enel, somewhat dazed, nodded as he accepted the weather stick from Rojo, diligently channeling electricity into the device. "Be careful not to overload it." Rojo chuckled inwardly at Enel's compliance. This fellow did not seem as egotistical and arrogant as he had anticipated. Initially, he thought it would require more effort, but now it appeared to be proceeding smoothly. Upon hearing Rashu's warning, Enel noticeably slowed his movements, genuinely fearing he might cause the stick to explode. Before long, his already pale complexion became even more ashen. "It's done," Enel exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling utterly drained, as though every ounce of energy had been extracted from him. Taking a deep breath, he stated, "Thank you," as Rojo took the weather stick back, feeling its increased weight. "May I inquire your name?" Enel asked curiously, seeing that Rojo was truly departing after merely charging the device without any further intentions. Rojo initially hesitated to respond, believing their paths would not cross again. However, upon reflection, he considered that since acquiring the masks, aside from the leader's mask, the other 9 seemed of little use and could be better bestowed upon others. Enel was a commendable choice. After all, as a user of the rumble fruit, despite being defeated by Luffy, he possessed considerable potential. With the opportunity to grow to the strength of an admiral in the Navy, his prospects were promising. "Rojo, you may also refer to me as the Demon Lord," Rojo replied nonchalantly. "If one day you find yourself adrift, feel free to seek me out." Although he wished to make Enel one of the bearers of the 9 masks, Rojo was not in a hurry and would not resort to coercion. Everything should unfold naturally, based on mutual willingness. "Rojo, the Demon Lord, huh?" Enel mused as he sprawled across the deck, a slight smile gracing his lips. His instincts had indeed been correct. This individual truly was a demon. Meanwhile, Rojo approached Nami, handing her the weather stick. Nami, her eyes sparkling, scrutinized it closely. "Is there any difference from the previous one?" she inquired, somewhat puzzled. After Rojo and Usopp had finished working on the weather stick, it had been handed to her, but later, Rojo had retrieved it, claiming it required some modifications. Indeed, besides altering the weather, it can now directly unleash lightning upon foes. "There's a button here," Rojo briefly explained, pointing to the electric mechanism. Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes brightened with excitement. "It can directly release lightning. That sounds impressive. From now on, you can use it for self-defense," Rojo remarked with a smile. Nami beamed sweetly, but soon, a sense of unease crept in. Rash's sudden remarks made her wonder if he was preparing to depart again. Are you getting ready to leave once more?" Rojo nodded. After several days of recuperation, He had nearly restored his strength to its peak, and all his internal injuries had healed completely. There is no longer a necessity to remain with the Straw Hat Pirates, for each individual must tread their own path. I have numerous endeavors awaiting my attention. The foremost task is to swiftly acquire the Devil Fruit. Subsequently, I shall awaken the Tiger Talisman, resolving the internal conflict of talismanic energy within my body, before venturing into the new world to challenge the Four Emperors. It is imperative to elevate my strength promptly, lest I be incessantly pursued by pesky flies. Upon hearing this, Nami softly murmured an acknowledgement, her head gradually lowering, visibly engulfed in despondency. She yearned to suggest to Rosh that he take her along. Yet, reflecting on the seemingly shallow bond they shared, having merely crossed paths twice, the words lodged in her throat, unspoken. Rosh, perplexed, shrugged and retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket. If you need anything, you can call this number. He had discovered this pair of transponder snails on Skypiea, capable of video communication. Should Nami require assistance, she could reach him promptly through this means. This gesture was his way of repaying the favor for that day when she had rescued him from the water, and it was also the reason for crafting and charging the weather stick prior. All right, Nami's eyes sparkled at this, her earlier gloom dissipating as she accepted the transponder snail. Unintentionally, she murmured, "Can I call you if there's nothing going on?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized her indiscretion and hurriedly covered her mouth, her expression tinged with panic. Rosh chuckled, "Of course you can." Later, Rosh bid farewell to the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami stood at the forefront, tears glistening in her eyes as she waved to him. The day was splendid, with warm sunlight bathing her face, illuminating her eyes, which shimmered like water, radiating an enchanting warmth. Rosh found himself momentarily entranced by the scene. An unbidden thought flickered within him. Perhaps he could take Nami along. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed. He was currently designated as the most wanted criminal by the Navy headquarters. Taking others along would only endanger them. Moreover, who could predict whether Nami would consent? Everything necessitates growth. Once he acquires sufficient strength, he could extend an invitation to Nami as a potential companion behind a mask. With this resolve, Rosh raised an eyebrow, intending to first charm Nami into coming over via the video transponder before all else. Shaking off these thoughts, he waved goodbye to Nami and the others, departing Skypiea and setting his course for the kingdom of Alabasta. Chapter 57. Acquiring the Devil Fruit. In the kingdom of Alabasta, within the chambers of Princess Vivi. As usual, Vivi was managing various affairs of the royal city while eagerly awaiting the arrival of Luoxiu. However, the past few days have been devoid of any news. Today, though, was different. While attending to her duties, Vivi was engrossed in writing something. Suddenly, she felt a gentle breeze sweep past her. Turning around, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was none other than Luoxiu, who had come to assist the kingdom in overcoming its crisis. "Long time no see," Luoxiu remarked, lifting an eyebrow. Although only a few days had elapsed, it felt as if ages had passed, laden with numerous experiences. "Long time no see," Vivi stammered, momentarily taken aback. She soon regained her composure and hurried to fetch the secret stash of devil fruits. Luoxiu's presence here undoubtedly signified his intention to acquire the fruits. Before long, Vivi returned, cradling a box in her arms. She opened it to reveal 3 exceedingly peculiar devil fruits, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 orange, all resembling pineapples adorned with strange patterns. Holding the 3 fruits delicately, Vivi occasionally cast furtive glances at Luoxiu before quickly averting her gaze, her heart racing with excitement. The surprise and imposing aura that Luoxiu exuded were overwhelming. When they forged this agreement, Vivi had merely envisioned Luoxiu defeating Crocodile. She considered it the best possible outcome. Little did she anticipate that he would not only vanquish the warlord, but also injure an admiral of the Navy. Naturally, despite her belief that Luoxiu was quite affable, his mere presence instilled a sense of apprehension within her. She feared she might inadvertently offend him, stealing glances in a covert manner. How thoughtful! Luoxiu chuckled, taking the 3 devil fruits into his hands, directing his gaze toward Vivi. The fact that she had brought forth the fruits so promptly upon his arrival indicated the significance she placed on this agreement. Moreover, keeping the devil fruits in her quarters suggested she had been anticipating his visit all along. Luoxiu, who held agreements in high regard, admired those who possessed a sense of contractual integrity. This feeling was truly unprecedented. Gently caressing the devil fruits in his hands, Luoxiu found himself marveling internally. Arriving in this pirate world, this was his first encounter with such entities. To be honest, he felt a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Ding! Detection of devil fruit initiated. Would the host like to absorb it? Absorbing the unique energy within the devil fruit may activate the devil. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. The devil fruit, one of the treasures of the sea, serve as a shortcut for the weak to become strong, an object of fervent pursuit by countless individuals. However, for Luoxiu, while the fruit held its allure, its intrinsic significance was limited. No matter the type of devil fruit, it pales in comparison to the power of a curse that possesses no weaknesses. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment the system's voice echoed in his mind, Luoxiu silently resolved, absorb the devil fruit. Ding! Absorbing fruit energy. The 3 devil fruits in his hand vanished without a trace. Within the confines of the system's space, before the gates of hell belonging to the 7 great demons, the 3 devil fruits materialized. In the next instant, they soared towards a single hellish gate, disappearing into its depths. Moments later, the gate flickered with light. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Devil fruit energy absorption complete. The mountain demon bogan is now activating. Congratulations, host. Activation level has reached 80%. His Luoxiu felt a sharp pang in his teeth. Such a rarity as a devil fruit is indeed hard to come by. Many individuals go their entire lives without ever obtaining even one. Having acquired 3 at once, he had anticipated at least the activation of 1 demon. To his dismay, not a single one had awakened. Only 80%. This indicated that at least 1 more devil fruit was necessary to summon the mountain demon. Ding! The energy of devil fruits inherently varies in quality. The better the fruit, the more energy it gathers, thus requiring fewer to activate. The 3 devil fruits are all ordinary Zoan-type fruits. Energy is mediocre. Please be advised, host. Luoxiu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a twist in events. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Although devil fruits are rare upon the vast ocean, each is exceedingly precious, yet they do vary in quality and strength. The finest among them are naturally the Logia type or certain mythical Zoan types. The energy contained within one of these exceptional fruits could surpass that of several ordinary ones. Yet, correspondingly, such fruits are exceedingly scarce, perhaps encountered only once in a lifetime. Nevertheless, the 3 devil fruits from the Alabasta Kingdom, no matter how ordinary, were still preferable to none. At the very least, they had activated the mountain demon bogan to 80%. It could be assured that any subsequent devil fruit acquired, regardless of its nature, would undoubtedly allow for her complete summoning. Luoxiu stroked his chin, lost in thought. The mountain demon appears to possess formidable abilities. It could be said to be the most perilous among the 8 great demons, gluttony, capable of transforming everything it consumes into its own strength, devouring all things. It can shift mountains with its immense power, exhibiting unparalleled strength, thick hide, extraordinary defense, and the ability to grow in size. The more it consumes, the larger it becomes, and the greater its destructive force. Contemplating this, Luoxiu felt a measure of equilibrium settle in his heart. Meanwhile, the girl beside him, staring wide-eyed at the 3 devil fruits that had so abruptly vanished from Luoxiu's grasp, was taken aback. Though her curiosity was piqued, she dared not inquire directly of Luoxiu, internally concluding that this must surely pertain to his unique abilities. The devil fruit can be transformed into power. Just then, Luoxiu felt a sudden stir within. In the system space beside the Hell's Gate that imprisoned the demon, the talisman began to shimmer. The 5th talisman, the Tiger Talisman, glowed brighter, hinting at an imminent activation. A faint smile graced Luoxiu's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave. Wait, A surge of unexpected courage prompted Wei Wei to call out to Luoxiu. He paused, slightly bewildered. You defeated the Marine Admiral. The Navy will surely not let you go. Princess Wei Wei stammered. Luoxiu was taken aback for a moment. I am well aware of that. Otherwise, why do you think I am in such a hurry? If you have nowhere to go, you can come to me. The kingdom of Alabasta will always welcome you. Princess Wei Wei said, her head bowed and her words faltering. Realizing something was amiss, she quickly waved her hands in explanation. No, that's not what I meant. You saved me and aided the kingdom of Alabasta. We will not disclose your whereabouts. Luoxiu nodded in understanding. If the need arises, I shall come. With that, he turned and departed. Wei Wei watched him leave, her heart resolutely determined. Luoxiu's strength was undeniably formidable, but he faced the entire navy, the sovereign of the seas. She must enhance her own power to gain a greater voice within the kingdom. Only then could she keep pace with Luoxiu. Yet, unbeknownst to her, when the Demon Legion descends upon the world government in the future, the scene will be unimaginable. Even Luoxiu, after activating the Tiger Talisman, would experience a tremendous surge in power. However, all of this would require time. Chapter 58. I am shattered. Awakening the Conqueror's Haki. Half a day later, on a secluded island. Boom, boom, boom. The island reverberated with violent explosions. Flames soared into the sky, shrouded in a thick veil of smoke. Trees were obliterated, and a tempestuous energy swept across the landscape. As the smoke began to clear, focusing one's gaze revealed a towering figure, a man of 2 meters in height, unleashing explosive energy at the center of the island. This was Rosh, who had departed from the kingdom of Alabasta. Sensing the imminent awakening of the 5th talisman, he had chosen this hidden isle to complete the final step. During this time, Rosh endeavored to activate the powers of the 4th talisman, striving to hasten the process. As expected, through his efforts, the luminosity of the Tiger Talisman within the system space reached a critical threshold. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the 5th talisman, the Tiger Talisman. The system's voice rang out suddenly. The Tiger Talisman has been activated. In that instant, Rosh felt a wondrous energy coursing through his limbs and bones. This warm force flowed into his body like a gentle stream from a hot spring, silently imparting warmth to every inch of his skin, instilling a sense of comfort and security. Every cell was nourished and rejuvenated. Under the influence of this marvelous energy, all previous discomforts within his body vanished in an instant. Is this the power of balance? Rosh's eyes brightened as he sensed the transformation within himself, murmuring softly. It harmonizes the conflicts between other talismans' powers, perfectly integrating the strength. Undoubtedly, this is the unique magic of the Tiger Talisman. I am certain that with my current strength, I could flawlessly defeat even an admiral in a direct confrontation. Rosh mused inwardly. Although the Tiger Talisman does not provide direct enhancements in speed, power, or offensive capability like the previous 4 talismans, the overall boost in strength it offers is unparalleled. With the Tiger Talisman, Rosh can completely eliminate self-inflicted damage, allowing him to unleash his full potential without reservation. Moreover, upon acquiring the Tiger Talisman, the degree of fusion among the other talismans has evidently improved under the impact of this extraordinary energy. In every aspect, compared to his battle with Kizaru, he has experienced significant enhancement. Taking a deep breath, Rosh exhaled slowly. He then scanned his surroundings, frowning slightly. Although he had chosen a very discreet location to activate the 5th talisman, the tremendous commotion might attract attention. After all, his current identity remains somewhat sensitive. He cannot linger here and must leave at once. Just as he resolved to depart, his steps suddenly halted and his pupils widened. His mind went blank. What the hell? Such a game is hardly appropriate. At this moment, within the system's realm, the recently activated Tiger Talisman is undergoing a transformation. A fissure emerges from its center, gradually splitting apart. Eventually, a beam of light flashes through, followed by a resounding bang. The Tiger Talisman is cleaved in two, and, astonishingly, his physical form has also divided. Indeed, Luoxiu has split apart. Concurrently, a system notification chimes. The tiger talisman symbolizes the equilibrium of yin and yang. It has separated into one yin and one yang, one good and one evil, which can rapidly enhance the talisman's integration between good and evil as they were originally one. Their powers can be shared. When the sixth talisman is about to be activated, the tiger talisman will reunite. Please, host, strive diligently. A few hours prior, in the waters surrounding a small island, a naval vessel of moderate size meanders aimlessly in this area. They have been dispatched on the orders of Admiral Sakazuki to search for traces of Luoxiu. On the deck stands a lieutenant colonel from the naval headquarters, furrowing his brow in frustration. How could Luoxiu possibly be in such a desolate place? This expedition seems utterly pointless. After searching aimlessly for a while longer, we shall depart. He shakes his head in dismay. He cannot fathom why they are even searching in this barren wasteland. After half a day, not a single soul has been spotted, let alone the infamous pirate Luoxiu. He feels that the admiral is being excessively cautious. A pirate of Luoxiu's caliber has surely fled to the New World. With this thought in mind, he instructs the helmsman to prepare for their return journey. As they pass a deserted isle, a distant explosion reverberates from its surface. Instantly, the lieutenant colonel becomes alert. An explosion in such an inhospitable location. This is most unusual. If memory serves, Luoxiu possesses explosive abilities. Could it be? Those who have attained the rank of lieutenant colonel are no fools. Immediately, he connects the dots without a moment's hesitation, retrieving his transponder snail. Regardless of the outcome, he must report the situation to the admirals. On the small island, two Luoxius stand, one on the left and one on the right, staring at each other in bewilderment. After a brief silence, a voice filled with self-reproach suddenly cries out, "Oh, my heavens! Look at the destruction I have wrought. Those flowers, those grasses, and the small creatures of the island. They must have perished in the explosion I caused. Iam truly sorry, iam zilti." The first to speak is the benevolent side of Luoxiu, who, surveying the devastation around him, crouches on the ground with his hands clasped over his head, his face etched with sorrow and regret. In his worldview, the concept of evil does not exist. Thus, he maintains the utmost benevolence towards all things. Even stepping on an ant would weigh heavily on his conscience for days. What a pitiful creature! Beside him, the malevolent figure of Luoxiu, upon hearing those jarring words, sneered, revealing his teeth in mockery. This fellow was indeed ranting over trivial matters concerning mere flora. He was nothing short a coward. Such acts of timidity would not be tolerated. With this thought, he raised his arm and unleashed a barrage of explosive flames around the small island, reminiscent of Marco Polo's grandiosity. The sound of explosions resounded repeatedly, as if the entire isle were about to be leveled by his wrath. "What are you doing? Stop this at once. You cannot proceed like this." "Huh, as long as I take pleasure in it, I shall detonate as I please." The sinister side retorted dismissively. "I, the Great One, have come to this world. Must I heed the words of a coward like you? What does it matter to destroy a few flowers? I intend to eradicate anyone who dares to harm me and ascend to the pinnacle of this world. I shall raise the world government and transform this realm into my paradise." A sense of undeniable dominance emanated from him, showcasing an aura of invincibility. The powerful energy radiated outward, scattering the surrounding ashes into the sky. The wind surged, dispersing the clouds above. Suddenly, a formidable will, imbued with an uncontrollable aura, awakened within him. The small creatures on the island, overwhelmed by the pressure of this newfound power, fell into a deep unconsciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 59. You useless wretch. Rashu has been captured. The Conqueror's Haki, murmured the malevolent side of Rashu. This ability should have awakened long ago. It is all this coward's fault for hindering my progress. Acts of cowardice shall not be tolerated. He cast a disdainful glance at the benevolent Rashu, who sat on the ground and spat in contempt. As for his next plan, the malevolent Rashu intended to leave this place and swiftly activate the devil fruit. However, with the current fusion level at 80%, he required another devil fruit. But where could he possibly find such a fruit? The malevolent Luoxiu fell into deep contemplation. Yet soon, an evil grin spread across his face. One must ponder, in this world, who possesses devil fruits that everyone knows of yet dares not seize? Undoubtedly, it is the celestial dragons who stand atop this world, declaring themselves to be nobility. If you were to seek them out, surely there would be some. Hey, the celestial dragons. Killing them should prove quite entertaining. It would show the Navy the consequences of inciting my wrath. Luoxiu smirked and murmured to himself. Others refrained from confronting the celestial dragons due to the fear of the Navy's formidable power, fearing pursuit by their admirals. But Luoxiu cared little for such concerns. Admirals be damned. First, he would eliminate them. Yes, this was his resolution. He would leave this place. Before departing, he cast a disdainful glance at the benevolent Luoxiu, who was still in denial, clutching his head in confusion, and sneered, "You worthless fool. Do not let me see you again. If I do, I shall strike you down each time." After spitting once more, he turned and vanished from the small island, leaving behind the benevolent Luoxiu, who remained in a state of despair. What should I do next? This world is utterly dreadful. Why have I been thrust into this pirate-infested realm? Everything is simply too horrible. His face was etched with anxiety. In this lawless world of the jungle, the benevolent Luoxiu felt profoundly uneasy, for it stood in stark contrast to his ideals of peace. He yearned for an era of harmony, where conflicts were non-existent, not this brutal world of violence and bloodshed. Yet the encroaching danger relentlessly reminded him that he must swiftly enhance his strength, such as by activating the devil fruit or amassing leadership points. Nonetheless, Luoxiu understood that pursuing such endeavors would inevitably harm innocent people, including the civilians of this world and the Navy. Although the Navy had been hunting him down in recent days, he believed not everyone among them was guilty. Every individual possesses the right to live, a right he could not casually strip away. Oh heavens, what am I to do? Perhaps I should seek refuge in a secluded place. That way, I would neither be found by the Navy nor have to harm others. Luoxiu pondered within himself. This notion, once it emerged, resembled a seed that burgeoned and took root deep within his heart. Luoxiu's eyes sparkled with clarity as he determined his next course of action. Yet, a new dilemma loomed before him. To which place should he venture? The choice of a secluded refuge brought forth a bout of indecision. As he grappled with this internal conflict, two formidable figures swiftly approached the island. In the next instant, a thunderous sound echoed as they landed on the desolate isle, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was none other than Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru, who had come in response to the report from a naval commander. It truly is you," exclaimed Kizaru as he touched down, his powerful observation haki immediately sensing Luoxiu's presence. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. He had not anticipated encountering Luoxiu at all. When he first learned of the commander's report regarding the strange explosions, he had not held much hope. After all, they had searched for Luoxiu for so many days without a trace. How could he possibly be discovered so effortlessly? However, driven by a mere inclination to investigate, he had come to see for himself, only to find that it was indeed Luoxiu. Such a revelation was astonishing. Finally, we have found you. Did you truly believe you could escape the grasp of the Navy? This time, there will be no escape, Akainu exclaimed, his expression shifting from gloom to exhilaration as he gazed at Luoxiu. The battle intent was palpable on his face, hidden beneath his cap. Luoxiu had eluded capture for so long, leaving them in futile pursuit, which had severely tarnished the Navy's reputation. Now, at last, they had tracked him down. At this moment, Akainu felt the blood coursing through his veins boil with anticipation. The time for absolute justice had arrived. Policelino, engage. Without a moment's hesitation, Akainu's voice rang with fervor. Kizaru, having shaken off his surprise, nodded in acknowledgement, transitioning into a state of complete combat readiness. Having previously clashed with Luoxiu and sustained injuries from him, Kizaru was well aware of his formidable strength. Even with both himself and Akainu present, he dared not let his guard down. In the next heartbeat, their eyes locked, and they vanished from their positions, separating to flank Luoxiu from either side. Simultaneously, their formidable attacks manifested instantaneously. Their strategy was to employ a thunderous assault to apprehend Luoxiu in the swiftest manner possible. Thus, they held nothing back, unleashing their most powerful moves. Jata no Kagami, Inafuma no Ken. As these cries resounded, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, showering radiant projectiles like rain upon Roshio. Meanwhile, Akainu soared into the air, his arm morphing into a colossal mass of magma, the searing lava coalescing upon his fist, emitting wisps of steam as it bubbled menacingly. Then, it transformed into a ferocious beast, akin to a hound from the depths of hell, lunging towards Roshio. On the small island, Roshio gazed at the two admirals who had suddenly appeared, his pupils constricting in shock, his expression turning as sour as a bitter melon. Misfortune upon misfortune, his plans had not even commenced before they had already met their demise. This world, indeed, is fraught with peril. In his moment of despair, Roshio activated the rabbit talisman, augmenting his speed to evade the impending attack. Observing this, Akainu and Kizaru continued their relentless pursuit. The island was engulfed in a cacophony of explosive roars, with flames erupting everywhere, an overwhelming display of might. The naval personnel aboard the warships surrounding the island were left in astonishment, witnessing the intense battle unfold before their eyes. Is this the true power of the admirals? It is utterly terrifying. The island seems on the brink of sinking. The admirals must emerge victorious. Justice shall prevail. The soldiers, transfixed by the horrifying scene, rallied in support of the admirals. The explosions continued, and the conflict showed no signs of abating. Approximately half an hour later, the sounds of battle gradually faded away. The island returned to a state of tranquility. Has it ended? It seems. Indeed, but who emerged victorious? Surely it must be the admirals. The naval soldiers swallowed hard, engaging in speculation. Just as their doubts lingered, two figures leaped from the island, exuding a terrifying aura as they landed before them. It was none other than Akainu and Kizaru, having concluded their battle. They appeared quite disheveled, their naval uniforms caked in dust. However, noteworthy was the fact that between them, they were apprehending an individual, Roshio. Captured. Chapter 60. The concerns of Kizaru aboard the naval vessel on their return journey. The soldiers of the Navy were brimming with enthusiasm. Their cheers echoed across the deck, celebrating the triumph of capturing Luoxiu. Radiant smiles adorned their faces as they expressed their inner joy. This operation saw the deployment of considerable naval forces by the headquarters, and after several fruitless days of searching, they finally brought everything to a close today. Undoubtedly, this was an exhilarating achievement. The morale of the naval soldiers had significantly improved. Ever since Admiral Kizaru was defeated by Luoxiu, a number of rumors had circulated, suggesting that the Navy was not as formidable as it appeared, that it lacked true terror. Consequently, the spirit within the Navy had waned considerably. However, after this event, as they returned to their respective domains, it would be intriguing to see who would dare to voice such sentiments again. At the bow of the deck, Akainu observed the jubilant crowd, his arms crossed over his chest, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Previously, he would never have tolerated such unrestrained discussions among the soldiers. Yet this time, he refrained from uttering much, for the successful capture of Luoxiu was indeed a cause for celebration. The justice of the Navy had once again been reaffirmed. Even Luoxiu, even the so-called demon, could not stir up any waves. Without exception, they would all be humbled beneath the feet of justice. Kizaru, you seem unusually troubled. Akainu flicked the ash off his cigar, glancing at Kizaru beside him. Isn't the successful capture of Luoxiu something to rejoice about? Indeed, capturing Luoxiu is certainly worth celebrating. Yet, for some reason, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with him. Kizaru furrowed his brow, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Something amiss? Akainu chuckled. Kizaru, surely you aren't still haunted by the shadow of your last encounter with Luoxiu. That hardly befits your stature as an admiral. He paid no heed to Kizaru's concerns. What could possibly be wrong? The man had already been captured and would soon be taken back to headquarters for interrogation. That was a certainty. Moreover, even if there was something amiss, what could it matter? Luoxiu had no chance of turning the tide. Kizaru shook his head. It's hard to articulate. He just feels different from the Luoxiu I encountered last time. There's a distinct disparity. As he spoke, he gazed at Luoxiu, sitting on the deck. In his line of sight, Rokiu, appearing benign, was now bound tightly in sea stone and specialized chains. They were aware that Rokiu was immune to sea stone, yet its hardness was unparalleled, akin to brick and stone. Thus, employing sea stone alongside specialized chains could effectively restrict Rokiu's movements. It was impossible for him to escape from this confinement. At least, it would be exceedingly challenging for the seemingly docile Rokiu to break free. A disparity indeed. Akainu exhaled a plume of smoke, remaining noncommittal. Indeed, I sense that the prowess exhibited by Law this time is, in fact, not as formidable as in our previous encounter. Furthermore, during the skirmish, it appeared he did not unleash his full potential. Each strike was executed with reservations. Merely half an hour, and he was defeated. This is rather illogical. Kizaru's expression shifted, and he spoke. No one comprehends Law's strength better than he does. After their confrontation in Alabasta, he concluded, he possesses almost no weaknesses. Moreover, given Law's ruthlessness and cunning, while his raw strength may not surpass that of the two Marine Admirals, it is utterly inconceivable that he could succumb in just half an hour. Additionally, the Law before them seemed to lack some of his former sharpness. All these signs combined evoke an indescribable feeling. Perhaps during his escape, his psychological defenses have crumbled. Akainu uttered solemnly, his patience wearing thin with Kizaru's nonsensical speculations. According to Kizaru, Law had held back against them, failing to reveal his full capabilities. What a preposterous notion for this new era. It seems implausible. A strength of such magnitude would not falter in spirit. Enough. Borsellino, mind your position. You are an admiral of the Navy. Akainu interrupted, sensing Kizaru's intent to continue. What do you mean he didn't exert himself? Held back. In his view, those were baseless conjectures. The undeniable fact is that Law has been defeated. He was thoroughly vanquished. Under their combined efforts, he could not even endure for half an hour. From the outcome of this battle, Akainu could conclude that the Navy headquarters' concerns regarding Law were excessively exaggerated. Kizaru, slightly embarrassed, merely shrugged. He chose not to pursue the topic further. In truth, he too was beginning to doubt his own perceptions. Perhaps he had indeed become overly sensitive. Subsequently, casting a glance at Law, Kizaru couldn't help but chuckle at his own folly. Indeed, as Akainu stated, they had successfully captured him. It was undoubtedly Law himself. There could be no unforeseen complications. Alas, it seems that due to recent events involving Law, his nerves have been excessively frayed. Perhaps it is time to grant himself a well-deserved respite. Kizaru stretched languidly, musing to himself. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. As the supreme commander of the vast seas, he is tasked daily with managing a multitude of documents. These may originate from the four seas, from the first half of the Grand Line, or from the New World in the latter half. Yet in recent days, he has chosen to disregard these documents entirely, delegating them to others. All his focus is directed towards Law, with this individual still at large. He cannot divert his attention elsewhere. Sighing deeply in his admiral's chair, Sengoku felt a wave of tension ease from his brow. Since the last time they received news about Trafalgar Law and the Straw Hat Pirates, Akainu and Kizaru rushed over. However, despite the passage of several days, no favorable outcomes have emerged. Undoubtedly, the pursuit operation has once again been declared a failure. Law has managed to slip away once more. For the first time, Sengoku felt the weariness of his position as Fleet Admiral, accompanied by a sense of helplessness. He suddenly found himself envious of that old fellow Garp. At times like these, he need not worry himself to pieces over such matters. Perhaps he truly was aging. It might be time to retire and pass the mantle of Fleet Admiral to the younger generation. Sengoku pondered in a daze. Yet, his thought was swiftly cast aside in an instant. Given the current crisis facing the Navy, how could he entertain such notions? Sengoku, oh Sengoku, you are indeed growing old. After regaining his composure, he returned to his usual solemn demeanor. Suddenly, the transponder snail rang. Sengoku reached out to answer it. After a brief pause, a thunderous voice echoed from the Admiral's office. What did you say? Trafalgar Law has been captured? Chapter 61. The Interrogation from the Navy's Supreme Force. The guards stationed outside the marshal's office were startled by the sudden exclamation. After standing watch for so long, they had never witnessed Marshal Sengoku displaying such fervor. What could possibly be the matter? Inside the office, Sengoku held the den mushi, his countenance brimming with excitement as he listened to the report from the other end, feeling almost as if he were in a dream. After days of silence regarding Roquefort, hearing his name once more brought the astonishing news of his successful apprehension. Could there be anything more exhilarating? After a moment of composure, Sengoku continued, "Excellent. Has he been transported to headquarters?" "Yes, Marshal. He is en route." A wave of relief washed over Sengoku as he hung up the phone, unable to suppress the joy radiating from his face. Moments ago, he had been overwhelmed with concern regarding Roquefort. Little did he know that joy was just around the corner. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. Although Roquefort possesses formidable strength, he falls far short of the might of the two admirals. Half a day later, the notorious Roquefort returned to Marineford, escorted by Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kazu. At that moment, Roquefort walked at the forefront, flanked by the two admirals, with numerous Navy soldiers trailing behind. To either side stood a multitude of station Marines, their whispers echoing as they observed the scene. Is this Roquefort? The strongest new recruit worthy of two admirals being dispatched. What does it matter if he is the strongest new recruit? He has still been captured. Indeed, there seems to be a discrepancy between his demeanor and the rumors. Yes, quite strange, but it doesn't matter. He has been apprehended nonetheless. Yet, considering the gravity of the situation, why such formality? It's rare to see a pirate warranting the personal attention of Marshal Sengoku, not to mention Vice Admiral Garp and the others. The understanding of the Marines regarding Roquefort was limited to his bounty and newspaper articles. Utterly unaware of the forces lurking behind him, their gaze shifted to the raised platform where several figures stood, epitomizing the Navy's ultimate strength. Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Tsuru, the third Admiral Akiji, and Marshal Sengoku. The expressions on the faces of the Marines reflected their astonishment. It was not solely due to Roquefort's capture, but also the unprecedented assembly of Sengoku and the three admirals. Despite having served in the Navy headquarters for many years, encountering an admiral was a rarity. Yet here were Sengoku, the three admirals, and the legendary Vice Admiral Garp, all figures capable of instilling fear in the hearts of pirates throughout the New World, gathered in one place before their very eyes. Even more absurdly, it was not for the sake of a world government that they descended, but rather due to the presence of a pirate who had already been apprehended. Although this pirate possessed formidable strength, nearing the caliber of the four emperors, the fact that he had been captured rendered such a grand display unnecessary. It suddenly dawned upon them that the threat posed by Rosh was far more grave than they had initially perceived. Upon the elevated platform, Sengoku gazed down upon Rosh, exhaling slowly as the final weight upon his heart was lifted. There were no errors, nor unexpected developments. Rosh had indeed been captured. At that moment, the expressions of the others were considerably more relaxed compared to their previous meeting. "Ha ha ha! Sengoku, I thought you were merely toying with me. I never imagined you would truly catch him," Garp exclaimed, observing the shackled Rosh below, laughter spilling forth. When he first received the news, his immediate reaction was one of skepticism regarding its authenticity. However, reality proved his doubts to be unfounded. "Do you think I am as frivolous as you?" Sengoku retorted with an eye roll, though the excitement upon his visage was unmistakable. "It is good that we have apprehended him. However, Sengoku, you did not summon us merely to witness this scene, did you?" inquired Vice Admiral Tsuru. "Of course not," Sengoku replied with a smile. "Let us first take Rosh for questioning." Within the conference room of the Navy headquarters, Rosh was seated, facing a row of esteemed figures. At the center sat Fleet Admiral Sengoku, flanked by Garp on his right and Vice Admiral Tsuru on his left. These three venerable elders, renowned since the Rocks era, were the principal authorities for this interrogation. The three admirals occupied seats to their left. Additionally, there was a middle-aged man present in the room, summoned specifically by Sengoku, a professional lie detector named Medlin, who had an abundance of experience interrogating numerous criminals in Impel Down and could discern truth from falsehood with a mere glance. His purpose here was to assess the veracity of Rosh's statements. Rosh, your first appearance was in the East Blue, where you established a clinic, earning the moniker of the Bloodied Hand Butcher, correct? Sengoku broke the silence with a direct inquiry. Rosh, with a downcast expression, lamented the irony of being apprehended for his desire to do no harm. In his worldview, honesty was an inherent virtue, while deceit was considered a malevolence reserved for the wicked, much like another individual currently en route to the Sabaody archipelago. Sengoku furrowed his brow, taken aback. He had not anticipated Rosh to be so accommodating. He had expected the pirate to jest, maintain silence throughout, or utter nonsensical remarks. After all, in his perception, pirates are exceedingly cunning individuals. It appears that Rosh has resigned himself to his fate and has gained a clearer understanding of his current predicament. What a refreshing outlook. Sengoku mused silently. Following this, you ruthlessly murdered the Navy branch's Colonel Mouse and severely injured Smoker. Sengoku continued, meticulously enumerating Rosh's transgressions. Rosh remained silent, conceding that all of your accusations are indeed accurate. Sengoku let out a cold chuckle. This Rosh, who appears benevolent, offers no defense for his misdeeds. Yet, these matters are not of paramount importance. What truly matters are the subsequent inquiries. These will be the crux of his interrogation of Rosh. Rosh, speak of the devils. Where are the other fiends currently? Are they hiding in the East Sea? Chapter 62, Public Execution. Capturing Luoxiu undeniably marked a significant triumph for the Navy. Yet, this was merely the initial step, for he was acutely aware that apprehending one Luoxiu would not mitigate the colossal threats currently confronting the Navy. There were still 7 other individuals of comparable strength. The Navy remained utterly oblivious to any information regarding these fiends. Undoubtedly, Luoxiu represented the first pivotal link in acquiring intelligence. Seizing this opportunity could facilitate subsequent strategic arrangements. Not in the East China Sea, Luoxiu lamented, his expression sullen. Within my body, the utterance left the gathered individuals in a state of bewilderment. Sengoku's countenance reflected sheer astonishment. What nonsense is this? Within your body? His lips twitched, feeling profoundly insulted regarding his own intellect. Did Luoxiu truly perceive himself as a mere child of 3? If one were to fabricate a lie, at least a credible excuse should be sought. Luoxiu, recognize your current predicament as one of the devils. Do you think we would believe such words? Sengoku's expression darkened. Believe it or not, Luoxiu responded with an air of indifference. He understood that his words would not be taken seriously, rendering the act of speaking moot. It was merely a means to simplify matters. Witnessing Luoxiu's demeanor, Sengoku found himself both exasperated and amused. Believe it or not, such a fabrication is evident to anyone. He then turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man who had arrived from Impelled Down, Medlin. The implication was unmistakable. The middle-aged gentleman's eyes flickered, and he swallowed hard. He was acutely aware of what Admiral Sengoku's gaze entailed, confirming the veracity of Luoxiu's claims. Yet, the signs he observed suggested that, although Luoxiu's words were absurd, they did not seem to stem from deceit. Admiral, it appears to be the truth. Medlin spoke hesitantly. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. He thought he had misheard, but upon seeing the similar expressions of the others, he realized he had not erred. Garp scratched his somewhat disheveled hair. Are you certain? This sounds utterly implausible. At this, the middle-aged man felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. Standing before the Navy's elite forces, he felt immense pressure. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. His professional instincts informed him that Luoxiu was indeed not lying. However, as Garp had remarked, it was a claim that anyone could discern as false. How could a seemingly ordinary individual harbor another within their body? It was entirely illogical. Caught in a dilemma, he stood between the esteemed Navy officials and his own professional integrity. How should he respond? Damn it. Suddenly, he regretted coming here. Having interrogated countless criminals within Impelled Down, he had never encountered someone like this. The absurdity of the words seemed to veil a truth beneath them. After a profound internal struggle, the middle-aged man finally allowed a glimmer of determination to flash in his eyes, choosing to trust the professional integrity he had upheld for decades. I am certain, as these words escaped his lips, The atmosphere fell into a profound silence once more. Kizaru's brows furrowed slightly, a sense of intrigue washing over him. For reasons he could not articulate, an indescribable feeling stirred within him again. Even though he had captured Luoxiu, it felt as though this individual was shrouded in an enigmatic haze. Strangely, he began to entertain the possibility that Luoxiu's words might hold some truth. Kizaru mused, yet the others held a different perspective, particularly Akainu, who had personally apprehended Luoxiu. He scoffed, finding the notion utterly absurd. What a farce! Was there any need for further deliberation on such statements? Tapping his fingers on the table, he turned to Sengoku. Commander, let's pose a different inquiry. Sengoku shared his skepticism, yet he was well aware of Madeline's capabilities, having been dubbed a human lie detector by Magellan. Otherwise, he would not have been summoned in person. In that moment, Sengoku felt a sense of overwhelming frustration, as Luoxiu had already been a source of considerable headache for him. Now that he had been captured and was undergoing interrogation, the annoyance only multiplied. Truly an insufferable character. What schemes are you clandestinely devising? Or rather, as one of the devils, do you intend to threaten the Marine headquarters, or even the world government? Sengoku continued, following Akainu's lead. Upon hearing this question, the three admirals and Garp instinctively straightened their postures, their expressions grave, awaiting Luoxiu's response. The implications of threatening the Marine headquarters and the world government were immense, and that was precisely why they approached the matter with such gravity. Luoxiu, as ever, remained forthright. Smiling, he declared, I have no plans. I merely wish to find a place where the sun rises and sets, and spend the remainder of my days in peace. This was his heartfelt confession. The amiable Luoxiu found himself ill-suited to the violent life of a pirate. Rather than pursuing devil fruits or enhancing his strength, he preferred to live a tranquil existence, which was his true aspiration. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Luoxiu to utter such words. However, the sentiment nearly caused him to choke on his own blood, his mustache quivering in indignation. With a resounding bang, he slammed his fist on the table. You scoundrel! He was now utterly convinced that Luoxiu had been fabricating tales all along. A man who emerged from the East Blue, fought his way through adversaries, and even defeated Kizaru, now claimed to yearn for a life of simplicity and tranquility. Was there anything more ludicrous? Subsequently, he instinctively glanced at Madeline, who was drenched in sweat, stammering, Why yes. It's the truth. Sengoku's eye twitched involuntarily. Roso is exceedingly cunning, his tone seemingly resolute with each utterance. Yet, he is acutely aware that all is mere deception. Most importantly, these fabrications are imperceptible even to Madeline. Sengoku, the Grand Marshal of the Warring States, mused that continuing this line of inquiry seemed ultimately futile. It was then that the silent Admiral Crane chose to speak. Clearly, this method of interrogating Roso was proving ineffective, yielding no substantial information. She found it perplexing that the sagacious Sengoku would opt for such an approach. Sengoku sighed, enveloped in silence, for he too recognized this truth. Mechanical interrogation often results in dismal efficiency. However, regarding information about demons, the Navy headquarters possessed no alternative avenues for acquisition apart from Roso. Having captured him with great difficulty, they felt compelled to attempt to extract some valuable intelligence. Yet, the outcome thus far was disappointing. Roso was more obstinate than anticipated. Fortunately, other options remained. This was indeed the purpose of convening everyone here. Let us escort Roso away for now, Sengoku declared, shaking his head in resignation. A few Navy soldiers entered to lead Roso out. Since the current method of interrogation proved fruitless, they would bypass this step and proceed to the next phase, announcing Roso's capture to the world and executing a public sentence. Chapter 63. Half a month later, the location is set for Marineford. The announcement of Luoxiu's arrest will be made to the entire world. Furthermore, a public execution will be conducted. These were the two thoughts that emerged in Sengoku's mind the moment he learned of Luoxiu's capture. The rationale behind this decision is quite straightforward. From a Navy's perspective, since the execution of the former pirate king, Gold, Roger, in Lowtown heralded the dawn of the great age of pirates. Countless newcomers have joined the ranks of piracy over the years. whether across the four seas or the Grand Line. The overall number of pirates has significantly surpassed that of the Rocks era. Consequently, with an increasing number of individuals embracing piracy, the potential recruits for the Navy have, without doubt, diminished. In other words, the Navy's overall strength is gradually waning in comparison to the burgeoning ranks of pirates. Today, after decades, the seas find themselves in a relatively balanced state, characterized by a stable triangular relationship among the seven warlords, the Navy, and the pirates, at least on the surface. However, this delicate equilibrium has been abruptly disrupted by the emergence of Luoxiu. This newcomer from the East Blue has defeated Admiral Kizaru, reigniting the fervor of long-established pirates. Based on past experiences, this could trigger yet another wave of individuals setting sail to embrace a life of piracy, which poses a significant threat to the Navy. Thus, with Luoxiu's arrest, it is imperative to announce this news to the world. The public execution serves as a means of intimidation, signaling to all that the Navy's authority must not be challenged, and that the fate awaiting pirates is nothing short of death. Moreover, the public execution serves another purpose, to draw out the forces behind Luoxiu. Sengoku believes that those who share the same devilish nature will not stand idly by witnessing Luoxiu's demise. This presents a prime opportunity to lure out their hidden allies. Upon hearing this, Akainu's eyes gleamed with intrigue. This is indeed the appropriate course of action, he murmured. Clearly, he perceives this as the Navy's rightful duty. For a mere pirate, there is no need for interrogation. He should be taken directly to the execution platform. A swift and decisive message must be conveyed to others that the Navy's justice is not to be desecrated. Furthermore, there exists the possibility of capturing them all in one fell swoop. Kazan, with arms crossed, furrowed his brow at Sengoku's decision. The method of public execution is indeed viable. Yet, it is also a high-stakes gamble. Sengoku's thoughts mirror his own. However, the public execution faces a significant dilemma. The true strength of the demons behind Luoxiu remains unknown, based solely on their conjectures. Should they indeed come forth, the Navy must carefully consider the deployment of forces. For failing to capture them all would turn the public execution into a farce, and the Navy could become the subject of worldwide ridicule. Thus, it is imperative to ensure that none of those demons escape once they arrive. Only then will this execution hold significance. However, this is no simple task. After all, the current strength of Luoxiu is such that it would require the deployment of 2 admirals to apprehend him. Yet, I believe there is no need for excessive concern. I have personally validated Luoxiu's capabilities, and he is not as formidable as one might envision, Akainu declared with unwavering conviction. He could barely withstand even half an hour. To label such an individual as possessing strength surpassing that of an admiral is indeed a stretch. He believes he alone can capture Luoxiu, and there is no reason to fret unduly. As for why Kizaru was defeated by Luoxiu, Akainu himself finds it somewhat perplexing. Kizaru merely scoffed, his eyes flickering, choosing not to elaborate further, for the facts indeed speak for themselves. Luoxiu's strength is irrelevant, Sengoku remarked slowly. Regardless of his prowess, or that of the demon legion he represents, this public execution must proceed, for it is essential to eradicate them entirely. This is the most effective course of action. Should interrogation fail, this remains the sole option. Otherwise, doing nothing and allowing those individuals to grow would pose an even greater threat in the future. Moreover, if we refrain from action simply out of fear of the forces behind Luoxiu, hesitating and retreating, then how can we even speak of justice? Sengoku asserted gravely. His words resonated throughout the room, lingering in the air. Calm, Kizaru, the resolute expressions in their eyes gradually filled with determination. Indeed, what is the Navy? It is the pinnacle of upholding the banner of justice. What is there to fear from an individual like Luoxiu with those demons? They managed to endure the God Valley incident decades ago. Now that the Navy's overall strength has risen, should we still fear an organization we have yet to encounter? Marshal, where will the execution take place? At this moment, the previously silent Admiral Akiji inquired firmly. The public execution was already a foregone conclusion. But where would it be held? What location would be most suitable? At Navy headquarters. Marineford, Sengoku replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Akiji could not help but exhale a cold breath. The air before him instantly crystallized. To conduct a public execution at Marineford, this is indeed a bold decision. Yet he understood that it was undoubtedly the best choice at present. The Navy headquarters not only serves as the strongest gathering of naval might, but also possesses numerous defensive barriers, making the deployment of forces at Marineford the simplest and most effective strategy. The others involuntarily shuddered at this revelation. To uphold the justice in the hearts of the world's populace, we must not falter, Kaido declared, his gaze resolute. Garp furrowed his brow, his left eyelid twitching, an unsettling premonition gnawing at him. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded silently. Sengoku extended his hand, gently stroking the cloak draped over him, a symbol of justice, and spoke with solemnity. If we consider other fortresses, they may be destroyed yet rebuilt, but the island of Marineford, situated at the very heart of the world, holds profound significance for the fearful populace beset by villainy. It must not be allowed to sink. However, Garp's concerns are not unfounded. We must establish comprehensive defenses, transforming Marineford into the most formidable bulwark in existence. As for the timing, when would it be most appropriate? In half a month's time, perhaps. Sengoku pondered for a moment before ultimately settling on the date. Within this fortnight, the Navy must strategically deploy its forces, reallocating combat strength from other seas to the headquarters. Additionally, we must afford the world some time for public sentiment to ferment. During this period, we shall confine Rashi to impel down, imprisoning him in the 6th level. Chapter 64. Another major scoop. The Celestial Dragons make an appearance. In the headquarters of the World News Agency, Morgan sat comfortably in his office chair, a bottle of red wine resting upon his desk. He held a glass in hand, savoring the rich flavors within. At this moment, he felt a surge of elation. For the content of his latest publication had indeed stirred a tempest in the New World, precisely as he had anticipated. The fervor had escalated dramatically, and his name, alongside that of Roque, was on the lips of many across the globe, unveiling the true nature of events and exposing them to the public eye, revealing the concealed aspects of the story while simultaneously enhancing his own reputation. What could be more exhilarating for a journalist? Yet, he pondered, where had Roque vanished to? If only he could unearth more news about him, it would undoubtedly spark another explosive public reaction. Morgan took a sip of the red wine, musing to himself. Currently, in the vast expanse of the sea, no one aside from Roque could rival his stature. Even the Straw Hat Boy, previously basking in the limelight, and the rising supernovas seemed insignificant in comparison to Roque's presence. As a journalist with an exceptionally keen sense for news, he recognized that if he could seize upon this fervor with additional revelations about Roque, the ensuing excitement would be unimaginable. Moreover, he had heard whispers that the 4 emperors were also keenly interested in Roque. Alas, such occurrences are rare and unpredictable. Shaking his head, Morgan sighed. In recent days, no news regarding Roque had surfaced, leaving him curious about his whereabouts. Perhaps he should contemplate how to evade the bothersome Navy instead. Setting down his wine glass, Morgan straightened his posture. The revelation regarding the Alabasta Kingdom would undoubtedly attract the Navy's scrutiny, a scenario he had foreseen even before the newspaper went to print. And indeed, reports from returning albatrosses had confirmed that the Navy was furious, threatening to dismantle his sanctuary. To this, Morgan could only scoff. As a journalist with professional integrity, he would not cower before the Navy's intimidation. Nevertheless, the Navy remained a formidable force upon the seas. While he was not afraid, a degree of respect was warranted. It was imperative to vacate this location swiftly and select a new headquarters. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the door, approaching with urgency before halting at his threshold. A knock followed. "Come, Morgan called, his gaze fixed on the door. The door swung open, revealing a flustered subordinate. "Cap Askew," rushing in. "What is it?" Morgan inquired, furrowing his brow. "Chief, the Navy has arrived." Morgan's expression shifted, a sudden jolt of alarm coursing through him. These individuals had arrived far sooner than he had anticipated. Undoubtedly, they were here due to his expos on Roque. Damn it, what an unfortunate coincidence. Before he could utter another word, An individual clad in a naval uniform entered the room with an air of authority. Leading the way was a figure draped in a cloak symbolizing naval justice, exuding a commanding presence. Morgan's eyelids flickered as the head of news. He instantly recognized the rank of the intruder, a vice admiral from the naval headquarters. "You are not welcome here. Please leave." Despite the high status and formidable power of the visitor, Morgan was not easily intimidated. This was the headquarters of a world news agency, a bastion that had stood resilient on the ocean for many years, staffed not solely by writers and editors, but also by individuals of considerable strength. If a confrontation were to ensue, the outcome remained uncertain. "Mr. Morgan, president of the World News Agency, we have come to propose a collaboration." "There is no need for alarm." The vice admiral spoke slowly, revealing a serene expression. "Collaboration?" Morgan was perplexed. What could the Navy possibly want with him? Historically, there had been little mutual benefit. However, clarity soon dawned upon him. It was evident that the Navy sought to persuade him to alter previously reported news, particularly to erase all mentions of Luffy in the Alabasta Kingdom, perhaps even offering a bribe. What other motive could warrant such a visit? His suspicions were confirmed when he observed the vice admiral produce a thick stack of high-denomination belly from within his coat. A cold chuckle escaped his lips. Although he was indeed a miser, he would never accept illicit money to report on matters he preferred to ignore, nor would he allow anyone, even the Navy, to dictate his reporting. "If this is about Luffy, you might as well turn back," Morgan retorted coldly, issuing an unequivocal dismissal. The vice admiral, realizing the misunderstanding, placed the notes on the table. "It is indeed about Luffy, but we are not asking you to alter the news. We apprehended Luffy yesterday. You, who relish collecting major news stories, what do you think of this?" Morgan shrugged at the revelation. It seemed it was not about altering news after all. But then he paused, processing the latter part of the statement. "What did you say? Luffy has been captured?" he inquired, astonished. The vice admiral nodded affirmatively. Morgan was taken aback. This news was monumental. Without a doubt, its release would create significant ripples. "Can we collaborate?" the vice admiral asked, sliding the money towards Morgan. "Absolutely," Morgan replied with a smile. Even without the money, he would have gladly accepted. Such a momentous story was indeed a rare opportunity. "Luffy will be publicly executed at the naval headquarters in a month. The headline should be something you know how to craft, right?" the vice admiral continued. Upon hearing this, Morgan's, having just managed to stabilize his emotions, felt them surge once more. His eyes widened in astonishment. "Surely, I must have misheard. An open execution conducted at the naval headquarters? This is an attempt to capture the attention of the entire world, and isn't this precisely the effect he desired?" Morgans could not help but swallow hard. Truly, one could be seated comfortably at home while monumental events unfold from the heavens. After a lengthy pause, he finally regained his composure. "Of course, this matter shall rest upon our news agency." 2 days later, in the waters surrounding the Shambadi archipelago, a luxurious cruise ship, towering at several dozen meters, glided gracefully over the tranquil sea. The vessel could be described in 2 words: opulent grandeur. Just how grand is it? The cruise ship boasted a total of 16 decks, each adorned with pearls, emeralds, and a plethora of precious gemstones. The uppermost deck sparkled brilliantly. Atop the flagpole fluttered a white banner, emblazoned with the distinctive hoofprint of the celestial dragons. This ship was indeed the exclusive luxury cruise liner for the celestial dragon's leisure. Chapter 65. The celestial dragon's family. On the deck of the ship stood a contingent of naval officers, their expressions grave and solemn. They were on high alert, clutching their muskets while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Their anxiety was palpable, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Under normal circumstances, such tension would be unwarranted. However, this occasion was markedly different. The celestial dragons, in a perplexing whim, had chosen to embark on a journey to the Sabati archipelago to immerse themselves in the local customs and culture. Every individual aboard bore the weight of immense pressure. The celestial dragons, revered as the most exalted race in this world, without contest, stood above the law as absolute aristocrats endowed with unparalleled privileges. Should any harm befall them, all aboard would face dire consequences. The mildest punishment would involve being marked with the emblem of the celestial dragon's hoof, a fate that could render one a mere plaything of others or condemn them to the treacherous lands of the storms, where one would toil endlessly in the construction of the bridge kingdom, Takara. Regardless of the outcome, the prospect was enough to instill terror. Hence the palpable tension among the naval officers. In the center of the deck, a group adorned with rounded glass domes stood out conspicuously. The central figure, an elderly man with upright hair, sunglasses, and a distinctive mustache, possessed a robust physique. To his left stood a woman with straight bangs, while to his right was a stout man with curly black hair and thick lips, often seen with mucus trickling down his face. They hailed from the family of Roswald. From left to right, they were Shulia, Roswald's saint, and Charlo's saint. This time, they had ventured forth from the holy land of Mariewa to enjoy the pleasures of the Sabaody archipelago. In Charlo's saint's hand, he grasped several iron chains, while the other hand clutched a filthy, gnawed object. However, the chains did not bind mere pets, but rather youthful maidens, kneeling submissively on the ground. He carelessly discarded the detritus onto the deck, and before it even touched the surface, the chains clinked loudly. The enslaved girls scrambled eagerly to catch the refuse with their mouths, reminiscent of a pack of starved hounds. Witnessing this scene, the naval officers remained silent, none daring to utter a word. The older officers refrained even from breathing heavily, fearful that any untimely reaction might draw the ire of the celestial dragons. Observing the slaves accurately receive the refuse he had cast aside, Charlo's saint smiled with satisfaction. To him, slaves were nothing more than gluttonous animals, wasting food. Their mere existence was a stroke of fortune for them. Ultimately, they were destined for death anyway. However, he had grown weary of these particular slaves and sought fresh ones on the Sabaody archipelago. As beautiful women were to be transformed into his wives, only to be disposed of once he grew tired of them. Shalulia shared similar sentiments, though her interests lay not in acquiring a harem, but rather in the torment of her slaves, using the captain's enslaved crew for training and subjecting them to cruel experiments, often leading to their demise. "Father, where are we?" Charlia grew impatient and complained to Roswald. Soon, Roswald, seated atop a tall slave, reassured her. He then turned to the sailors on deck, viciously cursing, "You wretched, lowly swine. Why have we been sailing for so long without reaching our destination? A bunch of worthless gluttons." Faced with the dragon's wrath, the entire crew aboard the ship dared not utter a word. At that moment, Charles observed a solitary vessel on the horizon, advancing toward them. He furrowed his brow. His attendant promptly raised a telescope. Peering through the lens, Charles beheld a lone ship navigating toward them, with a figure standing upon it. A towering individual, 2 meters tall with dark hair and eyes. A lowly being. "How dare he sail before me?" Charles screeched with a high-pitched voice. "Cursed, unforgivable. Since departing from Mariewa, every vessel has hastily avoided our ship upon sight. No one dares approach within several dozen kilometers. Yet here comes this ignorant, lowly pig, daring to sail ahead. Intolerable. Ram into him. Increase power. Let him feel the wrath." Charles commanded fiercely. Without hesitation, the ship's old sailors relayed the orders to accelerate. This was a command from the celestial dragon. Who would dare disobey? Instantly, the cruise ship surged forward like a sharp arrow. Meanwhile, Rear Admiral Drew from the Navy headquarters, holding a telescope passed to him by his subordinate, thought to himself, "You're quite unfortunate to be sailing today. Of all people to provoke, you choose a celestial dragon." He shook his head. Simultaneously, he brought the telescope to his eyes, and upon seeing the figure on the lone vessel, his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly retrieved a bounty notice from his pocket and looked down. His heart raced. "Oh, Rush, impossible. Was he not already captured?" In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes and looked again. It truly was Rush. A chill crept up his spine, slithering like a serpent, surging toward his mind. "Stop! Halt the ship! We cannot charge ahead!" Drew shouted. This was Rush, a force beyond that of an admiral, far beyond their ability to resist. "You insolent fool! How dare you defy orders? Get out of the way!" Charo's saint's expression darkened as he unleashed a tirade, dismissing the rear admiral of the Navy with utter contempt. After all, He was a celestial dragon. It mattered not if the naval officer held the rank of rear admiral, vice admiral, or even admiral. They were merely the lapdogs of his exalted kind. What need had he for pleasantries with these hounds? None at all. They were but worthless wretches deserving of scorn. "Do not proceed," Drew exclaimed anxiously, attempting to dissuade him. Yet, before he could finish his plea, he was abruptly silenced by Charo's saint's ferocious retort. "Utter another word, and I shall end you with a single shot." It was abundantly clear that the word of a celestial dragon was an unyielding decree. The Marines understood this well. They paid no heed to the rear admiral's words, instead pushing the ship's engines to their utmost limits, charging forward at full speed. Witnessing this scene, Drew's face turned a shade of green. Pursued by the Admiral of the Navy, Drew felt no fear of the Marines. Yet despair gripped his heart. As the distance closed ominously, a singular thought echoed in his mind. It was over. Chapter 66, CP0, The Ultimate Shield. St. Charlos sniffed disdainfully, clutching a whip in his hand as he approached Rear Admiral Drew, step by step. Inferior beings are merely wasteful vermin. What is there to fear from a single individual? It is no wonder that your Navy has failed to eradicate pirates. Not just you, but all of you in the Navy are nothing but despicable swine. With those words, he raised his arm and brought the whip down with great force. Crack! The whip struck the Rear Admiral's cloak, a symbol of justice, revealing a fissure that cleaved the word justice in twain. In front of the assembled Navy, he brazenly assaulted a Rear Admiral of the Navy. How audacious! How utterly dismissive of the Navy! Yet, in the face of the celestial dragon's actions, none present dared to utter a word. A profound silence enveloped the luxurious cruise ship, rendering justice utterly worthless in that moment. Some young sailors clenched their fists tightly, their fingers turning pale, gritting their teeth, and choosing to avert their gaze from a scene. They had joined the Navy to defend their homeland and uphold the virtue of justice, but the spectacle before them shook their convictions. They were filled with indignation and helplessness. The Navy's duty was to safeguard the celestial dragons unconditionally, even condoning their behavior, despite witnessing their superior being humiliated before their very eyes. They could not speak out, not even once. At this moment, Rear Admiral Drew, subjected to a relentless barrage of lashes, found his mind blank and his countenance exceedingly grim. He was caught between the celestial dragons and the revolutionary forces. Undoubtedly, he could not provoke either side, leaving him with no choice but to endure. Crack! Crack! The whip continued to rain down upon him like a torrential downpour, shattering the dignity of the Navy into countless fragments. The jarring sound pierced his ears, sending jolts of pain through his heart. A surge of anger, intertwined with humiliation, suddenly welled up from within. In that fleeting instant, he entertained thoughts of rebellion. Buzz! He reached out to grasp the whip as it was swung at him once more. Drew's expression darkened tremendously. However, upon glimpsing the grotesque visage of the celestial dragon, along with the flag adorned with the mark of the celestial dragon, fluttering ominously in the wind, his resolve to resist evaporated. Bowing his head, he withdrew his hand. "Wretched creature, dare you hide? You lowly dog, do you wish to rebel?" St. Charlos seethed, witnessing his whip seized by the inferior being before him. With a disdainful snort, he cast the whip to the ground and beckoned to the figures behind him. Instantly, 3 enigmatic figures clad in white suits with black ties appeared by his side. No one understood how they had manifested, but without exception, they all wore masks. CPO. A flicker of astonishment crossed Drew's eyes. CP0. Directly affiliated with the World Noble Celestial Dragons. This organization is esteemed as the most formidable shield of the Celestial Dragons and stands as the preeminent intelligence agency in the world. The members possess extraordinary strength, rivaling that of naval brigadiers, generals, and even vice admirals. How could CP0 be present aboard this vessel? And furthermore, 3 of them at that. Drew swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The 3 CP0 agents gazed coldly at Rear Admiral Drew. In the next moment, 2 of them vanished from sight, appearing instantaneously beside Drew, one to his left, the other to his right. Before he could even react, they seized him, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. and a dark bullet traced a deadly arc, striking Drew squarely in the forehead. Blood gushed forth, pooling around him. Why? Drew's eyes brimmed with despair as he stared at the figures before him. Disbelief etched across his face. He had foreseen that becoming a Navy officer could lead to death one day, but he had always imagined it would occur at the hands of pirates or on the battlefield. He never anticipated that his demise would come at the hands of those he was sworn to protect, the celestial dragons. He yearned to understand the rationale behind it. Yet all he received in response was the heavy thud of his own body collapsing. Alongside that, he heard the contemptuous voice of Saint Rosward. Damn pest. Living is merely a waste of resources. As he spoke, Saint Rosward holstered his firearm, barely sparing a glance at the fallen officer. To him, killing a rear admiral was as trivial as squashing an ant, devoid of any psychological burden. After all, over the years, he had dispatched far more Navy personnel than pirates. He had even slain several vice admirals. The sudden, shocking scene sent a shiver down the spines of the Navy personnel present, causing them to gulp nervously. Their faces drained of color as they fixed their gazes upon Rear Admiral Drew, sprawled on the deck, and then upon the three enigmatic figures that had materialized. Any rebellious thoughts that had begun to stir within them were swiftly extinguished, leaving them trembling in fear. Who were these individuals? How could they incapacitate their commanding officer in an instant, without anyone knowing from whence they emerged? The three CP0 agents paid no heed to the onlookers, their masked faces betraying no emotion, yet the chilling aura they exuded spoke volumes of their ruthless strength. The fate of the Rear Admiral stirred not a ripple of emotion within them. This is CP0, the institution established solely to safeguard the celestial dragons, the strongest shield. Regardless of the transgressions committed by the celestial dragons, they must be unconditionally supported, with all obstacles eliminated. Truly repugnant. Dispose of this trash at once. St. Charlo snorted, his disgust palpable as he gazed at the bleeding corpse. The three CP0 agents turned their gaze towards the Navy soldiers present, their meaning unmistakable. Understood. At once. Stammered the soldiers, their hairs standing on end at the weight of that glance. A chill crept down the spine. A dozen individuals emerged, their faces etched with terror as they dragged away their commanding officer. The cloak worn by Drew, a symbol of justice, was utilized as a rag to wipe the bloodstains from the deck. The irony of it all was stark. Hurry, we're about to collide. Crush that lowly beast, Charles Saint exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he observed the approaching vessel. Meanwhile, on another side, aboard a solitary boat, the fearsome Rosh crossed his arms over his chest, gazing at the luxury cruise ship drawing nearer, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Hee, celestial dragons. I've been searching for you for quite some time. What a fortuitous offering. After departing from the small island, he had journeyed to the Chambord Islands, fully aware that celestial dragons would soon arrive. His original plan had been to lie in wait on the island, yet he had not anticipated encountering them on the open sea. This serendipitous turn of events certainly alleviated his endeavors. The next devil fruit was within his grasp. Chapter 67, Annihilating CP0. On the deck of the luxurious cruise ship, St. Charlos bore a grotesque grin as he grasped the iron chains tethering the young girls. Shaking them vigorously, the chains rattled ominously, and the girls, under command, crawled forward like automatons, ushering St. Charlos to the bow of the ship. Excellent, excellent. Let them be shattered into pieces, he exclaimed with unbridled glee, having envisioned the scene. The solitary vessel would be reduced to splinters under the tremendous force of the cruise ship, with the inferior beings aboard meeting a grisly fate. Three CP0 members stood stoically on the deck, akin to lifeless wooden figures, yet their gaze was fixed intently upon the solitary craft. In the next moment, upon recognizing the visage of Rosh, their expressions concealed beneath their masks shifted dramatically, as though they had encountered something truly terrifying. Just as they opened their mouths to speak, the ship collided with the vessel. With a thunderous roar, the cruise ship struck the solitary boat, shattering it into fragments as anticipated by the celestial dragons. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the gruesome scene they envisioned did not manifest. Instead, a singular figure leapt from the vessel at the last moment, gracefully soaring onto the deck of the luxurious cruise ship. The celestial dragons seemed to be enjoying themselves, while Rosh stood at the edge of the deck. Intrigued by the sight of the celestial dragons and the enslaved individuals bound by chains, Rosh, the CP0 members gasped in horror. They recognized him instantly, not merely as the strongest shield, but as the most formidable intelligence operative. However, according to reports from the Navy headquarters, Rosh had been arrested mere days ago. How could he possibly be here? Was there a lapse in Navy intelligence? What was transpiring? A flurry of questions swirled in the minds of the three CP0 members. Rosh, what is this nonsense? St. Charlos retorted impatiently, undeterred by the unusual demeanor of CP0, maintaining his air of superiority. In his eyes, there existed only two kinds of people, the celestial dragons and the lowly commoners. Undoubtedly, the individual before him, who had not been obliterated, was merely a commoner. Surely, a mere commoner would not dare to challenge him. My lord, this Rosh is an exceedingly dangerous entity. Please, you must leave immediately and call for reinforcements from Mary Geos. One of the CP0 members urgently implored. In light of the current situation, the reason for Rosh's presence was not their concern. What mattered was ensuring the utmost safety of the celestial dragons. They were acutely aware of Rosh's formidable strength. Even if they joined forces, victory was not guaranteed. Assistance was imperative. Cursed wretches, you are but useless debris, like those Navy fools, mere scavengers wasting precious sustenance. Upon hearing the despicable remarks, Charles Saint was consumed by fury. Contemplating escape, he fumbled for his firearm, eager to bestow upon them a fitting punishment. Yet, perhaps due to his corpulence or lack of exercise, he could not retrieve the weapon from his belt. Father, he appears promising. I shall claim him as my slave. At that moment, celestial dragon Shalilia gazed at the emerging Luoxiu, a perverse grin illuminating her face. Rodsword Saint chuckled, remarking, such lowly refuse, play with them as you wish. He held no regard for Luoxiu, a mere commoner in his eyes. With that, he raised his firearm. Commoner, kneel. Luoxiu, I twitched at the absurdity of these celestial dragon swine. He chuckled, splendid. I initially intended to dispatch you all with haste, but now I have altered my course. I shall relish in your torment. For the malevolent Luoxiu, killing was entertaining, yet tormenting was far more delightful. The prospect of tormenting the elite of this world intrigued him immensely. The three CP0 agents exchanged anxious glances, their hearts sinking. Indeed, Luoxiu was targeting the celestial dragons. In the next instant, they split up, each taking charge of one, determined to forcibly extricate the celestial dragon from danger. Cursed fiends, do not lay your filthy hands upon me. The celestial dragon roared in indignation at the guard's audacity. Yet, before CP0 could advance further, Luoxiu unleashed his formidable presence. A surge of energy erupted, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, hurtling toward one of the CP0 agents with lightning speed. Too fast. The targeted CP0 agent's heart raced as he raised his fist to counter the impending blow. In a heartbeat, a sickening crack echoed as Rosh's fist connected, shattering the agent's arm, bones protruding grotesquely from the mangled flesh. That was merely the beginning. A sinister smile graced Rosh's lips as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. The CP0 agent's legs and another arm twisted into a grotesque form, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Luoxiu executed his relentless assault with the swiftness of a shadow, moving past the remaining two CP0 agents, his prowess rivaling that of the strongest Navy captains and even the mightiest rear admirals, lacking even the ability to retaliate. A series of anguished cries echoed through the air. On the deck lay two dismembered CP0 agents, their limbs crushed beyond recognition. Blood flowed from their bodies, staining the deck crimson, reminiscent of the former Marine headquarters rear Admiral Drew. However, this time, the roles of hunter and prey had irrevocably reversed. At this moment, witnessing such a horrific scene, the celestial dragons finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The three, who had once feared nothing and considered themselves the descendants of deities, now displayed an unprecedented terror. This individual before them appeared markedly different from the other commoners. It seemed he genuinely dared to take their lives. Ro wiped the blood from his hands, a grin spreading across his face as he advanced step by deliberate step towards the celestial dragons. Thud, thud, thud. Each footfall resonated ominously upon the deck, causing the three celestial dragons to widen their eyes in disbelief. You wretched creature, you cannot kill me. We are the offspring of gods. To lay a hand on us will invoke the wrath of the world government. Ro approached the trembling St. Charlos, a crooked smile gracing his lips as he said, "Allow me to pose a mathematical query. What is 1,000 minus 7? Chapter 68, Slaying the Celestial Dragons. Awakening the Demon of the Mountain." St. Charloros was taken aback. What is this mathematical problem? I have never studied it. He glanced at his 10 fingers, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his legs trembling uncontrollably. After much contemplation, he could not grasp the concept. As a celestial dragon, he had lived a life of luxury from birth, never once contemplating the need for education. Learning was the domain of the lower classes, intended solely for their service. After much struggle, he uttered a number. It equals 7. Luoxiu cast a disdainful glance at him. Immediately, with a sharp crack, St. Charloros's finger was crushed, a sound akin to a pig's squeal escaping his lips. Damn it! You! How dare you attempt to slay a god? The world government will not let you off. Lying on the ground, a CP0 agent gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain coursing through his body, his ire directed solely at the celestial dragons. The master had not called, yet the dog began to bark furiously. This is CP0, a group of brainwashed zealots, lacking any independent thought, scarcely qualifying as normal beings. With a swift motion, Luoxiu threw a wooden stake, piercing the agent's forehead and extinguishing his life. Noise be gone. He then turned to St. Charloros, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he said, "I shall grant you another chance. If you cannot answer, then prepare to meet your demise. You worthless fools. Why do you linger? Quickly, eliminate him." St. Charloros was nearly paralyzed with fear. The man before him was ruthlessly formidable. He knew that the threat was genuine, and he truly could not provide an answer. This was utterly impossible. With no other outlet for his fury, he redirected it towards the naval officers aboard the cruiser. The Navy soldiers were drenched in cold sweat, the events unfolding too rapidly for comprehension. Just moments ago, the three mysterious figures had appeared invincible, yet in an instant, they were vanquished. However, the commands of the celestial dragons were not to be disobeyed, even in the face of the formidable individual before them. The terror instilled by the celestial dragons was deeply ingrained within their very bones, compelling them to confront the challenge head-on. Altogether now, suddenly, a voice bellowed. A soldier, gripping a long spear, broke from the ranks and charged forward. With a leader emerging, the other naval soldiers, albeit reluctantly, followed suit. Hud, hud, hud. Their footsteps echoed upon the deck as they raised their firearms, aiming at Luoxiu. A swarm of insects. Luoxiu scoffed. In the next moment, a tremendous aura radiated from him. Suddenly, with a resonating hum, a wild and potent presence manifested in the sky, vibrant and enveloping the entire cruiser. In the astonished gazes of the naval soldiers, this wave of energy descended with overwhelming force. In an instant, all the Navy personnel present fell unconscious the moment the wave made contact. With a mere flutter of his eyelids, foam spilled from his mouth, and his body went limp, collapsing into unconsciousness. The celestial dragons were no different, lying rigidly on the deck, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. This was the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. One CPO, sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of sheer astonishment, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The naval soldiers may have been unaware of its significance, yet he comprehended it fully. The ability to render others senseless was undoubtedly the rarest form of Conqueror's Haki, a power possessed by only one in a million. However, according to the intelligence reports, Luoxiu was incapable of wielding Haki at all. What on earth was happening? Curse the Navy. Their intelligence was entirely fabricated. Suddenly, a thought struck CP0, and he muttered in disbelief. The information from the Navy headquarters claimed they had successfully apprehended Luoxiu, but it was evident that this was a falsehood. For Luoxiu was unmistakably standing right before him, intent on annihilating the celestial dragons. He could scarcely fathom that the Navy would resort to disseminating such a monumental lie to uphold their reputation. It was truly preposterous. Damn it, Luoxiu was not captured at all. He was only growing stronger. This news must reach the world government. Gritting his teeth, CP0 felt as though his eyes might pop from their sockets. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's haki, he was equally burdened. There was no opportunity to convey the message. In a flash, Luoxiu appeared before them, swiftly snapping their necks and tossing their heads aside. The severed heads rolled across the ground like balls. Conqueror's haki proved quite effective. Luoxiu clapped his hands, gazing at the fallen naval soldiers, murmuring that it was truly a formidable tool for clearing out the riffraff. He then glanced over at the 3 unconscious celestial dragons and shook his head. How dull. He had initially intended to toy with them, but his interest had waned. With decisive efficiency, he removed their heads in the same manner, placing them alongside those of the 3 CP0 agents. Subsequently, Luoxiu vanished, slipping into the depths of the luxurious cruise ship. When he reappeared, he found himself within the treasure vault of the opulent vessel. Before him lay a dazzling array of precious jewels and gemstones, glimmering in gold and silver, overwhelming to the senses. These treasures were undoubtedly the spoils the celestial dragons had plundered from various nations. However, Luoxiu held little fascination for such trinkets. What did catch his eye was a wooden box resting among the gold and jewels. He approached it, lifting the box to gauge its weight. It felt neither heavy nor light, suggesting it was not intended for storing treasures. Lifting the lid, Luoxiu's pupils constricted in surprise. Inside lay a fruit, its bizarre patterns reminiscent of a pineapple. What could it possibly be if not a devil fruit? As Luoxiu cradled the fruit in his palm, a notification chimed. Devil fruit detected. Would the host like to absorb the special energy? Without hesitation, he thought to himself that he had awaited this moment for what felt like an eternity. Naturally, he responded affirmatively. As his words echoed, the system's space materialized in his mind. The devil fruit vanished from his hand, only to reappear before the gates of hell. Subsequently, it soared into the infernal portal, disappearing within. Time ticked by second. Moments late, arrazunding boom arupta. The gates of hell flickered unexpectedly. In the next instant, the chains entwined around the doorframe were undone by an enigmatic force. A formidable aura permeated the space, accompanied by a tremor. A demon emerged from the gates of hell, boasting green skin and a corpulent body adorned with yellow lumps, with short limbs and a hairstyle reminiscent of Japanese fashion. It was none other than the mountain demon, Bogan. Chapter 69. On the proper control of demons. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the demon of the mountains. The host may independently contain and activate the demon. The host may also seal the demon once again. In the instant that Bagong stepped out from the gates of hell, the system's considerate voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Luoxiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The ability to contain demons and subsequently seal them again. This feature is truly remarkable. With the limitations imposed by the system, a great deal of trouble can be avoided in the future. After all, these demons are notoriously unruly, possessing little regard for the Lord who even deceived the diligent employee, Wallen. Truly, the system is a blessing. Luoxiu sighed in appreciation. Bogang's heavy form emerged from the void, landing on the opulent cruise ship with a thunderous crash. Fortunately, the materials used by the celestial dragon people are robust. Otherwise, should Bagong fall into the water, he would surely become a new breed of sea monster. Bagong surveyed his surroundings, flicking his large tongue in excitement. Finally free. Having been confined in hell for such an extended period, the joy of seeing the light of day is beyond measure, although the duration of his imprisonment was rather prolonged. Yet, unexpectedly, that Lord Fellow proved to be quite trustworthy. The decision to work together to release him was indeed correct. At this moment, Bagong yearned to indulge in a feast. Starved for over a millennium, his magical power significantly diminished. He could scarcely recall the original taste of food. Conveniently, a person stood before him, seemingly quite appetizing. Slurp. Bagong licked his lips, smacking his mouth, his crimson eyes fixated on Luoxiu, brimming with greed. Indeed, he was a voracious glutton. Luoxiu's lips twitched, his expression neutral. Bagong, ranked second among the 8 great demons, devours all, akin to a living Pishio. Regardless of what he encounters, his first thought is invariably to sample its flavor. His iron stomach resembles a bottomless pit, insatiable and endless. Of course, the food consumed can be transformed into strength. Wait. Bogang's expression suddenly froze. Subsequently, he revealed a look of keen interest. What is this? You carry the aura of the Lord? Hee. That Lord fellow hasn't possessed you, has he? No. Who exactly are you? Luoxiu rubbed his temples, suddenly regretting releasing this demon. Bagong seemed rather dim-witted, and indeed, he was not particularly bright. After all, being imprisoned in hell for over a millennium had diminished both his intelligence and magical power, presenting a downward curve. Luoxiu, with an average intellect, could easily surpass her by 5 lords. Bagong, your freedom is granted by me. From this moment forth, my command is absolute. Luoxiu stated calmly, asserting his dominance. Hee. Upon hearing these words, Bagong patted her belly, adopting an air of indifference. Having emerged into the world, why should she heed the words of a mere child? Bring me some food, she commanded with a slightly menacing tone. Luoxiu chuckled, offering no further comment. He raised his hand towards Bagong, and in an instant, a flash of light enveloped her. The hefty figure of Bagong vanished from the ship, only to reappear on the cruise liner moments later. Her expression had transformed. The arrogance had dissipated, replaced by sheer terror. What had just transpired was utterly bizarre. The individual before her had merely lifted a hand, and she found herself thrust back into that loathsome space, without the need for any sealing artifact. Could this person be more formidable than the immortal deities? Bagong could not help but swallow hard. Who on earth are you? She questioned, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. Do you need me to repeat that? Luoxiu replied, arms crossed over his chest. Bagong, feeling intimidated, had lost her bravado. After spending over 1,000 years in a dark, sunless realm, her desire for freedom was greater than ever. Although this newfound freedom came with certain restrictions, she was unwilling to return to her previous confinement. Following a few instructions paled in comparison to being sealed away again. Even a child could discern the weight of such choices. Despite her dulled intellect, Bagong was still capable of recognizing the pros and cons. Luoxiu observed her reaction with satisfaction. This was the desired effect. A small shock to these demons was necessary before proceeding with matters at hand. However, one must not only deliver a slap, but also offer a sweet date. The unconscious individuals aboard the ship were fair game. Leave those 6 heads untouched, Luoxiu instructed, gesturing toward the dazed sailors on the deck. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Bogang's eyes. It seemed that following this person might not be so bad after all, as long as there was food to be had. She was on board. With a deep breath, Bagong opened her massive jaws and inhaled sharply toward the deck. The tremendous pull swept up the sailors and the headless corpses as if caught in a tempest. Bagong gasped, licking her lips. The flavor was quite delightful. The richness of the blood and flesh was indeed a rare find. Unfortunately, it was all too little. In the world of pirates, could one ever find weak flesh? Not to worry. Your time to feast will come, Luoxiu remarked casually. Bogang's size was determined by what she consumed. According to the original narrative, she could grow as immense as a mountain. The form before him was barely comparable to that of a medium-sized warship. Undoubtedly, within her, a hungry child lay dormant, and size corresponded to strength. Bagong's current power was difficult to gauge. She needed to enhance it quickly to show those wretched flies a thing or two. This required more sustenance. Fortunately, in the world of pirates, food was in no short supply. The colossal sea kings of the windless zones were particularly plump. Hee. Bogan licked his lips, his face alight with anticipation. Rosh raised his hand, temporarily placing Bogan within the confines of the system space. The cruise ship, crafted specifically for the celestial dragons, could navigate even the calmest waters, propelled by its advanced propulsion system. However, with Bogan aboard, the vessel remained immobile. Let us first explore the Navy branch and ascertain the effectiveness of Bogan, Rosh murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After attending to all matters, Rosh's figure vanished, resuming his search within the ship's treasury for any other devil fruits that might remain. After an exhaustive search, he found none. Yet, Rosh was not disheartened. He knew that with enhanced strength, the coveted devil fruits would eventually come his way. If necessary, he could directly assault Mariewa, the stronghold of the celestial dragons. However, it was not the opportune moment for such a venture, as the world government harbored numerous formidable entities. For instance, the clandestine Knights of God who protect the celestial dragons, as well as figures like Admiral Sakazuki and the Gorosei, not to mention him. But we can certainly unsettle them. Rosh cackled. He picked up 3 severed heads of the celestial dragons from the deck and leapt gracefully, hanging them from the flagpole emblazoned with the emblem of the celestial dragons, arranged meticulously from left to right, resembling a family portrait. Subsequently, he hung the heads of 3 CP-0 agents beneath them. With the celestial dragon ship now set to sail, they embarked on their journey. Chapter 70, Assault on the Navy G2 Branch. 2 days later, in the first half of the Grand Line, the sky was a brilliant blue, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the face, creating a pleasant temperature. The tranquil sea occasionally saw silver fish leap from the depths, splashing droplets of water. The Navy G2 branch was situated within this maritime expanse. At this moment, on the lookout tower of the branch, naval soldiers were, as usual, surveying the surrounding waters. A simple stand held a long, single-lens telescope, manned by 2 rotating sentinels. However, today was somewhat different. Rear Admiral Bane, in a peculiar twist of fate, had also made his way to the lookout tower, bringing along a wicker chair to bask in the sunlight. Carry on with your duties. Pay no mind to me. Rear Admiral Bane lay back contentedly, soaking in the sun. The 2 naval soldiers nodded nervously and immediately threw themselves into their tasks, working with greater diligence than usual. After all, with their superior lounging nearby, they dare not slack off. Furthermore, demonstrating a commendable attitude might catch the Rear Admiral's favorable eye, possibly leading to future promotions. What splendid weather we have today. Bane stretched lazily, muttering to himself. Ever since Luoxiu had been apprehended by the naval headquarters, matters at sea had significantly diminished. The unpredictable pirates had ceased their unwarranted ambushes. It was precisely for this reason that he had been able to relax lately. Yet, such tranquil days would not last long. The public execution of Luoxiu was already on the agenda. As one of the branches, they naturally had to dispatch some capable personnel to the event. Is it truly necessary to mobilize so many for the execution of a single pirate? The Rear Admiral shook his head, sighing. With Luoxiu captured, even a public execution could hardly yield any surprises. After all, he had no backing, standing alone, unlike the 4 emperors, who might still have allies willing to intervene. Sir, a ship is approaching the branch. Just as Bane was lost in thought, one of the naval soldiers suddenly exclaimed. Bane raised an eyebrow, frowning, realizing that his delightful sunbathing might come to an unwelcome end. Is it a pirate ship? No, it is not a pirate ship. It appears to be a luxurious cruise liner, seemingly one belonging to the celestial dragons. What? Upon hearing the term celestial dragons, Bane immediately sprang from his chair. A cruise liner of the celestial dragons. How could their vessel be navigating these waters? Bane pondered briefly, but the logic eluded him. Recently, the celestial dragons departing from Mariewa seemed only to be heading towards Sabeti Archipelago. However, such doubts flitted through his mind and were swiftly cast aside. No matter the reason, the arrival of the celestial dragons here was of monumental significance. If they were to be neglected, the consequences were unimaginable, far more severe than a pirate raid on the branch. Sir, it appears that something is amiss. Suddenly, the sentry naval soldier spoke again, though this time his words stumbled and beads of cold sweat poured from his forehead, as if he had witnessed something profoundly terrifying. What is amiss? Is that truly a celestial dragon's cruise ship? Bane felt a surge of impatience. If you cannot even comprehend a simple watch, how do you expect to ascend the ranks and achieve wealth? Return to your farming, then. Sir, I believe I have seen Rosh. Bane's lips twitched violently. With a swift kick, he sent the soldier sprawling. Rosh is currently imprisoned within, impelled down. How could he possibly be here, let alone aboard a celestial dragon's vessel? You scoundrel! You shall see what I do to you later. Buspat, realizing he must handle this himself. Rising, he approached the long wooden mirror, pressing his eyelids against the frame. Within the circular lens, a scene unfolded. A lavishly adorned cruise ship glided smoothly across the ocean. Indeed, it was a celestial dragon's vessel. Bane mused to himself. Only they would dare navigate such opulent waters, for any other would soon find themselves besieged by pirates. Since it is a celestial dragon, there is no cause for alarm. Merely attend to their needs. Surely no one possesses the audacity to assault a celestial dragon. As his gaze slowly ascended, the circular lens elevated. His focus honed in on the unmistakable hoofprint of the celestial dragons. However, in the next instant, his heart constricted violently. His expression mirrored that of the soldier he had just kicked. There, hoisted upon the flagpole, hung the severed heads of 3 celestial dragons, their skulls encased in the distinctive glass domes. Below them stood 3 figures adorned with masks. The celestial dragons have been slain. Bane felt the air escape his lungs. The world's nobility, those who tower over the navy, have been murdered, and to be displayed in such a manner, parading through the streets. Is the world about to undergo a cataclysmic transformation? Most alarmingly, a figure resembling Rosh was slumped against the flagpole, hanging limply by one leg. No, that is indeed Rosh. Who else would possess such audacity to so brazenly slay a celestial dragon? Boom! The realization struck him like a thunderclap. Quickly, alert the Vice Admiral. We are under attack. Bambilud. 10 minutes later, the Navy G2 branch. Alarms blared, their sound echoing throughout the entire island. This was a signal reserved for only the gravest of circumstances, a sound that had scarcely been heard in decades. Yet today, it rang clear. As the alarm resonated, all Navy personnel sprang into action, seizing their weapons and assembling at the entrance of the branch. The G2 branch commander, Vice Admiral Gomir, stood at the forefront of the throng, sweat cascading down his face. His heart raced with escalating fervor. The strongest newcomer, Rosh, had emerged, and he had slain a celestial dragon. Regardless of the nature of the message, it was sufficient to leave him in a state of cold sweat. In Gumier's grasp were 2 samurai swords, and he swallowed hard, feeling an immense pressure. At that moment, a dark silhouette streaked across the horizon, akin to a bolt of black lightning. Boom! It struck upon the island of G2, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. It was none other than Luoxiu. The instant Gumier laid eyes upon him, his heart skipped a beat. The last shred of hope that lingered within him vanished without a trace. The very Luoxiu, who had been captured and was to face public execution, had truly appeared here. How intriguing! Quite the audacious move. Observing the navy that had assembled and was poised to confront him, Luoxiu smiled. Then, raising his arm, he proclaimed, "Fear not, for your adversary is not I." As his words faded, in the next instant, he pressed down with his arm, and a colossal figure descended from above, crashing between Luoxiu and the navy. Let the feast commence. Chapter 71. Let the feast begin. The destruction of G2. A colossal figure, reminiscent of a naval warship, loomed before the marine forces. An overwhelming sense of dread engulfing the atmosphere. The soldiers, confronted by this sudden apparition, felt their pupils constrict and instinctively took several steps back. Sweat cascaded down their faces, pooling on the ground below. What is this creature? A sea king? Impossible. How could a sea king appear here on this island? The Marines gripped their weapons tightly, their hearts trembling with fear. Having navigated the seas for many years, they had encountered countless bizarre creatures. Yet, this entity was beyond their comprehension, neither a sea king nor a common being. An inexplicable terror seeped into the depths of their souls, compelling them to clutch their weapons even tighter, as if they were the only source of solace amidst the chaos. Vice Admiral Gomir's expression mirrored the unease of his men as he fixated on the green-skinned creature before him. His mind raced in search of any information, yet he found none. This being seemed to have materialized from nowhere. Despite his ignorance, the palpable aura of menace radiating from it indicated that it was no ordinary foe. It was a true monster. Hey, more food has arrived. In stark contrast to the anxiety of the Marines, Bagong appeared exhilarated and at ease. This was a feast. She instinctively licked her lips, her crimson gaze sweeping over the assembled soldiers. Those who met her gaze felt their legs tremble, their arms quaking violently. A profound dread surged within them. Some even contemplated fleeing, for they had never witnessed such a spectacle. They were accustomed to battling pirates, no matter how formidable their adversaries. They were still human. Yet this creature exuded an overwhelming shock, a terror born of the unknown, even before it made a move. Its mere presence was enough to instill fear. Steady yourselves. No matter what it is still flesh and blood, destined to fall beneath our firepower. Vice Admiral Gamir, despite the turmoil within, summoned his resolve and shouted. The creature's imposing presence threatened to shatter their morale before the battle even commenced. He refused to believe that such a massive being could withstand the combined might of so many soldiers and their firearms. Open fire. Eliminate her. As soon as his command was issued, the Marines regained their composure, gritting their teeth as they pulled the triggers of their tightly gripped weapons. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, bang, bang, bang. The dark bullets traced their paths through the air like raindrops, striking Bogang's formidable exterior. However, the force of their assault proved utterly futile against her thick hide. As ineffective as raindrops against stone, Bogang scratched his slightly sore belly with disdain, casting a contemptuous glance at the diminutive creatures below. Ants do not resist. You shall become my sustenance. With these words, Bogang extended his hand downward, a colossal appendage descending with an overwhelming force. The naval soldiers were already paralyzed with fear. Their firearms, usually infallible, had struck true, yet they failed to even pierce the skin of their opponent. How could they possibly prevail? This was a monster, a genuine beast. Victory was utterly impossible. The naval soldiers, deprived even of their sole reliance, the firearms, were on the brink of disarray. Vice Admiral Gamir's face twisted in shock, his hair standing on end. He too was struck with terror. What manner of creature was this, capable of withstanding gunpowder with mere flesh? To what degree must its skin be hardened to endure such assaults? Even an admiral of the Navy, without the use of hockey or devil fruit powers, could not hope to withstand such an onslaught. Damn it! Taste my blade. His teeth ground together in frustration. It had come to this. The only option was to strike. He advanced rather than retreating, attempting a surprise attack with his sword. A hum filled the air as his presence intensified. He swung his twin blades toward Bogang. With a resounding clap, he leapt into the air, but just as he was about to strike Bogang, a gigantic hand sent him flying. The ground shook as he rolled several times before finally coming to a halt. As one of the 8 great demons, Bogang's strike had enough force to shatter him to pieces. Pathetic. Bogang smacked his lips, then turned his gaze towards the naval soldiers below, patting his belly and activating his buffet mode. Undoubtedly, this was a lopsided battle. Before Bogang, the naval soldiers had no chance to resist. 10 minutes later, the battle concluded. Luoxiu stood to the side, silently observing Bogang's form. At that moment, he felt a twinge of disappointment. For Bogang had devoured the naval soldiers and even nibbled on the G2 branch's structure. Although his size had increased slightly, it was not significant. The results appeared unsatisfactory. It seemed this was still insufficient. He would need to consume Sea Kings. The vitality of the Sea Kings should nourish him to grow substantially. Luoxiu mused. First, he would place Bogang in the Calm Belt, then venture to the New World to seek out the 4 emperors. With this thought, he recalled the satiated Bogang into the system space, having no intention of lingering. Luoxiu vanished in a flash, heading toward the dragon ship. Shortly after his departure, a brilliant yellow figure raced towards the G2 branch with remarkable speed. In the next moment, he landed on the ground, the yellow glow dissipating to reveal Kizaru. Kizaru's eyelids drooped as he surveyed the barren G2 branch, confusion etched on his face. He had traveled from headquarters specifically to announce the public execution of Luoxiu and to bring reinforcements from a branch. But what was the meaning of the scene before him? Had he come to the wrong place? He murmured to himself, patting his head and pouting. Oh dear, I've truly become quite muddled. However, he soon recognized something amiss. It seemed that it was not he who had erred in his location, but rather that this place had been subjected to an assault. The branch had been ravaged. Realizing this, Huang Yuan's brow furrowed. Damn it, who could it be? The previously nonchalant expression on Huang Yuan's face transformed into one of gravity. Who would dare to attack the Navy's G2 branch and lay waste to this place? Are there pirates of such formidable strength in the first half of the Grand Line? Wait, this is... Huang Yuan's gaze swept across a certain area ahead, and he removed his orange-tinted glasses. Where the branch's office building once stood, the structure had completely vanished, leaving behind several enormous footprints. What could this be? Huang Yuan leapt to the edge of the footprints, perplexed. Judging by these tracks, they did not appear to belong to a human. They resembled those of some colossal creature. Not a pirate? What monstrous being could obliterate buildings and leave? Not even a trace behind. Where have those structures gone? Having navigated the seas for many years, Huang Yuan, despite his vast experience, had never witnessed such a bizarre phenomenon. A sizable Navy branch had inexplicably vanished, and not only the Navy but also other entities had similarly dissipated. Strange, utterly strange. At that moment, in front of Huang Yuan's left, the rubble from the collapsed stones suddenly began to stir. Chapter 72. This monster is called Bagong. To the New World, there are still survivors. The formidable observation haki of Kizaru instantly unfurled. Amidst the rubble, there was indeed a trace of life. In the next moment, Kizaru approached the debris and cleared the stones away. Beneath the rubble lay a fortunate naval soldier, his face etched with terror, muttering incessantly, "Don't eat me." Kizaru grasped the soldier by the collar, lifting him up. "Snap out of it. What did you see?" "It's a monster, a colossal creature named Bagong, with green skin. A man-eating beast. I also saw Rosso." The soldier's eyes were vacant, filled with unadulterated fear. At the mention of Rosso, Kizaru felt a jolt of unease grip his heart, a deep-seated aversion to the name. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the soldier's words. What nonsense! Rosso was thrown into impel down. How could he possibly be here? It seems this fellow has been so frightened that he has lost his wits. Discarding the soldier carelessly to the side, Kizaru scratched his head, lost in contemplation. To instill such terror in a rigorously trained soldier. It was evident that something horrific had transpired here. This led him to recall the enormous footprints. Could this be the creature? With green skin. Bagong. What an unfamiliar name. Kizaru stroked his chin, murmuring, "Is there truly a being named Bagong in the ocean? It seems not. I wonder if the Admiral has heard of it." Shaking his head, Kizaru continued his search for a while longer, ultimately finding nothing suspicious. He turned to leave, hastening towards the naval headquarters. He must report this matter to the Admiral as soon as possible. Besides Rosso, there were still unknown entities endangering the justice of the Navy. Off the coast of Sabiti Archipelago, near the Red Line, the waters here were a convergence of the Navy, the underworld, and pirates. Various pirate ships, each with unique designs, roamed this area. Undoubtedly, those who had passed the trials of the first half of the Grand Line to reach this point were the elite among pirates, a source of vexation for the Navy. At this moment, aboard several massive pirate ships resembling animals, pirates gathered on the deck, discussing recent events. Have you heard? That so-called future Emperor Rosso has been captured by the Navy. They say he is set to be publicly executed at Navy headquarters in just over 10 days. Damn it. We thought he could draw some Navy attention for us, but instead, he got caught. Serves him right for being so ostentatious and weak. It's only natural he was apprehended. I reckon his strength is mediocre at best. He might not even be as formidable as our captain. If he were truly as powerful as the newspapers claim, he wouldn't have been so easily captured. Hiv. You only dare to say such things at a time like this. A group of individuals, immersed in their libations, engaged in boisterous discussions. The subject of their conversation, the notorious Rosh, had become the most captivating topic among pirates. With Rosh now apprehended, The pirates felt liberated from any restraint. Such scenes were mirrored across various pirate vessels. However, in the midst of their revelry, an unexpected cry erupted from the bow of the ship. "Look over there!" A luxurious cruise liner. One pirate, peering through a telescope at the opulent vessel gliding towards them, suddenly changed color upon recognizing its emblem. That appears to be a celestial dragon's ship. What? A celestial dragon's ship? The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Upon hearing the term celestial dragon, the pirates abandoned their idle chatter, rushing to gaze at the enormous ship speeding in the distance. Indeed, it is a celestial dragon's vessel. The celestial dragons aboard seem to be dead. My goodness, someone has slain a celestial dragon. A pirate, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed Rosh's name. He had witnessed it, and soon the others followed suit. They gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, they had been discussing Rosh, and now here he was in person. But how could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to be at the Navy headquarters? Moreover, he had killed a celestial dragon, the privileged aristocrats of this world. While it was true that no pirate harbored affection for the celestial dragons, often considering the act of slaying one as the highest honor, such thoughts were merely fanciful. No one had ever dared to act on such intentions. After all, harming a celestial dragon could invoke the wrath of the entire Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, on the deck, Rosh paid no heed to the pirates aboard the various vessels. He had already deposited the demon bogan on a deserted island within the doldrums, where it was preoccupied with its relentless consumption. His current aim was unequivocal: to sail to the New World and challenge the Four Emperors. The other minor pirates hardly warranted his attention. As the ship traversed the ocean, Rosh stood with his arms crossed, eyes closed, basking in tranquility. As they passed the so-called great pirate ships, astonished gazes fell upon him. The very pirates who had been boasting moments before now dared not even breathe, rendered as silent as leaves in the frost. The fear they felt in this instance was something they had never experienced, even in the presence of the Navy. The severed heads of celestial dragons, displayed from the ship's mast, struck a profound shock within them. This formidable pirate was far more fearsome than any Navy officer. Simultaneously, others in the vicinity took note of Rosh and the gruesome display of the celestial dragon's severed head. Among them were spies embedded within the pirate ranks by the Navy, alongside other pirates from the New World seeking intelligence. They swiftly captured photographs with their transponder snails, their astonishment palpable, before quietly blending into the crowd. Approximately 10 minutes later, Rosh opened his eyes. From the deck of the dragon vessel, he rose gracefully, his form leaping lightly onto the surface of the water. In the next moment, the magic of the rabbit talisman was activated, and instantly, a soaring spray of waves erupted upon the sea. Luoxiu darted forth like a sharp arrow, setting his sights on the red soil continent. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, stood with their mouths agape. What is Luoxiu intending to do? It appears his target is the red soil continent. Could it be that he plans to scale the red soil continent unaided and venture into the New World? The crowd collectively gasped, swallowing hard. Typically, there are two methods for entering the New World from the first half of the Grand Line. One method involves diving 10,000 meters beneath the surface to Fishman Island through a membrane, entering via the gap in the red soil continent, a route favored by most pirates. The other requires submitting an application to the world government, which offers a safe passage, though this is generally reserved for the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet now, it seems a third option has emerged: to rely on one's own abilities to ascend the red soil continent and reach the New World. Indeed, as they speculated, Luoxiu arrived at the foot of the red soil continent, gazing up at the towering edifice that pierced the clouds. The first method was too cumbersome, and the second was not applicable. From Luoxiu's perspective, neither was suitable. Relying on oneself appeared to be the simpler course. With his arms gripping the earthen wall and the power of the talisman ignited, he propelled himself upward with a mighty push. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. Those pirates who had gathered to witness this extraordinary event stood in stunned silence, astounded by the remarkable scene. Luoxiu is truly heading to the New World. The sea is on the brink of a momentous occurrence. Chapter 73. The Red-Haired Pirates. The New World. The red-haired pirates, Aboard the ship, Red Force, crafted from atom wood, sailed gracefully across the sea. On the deck, Shanks and Mihawk sat facing each other, indulging in their drinks, savoring these final moments together. Gulp. Mihawk raised his glass and drained it, wiping his lips as the lingering taste danced on his tongue. Shanks, this wine is as exquisite as your swordsmanship. Truly, it leaves a lasting impression. Shanks chuckled. I have traversed the world's seas, and nothing surpasses the wine brewed with passion, steeped in the essence of my homeland. As he spoke, he glanced into his glass, seeing his own reflection. This is the wine of my homeland. From the West Blue. Mihawk murmured. Indeed, the taste of one's homeland is truly nostalgic. He poured himself another glass. Let's toast again. When we meet next time, I shall not hold back. Mihawk jested, a rare display of humor. His purpose for visiting the red-haired pirates was to spar with Shanks, although their last encounter was interrupted by the incident involving Roquefort. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his admiration for Shanks' swordsmanship, still as sharp as ever. Yet, despite the pleasant atmosphere, he preferred solitude and freedom, unencumbered by others. I must take my leave, he declared. Ha ha ha. You're always welcome, Shanks replied, raising his glass with a smile. He held a deep respect for Mihawk, a rare combatant he could face on the vast ocean. Were it not for Mihawk's solitary nature, Shanks would have eagerly invited him to join his crew. Yet, the missed opportunity to engage with Roquefort lingered as a regret. Such a pity, Mihawk remarked, his cross-shaped sword swaying slightly. Although their previous encounter was interrupted, it had piqued his interest in Roquefort. He had intended to stay with the red-haired pirates a few more days, awaiting news of Roquefort to challenge this so-called strongest newcomer. However, by the time he heard news again, Roquefort had already been captured by the Marines. Truly unfortunate. But can the Marines really apprehend Roquefort? Shanks raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the question. Mihawk furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Shanks shrugged. I just have a feeling that this news may not be entirely credible. He poured himself another glass, speaking slowly. According to the reports published by Morgans, the battle between Roquefort and Kaizuru showcased nearly no weaknesses in Roquefort's strength. Yet, the latest accounts state that he could not withstand even half an hour against the combined might of the two admirals. It is important to recognize that capturing a powerhouse of admiral caliber is exceedingly difficult, often more so than simply eliminating them. Even when deploying two forces of equal strength, the challenge remains formidable. Yet, the fact remains, Roquefort was captured with alarming simplicity. This raises some suspicions, of course. There exists another possibility. Previously, Morgan's portrayal of Luoxiu's strength was excessively exaggerated. In truth, his capabilities do not reach the level of an admiral. Such a matter, the Navy would not fabricate such claims, would they? Their reputation is of utmost importance to them. After all, this is their most cherished asset. A glimmer of skepticism flickered in Hawkeye's sharp gaze, as it did not wholly concur with red-haired Shanks' assertion. The Navy has maintained its dominion over the seas for many years, and there are indeed formidable forces stationed at their headquarters for a reason. However, more crucially, it is the credibility they have cultivated over the years that underpins their authority. In the hearts of various nations, and among the common folk, there exists a belief in justice. It is this credibility and belief that engenders a continual influx of individuals joining the Navy, shouldering the mantle of justice for generations to come. Yet, if the Navy were to deliberately disseminate such falsehoods, it would undoubtedly inflict significant damage to their reputation, perhaps even more severe than the incident of the newcomer pirate Luoxiu defeating Admiral Kaizuru. One must ponder, can an organization that fabricates even the news it releases truly deserve the title of justice? Nevertheless, in Hawkeye's eyes, the numerous and scrupulous actions committed by the Navy render any claim to righteousness rather dubious. Yet, at least in the eyes of the public, the Navy remains relatively pristine. Red-haired Shanks extended his hand, placing a barrel of liquor before Hawkeye, remarking nonchalantly, "It is merely a feeling." He refrained from elaborating further on the matter. He understood Hawkeye's perspective. Given that Luoxiu had not been heard from for quite some time, it was possible that he had indeed been apprehended. However, unbeknownst to him, news regarding Luoxiu was about to arrive. Thud, 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 on the deck. The hurried sound of footsteps approached rapidly. Jesus Burgess, the sniper of the red-haired pirates, strode across the deck, a photograph in hand. Jesus Burgess, care for a drink? Red-haired Shanks smiled as he raised his cup upon seeing him. Captain, we have news about Luoxiu. Jesus Burgess, however, was not in the mood for revelry. Significant events had unfolded in the first half of the Grand Line. I'm already aware. He has been captured by the Navy. Red-haired Shanks chuckled, indicating that this matter did not require further discussion. Not captured. Luoxiu has re-emerged on the Red Line. After initially receiving news of Luoxiu, the captain had dispatched someone to monitor his movements. Indeed, someone had managed to capture a photograph of Luoxiu on the Red Line. Upon hearing this, both Hawkeye and red-haired Shanks' expressions shifted, their brows furrowing in concern. What did this mean? Jesus Burgess offered no explanation, directly handing the photograph to Shanks. The latter accepted it and casually glanced at it, wondering if it might be a photo of Luoxiu and impelled down. However, in the next moment, the scar on his injured left eye twitched involuntarily. In the photograph, suddenly there sat Luoxiu cross-legged upon the dragon vessel, alongside the severed head of a celestial dragon, suspended from the claws of the mighty beast, and the image of CP0, the organization directly under the world government. With a sharp crack, the wine glass in Shanks' hand shattered. An invisible aura of dominance emanated instantly, sweeping across the Foch. As the man endowed with the strongest conqueror's haki, his mere unintentional display of power was enough to instill fear. What is happening? It seems to be the captain's imposing presence. Are we under attack? Thud, thud, thud. The crew aboard the ship sensed the sudden disturbance. In an instant, they emerged from their quarters, gathering on the deck with purposeful strides. Captain, what is the matter? Beckman inquired, a cigarette clenched between his lips and a firearm in hand, his brow furrowed in concern. Jesus Burgess shook his head, indicating that there was no assault. Opposite him, Dracul Mihawk also noticed the unusual expression on Shanks' face. What is the situation? Exhaling a warm breath, Shanks steadied his emotions. His gaze lifted, locking onto Mihawk's. It appears my intuition was not mistaken. Luoxiu has indeed evaded capture by the Navy. Chapter 74. Tension rising. As he spoke, he placed the photograph onto the deck. Hawkeye appeared momentarily bewildered. What could possibly be captured in this image that elicited such inexplicable words from the red-haired captain? With skepticism in his heart, his keen gaze swept over the photograph. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from his pupils. Even the world's foremost swordsman, rarely given to emotional fluctuations, could not help but flinch, his expression mirroring that of the red-haired captain just moments before. Rosh did not reside at the Navy headquarters, which implied the information released by the Navy was false. Furthermore, and most importantly, the celestial dragon had been slain by Rosh and was now paraded atop a flagpole. Undoubtedly, this was Rosh's overt humiliation of the world's privileged aristocracy, a blatant provocation toward the world government. Indeed, the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Hawkeye spoke slowly. This was far more serious than defeating Kizaru. How would the Navy respond? No, this was not merely a concern for the Navy. The world government would surely begin to feel the weight of this issue as well. Hawkeye momentarily composed himself, and as he contemplated this, a smile crept onto his lips. Setting aside the question of Rosh's sudden reappearance, the mere act of slaughtering a celestial dragon was beyond what the Navy could suppress. If he was not mistaken, the current fleet Admiral Sengoku was likely en route to the Holy Land Mariewa, preparing to face the wrath of the Five Elders. As a pirate, Hawkeye found great pleasure in witnessing such events unfold. Similarly, his previously waning interest in Rosh's return was rekindled. The fact that Rosh had not been apprehended by the Navy indicated that there was a chance for him to engage in battle once more. With this thought in mind, Hawkeye lifted his cup and drank deeply. Red Soul Continent. I shall wander there. The red-haired captain slowly rose, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Not regarding Hawkeye, but gazing toward the vast expanse of sea on the horizon. Someone is approaching. Oh. Hawkeye raised an eyebrow at this remark. Had the red-haired pirates always been so lively? Just a few days after his arrival, another visitor had come calling. Curiosity piqued, he wondered who it could be. Perhaps another emperor? Or a trusted lieutenant of one of the emperors? He could scarcely think of anyone else who would be worthy of reaching this place and encroaching upon the territory of the four emperors. Following the direction of the red-haired Captain's gaze, he beheld a dark figure on the horizon, skimming the waves and approaching the fosse. Within mere breaths, this shadowy figure traversed the vast sea and arrived before the four emperor pirates. Boom! The dark figure erupted from the cascading spray of water and landed firmly upon the fosse. The tremendous impact caused the entire vessel to shudder violently. The other crew members of the red-haired pirates were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of wariness as they regarded the unexpected arrival. As the mist cleared, a tall and imposing figure became visible to all. It was Rosh. Upon encountering the true visage of the newcomers, be it the formidable Hawkeye, the red-haired captain, or the crew members, an incredulous exclamation escaped their lips in unison. Although the identity of the visitors came as no surprise to them, Rashu found himself utterly astonished. Indeed, seeing is believing. With a sweeping glance at the crew assembled on the deck, a subtle smile graced Rashu's lips. Click! Almost instantaneously upon recognizing Rashu, the sound of a bullet being chambered resonated through the air. Ben Beckman, wielding a flintlock rifle forged from sea prism stone, aimed it squarely at Rashu. He was not alone in this. The sharpshooter Jesus Burgess similarly trained his sniper rifle on the uninvited guest, his expression a mask of vigilance. Latchy Rue, Bendick Snake, and Lime Jones each wore somber expressions, an aura of formidable power emanating from them. While they relished the spectacle of Rashu wreaking havoc upon the Navy and the world government, it did not imply solidarity with him. Among pirates, rivalry has always prevailed. Rashu, a newcomer with the prowess of a vice admiral, was an unexpected presence aboard their ship, having arrived without prior warning in such an impolite manner. It was evident that his intentions were far from benign. In contrast to his crew's heightened alertness, the red-haired captain exhibited a tranquil demeanor, slowly taking his seat. Rashu, I have long heard tales of your exploits and had hoped to meet you. It appears my wish has been granted. This was a genuine sentiment. Emerging from the East Blue, Rashu's rapid ascent to his current stature was remarkable, even surpassing the progress of Luffy, whom Shanks had personally endorsed. I have come here for one purpose, to challenge you. Rashu, feeling no need for pleasantries, pointed directly at Shanks and declared his intent with utmost candor. His aim was to swiftly activate his mask and acquire the corresponding leadership value associated with the bounty. Challenging one of the four emperors was undoubtedly the most expedient route. As for why he chose the red-haired Shanks, there was no profound reason, simply that he was the nearest target. The red-haired pirates, wandering freely rather than occupying their territory, aligned perfectly with Shanks' character. Hey, is it the norm for rookie pirates to be so disrespectful nowadays? Beckman, cigar in mouth, scoffed. If you wish to challenge our captain, you must first contend with us, brat. While Rashu's strength was undeniable and his actions indeed astonishing, it did not incite fear amongst them. Each member of the red-haired pirates was formidable, and Beckman, as the first mate, ranked among the elite, second only to Shanks. Yet, before Rashu could respond, a sharp blade of sword energy suddenly erupted forth. Hawkeye, who had been observing from the sidelines, was now poised for action. You are the infamous Rashu, he inquired, his voice steady. This matter is of no concern to you, although the reason for Hawkeye's presence here eludes me. Rosh does not find it intriguing. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. However, Hawkeye harbors a different sentiment. His keen eyes fixate intently on Rosh. Just a mere glance ignites his fighting spirit entirely. The black blade, knight, at his back quivers slightly, brimming with fervor as if it has encountered a formidable adversary, eliciting excitement. Prior to meeting Rosh, Hawkeye merely wished for a chance to engage him in battle. Yet now, upon laying eyes on Rosh, he is impatient to discover what manner of newcomer has managed to vanquish Kizaru. Is it truly as the newspapers proclaim, nearly devoid of weaknesses? Rosh perceives the fighting spirit radiating from Hawkeye. This Hawkeye is truly seeking trouble. Moreover, he has an uncanny knack for choosing the perfect moment. Has he come to disrupt my plans? Begone. Standing at the bow of the ship, Rosh's icy gaze sweeps over Hawkeye without a hint of courtesy. Were it not for the futility of defeating Hawkeye, he would have already struck him with a powerful blow. Let us first inquire about my blade. Chapter 75, Rosh versus Red-Haired. In the face of Rosh, Mihawk did not resort to his customary small sword with a cross on his chest to confront challengers. Instead, he drew the formidable black blade, Yoru, from behind his back. This was because those challengers were simply unworthy of facing him with such a weapon. Yet Rosh, the strongest newcomer whose reputation had soared across the seas in merely a few months, warranted his full strength. As he spoke, Mihawk's aura surged dramatically. The black blade cleaved through the air, unleashing tumultuous waves. The ship, Fasa, crafted from atom wood, trembled violently upon the sea surface like a solitary vessel amidst a storm. A terrifying crescent slash sliced through the air, tearing apart the very space in front of Rosh, bearing an overwhelming force that descended upon him. Rosh's expression darkened. This man was rather audacious. Instantly, his magical sigils activated, and a colossal fireball erupted from his palm. In a heartbeat, the explosive flames collided with the sword's aura. The resonating sound of the clash was deafening. Flames erupted, and sword energy surged, causing the surrounding air to seemingly elevate in temperature. Mist wafted over the sea, and the shock waves reverberated across the water, creating towering waves that surged towards the fossa. In a blur, the crew of the red-haired pirates vanished from sight, leaping into the air to intercept the monstrous waves crashing towards the ship. Simultaneously, as the explosive flames met the sword energy, Rosh's figure flickered and, amidst the sound of tearing explosions, he appeared beside Mihawk, delivering a powerful punch. Mihawk's gaze sharpened, and he raised his arm, gripping Yoru, to shield his chest. The clash resonated with a metallic ring as Rosh's fist met the blade. A wave of white energy erupted from the point of contact, radiating outward like a flurry of white daggers slicing through the air. Were it not for the craftsmanship of atom wood, the fossa would likely have been reduced to splinters. A simple exchange between the world's greatest swordsman and a vice admiral's formidable power. The resulting aftershocks alone were enough to obliterate everything in their vicinity. What astonishing speed! Mihawk contemplated Rosh, a flicker of intrigue stirring within him. The ability to reach him in an instant upon striking was not surprising for someone who could injure Admiral Kizaru. As he prepared to counter with another strike, the figure of Shanks suddenly intervened, positioning himself between Mihawk and Rosh. "Gentlemen, might I ask for your forbearance?" His powerful haki swept across the area. "If you continue this, the ship cannot withstand it." Upon hearing this, Mihawk halted, wishing to spare Shanks any embarrassment. Yet his gaze remained intensely fixed on Rosh. Rosh also withdrew his fist, having no desire to entangle himself with Mihawk further. Shanks, resting his arm upon the hilt of his sword, Griffin, cast an interested glance at Rosh and suggested, "Why not head to a nearby island?" In the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World, on a desolate island in the heart of the isle, Rorosh and the formidable red-haired Shanks stood facing each other, separated by several dozen meters, beside the island. Nearby, Dracul Mihawk and the members of the red-haired pirates closely observed the impending clash. The crew members, particularly, gazed with intense curiosity, struggling to comprehend why their captain would acquiesce to Rorosh's request. After all, Rorosh was merely a newcomer among pirates, albeit one whose prowess surpassed that of many seasoned veterans. Nevertheless, the disparity in their ranks rendered such a confrontation absurdly outrageous. Engaging in battle with a newcomer while being one of the four emperors seemed a significant lowering of one's stature. Mihawk found some understanding in Shanks' actions. It reflected a tacit agreement among top-tier warriors, much like his own arduous journey to seek a duel with Shanks. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret for not being able to continue his bout with Rorosh. However, the prospect of witnessing the rarely unleashed might of Shanks somewhat alleviated that regret. After all, in terms of swordsmanship, Mihawk could not confidently claim superiority over Shanks. From observing the exchange between Shanks and Rorosh, Mihawk could roughly gauge the nature of his own potential encounter with Rorosh. Beckman, the first mate, shared Mihawk's sentiments. He exhaled a plume of smoke from his cigar, which he held delicately between his fingers. The rifle he had previously trained on Rorosh was now tucked away at his waist. The captain's battle, regardless of its outcome, would undeniably remain untainted by outside interference, rendering firearms unnecessary. It was evident that the captain held Rorosh in high regard. He remarked slowly. For anyone admired by their captain, the gap in status was nearly negligible. Mihawk cast a sidelong glance at him, fully grasping the implication of his words. More than that, I find myself increasingly curious about the outcome. Mihawk, is such curiosity warranted? Beckman chuckled lightly, his stance noncommittal. While Rorosh's strength was undeniable, he did not believe it was on par with that of their captain, even after injuring Admiral Kazuru. The other crew members echoed this sentiment. The captain's strength would prevail, regardless of the admiral's might standing here. There can only be one outcome. Beckman continued, instead. Let's see how long Rorosh can endure. Is that truly the case? Mihawk mused, leaning against a tree as a glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Their earlier brief exchange had already revealed some insights. Although neither had fought to their full capabilities, it was evident that the depictions of Rorosh in the newspapers, authored by Morgans, were not exaggerated. Mihawk believed Shanks to be somewhat stronger, yet an unsettling unease lingered within him. And then it began. Mihawk's gaze shifted to the center of the island, his brow furrowing. On the island, the two warriors' auras surged, an atmosphere thick with lethal intent, poised to erupt at any moment. The resonant hum of vibrating blades filled the air as Shanks drew his sword, Griffin, wielding it with one hand. His gaze pierced through the space between them, locking onto Rorosh, a slight smile gracing his lips. Rorosh, the mightiest newcomer, uncertain whether his strength matches the monstrous rumors. Luoxiu mused, "You shall find out soon enough." His gaze met Shanks, who smiled knowingly. Suddenly, he found Luoxiu rather intriguing. Yet in the next moment, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. Luoxiu sought to challenge him, and he too was eager to ascertain whether this strongest newcomer among pirates truly deserved the title of the Fifth Emperor. With a swift motion, Shanks raised his sword high. His black coat billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. Despite being one-armed, he emanated an overwhelming aura. Dust swirled around him, forming a rising circle. In the next instant, he slashed through the air with one hand, releasing a fierce wave of black sword energy that pierced the sky, hurtling directly toward Luoxiu. Impressive speed. Luoxiu's expression sharpened as a smirk graced his lips. No sooner had he spoken than he propelled himself off the ground with a powerful kick, transforming into a streak of black lightning that closed the distance between them. In the blink of an eye, he stood beside Shanks, hands poised to strike at his waist and neck, aiming for his vulnerabilities. Shanks's eyes glinted as he discerned Luoxiu's intent. Unflinching, he did not dodge, but instead swept his griffin's sword to the side. With a resounding hum, another wave of sword energy shot forth, slicing through the air to intercept Luoxiu's advance. Chapter 76, The Ignorant Fool. Rosu's expression shifted subtly, his gaze piercingly fixated on the imminent sword energy before him. In the next instant, his body leaped into the air, twisting at an unusual angle from his waist to evade the oncoming attack, cloaked in black energy, landing deftly behind Shanks. With a cold demeanor, he unleashed another powerful punch. As the griffin was raised by Shanks to shield himself, a tremendous force transmitted through the sword, causing a tremor in his arm. Quite formidable. A slight smile graced Shanks' lips as he reversed his wrist, sharply thrusting upward. The sound of the blade resonated as Rosu's thwarted fist was deflected, sending him soaring aside. However, this was merely the beginning. The moment his toes grazed the ground, the magic of the dragon talisman was activated. A torrential power surged through his limbs, ultimately converging in his arms, and then into the palm of his hand. A colossal fireball erupted from the center of his hand. Rosu, infused with primal energy, was capable of far more than merely spewing explosive flames from his mouth. As the fireball ignited, the surrounding air seemed to warp, a searing heat instantly enveloping the vicinity. Armed with overwhelming potency, it shot forward with blinding speed, rivaling that of cannonball. Shanks' guard left, I narrowed slightly, his mind racing. So, this is your unique ability. He had witnessed the fireball's might aboard the ship. Mihawk's sword energy had been effortlessly neutralized, underscoring its formidable strength. The flames before him were undeniably more ferocious than those encountered with Mihawk. One could not afford to be careless. With this thought, he steeled his resolve. In the next heartbeat, a rushing wave of energy materialized beside him. The griffin in his hand was swiftly enveloped by this tempest, as if boundless flames clung to the blade. A terrifying aura emanated from the sword, which had accompanied him through countless battles. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its brilliance upon the weapon, which appeared to absorb much of the light, rendering it dimmer. Enveloped in black energy, a crescent-shaped sword energy ascended into the heavens. It sliced through the sky with remarkable swiftness, stirring up debris from the ground, and launched directly toward the oncoming fireball. Even the air bore a sharpness and a commanding presence that instilled dread. Boom! The small island upon the sea quaked slightly, a vast chasm forming before Shanks, extending to the center. Upon contact with the explosive flames, a resounding roar erupted. It seemed as if the sword energy capable of severing all collided with the blazing fire. The air became stagnant. The void itself appeared to tremble. Two terrifying forces unleashed their fury upon the island, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The ensuing shockwave surged forth, creating layers of energy circles that detonated. Akin to circular arc blades cleaving through the surroundings, each passage resonating with a thunderous crack. On the island, where the energy waves swept through, nothing remained but desolation, stones, trees, and grass obliterated beneath the relentless onslaught of raw power. The temperature surged dramatically, infusing the air with a faint scent of charred anticipation. It was not merely the happenings on the island that were affected. Beyond the shores, the waves cascaded in layers, tumultuous and expanding outward. Under the searing heat, scalding steam quickly formed, shrouding the water's surface. Such formidable power! A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Dracul Mihawk's gaze. Steadying himself, his breath quickened significantly. The explosive flames he had just encountered were far more potent than those he had faced previously. The strength of Roronoa Zoro seemed to surpass his expectations. On the island, the cacophony of violent explosions reverberated, drawing the attention of several pirates beyond this maritime territory. Pirate ships hastened toward the commotion, eager to join the fray. Eyes scanned the island's inhabitants, astonished at their audacity to engage in battle without fear of the Navy's intervention. Such arrogance among the pirates of the New World. In the struggle between the clam and the heron, the fisherman benefits. What a splendid opportunity. Look at those fools standing idly by, unaware that they should lend assistance. Suddenly, a figure, a pirate captain with a bounty of 100 million, kicked aside a newcomer who had dared to mock him. With a face as cold as ice, he barked at his subordinates. That is the crew of the Four Emperors, Shanks. Anyone who seeks to continue this folly, feel free. After casting a glance at Beckman and the others, filled with regret and perspiration, he exhaled a sigh of relief when he realized they remained unmoved, indifferent to his plight. A weight lifted from his chest. These imbeciles did not even recognize the red-haired pirates. They truly believed that merely arriving in the New World as pirates would grant them boundless audacity. They were courting death at an alarming rate. As a newcomer to the New World, he had already gleaned substantial information about this realm during his time on the Grand Line. He was acutely aware that the disparity in strength between him and the Four Emperors was vast. A mere glance imbued with haki could spell their doom. Gasps of horror echoed among the pirates aboard their ships as they realized they were facing the legendary crew of the Four Emperors, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They cast grateful looks toward the Grand Pirate who had just warned them. Moments ago, they had nearly spoken out of turn, had they provoked the formidable opponents. A single individual could lead them to ruin. However, after the initial shock of encountering the red-haired pirates, curiosity began to stir among the pirates regarding the figure standing defiantly before Shanks. Who was this audacious individual, daring to confront one of the Four Emperors? Truly a reckless soul. I see him as nothing more than an arrogant newcomer, thinking himself important upon arriving in the New World. The pirate, who had just been sent flying, rose from the ground and unleashed a torrent of menacing taunts. Upon realizing that the target of his derision belonged to the formidable Yonko crew, his heart leapt into his throat. At that moment, seeing someone stand before the Yonko, he felt compelled to defend them by mocking the opposing party, in a bid to appear clever and astute. However, just as he was reveling in his verbal onslaught, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million fixed his unwavering gaze upon Luoxiu. His breathing grew increasingly labored, and his pupils constricted. The figure, the attire, the physique, it was unmistakably that man. The cursed wretch. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, striking towards the pirate who had been deriding Luoxiu. Blood splattered, mingling with the sea. The head rolled across the deck before finally coming to a halt. In the midst of the astonished and bewildered gazes of the onlookers, the notorious pirate, now gripped by profound terror, stammered, "This man. He is Luoxiu." Chapter 77. The terrifying combat power of the four emperors. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the surroundings. Upon hearing that name, all the pirates present involuntarily held their breath. Subsequently, their gazes shifted to the unfortunate soul who had just lost his head, and their initial confusion vanished entirely. Some even spat in contempt, deeming him deserving of his fate. "Who is that, Rosh?" At that moment, one pirate suddenly inquired, seemingly recalling the name, but feeling it more foreign than familiar. The other pirates turned their eyes toward him in unison, their expressions betraying a mix of incredulity and disdain, as if to say, "What kind of fool is this?" It was understandable not to recognize the red-haired pirates upon entering the New World, but to be oblivious to the name of Rosh after traversing the Grand Line. What manner of person could that be? The pirate under scrutiny felt a chill run down his spine. I truly do not know," he stammered. The notorious pirate, with a bounty of 100 million, spoke with disbelief. "He has defeated Admiral Kazuru. Moreover, and most importantly, the Navy headquarters is set to publicly execute him in 10 days. Yet here he stands." Meanwhile, on the island, Rosh raised his profound gaze, piercing through the swirling clouds of smoke to lock eyes with red-haired Shanks. So this is one of the four emperors. His power, indeed formidable. In the original narrative, Shanks rarely engaged in battle, making it difficult to gauge his true prowess through tangible achievements. Aside from his display during the Marineford War, where he commanded respect with his Haushika haki, he seemed seldom to unleash his full strength. Yet from their brief exchange, Rosh discerned that his opponents might surpass even that of an admiral, capable of standing at the pinnacle of strength. Truly, nothing about them is simple. Simultaneously, Shanks was equally astonished by Rosh's capabilities. That recent strike had indeed channeled haki into his blade, producing a sword aura far more potent than a typical slash. However, it was still thwarted by that peculiar flame. How intriguing this has become. His interest in Rosh intensified. In the next moment, Shanks' eyes flickered, and his aura surged once more. His empty sleeves rustled ominously as he lightly pressed his foot against the ground, causing it to shatter. His astounding speed left behind a mere afterimage as shockwaves radiated outward. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball launched into the air. This time, he chose to strike first. Observing this, Rosh bent one knee slightly, his arms swelling with muscle, as if a ferocious beast was about to burst forth from within. A bolt of black lightning manifested upon the island, charging directly toward the advancing Shanks, sword raised high. Clang! Clang! Boom! Shanks and Rosh, two figures standing at the pinnacle of strength in the world, clashed continuously upon the island. The violent energy surged from their point of collision. As it struck the ground, a resounding crash echoed, leaving behind a gaping crater. Earth and stone were sent flying, dust swirling into the air. Only two shadowy figures engaged in fierce combat, clashing and then separating, only to collide once more. The reverberations of their battle were so intense that even the surrounding sea level seemed to sink beneath their might, ripples cascading endlessly. Waves surged with unrelenting force, each clash generating formidable aftershocks that stirred up towering tides. The aura of their prowess permeated every corner of the vicinity. Small creatures on the island cowered in their burrows, trembling in fear. Even the mighty sea kings retreated to the depths of the ocean, too afraid to reveal themselves, lest they suffer from an undeserved calamity. Countless pirates were enveloped in this terrifying atmosphere. This, indeed, was the power of the four emperors. The newcomer pirate, Luoxiu, who had vanquished Admiral Kizaru. Such terrifying strength could surely submerge an island. Suddenly, a violent clash erupted once more. The water, caught in the tumultuous energy, surged into monstrous waves reaching dozens of meters high, unstoppable in their advance towards the outer shores of the island. All the pirates stood frozen in shock. Then, a quivering voice broke the silence, shouting, "Run!" In an instant, those who had hoped to witness the duel and glean some combat experience scattered in all directions. The helmsman frantically turned the ship's wheel. Even the finest among them, seasoned navigators of the Grand Line's first half, could not withstand such a force. The mere aftershocks of their battle were enough to unleash waves of overwhelming magnitude. It was utterly terrifying. Such formidable power had far surpassed their comprehension. They need not lift a finger. Even the residual energy from their combat could obliterate them. Not only them, but the crew of the red-haired pirates was also exerting their abilities to counter the expanding force. Beckman, utilizing his haki to dissipate the energy, felt the cigar he held tremble in the fierce winds. His gaze was ardently fixed on the center of the island. Reflected in his eyes was a streak of black lightning. To think that Luoxiu could withstand such a prolonged struggle against their captain was indeed surprising. Beckman couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If earlier he had regarded Luoxiu as merely a strong yet inconsequential young upstart, now his perspective had irrevocably changed. He was well aware of the captain's strength, and Luoxiu's endurance spoke volumes. In contrast to Beckman's contemplations, Mihawk felt an even greater tremor within him. The black sword at his back emitted a faint quiver, seemingly ignited by the fervor of the fierce battle. In the next moment, with a sharp sound, Mihawk unsheathed the black blade, positioning it before him, and then swung it with great force. A colossal violet sword aura sliced forth from the blade, carrying immense power as it directed itself towards the surging waves. In an instant, the tumultuous waters were cleaved in two. The fleeing pirates, witnessing the severed waves, felt a jolt of shock in their eyes. Such formidable swordsmanship. Indeed, it is the world's preeminent swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Upon recognizing the assailant, they could not help but gasp in astonishment, their eyes brimming with trepidation. Confusion enveloped them, for they could not fathom the situation. How could it be that, aside from the red-haired pirates, the legendary Mihawk himself had also arrived? The pirates found themselves in disarray. What manner of day was this, that they should witness so many individuals whose strengths rivaled that of admiral-level fighters? Could it be that they had come for Rosh? This thought surged within them, leaving them in a state of shock. Mihawk, however, paid no heed to the murmurs of the pirates, dismissing them with indifference. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Rosh. His earlier action had merely been a momentary impulse, spurred by the desire to observe the unfolding battle. Just then, Beckman suddenly exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity as he fixed his unwavering stare upon the captain. The moment was imminent. Chapter 78, The Pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki. On the island, amidst a resounding clash, two shadowy figures separated and landed on opposing sides. At this moment, both individuals appear to be in a rather dire state. The violent impact, coupled with the rapid succession of attacks, had significantly drained their stamina. Rohaiu found himself perched atop a charred giant tree, his garments tattered and revealing his bronze skin, marred with traces of blood. His limbs and body bore various degrees of wounds, yet under the influence of the magical power of the talisman, they were gradually healing. Though Shanks displayed no visible injuries, the aftermath of his confrontation with Rohaiu left his breath uneven and his spirit somewhat diminished. What a formidable adversary, Rohaiu mused, shaking his head, his profound gaze fixed on the red-haired pirate. Despite Shanks lacking the powers of a devil fruit user, contending with him proved to be no less challenging than facing one endowed with such abilities. The haki encircling the griffin wrought damage surpassing that of Kizaru's Amatsuke's, and once targeted, evasion posed a considerable challenge. Were it not for Rohayu's extraordinary speed and remarkable self-healing capabilities, he would have surely sustained severe injuries. While Rohayu marveled at Shanks' tenacity, the red-haired pirate was equally impressed. At this moment, with one hand gripping the griffin, Shanks' breaths came much quicker than at the onset. Sweat dampened the hair that fell over his forehead. The self-healing ability, comparable to Kizaru's speed, and the explosive flames. All the reports Rohayu had read were being substantiated before his very eyes. Each of these abilities was at the pinnacle of its potential. It is worth noting that mastering even one of these skills would suffice to elevate one to the ranks of the powerful. However, when all these capabilities coalesce within a single individual, it transcends mere strength. It becomes monstrous. Rohayu, to be candid, I hold a great admiration for you. You remind me of someone. Shanks adjusted his breathing, refraining from hastily attacking, and turned his gaze toward Rohayu. Rohayu smirked slightly. Flattery will get you nowhere. Shanks chuckled softly. You remind me of someone. Do you know Roger? Upon uttering this name, a flicker of emotion crossed Shanks' features as memories cascaded back to his youthful days. Back then, he was but an apprentice aboard the Roger pirates, having witnessed the terrifying might of his captain and his boundless pride. He faced every opponent with unwavering courage, even the legendary rocks, embodying an indomitable spirit. The confidence radiating from that time bore a striking resemblance to the young man standing before him now. The members of the red-haired pirates exchanged knowing glances upon hearing their captain mention Roger. They were acutely aware that Roger, as Shanks' former captain, had always been his greatest idol. To draw a comparison between a newcomer and Roger was a rare honor that no one had ever received before. However, this was merely Shanks' personal perspective. For Rohayu, such a comparison held little merit for pride. Just a mere loser. How dare you compare yourself to me? Roshio remarked coldly. Ha! The red-haired Shanks, unfazed by Roshio's words, burst into laughter. If Roshio were to agree with his own statement, it would render his earlier assessment unworthy. A man like Roger is truly one of a kind. You little brat. Quite arrogant. However, mere bluster is of no consequence, Shanks said in a low voice. In the next moment, his expression turned gravely serious. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, sending shockwaves that soared into the sky. With a decisive step forward, Shanks' foot struck the ground with a crisp sound. Simultaneously, a dark wave of energy appeared in the sky, causing the clouds above to swirl inward as if influenced by some unseen force. Boom! The island reverberated with a thunderous sound, and the sky darkened ominously. What is happening? The sky. It feels as though it has suddenly turned dark. I wonder if it's about to rain. The pirates who had halted midway in their escape watched the terrifying scene on the island, murmuring amongst themselves. Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, discarded his cigar on the ground and cast a cold glance at the pirates. If you don't want to die, you better scram. Your bodies won't withstand this. The pirates froze, momentarily bewildered by his words. Before they could comprehend their meaning, the sound of footsteps echoed once more. Shanks, sword in hand, advanced step by step. With each stride, the oppressive haki intensified in the air. At that moment, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million suddenly seemed to recall something, turning abruptly to shout at the other pirates, It's Conqueror's haki! Run! Boom! Just as he spoke, a common pirate behind him rolled his eyes back, frothing at the mouth, and collapsed onto the deck, unconscious. Witnessing this scene, the notorious pirate's eyes widened in shock, his forehead dripping with sweat. So this is the power of the Conqueror's haki wielded by the four emperors, red-haired Shanks. Even from such a distance, it remains overwhelmingly formidable. Boom! In the next instant, the pirate buckled under the immense pressure from above, his knees giving way as he fell to the ground, his sword embedding itself in the deck in a desperate attempt to resist. The steady cadence of Shanks' footsteps grew heavier. With every step he took, pirates began to lose consciousness, their eyes rolling back in defeat. In an instant, the smaller pirates on the deck trembled. Fear etched on their faces as they witnessed one comrade after another succumb to unconsciousness, their voices quaking. One incredible haki, just as powerful as before. Mihawk sheathed his black sword behind his back, murmuring to himself. It was clear that he was not within the range of the haki's influence. But that did not prevent him from marveling at the strength of Shanks' aura. It is important to note that the Conqueror's haki is an extraordinary force, emerging only among a million. Even he lacks it. Those who can cultivate Conqueror's haki to such an extent are exceedingly rare. In comparison to others who are somewhat distant from the epicenter, the pressure felt by Luoxiu is unparalleled. The release of the Supreme Conqueror's haki exerts a tangible weight upon him, akin to the crushing force of countless tons bearing down. With a resounding crack, the colossal tree beneath him shatters, and the ground's rubble is reduced to mere powder. His already tattered garments sustain even more tears. Truly, he is a man who has mastered the Conqueror's haki to its utmost limits, capable of inflicting real damage. Luoxiu murmurs, in the vast expanse of the sea. If one were to determine who possesses the mightiest Conqueror's haki, it would undoubtedly be Shanks, the red-haired. Even Luoxiu, in the face of such overwhelming haki, cannot help but express his awe. Yet, it remains merely an expression of admiration. In the next moment, Luoxiu exhales a warm breath, and his aura surges dramatically. A similar force, centered around Luoxiu, sweeps outward. The sky shifts once more. Luoxiu's Conqueror's haki collides with that of the red-haired. Thunderous roars echo as the two haki clash in the heavens, lightning dancing through the air like serpents. Chapter 79. The Convergence of Conqueror's Haki. En parallèle d'aura. The clouds in the sky were torn asunder, a tempestuous aura descending with overwhelming force. The creatures on the island succumbed to unconsciousness under the collision of two dominant wills. Conqueror's haki. How intriguing, red-haired Shanks murmured, observing the manifestation of Luffy's haki. He was not taken aback. It would indeed be strange if a fearless, radiant young man like Luffy had not awakened the Conqueror's haki. However, this level of haki still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the pinnacle. Before him, it was insufficient. Boom! Shanks's haki surged to new heights. Simultaneously, crimson lightning slashed through the heavens, intermingled with dark currents of energy, creating a sight both ominous and mesmerizing. Swish! The black flames upon Shanks's griffin transformed, now enveloped in a layer of crimson. A terrifying aura erupted from the sword, an attack only comprehensible to those who had mastered the highest tier of Conqueror's haki. This is the convergence of Conqueror's haki. Luffy recognized it immediately. At that moment, Shanks was wielding an ability that reigned supreme in the pirate world. Its destructive capacity surpassed that of the armament haki, a feat achievable by only a handful across the vast seas. Yet, Luffy remained unfazed. With the protection of the magical talisman, he understood that what did not kill him would only serve to make him stronger. To personally experience the prowess of a top-tier haki user was, without a doubt, a monumental opportunity for his own growth. Buzzing, Shanks's griffin emitted a fierce tremor. The battle was on the brink of eruption. The tense atmosphere seemed to solidify. The clouds above quivered, and the corpses of fish floated to the surface of the sea, revealing their pale bellies. Luffy, it is time to conclude this. Shanks's scarred eyes glimmered with intensity. In the next instant, his pupils contracted. An overwhelming haki surged forth, causing the ground to fracture before a single blow was struck. Thud! Shanks leaped into the air. Whoosh! His arms danced gracefully, and the griffin became an unparalleled weapon. From above, 3 arcs of red and black sword energy, faster and stronger than before, were unleashed in rapid succession. The speed escalated, and amidst the gaze of many, continuous bolts of lightning descended from the sky, accompanied by 3 terrifying sword energies. In the blink of an eye, the sword energies swept through the space, each possessing the might to cleave mountains asunder. Wherever the sword energies passed, the fabric of reality twisted slightly, as if the void were fracturing. The sharpness of the attack was sufficient to sever anything in its path. Captain, he is serious now. This is the first time I've seen the captain so earnest. This time, surely there's no suspense left. The crew of the red-haired pirates widened their eyes slightly. With that, they all turned their gaze towards Luffy amidst the battlefield. The crimson and obsidian sword aura surged forth, enveloped in an oppressive force capable of subduing all in its path. This was indeed the famed red-haired Shanks, a figure consistently seated atop the throne of the four emperors. Luoxiu narrowed his eyes, sensing the imminent danger in this strike. He might sustain injuries, yet the destructive sword energy was about to descend upon him. His muscles quivered involuntarily, not from fear, but rather from an exhilarating anticipation. At this moment, Luoxiu felt his spirit soaring, invigorated by the prospect of challenging one of the four emperors. He was prepared to confront formidable foes, embodying the courage necessary to engage in battle with true power. For it is only through such encounters that he could swiftly elevate his strength, justifying his existence in this world. To merely survive in one place would allow time to pass, but that was not his desire. He yearned to enhance his abilities, ascend to the pinnacle of strength, and vie with the powerful of this era until he had vanquished all adversaries. Only then would he earn the right to roam freely in this realm. Otherwise, he would remain perpetually constrained to slay pirates, to vanquish the branch colonel, to emerge from the East Blue, to defeat the warlord Crocodile, to wound Admiral Kizaru. These were all testaments to his fiery resolve. In this very moment, confronted by the conqueror's haki of one of the four emperors, Luoxiu's blood surged with fervor. His muscles, pulsing with the desire for combat, welcomed the oncoming, overwhelming sword energy. Yet, instead of retreating, Luoxiu stepped forward resolutely, his deep-set eyes shimmering with electric intensity. In a low voice, he declared, "Then let us battle." Boom! Explosive flames erupted from his being, manifesting as an unbounded sea of fire, threatening to consume everything in its wake. Concurrently, Luoxiu propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch. A penetrating force surged from his spine to his right fist, which he unleashed with ferocity. His fist collided with the initial sword energy amidst the roaring flames, resulting in a resounding crack. The fierce sword energy, laden with haki, burrowed into Luoxiu's arm, leaving his sinewy muscles marred with scars, blood flowing profusely. Yet, he showed no signs of hesitation. The power of the bull talisman coursed through his limbs and into his fist, striking with the force of a crashing mountain. Another resounding crack echoed as he shattered the fierce sword energy. Luoxiu's conqueror's haki surged forth once more, stirring a tempest around him. The ground beneath his feet fractured inch by inch. The force of his impact ruthlessly tore apart the hardened earth, and the overwhelming wind pressure swept through the surroundings. Even figures like Mihawk and Beckman could not help but unleash their own haki to shield themselves. But at the center stood Luoxiu, unwavering, as if a colossal titan intertwining with the very fabric of the heavens and earth, his imposing figure drawing attention from all. In the distance, the red-haired Shanks landed gracefully, his eyes wide with astonishment. To withstand the sword energy with mere physical strength was indeed quite unsettling. Though he spoke of discomfort, his tone betrayed a profound sense of shock. A sharp gasp escaped from the red-haired man's lips as he suddenly sensed a shift in the air. The conqueror's haki had indeed advanced. His gaze fell upon the unparalleled aura radiating from Rosh, and his pupils trembled with astonishment. If initially Rosh had merely grazed the threshold of intermediate mastery, now his haki had fully matured to that level and even seemed poised to ascend to the advanced tier. The red-haired man understood that during combat, a relentless spirit could indeed catalyze the enhancement of one's haki. However, such a remarkable leap was exceedingly rare. He pondered internally. What formidable and invincible presence had Rosh brought forth that enabled such rapid progress? Or rather, what did this world represent for Rosh? Beneath the ferocious and sharp aura, could it be that he harbored ambitions of standing atop the world, intent on overturning everything before him? A chill crept beneath the red-haired man's feet. This was utterly intolerable. Rosh, oblivious to Shanks's thoughts and unaware of the gravity of the situation, unleashed a torrent of explosive flames, neutralizing the incoming sword energy. He continued to throw punch after punch, his fists moving with such speed that they created phantoms. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy was shattered, exploding into countless fragments. Chapter 80. Inheriting Roger's Martial Arts. Divine Evasion. Luoxiu's arm was a tapestry of wounds, drenched in crimson. The sword aura, fierce and unyielding, entwined with the conqueror's haki, was all the more terrifying. With a sharp crack, a gash opened between the bones of Luoxiu's right fist, and viscous scarlet droplets shot forth, landing squarely upon his lips. Luoxiu pressed his lips together, a metallic tang swiftly spreading across his taste buds. With a resonant hum, the turbulence gradually subsided. Throughout, Luoxiu did not so much as blink. Given his self-healing prowess, these injuries were mere trifles. The speed of his fists unabated, he continued to strike ferociously ahead. The final sword aura shattered under the might of Luoxiu's explosive blow, scattering countless razor-like gusts. A tempest converged, a miniature vortex forcibly conjured by the force of his punch. Open, Luoxiu. He coiled his right fist, pivoting his body to deliver his mightiest strike. With a resounding rip, the sleeve of his arm was torn asunder, the ground beneath him fracturing anew, the spiraling air currents twisting inward. Crack! Within the depths of the cyclone, web-like fissures emerged. This punch was cataclysmic, unleashing a force so staggering it rendered onlookers speechless. There was no room for resistance. The sword aura, entwined with the conqueror's haki, was forcibly dispelled. The wind stilled. Luoxiu exhaled a heated breath, the blood from his arm dripping to the ground. Forming droplets, his figure stood proud and unyielding. Hiss! Is this what true strength looks like? It's terrifying. That boundless sword aura could cleave islands in two. Yet Luoxiu withstood it. Is Luoxiu's power truly greater than that of the four emperors? Dispelling sword auras with sheer fists. It is simply astonishing. The pirates who managed to remain upright were all wide-eyed with fervor. They marveled at the tremendous might of Shank's swordsmanship, yet simultaneously lauded Luoxiu's strength. Without exception, they were captivated by this breathtaking battle, momentarily forgetting their need to flee. What monster! Even Mihawk was taken aback. He could receive Shank's conqueror's haki, but to dismantle it with mere fists as Luoxiu did, honestly, he found it impossible. The one capable of such feats was undeniably a monster. His physical prowess was astonishing. Unconsciously, Mihawk found himself comparing himself to the red-haired. He pondered if he stood opposite Luoxiu and unleashed a fierce sword strike. What would the outcome be? Undoubtedly, it would not differ much from the present result. He too would be shattered by Luoxiu's might. Contemplating this, a tightness gripped his heart, his gaze sharpening. Rather than feeling disheartened, he felt an even greater fervor, his fighting spirit igniting. After all, only such formidable opponents are worthy of a full-throttle battle. He indeed possesses the qualifications to challenge the captain. Vice Emperor Beckman contemplated for a lengthy moment before articulating this statement. Reluctant to concede, he nevertheless acknowledged that Roju's prowess had astounded him. His hand rested upon the flintlock at his waist, yet Beckman ultimately refrained from drawing it. For a fleeting instant, he genuinely feared for the captain's safety, a sentiment that had not surfaced in years of traversing the seas alongside him. However, it was time to draw a line. If all proceeded as expected, the captain would undoubtedly utilize that particular move. Beckman exhaled deeply, voicing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Jesus Burgess, Gab, and the others nodded in agreement. Roju was formidable, surpassing all anticipations. Yet even now, they did not believe that Roju could truly defeat the captain. This conviction was a testament to the confidence garnered from years spent alongside him. At the island's center, 3 arcs of sword energy shattered the ground, leaving behind a landscape riddled with craters and uprooted trees. The once picturesque isle had been reduced to utter devastation. Roju and red-haired Shanks faced each other, a silent standoff. Roju, you are indeed powerful. You always manage to surprise me. Shanks was the first to break the silence. Though wielding only one hand, it did nothing to diminish his formidable presence. The admiration in his gaze was now tinged with awe. A person capable of astonishing one of the 4 emperors is more than capable of overwhelming any so-called peer. Shank's intense gaze scrutinized Roju, who, despite not being particularly tall, possessed a physique reminiscent of a monster. Observing his arms, one noted that the grievous wounds had miraculously healed, his skin smooth and unblemished. as if the prior turmoil had been but a figment of imagination. Such an incomprehensible individual had inexplicably emerged from the East Blue. This world increasingly left one feeling. Disoriented, Shanks mused, shaking his head. Griffin was once again gripped tightly, its crimson-black aura enveloping the blade. The sharpness surged with anticipation. Roju, this technique was imparted to me by that man. You bear such striking resemblance to him. Let this conclude our battle today. With these words, Shanks knelt slightly, and a tremendous, tempestuous energy emanated from him, escalating until it reached its zenith. The Conqueror's haki enveloped the island, intertwining black and red hues that danced through the air. The atmosphere buzzed with a piercing wind, resonating in the ears of those present, causing discomfort to their eardrums. An invisible pressure swept over the scene. At this moment, everyone ceased their actions, holding their breath. The island fell into an uncanny silence, save for the rhythmic crashing of waves against the rocks. Above, a seagull soared, shattering the suffocating tension that hung in the air. Luoxiu adjusted his breathing, tearing away the tattered remnants of his garments and carelessly discarding them aside. His well-defined muscles were laid bare, glistening under the radiant sunlight. Let come, he thought, aware that this impending strike was the crux of the battle and the key to vanquishing the red-haired Shanks. In the next instant, Shanks sprang into action. He raised his arm high, the long sword suspended in midair as the boundless aura around him seemed to converge, drawn towards the griffin in his grasp. A striking hue of crimson adorned the obsidian blade. Then, a low hum resonated. Red energy surged forth, enveloping him entirely and encasing the dark aura. With one arm positioned before him, the blade of the griffin faced outward. In the following moment, Shanks's eyes flickered with intensity. Divine Evade, he uttered with a commanding tone. He thrust his arm forward with great force. A sword energy potent enough to consume all erupted from the griffin. Countless black and red arcs of electricity danced wildly in the air. As the turbulent waves of energy surged, the ground within a 100-meter radius fractured. The air itself, akin to fragile glass, bore cracks. The terrifying sword energy, traversing the heavens and the earth, instilled fear merely by its glance. The Divine Evade, entwined with the Conqueror's haki, was a martial art passed down from Roger. It unleashed the might of the Conqueror's aura in the form of shockwaves, capable of overwhelming anything in its path. Chapter 81. This is nothing short of a monster. No, it resembles a demon. The very heavens and earth seem to shatter as Shanks unleashed this devastating move. The waters surrounding the island surged violently. Waves crashed and surged inward, flooding the island. The pirates on nearby isles, witnessing this terrifying slash, were gripped by sheer horror. Run! At last, someone reacted, shouting in panic. Those pirates who had yet to fall began to flee frantically. They understood that staying any longer would lead to but one outcome: death. Certain death. The energy emanating from the sword's aura, even in its residual form, was far beyond their capacity to withstand. Even the crew of the red-haired pirates, upon witnessing their captain strike, felt their pupils constrict and their bodies instinctively retreat. Although this attack was not directed at them, the spreading energy was still daunting. Only Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, was drawn in by this sword energy. This was a move he had yet to witness in his duel with Shanks. Seeing this scene ignited his fighting spirit, not out of fear, but exhilaration. How tremendous could the might of that sword strike truly be? Simultaneously, he wondered how Rosh would respond to such an onslaught. At that moment, within his line of sight, Rosh stood amidst the long winds, the sword energy already before him. The speed was such that it seemed to transcend space itself. There was no evasion possible. This was divine avoidance, Rosh thought, a heaviness settling in his heart as he murmured. His momentum surged suddenly, an invincible confidence swelling within him. The power of the bull talisman surged forth, all his strength converging into his limbs. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and the ground beneath him fractured layer upon layer. Tiny stones were blown into suspension in the air. A terrifying, mountain-like energy manifested in his fists. Simultaneously, the The power of the dragon talisman erupted. The essence of his innate talisman, ablaze with explosive flames, appeared in his palms. The seething flames, like rippling waves, hovered within his grasp. As the magical energy of the talisman continued to intensify, the flames grew larger. In the span of a mere half-breath, the fire had transformed into a colossal fireball, its temperature akin to that of the sun, plucked from the heavens. With his legs slightly bent and piercing, profound eyes fixed intently on the descending sword energy, Rosh suddenly surged with power just as the sword energy was about to descend. His aura enveloped him, coiling and spiraling. Airwaves rippled outward for dozens of meters. Boundless strength converged towards his fists. The massive fireball in his palm was guided forth, like an arrow released in an instant. Whoosh! The fireball shot forth from his palm towards the sword energy. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, akin to a colossal cannonball detonating. The sound was deafening, reverberating outward from the island, reaching even dozens of kilometers away. A multitude of bewildered pirates, alongside the station navy, turned their gazes towards the island, their brows furrowed in concern. Uncertain of what transpired, they could infer from the terrifying sound that a significant event was underway. At that moment, following the colossal noise, a surge of energy erupted, causing the entire isle to tremble, akin to a frightened child at a loss. The sword aura, diminished by the explosion of fireballs, retained its sharpness and unwavering direction, aimed straight at Rosh. However, as the fireball collided with the shield known as Shunbai, Rosh propelled himself off the ground with a powerful push of his legs. Boom! He shot forth like a cannonball, leaving behind a crater several dozen meters wide, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Rosh's fists swelled with energy, his muscles bulging prominently. His upper body, exposed, contained an overwhelming force that was almost palpable. With each heartbeat, his robust chest heaved and contracted, exuding a chilling aura in the air, cold and sharp like an unparalleled blade. Sensing the oncoming turbulent sword aura, Rosh slightly turned his neck, focusing intently as he bent his body slightly. Clenching his fists tightly, the sinewy muscles of his arms stood in stark relief. In the next instant, he struck down fiercely towards the sword aura. Boom! Boom! In midair, Rosh, with a physique reminiscent of a beast, pounded his fists against the sword aura like a relentless machine. With each blow, the sword aura diminished, sending shockwaves that surged outward in all directions. Black and red blades slicing through the sea and earth, unleashing waves of explosive energy. Blood coated Rosh's fists, yet he showed no sign of halting. The power of the bull talisman surged to its zenith, the sound of explosions ringing incessantly in his ears. Finally, after an indeterminate number of punches, the sword aura, entwined with the color of conquerors, could no longer withstand the onslaught. Crack! The black and red slash revealed minute fissures, the sound crisp, akin to shattering glass. Subsequently, the noise intensified, the cracks rapidly expanding, fracturing piece by piece. This technique, derived from Roger Shunbai, unleashed by a master of supreme hockey, was obliterated in an instant. In midair, as the sword aura shattered, the violent energy surged in all directions, saturating the atmosphere with a terrifying force. The sea rushed in torrents, and the island began to crumble. However, in stark contrast, Shanks's heart was tumultuous, akin to a tempest. Shenbi had been torn asunder. A rare look of shock graced his face as his eyes fell upon Rosh, stained in blood, perceiving not a mere youth, but a demon risen from the depths of hell. He realized that having reached this point, he was utterly powerless. If even Shunbai could not contend with Rosh, torn to shreds, how could he hope to defeat him? At this moment, although Rosh was seemingly gravely injured, Shanks understood that due to his monstrous physique, recovery would soon be at hand. In contrast, he felt the turbulence of energy within his body. Though there were no visible wounds, a sweet taste emerged in his throat during the fierce exchange with Rosh. The intensity of battle had led to a rapid decline in his stamina. One was an indestructible beast, while the other, through relentless combat, was gradually exhausting his strength. If this confrontation were to persist, it would undoubtedly result in his defeat. With a sigh, Shanks shook his head and exhaled. Defeat indeed. Surprisingly, he felt little sorrow. Rather, he accepted it with equanimity. Rosh's prowess far exceeded his expectations. If he were to be vanquished by someone of Captain Roger's caliber, there seemed little reason to be disheartened. With this thought, Shanks sheathed his griffin at his waist. However, at that moment, as he watched the unfolding spectacle, Mihawk's aura suddenly surged, and he made an unexpected strike, his figure like a flash of lightning. He understood that Shanks preferred not to have others intervene during battle, yet he felt compelled to engage Rosh in a confrontation. Chapter 82. The Awakening of the Terra Mask. Rosh tore through the sword energy, his figure descending towards the ground, shaking off the blood from his hands. The wounds on his fists began to heal under the influence of the magical runes. Ding! Detection indicates that Shanks has lost the will to fight. Defeated. Congratulations, host. You have triumphed over one of the 4 emperors. You have gained 400 command points. The Terra Mask has been unlocked. The voice of the system suddenly echoed without warning. Rosh's body momentarily froze. He had anticipated a prolonged struggle, believing he needed to incapacitate Shanks completely to claim victory. To his surprise, forcing his opponent to lose the will to fight was also considered a form of triumph. Rosh, prepare yourself. At that moment, a solemn voice abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Mihawk, perched in midair, wielding a black sword taller than himself, charged towards Rosh. Rosh gazed at the fervent Mihawk with an impassive expression, his brow involuntarily furrowing. In the original narrative, Mihawk was portrayed as a stoic figure, yet here he was seemingly ecstatic upon seeing him. What was with this exuberance? He had clearly stated his lack of interest. Nevertheless, Rosh gathered his resolve. With the opponent charging at him with drawn sword, he had no choice but to engage. In the next instant, a glimmer flashed in Rosh's eyes. The dragon rune activated, and a fireball hurtled towards Mihawk. The black sword cleaved downwards, shattering the fireball under the ferocity of its blade. Then 1, 2, 3, a multitude of fireballs cascaded towards Mihawk. Mihawk's expression shifted as he beheld the explosive flames. This was no trivial matter. He was compelled to return to the ground, evading the descending fireballs, while his black sword unleashed waves of sword energy in rapid succession. Boom! 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 The explosions reverberated across the island, the rampant energy ravaging the land, leaving traces of fire in its wake. The acrid scent in the air thickened. The sea surged violently, flooding the island. Finally, after enduring the relentless onslaught from both Rosh and Shanks, compounded by Rosh's fierce barrage, the island could no longer withstand the turmoil. Run! The island is sinking. A voice suddenly cried out. Panic ensued among the crowd. Get on the ship. Leave this place. Shanks was the first to react, his figure gracefully leaping to stand before Beckman and the others. Mihawk's sharp gaze swept over Rosh, unwilling to concede, as he sheathed his black sword. His body launched towards the foe's ship like a cannonball. Rosh, we shall have our duel, Mihawk declared, leaving those words hanging in the air. Rosh merely smiled in response. Non-committal. Mihawk, perhaps you can defeat Shanks first before we consider that. You have yet to earn the right to compel my hand. With that, he stepped onto the surface of the sea, his legs propelling him forward as the rabbit rune's power surged, shooting him forth like an arrow. His objective accomplished, the island began to succumb to the depths. There is no need to linger. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the vicinity. Mihawk stood upon the deck of the fossa, gazing at the departing Luoxiu, his eyes flickering with thoughts. The echoes of Luoxiu's final words resonated in his ears. As the world's foremost swordsman, such declarations had always emanated from his own lips. Yet now, these words had come from someone deemed unworthy. 2 words, arrogant. A fledgling pirate dared to tell the world's greatest swordsman that he was not worthy of a challenge. The most astonishing aspect was that the other had no means to counter this claim. Such a situation, in any context, would leave one utterly astounded. However, Mihawk recognized that Luoxiu possessed the audacity to speak thus. The recent battle had made everything clear. Even if he were to face Luoxiu, the outcome would likely mirror that of his confrontation with Shanks. Nonetheless, Mihawk still yearned for a duel. For the world's greatest swordsman, the outcome was of little consequence. It was the journey that mattered. Only within the throes of life and death battles can one truly discern their shortcomings and strive for greater mastery of the sword. Such a formidable newcomer indeed evokes discomfort. Shanks watched Rashu's departing figure, a sigh escaping his lips. The tumultuous emotions within him gradually subsided. Rashu had left, but the memories he forged remained indelibly etched in Shanks' heart. Mihawk concurred with his sentiment. The Navy would soon find itself in distress. Pausing momentarily, he turned to Shanks. This should be a cause for celebration among us pirates, no? The red-haired captain sighed and shook his head. I fear this world is on the brink of chaos. Though he was a pirate, he harbored no affection for wealth or bloodshed. Rather, Shanks had always prioritized the pursuit of peace over turmoil. Yet, from his recent encounter with Rashu, he sensed within the newcomer a formidable ambition to topple the world government. Mihawk discerned Shanks' implication, but he remained unconcerned. Such matters were best left for the world government to fret over. I shall take my leave. I will hone my swordsmanship. When the day arrives that I defeat Rashu, we shall share a drink. Mihawk retrieved his coffin-like skiff, leaping aboard to bid farewell to Shanks. As he departed from the red-haired pirates, Shanks nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment, he turned to Beckman and the others, declaring, "Set sail for Mary Geos." Meanwhile, news of Rashu's battle with the red-haired emperor spread like wildfire throughout the other factions in the New World. In the New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship, the legendary Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, reclined on the deck sofa, as per usual, an array of potions hanging by his side. However, one detail diverged from the norm. He now held a photograph in his hand, capturing an image of Rashu aboard the celestial dragon ship. Gururara, this Rashu is ever full of surprises. Whitebeard's body trembled with laughter, feeling that this little rascal, Roquefort, increasingly suited his taste. Previously, upon learning that Roquefort had been captured by the Navy headquarters, he felt a twinge of regret. However, this photograph serves as irrefutable evidence that it was merely a rumor. Moreover, Roquefort had audaciously slain a celestial dragon. Such an occurrence is exceedingly rare in this new era of grand voyages. It inevitably reminded Whitebeard of his days as the captain of the Rocks Pirates during the infamous era of piracy, where the first thought upon encountering a celestial dragon was annihilation. "Old man, what brings you such joy?" inquired Diamond Jozu, a hint of confusion in his voice. In Jozu's recollection, it had been quite some time since the old man had displayed such exuberance. Not only was Jozu curious, but others on the deck, who were indulging in their drinks, shared the same sentiment. "Do you remember Roquefort?" Whitebeard began slowly. "Roquefort, the newcomer who vanquished Admiral Kazuru. I believe he was captured by the Navy. Why has the old man suddenly brought up this individual?" Chapter 83. If only I could invite him to be my son. The crew members, of course, recognized him, as his rise to prominence was astonishingly swift. Likewise, his fall was equally rapid. However, they were somewhat perplexed as to the significance of their esteemed patriarch, the world's strongest man. Although Rosh was formidable, such heightened attention seemed unwarranted. "Gulalala, my dear sons, he has not been captured by the Navy." With a grand gesture, Whitebeard tossed Rosh's photograph into the air, where it floated down gracefully onto the deck. Brickstone Jaws, Flower, Sword Vista, and the other captains turned their gazes toward the image, their expressions shifting dramatically, their pupils dilating. Merely a photograph, yet it contained a wealth of information, relentlessly challenging their perceptions. Silence. An unusual stillness enveloped the deck. For a moment, it was profoundly quiet, save for the bubbling sound of the potion suspended from Whitebeard's grasp. This cannot be real. After a considerable pause, someone finally recovered their composure, incredulity etched upon their face. After all, the revelation was utterly explosive. The man destined for public execution, Rosh, had appeared on the Red Line and even slain a celestial dragon. Such an act was far more devastating to the Navy than merely vanquishing their forces. My dear sons, in this era of great voyages, nothing is impossible. A remarkable young rogue has emerged upon the seas. You must all strive to keep pace. Whitebeard declared. Moreover, it appears he intends to venture into the new world. Perhaps there may be a chance for us to meet. Upon hearing this, the crew members momentarily froze. Rosh had killed a celestial dragon. Would he not be hunted down by the world government? Nevertheless, they found themselves unconsciously clenching their fists, especially Brickstone Jaws and the other captains, their eyes brimming with a fervent combat spirit. Rosh, this nascent pirate, regardless of what the future held, had already become the target they aspired to surpass in that moment. Just then, a piercing cry resonated across the deck. A flaming phoenix soared through the skies, leaving a trail of brilliance as it landed before Whitebeard. Marco, do you have news? Whitebeard raised his gaze to his second-in-command, a smile gracing his lips. Rosh, he should be in a new world by now. Learning that Rosh had evaded capture by the Navy, Whitebeard was keenly interested in his whereabouts. If the opportunity arose, he would dearly wish to invite Rosh to become his son. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rosh, making his way toward the doldrums, suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose, inwardly muttering, "Damn it, someone is cursing me." Father, the latest news. Rosh has indeed appeared in the new world. Marco looked at his father, swallowing hard. He even encountered the red-haired pirates. Moreover, Rosh and Shanks exchanged blows. He paused momentarily, allowing the weight of the revelation to settle. Whitebeard leaned slightly forward, a hint of surprise evident on his face as he stroked his chin and murmured, "He actually faced off against Shanks, with Shanks' formidable strength. It seems that Luffy would have received quite the lesson." He spoke to himself, fully aware of the power wielded by the red-haired emperor. Defeating the current Luffy should not pose much difficulty. However, a thought soon crossed his mind, causing him to furrow his brow. Could it be that Luffy, after being bested by Shanks, had become a member of the red-haired pirates? It was common knowledge that Luffy lacked any allegiance on the seas, which was precisely why Whitebeard had considered inviting him to join his crew. Yet now, with Luffy clashing with Shanks, it seemed as though his plans might be thwarted. Has Luffy truly become a crew member of the red-haired pirates? Whitebeard thundered, his voice resonating with intensity. Marco, somewhat perplexed by his father's musings, paused momentarily to collect his thoughts, for the upcoming revelation was indeed hard to believe. After regaining his composure, Marco continued, Luffy did not join the red-haired pirates. They clashed on an island. Both were evenly matched, yet Luffy grew bolder with every strike, shattering sword energy with his bare hands, until he ultimately sank the island. Shanks found himself at a disadvantage. Such scenes were also unfolding within the territory of another emperor. On Kaido's domain, Onigashima, his subordinates convened to discuss the recent events stirring the seas. "Governor, that Luffy fellow has been increasingly audacious lately. He has been stealing our thunder," a rotund figure inquired from the crowd, his physique resembling a sphere, save for his head, sporting sunglasses and violet lips. He had a golden ponytail atop his head and a cigar clenched between his teeth. This was Queen, one of the prominent figures known as the Plague, renowned for his penchant for concocting various chemicals. Kaido remained silent, resting his head in his hand. Towering at over 7 meters, his massive frame was imposing. He had long, black hair and a pair of horn-like protrusions, with a beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers. Adorned with dragon scale tattoos on his left arm, he was bare-chested, with an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen, a purple garment draped around his waist, and heavy green pants. A purple fur cloak enveloped him, exuding an aura of demonic presence. Merely his presence instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. He had heard of Luffy's name, though he had paid it little heed, especially after the latter was captured by the Marines. To his surprise, Luffy had resurfaced, even taking down a celestial dragon, and was said to have engaged Shanks in direct combat, seemingly gaining the upper hand. This was a development that was impossible to ignore. "I heard he used his fists to shatter Shanks' sword energy." Kaido's voice boomed like thunder. "Indeed, Captain, Luffy possesses exceptional physical prowess." The speaker this time is one of the prominent figures, the foremost among the 3 great disasters, the Flame Calamity, with a bounty of 1.39 billion berries and known as Kaido's right hand. He possesses extraordinary courage. In the original narrative, he once dared to confront the Big Mom pirates alone to prevent their entry into Wano country. Indeed, What an intriguing character, Kaido murmured with keen interest. As one of the most formidable beings in the world, he claims the title of the strongest in terms of physical prowess, with no one daring to contest this claim. The way Roquefort shattered the sword energy, along with his speed, strength, and regenerative abilities, piqued his curiosity. It just so happens that he has long been in search of a worthy adversary, and this Roquefort seems quite promising. Furthermore, with Roquefort currently in the limelight, it would serve well to diminish his reputation while simultaneously enhancing his own. Keep a close watch on Roquefort's movements. Report to me immediately with any news. Chapter 84. The Fusion of the Tiger Talisman. The Calm Belt. A strip of ocean flanking the Grand Line. This expanse of water is devoid of both wind and current, rendering the surface utterly tranquil. Once a sailing vessel enters this region, it becomes immobilized, unable to move, making it a perilous area for pirates to navigate. Yet, within this stillness resides a multitude of colossal sea kings. At this moment, upon a deserted island, lies the carcass of a sea king, its immense form having crushed several trees, its size comparable to a significant portion of the island itself. Beside this behemoth sits a smaller creature, adorned with green skin and a distinctive hairstyle. This is one of the demons, placed in the calm belt by Rosh, known as Bagong. Above, a seagull, raised by the Navy, soars over the island, its call shattering the tranquility of the calm belt. The creatures of this world are indeed enormous, Bagong remarked, patting its belly and smacking its lips. In this marine realm, many gigantic beings lurk, some far larger than herself. Had it not been for Rosh's explicit instructions, she would have assumed these beings were merely oversized fish, insignificant in nature. Bagong had initially thought she had stumbled into a realm of demons. With a flick of its tongue, it dismissed such thoughts and fixated on the abundant food before it, devouring with astonishing speed. In no time, a sea king larger than Bagong had vanished, its essence converted into magic within Bogang's form, resulting in a noticeable increase in its size. Suddenly, a swift figure approached the island. With a thunderous crash, Rosh landed on the shore, creating a massive crater. Following him were 3 sea kings, undoubtedly drawn by the commotion stirred up by Rosh's passage across the surface. Each of these titans was significantly larger than Bagong, their enormous eyes fixated on Rosh, and on Bagong, who had just finished feasting on their kin. Indeed, the calm belt is perilous. Awakens, accompanying, Rosh declared, settling his stance and observing the 3 titans behind him, lamenting that they were not of the ultra-large variety. Despite his words of caution, Rosh's movements were swift and decisive. He leaped into action, unleashing a barrage of explosive fireballs, and within moments, the 3 sea kings were dispatched. The reason for his timing was clear: to provide Bagong with a hearty meal. With this thought, Rosh turned his gaze to Bagong, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You've grown significantly. Now you resemble a true demon," he mused, stroking his chin. Compared to its initial size, the demon Bagong had at least tripled in dimensions, now comparable to the size of a naval headquarters building. It seems my decision to leave Bagong here was indeed wise. Had it been something else, the growth would not have been as pronounced as it is now. However, it seems that the pace of growth has gradually slowed over time. This is quite understandable, as a continuous uniform increase is untenable. Every phenomenon adheres to the curve of rapid initial growth followed by a gradual deceleration. Upon noticing that Luoxiu had arrived, Bogang grinned broadly, though his gaze remained fixed on the 3 sea kings behind him. Luoxiu understood the situation, nodding in acknowledgement. Bogang, unreserved as ever, patted his belly and approached the sea kings. Approximately 10 minutes later, he dispatched the 3 sea kings, scorched by flames, and licked his lips, still savoring the aftermath. Luoxiu observed Bogang, whose size had significantly increased once more, raising an eyebrow in response. The imposing presence of the giant was palpable, yet uncertainty lingered regarding his actual strength. Despite Bogang's considerable increase in size, Luoxiu felt a lack of confidence in his abilities. After all, having been confined in hell for so long had diminished his power. A personal test was necessary, Luoxiu murmured, clenching his fists. "Bogang, time for some training." Bogang, However, before she could utter another word, a fireball hurtled toward them. The searing heat seemed capable of igniting the very air. Boom! Bogang did not even flinch. The fireball struck his massive form directly. Smoke billowed, and flames erupted in the sky. When the black smoke dissipated, Bogang casually brushed off the area where the fireball had impacted, shaking off the black ashes. His green skin remained unscathed. Witnessing this, Roshio couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. For words came to mind, big and tough. The explosive fireball, ignited by the dragon's incantation, would compel even top-tier experts like Hawkeye and Shanks to employ sword energy for defense. Otherwise, a direct hit would result in either death or severe injury. Yet, upon striking Bogang, it left not even a scratch. He was astonishingly resilient. Roshio contemplated how, with his increasing size, his physical strength had similarly augmented. Judging solely by physical robustness, Bogang now surpassed him significantly. Such formidable strength would undoubtedly make it challenging to inflict damage even against an admiral-level combatant. Moreover, Bogang possessed immense power, capable of becoming a colossal force. Truly, as one of the demons, even after being imprisoned for over a millennium and enduring a gradual decline in strength, he still exhibited such terrifying combat prowess. There was no need for further verification. Having recalled Bogang, Roshio began to assess the results of this period on the island. With the enhancement of over 400 leadership points, the masks in the system space, previously tinged red only at the jawline, were now entirely crimson. This indicated that the mask had been unlocked. As the supreme commander of the Shadow Legion, Terra could summon all Shadow soldiers. This meant that Roshio now commanded an entire battalion. Now this feels like stepping into this world. The malevolent Roshio whispered, reflecting on the disgrace of the previous failure who had been captured by the Navy. Truly a humiliation. During this period, the news of Luoxiu's arrest reached his ears multiple times. One could easily surmise that this was no fabrication. Undoubtedly, that coward had been apprehended. Although this incident had morphed into a source of amusement for the Navy due to his presence on the vast ocean, Luoxiu found pleasure in witnessing such a turn of events. If it had become a joke, then let the jest continue unabated. He would not exhibit any benevolence in rescuing that worthless individual. He pondered, what might I become if he were to perish? Suddenly, an inexplicable thought surged within him, a bold notion rising from the depths of his consciousness. However, at that very moment, the system's voice ruthlessly interrupted his train of thought. Ding! The sixth charm has been detected. The chicken charm is about to be activated. The tiger charm is currently merging. An unsettling sensation gripped Luoxiu's heart as he reached towards the void of the sky, letting out a howl towards the heavens. No! Chapter 85. The meeting of the five elders in stark contrast to the plight of Roke. The world government finds itself in an excruciating predicament. At Marigios, within an immense circular chamber, the five elders are arranged in a solemn circle, their expressions grim. Standing beside them, Admiral Sengoku bears a similarly troubled countenance. His emotions are tumultuous, for Roke, previously confined within Impel Down, has inexplicably resurfaced in the Sabaody archipelago. Moreover, he has audaciously slain several celestial dragons. This is an egregious dereliction of duty for the Navy and a profound humiliation. Since the fall of the Rocks era, during Sengoku's tenure as admiral, even amidst the Great Pirate Era, no pirate has dared to publicly harm a celestial dragon, let alone execute 3 of them, displaying their severed heads on a flag that symbolizes the celestial dragon lineage, parading across the sea with impunity. Such an act is tantamount to declaring war on the world government. Upon receiving this astonishing news, Sengoku was summoned by the five elders and hastily made his way here. The gravity of the situation is immense, beyond the Navy's capacity to suppress. Bang! One of the five elders, an elderly man with white, curly hair clad in a black suit, slammed his staff down forcefully, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. He berated, "You incompetent Navy. What on earth are you doing with the funding allocated to you each year? How is it that pirates dare to wield their blades against the celestial dragons and to parade openly on the seas? This is nothing short of a disgrace." It is an extreme provocation to the world government. His fury was such that his curly hair trembled with every word. Oomph. Haven't they always been this way? More adept at causing failures than achieving success. Now, a mere rookie pirate dares to defecate on the neck of the Navy. Another elder, adorned in a deep blue suit with a white cape, coldly interjected, slamming his palm on the table. A photograph of Roke seated cross-legged upon a celestial dragon ship was sent soaring into the air before gently descending. Sengoku, how is it that you possessed no intelligence on this Roke fellow prior to this incident? Where did he even emerge from? Is this the extent of your Navy's capabilities? Allowing such a dangerous individual to grow unchecked? The elder in a crimson suit, with golden hair, continued, his voice trembling with indignation. A man who dares to slay celestial dragons and annihilate the CP0 must certainly have made a name for himself upon the seas. Yet, the Navy has taken no action, permitting him to roam freely and ultimately commit such heinous acts. Sengoku silently endured the barrage of accusations from the five elders, his face ashen with fury. It is not that we have been inactive. Roke had been under the Navy's vigilant scrutiny. In fact, just days prior, he had been apprehended through the combined efforts of Admirals Akainu and Kizaru. Confined within Impel Down, he is to be publicly executed in 10 days. The bald-headed celestial dragon, clad in a green suit, could not help but sneer at Sengoku's words. Sengoku, are you jesting with me? Captured by the Navy? To be executed publicly in 10 days? Do you mean to imply that the content of this photograph is fabricated? Rosso is currently in Impel Down and has not committed such heinous crimes. Have we handed you over merely as a jest? His prominent mustache trembled violently, his indignation threatening to coalesce into a palpable force. The Navy was aware of the public execution, yet they were indifferent. For as long as it did not involve the celestial dragons or the balance of power in the world, they showed little concern. However, Sengoku now asserted that Rosso had indeed committed a crime, and that this individual, who appeared before the public eye, had already been apprehended. Furthermore, being imprisoned and impelled down, he was slated for public execution. Could it be that there are two Rosshaus simultaneously? Is this fellow capable of duplicating himself? Or are you merely fabricating lies before my very eyes? The Navy is deliberately concealing the truth? Sengoku found himself momentarily at a loss for words, for he too was bewildered by the unfolding events. The Navy had indeed captured Rosso and was hastily organizing the public execution. Yet this photograph was authentic. The condemned had reappeared, not in Impel Down, but on the Red Line. The entire situation was exceedingly perplexing. Even the seasoned fleet admiral could not fathom the depths of this mystery. That's enough. At this juncture, the remaining elder furrowed his brow, displaying signs of impatience. Silence. As his command echoed, the four suited elders instantly redirected their hostile gazes toward him. This man, adorned in a white kimono, was bald, donned round glasses, and wielded the strongest demon blade from the Okitetsu series, the original Okitetsu. He stood as the only member of the five elders not clad in a suit, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Rashu's actions were clearly a declaration of war against the world government. The ensuing discussion should focus on how to swiftly eliminate him. With that, he rested the original Okitetsu across his lap, casting a cool, unyielding glance at Sengoku. Now, enlighten us with the information you possess regarding Rosso. With a composed demeanor, Sengoku began to recount Rosso's emergence in the East Blue, his annihilation of the Dragon Pirates, the slaying of the branch colonel, and his defeat of Admiral Kizaru, as well as the potential involvement of the 7 great devils behind the scenes. As Sengoku's words fell, the brows of the five elders knitted even tighter. The vast conference hall once again succumbed to silence. After a prolonged moment, a voice finally emerged. His speed rivals that of Kizaru, his strength is formidable. He possesses terrifying regenerative abilities. He can unleash explosive flames. He shows no fear of sea prism stone. Moreover, he is one of the 8 great devils. These brief sentences reverberate within the vacant chamber. Are these messages indeed authentic? Sengoku nodded. Damn it. Do you possess not a shred of information regarding the forces behind him? The elderly man with a long beard suddenly roared, leaping to his feet. Were it not for Sengoku's esteemed position, he would have relished the opportunity to strike him with a fist. After hearing Sengoku's exposition, he realized that this Luoxiu was far more terrifying than they had imagined. It was not merely his formidable personal prowess. The more critical aspect was the hidden forces lurking in the shadows. Alarmingly, this so-called backing had remained concealed from view. Yet, these Navy personnel, seemingly idle, were utterly oblivious to it all. Sengoku, upon hearing this, yearned to disclose that he possessed relevant information, but in truth he did not, and could only shake his head in resignation. This fellow named Luoxiu harbored grand ambitions. This incident, I fear, is merely the beginning. Chapter 86. Rashu is likely to have been deliberately captured. The speaker was an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Japanese attire. The other four individuals exchanged glances, grasping his intent, yet they could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. It was evident that Rashu possessed strength comparable to that of an admiral, and behind him likely lay 7 formidable warriors of equal caliber. Such a terrifying organization, if brought to light, would overshadow any other power. It is worth noting that even the 4 emperors who dominate the New World possess at most 2 admiral-level warriors. Most alarming of all is that this remarkably potent organization has remained shrouded in secrecy for years. Without some clandestine scheming, they would not believe it even under duress. This Rashu is exceedingly perilous, infinitely more so than the 4 emperors. No, he poses a greater threat than the rebellious revolutionary army. He must be eradicated. The golden-haired elder's complexion shifted, a chill coursing down his spine as he grasped the gravity of the situation. If the earlier summons of Sengoku for this meeting was merely to address the assassination of a celestial dragon, then upon hearing Sengoku's report, the focus of the matter had unmistakably shifted. The threat posed by Rashu was far more complex than merely the murder of a few celestial dragons. It likely entailed a vast conspiracy aimed at overthrowing the world government. This was not a scenario that could be compared to those so-called pirates. Even the Revolutionary Army was not a valid comparison, as they at least refrained from killing celestial dragons operating in the open. In stark contrast, the forces behind Rashu operated entirely in the shadows. Even CP0, renowned for its exceptional intelligence capabilities, had gleaned not a whisper of information. The other members of the 5 elders wore expressions of deep concern, their faces dark and foreboding. "What are your plans, Navy?" the elderly gentleman in traditional attire inquired, striving to maintain his composure. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression sharpened. "Naturally, we must apprehend Rashu as swiftly as possible." "Excellent. I hope this time you do not disappoint us." The elder nodded gravely. "Should you require assistance in capturing Rashu, do not hesitate to report immediately." The elder continued, acknowledging that while the Navy may be lacking, they nonetheless stood alongside the world government, serving as a reliable weapon. After Sengoku departed, the atmosphere in the hall grew oppressively heavy once more. The elder lifted the original blade, the Demon Slayer, and gazed towards the direction of Pangu City, pondering for a moment before declaring, "Let us proceed. This matter requires a report to Lord Imu." Pangu City, beholding the towering figure of Imu, concealed in darkness. The once defiant 5 elders who had earlier berated Sengoku now knelt on the ground, too intimidated to show any disrespect. "Lord Imu, Rashu," the elderly gentleman spoke with utmost reverence. "Rest assured, we shall swiftly deal with him and uncover the malevolent forces behind him." The other 4 echoed in unison. "Lord Imu, what are your instructions?" The tone was imbued with profound humility. Luoxiu, what an intriguing newcomer. Upon hearing Lord Im's evaluation, the expressions of the 5 individuals in the audience shifted dramatically. In their hearts, Lord Im was a divine being, and for someone to pique her interest was the highest commendation. However, before they could utter another word, Im's voice resonated once more. "Depart. Handle the matter with greater finesse." At this pronouncement, the 5 simultaneously exhaled in relief. With Lord Im present, they feared no one. The tumult in their hearts, stirred by Luoxiu, began to calm. "Yes, let him." They rose and slowly exited. Ignoring the departing 5, Im raised a hand and drew in a breath, summoning a newspaper into her grasp. It prominently featured reports and photographs of Luoxiu. With a flicker of intent, the newspaper was engulfed in flames, incinerated completely, devoured by the void. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sakazuki sat in a spacious office, his mood scarcely better than that of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who had just returned from Mariewa. The very Luoxiu, whom he had personally apprehended, had inexplicably resurfaced, akin to an indomitable cockroach, defying all logic. Fleet Admiral, what did the five elders say? Akainu, aware of Sengoku's return, inquired in a somber tone. Sengoku's beard trembled as his expression remained as grim as ever. We must apprehend Luoxiu again. As he uttered these words, Sengoku felt as though he were recounting a farcical tale. Just recently, they had interrogated Luoxiu at the Navy headquarters and confined him in Impelled Down, yet now they would capture him once more. It was as if time itself had become distorted. Akainu's muscles twitched in disbelief as he sighed heavily. Could it be that there are truly two Luoxius? Given the current circumstances, this was the only hypothesis that seemed plausible. One remained within Impelled Down while the other roamed freely, allowing him to commit acts of violence against the celestial dragons while being incarcerated. Sengoku rose from his office chair, contemplating in silence before stating, in fact, I lean towards the notion that Luoxiu is capable of moving freely in and out of Impelled Down. The Sea Prism Stone and chains cannot possibly restrain him. Akainu furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting? Sengoku nodded, indeed. His capture by us may very well have been intentional. He articulated his suspicions. The existence of two Luoxius was implausible. The most rational explanation was that Luoxiu had deliberately allowed himself to be apprehended by the Navy, creating a fade of captivity while orchestrating various schemes in the shadows. The assassination of the celestial dragons was merely the first step. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Akainu's heart tightened. He suddenly recalled the scene following the capture of Luoxiu alongside Borsalino, when the yellow monkey had remarked that Luoxiu was not as formidable as before. Could it be that this individual is intentionally feigning weakness, only to be ensnared by his own machinations? If that is indeed the case, then one must ponder the magnitude of the strategy at play. Merely contemplating this sends a surge of adrenaline through Akainu's veins. What did Admiral Magellan have to say about the situation in Impelled Down? Akainu steadied his racing heart and continued to inquire. According to Magellan, no prisoners have escaped from the 6th level. Sengoku remarked, how can this be possible? Akainu was even more bewildered. That is precisely why I summoned you. Sengoku replied slowly, revealing the purpose of this assembly. You and Admiral Kazura must personally investigate the 6th level of Impelled Down to ascertain whether Luffy is indeed inside. Just as he finished speaking, the phone snail on the table suddenly rang. Hello, this is the Navy headquarters, Sengoku speaking. A monster has been discovered in the comm belt. Chapter 87. A report from Kazuru. Are you certain that Luffy and Buggy are together? The voice of a rear admiral echoed from the other end of the line. Indeed, Marshal. Based on the footage captured by the patrol seagull, there is a creature with green skin on the island in the doldrums, preying on sea kings. This peculiar being has never been observed in the ocean before. Sengoku's lips twitched in irritation. He had anticipated something of greater significance. Was it truly necessary to personally report such an odd creature to headquarters? In these tumultuous times, did the Navy's personnel not have enough on his plate as a marshal? What exactly is the doldrums? It is a region populated by various sea kings. The occasional appearance of an unfamiliar sea king is hardly extraordinary. After all, these beings merely engage in their own struggles. And as long as they do not pose a threat to the Navy, there is no need for concern. Understood. Is there anything else to report? Sengoku's tone was curt. This green-skinned creature consumes all the sea kings it hunts. Sengoku could hardly contain himself, interrupting, enough. We are already aware. Handle it on your own. If there is nothing of greater importance, refrain from calling again. He then hung up the phone. These branch soldiers were becoming increasingly inept, reporting trivial matters. They lacked any ability to address issues independently. A training session was in order to refine their skills, Sengoku mused before turning to Akainu. Where is Borsellino? Is he not at headquarters? Just as Akainu was about to respond, the office door swung open. The individual who entered was adorned in a yellow and white striped suit. Admiral Kizaru. Why are you so late? Sengoku frowned upon seeing him finally arrive. His languid demeanor at such a critical time was quite vexing. Marshal, I have urgent news to report, Kizaru said, his expression grave. After returning from G2, he had gone directly to Sengoku's office, only to learn that the marshal had gone to Mariewa. Thus, he returned to G2 to investigate the matter regarding the footprints. What is it? A sense of foreboding gripped Sengoku as he inquired. Kizaru steadied himself. The G2 branch has been annihilated. What? Upon hearing this, Sengoku jolted, nearly losing his balance and falling from his chair. Steadying himself, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? The G2 branch was a formidable naval force, second only to G1 and G5, with a powerful overall strength, bolstered by the presence of a rear admiral and thousands of naval soldiers. Moreover, it was equipped with numerous warships, firearms, and artillery. He had merely gone to Mariewa for a meeting, and upon returning, the vast branch was simply gone. Who did this? Sengoku nearly shouted in fury. In the first half of the Grand Line, who possesses the capability to obliterate the entire G2, the Navy is hardly regarded. Suddenly, a name crossed his mind. Could it be Roquefort? He uttered those words through gritted teeth. Aside from Roquefort, he could scarcely conceive of anyone else with such strength and audacity to oppose the Navy at this juncture. Kizaru was perplexed. Was the T. Roquefort confined within Impel Down? Why would the Admiral cast suspicion upon him? However, he did not dwell on these trifles and continued, I am uncertain of the exact identity, but from the remnants left at G2, I surmise it is not the work of pirates. Upon hearing this, Sengoku furrowed his brow even tighter. Akainu slightly tilted his head, his gaze fixed upon Kizaru. He was aware of G2's demise, but lacked knowledge of the underlying details, having entrusted Kizaru with the investigation during this period. Here are photographs I captured at the G2 branch. The soldiers have vanished, and the structures that once stood have completely disappeared. Only a few footprints remain. As he spoke, he retrieved several photographs taken at G2 from his pocket. With a swift motion, Sengoku and Akainu shifted their attention to the images. Kizaru continued. According to the report from the sole surviving Navy soldier, the footprints were left by a colossal creature, a man-eater with verdant skin. What did you say? Before Kizaru could elaborate, Sengoku abruptly raised his head, interrupting him. Are you certain it has green skin? Kizaru's expression shifted, somewhat bewildered, yet he nodded. Admiral, what troubles you? Just now, a report from a branch rear admiral indicated that in the comm belt, a green monster has also appeared, identical to what you just described. It possesses green skin and is devouring sea kings, Sengoku declared solemnly. Just moments earlier, he had stated that this creature posed no threat to the Navy and was not worth concern. Little did he know, it was tied to the annihilation of G2. Now, it was Kizaru's turn to be astonished. The monster he had been investigating for so long had manifested in the comm belt. But something felt amiss. Akainu's countenance hardened, his tone grave. It cannot possibly be the same creature. The distance between the comm belt and G2 is considerable. Moreover, if it can consume sea kings in the comm belt, why would it assault the G2 branch? His skepticism was not unfounded. After all, this so-called monster was not a pirate and had no conflict with the Navy. Did the soldier convey any additional information besides what he has already stated? Sengoku concurred with Akainu's assessment, prompting further inquiry. The creature is known as Bogan. I wonder if you are familiar with it, Admiral? Kizaru inquired. Bogan? Both Sengoku and Akainu frowned in unison. After a moment of contemplation, they shook their heads simultaneously. They had never heard of it. It was utterly unfamiliar. Is it possible that even the Admiral is unaware? Kizaru mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Where did this fellow emerge from? Is there any other information aside from this? Sengoku continued to inquire. Although Kizaru initially intended to respond with a negative, he recalled that the soldier had mentioned seeing Luoxiu, though it sounded like mere nonsense. Especially since Luoxiu was awaiting execution, it was nonetheless a statement from the only surviving witness. Indeed, Kizaru nodded, stating that the soldier claimed to have seen Luoxiu, asserting that he had arrived alongside Bagong. However, it was evident that the soldier was merely bewildered and speaking erratically. After all, Luoxiu was still within the confines of the 6th level of Advanced City. Kizaru muttered to himself, shaking his head. Yet, he soon perceived an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The piercing gazes of Akainu and Sengoku were fixed upon him, filled with incredulity. You just mentioned that Bagong appeared alongside Luoxiu. Chapter 88, Bagong. Could he possibly be the second great demon? Sengoku swallowed hard, astonished as he inquired. Kizaru also noted the unease between the two. Indeed, that soldier had claimed as much. However, Marshal Akainu, is such a strong reaction truly warranted? You are, after all, unaware of the celestial dragon's affairs. Sengoku endeavored to calm himself as he spoke. Celestial dragons? Kizaru furrowed his brow. He was indeed uninformed about the celestial dragons, having been occupied with post-war matters in G2 during this time. He had scarcely paid attention to external news. Sengoku nodded and succinctly elucidated the incident involving Luoxiu and the celestial dragons. The implication was unmistakable. Luoxiu was not an impelled down, but rather in the grand line. How could that be? Kizaru's countenance instantly grew solemn, his heart tumultuous. It was not merely the assassination of the celestial dragons that unsettled him, but the revelation that Luoxiu had appeared outside impelled down. For this signified that the soldier's words might not have been mere folly. Luoxiu was truly in league with Bagong. The true perpetrator behind the annihilation of G2 bore Luoxiu as shadow. Yet, Kizaru still found it hard to believe. It was simply too outrageous. Luoxiu had always been confined within impelled down, had he not? He was ensnared by sea stone and special chains, making it impossible for him to escape. Moreover, if he could have emerged, why wait until now? He voiced his doubts. However, before Sengoku could respond, Kizaru's eyes suddenly brightened. It was as if he had stumbled upon a terrifying realization. He had comprehended it himself. I see. Luoxiu's capture was intentional. No wonder his strength had plummeted so drastically. His previous battle was indeed a display of weakness. He murmured. Ever since that day he had captured Luoxiu, an uneasy feeling had gnawed at him. At the time, he had assumed he was merely being overly sensitive. In retrospect, everything fell into place. This fellow, Luoxiu, had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be captured so effortlessly. With this thought, a chill surged through Kizaru's feet. Polysolino, your concerns might very well be justified. Akainu sighed heavily, recalling his own unease when confronting Kizaru, which he had dismissed at the time. Given the current outcome, it was evident he had underestimated the situation. Luoxiu was far more cunning than he had anticipated. None of that mattered now. The pressing issue was that Luoxiu and Bagong had appeared together. This indicated that the obliteration of G2 was likely orchestrated by Luoxiu from the shadows. Sengoku spoke in a graviton. Then may I ask, what role does Bagong play in all of this? No sooner had he uttered these words than Akainu and Kizaru simultaneously envisioned a possibility. Their gazes were filled with shock. Could it be that Bagong is another among the 8 great demons? Sengoku contemplated deeply and remarked, it is quite possible. Firstly, this creature, known as Bagong, has never been seen before. This marks its initial appearance, aligning with the hidden forces lurking behind Luoxiu. Secondly, Luoxiu has always operated alone, and the sudden emergence of a monster by his side leaves us with no other conclusion than the presence of a demon. The expression beneath Akainu's cap shifted, and he found his breath quickening. The second demon has finally made its appearance. Despite their persistent concerns regarding the so-called demonic power behind Luoxiu, the Navy's primary adversary had always been this singular demon. Even so, this singular threat had proven sufficient to leave them in disarray. To this day, they had yet to fully resolve the issue posed by Luoxiu. Now, with the emergence of a second demon, it signified that their confrontation would no longer be with just Luoxiu, but with 2 foes. Although they had anticipated such a day, the reality of its arrival felt entirely different. A tumult of emotions stirred within them, creating an unsettling atmosphere. At this moment at noon, The expansive office felt unexpectedly cold. Akainu exhaled a warm breath, tempering the chill somewhat. However, these were merely conjectures. Sengoku continued. We cannot dismiss the possibility that this so-called Bagong is simply a sea creature captured by Luoxiu from the Calm Belt and merely tamed by him. Yet, Sengoku himself understood that this likelihood was exceedingly slim. Akainu and Kizaru remained silent, the air thick with tension. Nevertheless, at the very least, they were not entirely ignorant of the demonic forces behind Luoxiu. This indeed was progress. Sengoku pressed on. Akainu steadied his emotions, his expression hardening, magma coursing down his cheeks. Regardless of whether Bagong is a demon or not, it shall be obliterated beneath the waves of magma. The justice of the Navy will not waver in the face of any so-called demon. Kizaru's gaze was equally resolute. Fleet Admiral, issue your orders. Sengoku patted the shoulders of the two admirals. Excellent. This is the spirit befitting the admirals of the Navy. He then turned and approached his office chair. You two, make your way to Impel Down. Investigate Luoxiu's whereabouts. If he is present, bring him to me. I wish to oversee him with my own eyes until the day of his public execution. If he is not there, then apprehend him with all your might. Both Akainu and Kizaru nodded in unison. I will contact Magellan shortly, Sengoku added, to inform him of your arrival. Impel Down, the world's most formidable prison, is located in the calm belt of the Grand Line. The surrounding seas are teeming with colossal sea creatures, granting Impel Down its impenetrable reputation. The prison comprises 6 levels, housing some of the most notorious criminals, with the 6th level containing the most fearsome inmates. The minimal entry standard is set at over 100 million for notorious pirates. In the 6th layer of Impel Down, within the prison district, the walls are constructed from blue-gray stone bricks, creating a vast space. The corridors are as expansive as a basketball court. The illumination is ample, with wall sconces installed every 5 meters, accompanied by hundreds of snail-shaped surveillance creatures. At this moment, within the metallic confines of the elevator, 2 men stand. Shortly thereafter, the elevator halts, descending steadily to the ground. With a faint sound of metal scraping, the elevator doors open, and the 2 men step out in succession. The man at the forefront appears to be in his 20s, clad in a pristine white chef's coat, a chef's hat atop his head, and pushing a small cart laden with vegetables and grains. The other man, a middle-aged individual in his 40s, dons a beige standard robe and a dark green hat, the front of which is embroidered with a distinctive emblem. These 2 men are indeed staff members of this vast prison, one serving in logistics and the other as a guard. With a soft and cautious tread, their footsteps echo upon the flagstone, their movements deliberate and wary. In this 6th layer of the prison, the 2 dare not engage in any improper conduct. Even their voices are kept to a whisper. The corridor of the prison exudes an eerie and ominous atmosphere, fraught with foreboding. Quickly now, deliver the supplies and leave promptly. No wandering glances. The elder of the 2 admonishes softly. They proceed down the corridor, treading with utmost care. At the far end of the passage, in a cell, a man with black hair and eyes slowly opens his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. The enchanting mechanical voice still reverberates in his mind. Ding! The 6th talisman has been detected. The chicken talisman is about to activate. The tiger talisman is currently merging Chapter 89, the undersea prison, the fusion of Rosh and Rosh. As the talisman of the tiger merged, the benevolent Rosh and the malevolent Rosh became one. In that fleeting moment of their union, a formidable wave of conqueror-s hockey surged, enveloping the entire 6th level. Boom! In the corridor, 2 guards rolled their eyes back and collapsed onto the stone floor with a dull thud. At that instant, the notorious pirates imprisoned in the 6th level sensed the overwhelming aura of conqueror-s hockey, their eyes snapping open wide. Clang! Clang! Some shackled individuals made their way to the doors of their cells, their eyes ablaze with intensity, fixating on the far end of the corridor. Yet, a few pirates remained relatively unfazed. Another formidable presence had emerged on the 6th level. Among them was a tall, muscular man with a shattered right ear and extensive scars adorning his left side, his body bound in chains. A slight grin crept across his lips as he murmured, "Conqueror S. Haki, such a rarity indeed. Alas, it pales in comparison to Roger. It is said that the 6th level of Impel Down is home to the most notorious pirates. Yet even among them, there exists a hierarchy of strength. This man was among the elite few, Douglas Barrett, a former member of the Roger Pirates, a wielder of a fusion fruit ability, known as the Devil's Heir, and referred to as the Demon Successor. His power was immense, so much so that even the comrades of the Roger Pirates regarded him as a monster. Over 20 years ago, he was exhausted by the demon-slaying order and subsequently captured by the Marines and imprisoned within Impel Down. Meanwhile, in another cell across from his, an elderly man of tall, lean stature with white hair braided into 2 strands cascading over his shoulders and red eyebrows bore a sinister smile. Like Barrett, he was also among the upper echelon of the 6th level S formidable inhabitants, Baroque Leadfield, a notorious pirate from the era of Joel D. Roger. He was immensely powerful, standing shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard. A master swordsman, he possessed the most potent observation haki. In a corner of the prison, another figure furrowed his brow, sensing the fleeting pressure of the haki. Sporting a slicked-back hairstyle with a prominent scar across his face and an earring in his right ear, he was none other than Crocodile, the Sand Croc, who had been defeated by Rosh and removed from the 7 warlords. At this moment, the signature cigar he usually held was absent, his disheveled hair hanging over his forehead, and his face covered in dust. Compared to his time in the Alabasta Kingdom, he appeared far more disheveled. His eyes flickered as he involuntarily recalled an irritating individual, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, why does this haki feel so familiar? Damn it." Returning to the innermost cell of the 6th level, Rosh felt the surging energy within him and longed to shout, "I, Hu Huan-san, have returned." However, he ultimately deemed the thought too juvenile to voice. "Damn it, I never expected that the moment I acquired the Tiger Talisman, it would actually lead to a split," Rosh murmured. Although the 2 manifestations of Rosho are essentially the same entity, they embody 2 polar opposite personalities. Fortunately, the outcome has been favorable. The fusion of the Tiger Talisman has not only enhanced its potency, but is also on the verge of activating the 6th talisman, thereby obtaining the Terra Mask and awakening Bagong, a guaranteed triumph. At this moment, the luminosity of the chicken talisman in the surrounding space is nearing a critical threshold, suggesting that activation will occur within the day. The only regret, however, is that Rosho currently finds himself in Impel Down. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed. After acquiring the Terra Mask, he has yet to explore the capabilities of these Shadow Legionnaires. Arise, Claw Legion. With a mere thought from Rosho, several shadowy figures emerged, shrouded in darkness, each adorned with a triangular crimson eye and wielding colossal iron pincers. In an instant, the chains that restrained Rosho were severed, and the ice encasing half of his body shattered. The shackles crafted from sea prism stone were similarly obliterated. Quite impressive, Rosho mused, gazing at the scattered remnants of iron and debris. While these shadow soldiers may not be particularly effective against formidable generals, they are more than sufficient to deal with the Navy soldiers. Moreover, this is merely one type of summon legion. With all 9 types summoned simultaneously, the carnage would be unparalleled. At this moment, as he contemplates these thoughts, Rosho sets them aside and rises slowly, directing his gaze toward the prison's exterior. It is time for a grand jailbreak. 10 minutes earlier, in the warden's office of Impel Down, a man of colossal stature, adorned with 2 horns and reminiscent of a devil, occupied a large office chair. Before him lay a desk cluttered with reports submitted by the management personnel from various levels of the prison. Beside these documents rested a photograph, prominently featuring Rosho. How peculiar. Rosho has been confined within Impel Down all along. Why does Sengoku incessantly call to inquire about Rosh's whereabouts? He is even sending Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Borisolino here. It is utterly baffling. Magellan picked up the photograph of Rosho, his expression laden with confusion. Since Rosh's capture, Sengoku had warned that he was an exceedingly dangerous individual. Naturally, Magellan could not afford to underestimate him. He had been unceremoniously tossed into the most secure cell at the end of the 6th level. Additionally, layers of impenetrable sea prism stone barriers had been erected outside, making escape impossible. Even the infamous king of the beasts, who had severed his own legs, would stand no chance in this cell. Yet, despite this, Sengoku continues to inquire about Rashu's condition and now absurdly asks if he is still imprisoned. He is even dispatching 2 admirals to investigate. Sigh. Magellan rubbed his temples, lamenting that being the warden has become increasingly challenging. Recently, it seems that overtime is once again on the horizon. The daily routine of working 4 hours has been an unyielding habit for Magellan. However, ever since Rashu was incarcerated, everything has transformed. The onset of the grueling 996-work schedule has commenced. The 2 generals should be arriving shortly. I must prepare to receive them. Magellan mused as he glanced at the clock. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from his stomach. Here we go again. Clutching his abdomen, Magellan hunched over and hurriedly made his way to the restroom. Magellan, a user of the superhuman poison fruit, also known as the Poison Man, often found himself overwhelmed by the potency of his own toxins, leading to bouts of diarrhea that could last nearly 10 hours in a single day. Bang! The restroom door slammed shut with great force, followed by an exceedingly gratifying groan from within. Yet, at that moment, a powerful wave of haki reverberated through the air, reaching from the 6th floor down to the 3rd. Though faint, Magellan sensed it. Could it be a riot among the inmates on the 6th floor? From within the restroom, Magellan's voice thundered. Damn it. Chapter 90, Barrett. The solitary red. With a resounding flush, Magellan emerged from the restroom, bracing himself against the wall. As the highly responsible warden, he could not permit a riot, especially among the 6th level's most dangerous criminals. Immediate suppression was imperative. Simultaneously, he pondered the identity of the instigator. It must be that fellow Barrett in the 6th level prison. It seemed that only Barrett possessed the Conqueror's haki and was formidable enough to incite such unrest. After being confined for over 20 years, he still harbors dreams of escape? Such delusions. With this thought, Magellan strode towards the office. At the end of the corridor within the prison, Rashu surveyed his surroundings. It was dark and damp, devoid of light, yet illuminated by the dim yellow glow of the wall-mounted lamps. He discerned that the confines were not merely comprised of ordinary prison walls. Encasing them were massive walls constructed of sea stone, 3 to 4 meters thick. They truly have taken great care of me. Rashu raised an eyebrow. This level of treatment must surely be unprecedented in the 6th tier. A low hum filled the air as Rashu rolled his neck. Yet, such barriers could not contain him. In the next moment, he raised his hand, forming a colossal fireball within his palm. The flames burst forth, illuminating the cell as brightly as day. Outside the cell, the heavy prisoners clutching the iron bars caught sight of the radiance. Boom! The fireball detonated, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that sent shockwaves through the entire 6th level. The sea stone walls crumbled like tofu, obliterated by the explosion. Ha ha ha! It has exploded. This cursed place has finally begun to shatter. Who is the unfortunate soul confined at the end of the corridor, wielding such fruit powers, such formidable haki and strength? Hee hee hee. What kind of individual have a navy imprisoned here? Let us upend the 6th level entirely. Transform this place into a hellish inferno. I must escape this wretched realm. Witnessing the violent explosion at the end of the cell, the most notorious pirates erupted into frenzied cheers, as if celebrating a monumental victory. Impel Down, what a place! It is renowned as the most fortified prison in the world. Those who find themselves incarcerated here, regardless of their former might, stand no chance of escape. Throughout the annals of pirate history, only the infamous Shiki managed to break free by utilizing fruit powers, and even then, it was under dire circumstances that left him crippled. Yet now, a pirate had triggered an explosion in the 6th level, clearly intending to break free. If this pirate could completely overturn the 6th level, then they too might seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. With this thought, the pirates' gazes fixated intently on the cell at the end of the corridor. Among them, Barrett, the solitary red, and Crocodile felt a stirring in their hearts, turning their attention towards the commotion. For them, This was likewise a chance at liberation. Who could it possibly be? Such a commotion on the 6th floor. Moreover, the utilization of a devil fruit. Crocodile, with a skeptical expression and flickering gaze, pondered deeply. It is common knowledge that every individual thrown into Impel Down is shackled with sea prism stone. Thus, although there are numerous capable individuals imprisoned here, their powers are rendered effectively useless. He is one of them. Therefore, his curiosity is piqued by the individual who has unleashed explosive flames and successfully emerged from his cell. Surely, he must be a formidable pirate of the caliber of the Golden Lion. Only such a powerful being could achieve this feat on the 6th level. In his line of sight, the one responsible for the explosion was steadily striding out from the flames, his footsteps echoing robustly against the stone floor. With black hair and black eyes, he carried himself with an upright posture. Crocodile's entire being trembled, his pupils dilating, breath coming in quick, heavy gasps. By the heavens! The sand crocodile nearly cried out. What Golden Lion-level pirate? This is none other than the infamous Luoxiu himself. How did he end up here? Swallowing hard, Crocodile regarded the man who had once bested him in Alabasta. No wonder that aura felt somewhat familiar. Luoxiu has awakened Conqueror's hockey. At the instant this realization struck him, Crocodile froze. The thought of one day escaping Impel Down to seek vengeance on Luoxiu suddenly lost its fervor. Reflecting on his own languid existence within these walls, he had contemplated escape, but that had merely been a fleeting thought. Now, witnessing the destruction of the cell, he suddenly comprehended the widening chasm between himself and Luoxiu. Unbeknownst to Luoxiu, Crocodile's thoughts were far removed from his own, as he continued to leisurely pace down the expansive corridor. Feeling the intense stares converging upon him, his expression remained steely. He fully understood that the deafening explosion would undoubtedly incite chaos and Impel Down, and Warden Magellan was likely hastening toward this very location. However, a confrontation with Magellan was an inescapable aspect of his desire to break free. Thus, Luoxiu remained unhurried. Yet, while he remained calm, the imprisoned pirates were anything but. Observing Luoxius's nonchalant stride, they were akin to ants on a hot pan. What is he doing? Magellan is surely on his way. You there? Hurry and unlock all the cells. Blast this place apart, and let the denizens of Impel Down face the reckoning of their sins. Only by releasing us will your chances of escape increase. Regardless of the clamoring pleas from the pirates, Luoxiu remained deaf to their cries, merely casting a fleeting glance their way before shifting his focus elsewhere. The notion of releasing them unconditionally was utterly preposterous. You there? Wait a moment. As Luoxiu strolled past a cell that appeared to have not been cleaned in ages, an aged voice suddenly called out to him. He halted in his tracks and glanced inside. There stood a tall, gaunt figure, his white hair braided and cascading over his shoulders, with eyebrows of a striking crimson hue. Luoxiu recognized him instantly, the solitary and proud Red, Barorik Redfield. Raising an eyebrow, Luoxiu regarded him. Upon hearing a name long forgotten by others, the solitary Red's eyes narrowed slightly, though the expression was fleeting. Despite not knowing why this seemingly 20-something young man was familiar with him, he deemed it inconsequential. Youngster, unlock my shackles. Together, we can confront Magellan. The solitary Red intoned gravely. To escape from Impel Down, one must inevitably face Magellan. Though this young man managed to flee the cell, the solitary Red doubted his capacity to contend with Magellan. The venomous powers of the latter were such that even a mere touch could be fatal. Thus, to achieve a complete escape from Impel Down, they would require the strength of others. His prowess was undoubtedly unparalleled among pirates, and he believed that if the young man possessed any sense, he would comprehend what needed to be done. Luoxiu merely cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. Not necessary. Chapter 91. The Arrival of Magellan. As the warden of Impel Down, Rashu was confident that he would not be outmatched, especially with Bagon by his side. The once aloof red-haired was visibly taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the rejection. However, before he could utter another word, a hearty laughter echoed through the air. Ha ha ha! Youngster, quite audacious. Do you intend to face Magellan all by yourself? His prowess is at least comparable to that of an admiral. Luoxiu turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. He recognized the speaker. Barrett. Interesting, Luoxiu remarked. It seems the younger generation still remembers my name. At that moment, Barrett sat against the wall, his expression filled with keen interest as he scrutinized Luoxiu. He was somewhat surprised that this young man could recognize him, considering he had been imprisoned and impelled down for at least 2 decades. The boy before him appeared to be no older than 20. Yet, given that he could identify even the aloof red-haired, it made sense. After all, he was known as the heir of Roger. It would be hard not to recognize him. Luoxiu remained composed. He understood Barrett's character, boisterous and proud. Though he had served on Roger's ship, Barrett always aspired to surpass him. Even after 2 decades in prison, he had not succumbed to despair, but rather continued to train diligently in a state of intense focus, contemplating how to achieve his goal. Ha ha, youngster, you pique my interest. What is your name? Barrett inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Luoxiu, you may also call me the demon or the saint. The demon, you say? How intriguing. Barrett was unaware of the deeper meaning behind Luoxiu's words, but felt there was something extraordinary about the term. Youngster, time is of the essence. Magellan is approaching. Red-haired interjected, sensing the imminent danger with his formidable observation haki. The entire impel down was in chaos due to the recent explosion. In response, Luoxiu calmly turned to red-haired. I understand your urgency, but do not rush. After a brief pause, he added, I can help you escape. Red-haired narrowed his eyes, his expression remaining stoic, aware that the forthcoming statement would be crucial. I have heard that your observation haki is quite strong, Luoxiu remarked, appraising his counterpart while stroking his chin. Red-haired was taken aback, uncertain of Luoxiu's intent with his words. If it were anyone else, he could instantly discern their thoughts. For his observation haki was indeed powerful enough to see into the hearts of men. However, with this individual, he could not perceive anything. Yet from Luoxiu's words, he could infer that his observation haki was a bargaining chip for his freedom. Then, this makes everything simple. In this world, no one can compare to my observation haki. Red-haired replied coldly. Isn't it merely a means to enhance your domineering prowess? As long as it allows me to escape from this place, everything else can be negotiated. Luoxiu raised an eyebrow. The old fellow certainly understood the stakes. In truth, releasing the prisoners from the 6th level was integral to Luoxiu's plan. Not for any other reason, but to give the nagging Navy a headache, incite chaos within impel down, divert the Navy's attention, and serve as a reward from the world government for their confinement. However, simply freeing these individuals seemed somewhat unjust. After all, they had done nothing to earn their liberty. This was not in accordance with the principles of fair exchange. Something must be extracted in return, and the observation haki was one such commodity. Ever since awakening his observation haki in the Twin Gorges, Luoxiu had not made any significant advancements. He remained stuck at an intermediate level. The solitary and proud Red, as a pirate who had perfected the observation haki to its zenith, was undoubtedly worth a discussion. From this day forth, you shall be granted your freedom, Luoxiu declared slowly. He then turned his gaze toward Barrett, a slight smile gracing his lips. I have heard that your armament haki is quite formidable. The armament haki was the next objective. Against users of natural devil fruits, Luoxiu could defeat them with his current strength, but it would require considerable effort. With armament haki at his disposal, the task would be much simpler. Barrett, the amalgamator of the 3 haki forms, could envelop his entire body with armament haki, making him an excellent target for acquisition. Ha ha! Indeed, Barrett chuckled. As a significant figure within the Roger Pirates, he was well aware of Luoxiu's intent behind the question. However, he added, you must first overcome Magellan before any negotiations can commence. As he spoke, his gaze swept past Luoxiu toward the expansive corridor's end. Magellan was approaching the 6th level. Kid, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. The solitary and proud Red urged coldly, sensing Magellan's imminent arrival. Luoxiu glanced back at him, his deep eyes glinting with coldness as he clenched his fists, remaining silent. Your internal calculations are rather conspicuous. The world of pirates has always been one where the weak are devoured by the strong, especially in the 6th level, where every prisoner is merciless and ruthless. Thus, Luoxiu understood that his previous words held little weight. He needed to demonstrate to these strength-worshipping individuals that there existed someone stronger than them. Only then would his words carry any authority. Otherwise, even if he assisted them in gaining their freedom, with someone like the solitary and proud Red, an old fox who thrived in solitude, upon their release, they would likely vanish without a trace. It would be better to eliminate him on the spot. The solitary and proud Red met Luoxiu's gaze and felt an inexplicable chill rising within him. Could this kid have seen through his thoughts? Impossible. He had always been the one to decipher others' intentions. No one could ever comprehend his own. I am eager to witness how you shall confront Magellan. Do not beg for my assistance when the time comes. The solitary and proud heart of the Crimson figure chuckled coldly, feeling no urgency. Meanwhile, Magellan hurriedly exited the elevator, his expression dark and foreboding. Just moments ago, having sensed an overwhelming presence, he was startled to hear the sound of an explosion emanating from the 6th floor. This signified that a prisoner had indeed escaped. An intolerable situation. Barrett, what ripples could a remnant of a bygone era possibly create? He exhaled a breath of toxic air, his hands transforming into a viscous poison. The noxious liquid dripped from his arms, searing holes into the stone pavement, releasing tendrils of toxic gas. Chapter 92, Magellan versus Luoxiu. Within the expansive corridors of Impelled Down's 6th layer, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously. Luoxiu twisted his neck and gazed toward the shadowy end of the passage. He was aware that the most formidable entity of Impelled Down was approaching. In the next instant, Luoxiu's aura grew heavy as he melted into the darkness. When he re-emerged, he had already reached the end of the corridor. Magellan, I've been waiting for you. A chilling voice resonated in Magellan's ears, causing his countenance to shift abruptly. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Barrett, you would do well to retreat. Magellan retorted coldly. This individual had indeed managed to escape, but his audacity to provoke Magellan while imprisoned was astonishing. Did he truly believe that Magellan could not capture him again? However, Magellan soon sensed something amiss. The voice, it sounded remarkably youthful. Not that of a middle-aged man, but rather akin to that of a young man. You're not Barrett. In that instant of realization, Magellan whipped around to face the source of the voice. It's you, Luoxiu. Upon seeing that face, Magellan shuddered violently, venom instinctively trailing down his cheek. The good news was that it was not Barrett. The bad news was that this individual seemed even more perilous than Barrett. Damn! Despite receiving explicit instructions from Sengoku to confine this dangerous individual in the most secure of cells, utilizing specially crafted chains and encasing him in hockey, even building a massive C-prism stone wall outside, it was inconceivable for anyone, not even the Golden Lion, to escape. How had Luoxiu managed to do so? Could it be that his strength surpassed that of the Golden Lion? Suddenly, Magellan began to comprehend why Sengoku frequently called to inquire about Luoxiu's status, and even dispatched 2 Marine Admirals to address the situation. Luoxiu was far too dangerous. Luoxiu, even you must face the judgment of justice. Magellan understood that this young man had previously defeated Admiral Kazuru, yet Impelled Down was not a place for lawlessness. With a fierce expression, Magellan summoned his full power. The ability of the venom fruit activated, enveloping him in a shroud of poison, transforming him into a being of toxin. Poison cloud. Accompanied by a low incantation, purple mist erupted from Magellan, rapidly engulfing the surrounding space in a dense fog. The swirling vapor obscured visibility, and the stone slabs that came into contact with the toxic gas began to hiss ominously. The mere release of this poison was beyond the tolerance of an ordinary person. Once touched, their senses would be numbed and gradually fade away. Yet, this was evidently ineffective against Luoxiu. With the presence of the Arma Talisman, even the slightest contact with the venom would yield no effect. Spare me your childish tricks. Luoxiu scoffed. In the next moment, he propelled himself off the ground. As he swiftly moved beside Magellan, a fierce punch surged forth, aimed directly at his lower back. The overwhelming force descended like the weight of 1,000 pounds. Magellan's expression shifted abruptly. Although he could not fathom why Rosh was unaffected by the toxic gas and still able to throw punches. The impending dread of the strike compelled him to retreat without hesitation. Simultaneously, the venom coursing through his veins coalesced. Toxique passage. A low voice echoed once more. The purple venom seemed almost sentient, converging to form a lethal path. In the next instant, as Magellan propelled himself backward, the venomous conduit shot forth, gliding toward Rosh with relentless speed. Within mere breaths, it reached Rosh's vicinity. Observing this, Rosh allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, activating the rabbit talisman. With a hum, his figure vanished instantaneously. Just as he disappeared, the toxic passage struck the ground, crashing down upon the spacious stone corridor with a thunderous boom, akin to the detonation of a colossal cannon. A gaping hole appeared in the floor, and the splattered purple venom darted outwards like arrows in every direction. Wherever the venom landed, it burned through stone, releasing toxic gas with a fierce intensity. The horrifying energy radiated outward, causing the 6th level to tremble ever so slightly. The abrupt clash plunged the inmates of the 6th level into a frenzy, rife with fear and concern. It was Magellan's power. Rosh had already engaged him. This was the end. The wretched fellow had doomed them all. He might be captured again. Heavy convicts sensed the explosive sounds emanating from the end of the corridor. Near the elevator, realizing Rosh had encountered Magellan. Yet, they remained uncertain whether Rosh could prevail against him. Should he falter, their last glimmer of hope would be extinguished. How intriguing. Is this the essence of the younger generation outside? Unlike the thoughts of those prisoners, through Barrett's observation hockey, he could discern the intricacies of the battle. From the brief confrontation with Magellan, he perceived Rosh's strength, which seemed somewhat beyond his expectations. This reflection prompted him to marvel at his own 2 decades spent in confinement. Were the new generation outside truly this valiant? Or was it solely Rosh who possessed such audacity? The solitary and proud Red shared similar sentiments. At this moment, he expanded his observation hockey to encompass the entirety of the 6th level, focusing keenly on Rosh. Eager to witness whether this audacious youth could indeed conquer the mightiest force of Impel Down. As it appeared, he was not yet at a disadvantage. Boom! Another thunderous explosion echoed forth. At the corridor's end, Rosh reappeared beside Magellan in the blink of an eye. The speed was so astonishing that the opponent could hardly react. As the figure materialized, devoid of any superfluous movements, a fist struck Magellan squarely in the face. Caught off guard and unable to stabilize himself, Magellan could hardly fathom that Roque could maintain such velocity even amidst the noxious gas, and he endured the full force of the blow. The overwhelming impact left his mind in a haze, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. His body, akin to a kite severed from its string, traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, sending shards of stone scattering. Yet this was not the end. After landing a punch, Roque swiftly repositioned himself, appearing beside Magellan with a swish. He lifted his leg, unleashing a kick that descended like a war axe upon Magellan. A dull thud reverberated through the air, leaving Magellan with a sharp pain at his side as the surroundings spun chaotically around him. Once again, his body was propelled uncontrollably backward. With a thunderous crash, he collided against the corridor that housed the prisoners, unleashing a cloud of toxic mist. Chapter 93. The Battle at the 6th Level. The thunderous sound of explosions and the sudden appearance of shadowy figures swiftly silenced the previously frantic prisoners. In their line of sight, a colossal figure emerged from the center of the spacious corridor, enveloped entirely in venom. Particularly striking were its eyes, shimmering with a toxic glint. It was Magellan. He had been forcefully knocked back. The prisoners, recognizing the one who had been struck down, found it hard to believe. The youthful figure who had stepped forth from the depths of the cell had managed to send Magellan flying. It appeared that everything unfolding before them was drastically different from their expectations. Damn it, it's poisonous. However, as clarity returned, the prisoners were struck with the gravity of the situation. Magellan's venom dripped from his body like molten lava, searing the floor while releasing noxious fumes. Inhaling even a trace would result in immediate poisoning. Thus, even though Magellan's attention was not directed at them. The prisoners adopted a posture of acute vigilance. In the center of the corridor, Magellan gradually rose to his feet, indifferent to the prisoners around him. Although these individuals were formidable pirates in their own right, each capable of instilling fear on the open seas, he understood that even their combined might paled in comparison to the threat posed by the one who had emerged from the cell unscathed and captured the attention of Admiral Sengoku. This was a troublesome adversary. With blood-red eyes fixated on a shadowy corner, he exhaled a dense cloud of toxins from his devilish mouth. Despite having withstood a punch from Roquefort without injury, he still felt the lingering effects. The strength exhibited by Roquefort, whose physique did not seem particularly imposing, was truly terrifying. One inconvenient opponent. Magellan's gaze turned icy as his body underwent a violent transformation. Venom surged forth uncontrollably, pooling behind him in vibrant purple masses. The bubbling sound echoed, reminiscent of magma in turmoil. In mere moments, a substantial volume of toxic liquid amassed behind him. Suddenly, a toxic pillar erupted from the purple fluid, expanding with the wind. It rapidly took shape in the air, morphing into a massive, venomous dragon. In quick succession, two identical poisonous dragons emerged from the depths. 3 venomous dragons. Their gaping maws, twisted in grotesque grimaces, writhed through the air. An overwhelming sense of oppression washed over the entire 6th-level prison. The dragons emitted hissing sounds, their dripping venom possessing a potent corrosive quality. The poisonous dragons, the manifestation of Magellan's devil fruit power. One intense pressure. As the dragons appeared, the prisoners' previous thoughts were instantly quelled. Not only them, but Barrett, the solitary crimson figure, also furrowed his brow in concern. They understood that Magellan's fruit ability was not merely feared for its sheer offensive power, but rather for the extensive and potent range of its toxins. 3 venomous dragons lunged forward, and even a mere brush with their venom would instantaneously incapacitate an opponent. Within the confined confines of the prison city, even with Rashu's remarkable speed, there was no escape. It is time to end this, Magellan mused coldly. As he spoke, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his foot striking the ground with force. The splattering venom rained down upon the walls, leaving them riddled with holes. Rashu, facing Magellan as he approached with the venomous dragons in tow, maintained an expression of calm. His dark, piercing eyes lifted, and he clenched his fists. With a sudden descent onto the 6th level of the fortress, his body sank, and amidst the chaos of flying debris, Rashu soared into the air, swiftly advancing towards Magellan. Youthful arrogance, Magellan thought with a cold smirk upon witnessing Rashu's daring advance. With a sharp exclamation, the 3 fearsome purple dragons surged towards Rashu with terrifying force. Come at me. Rashu raised his fists high, preparing to confront the oncoming dragons. A figure clad in black collided with 3 dragons, each of colossal size compared to him. In a mere breath, they clashed. Boom! Contrary to expectations, there was no explosive sound. Instead, Rashu was engulfed by the dragon's maw. Success! Magellan's expression shifted, a hint of satisfaction blooming within him. He was supremely confident in his toxic fruit ability. Any unfortunate soul swallowed by the dragon would be rendered lethally poisoned, succumbing without a fight. Is this the end? In the prison cell, Barrett's gaze sharpened as he murmured, "This is merely the beginning." The solitary crimson eye remained indifferent. Although he harbored disdain for Rashu's youthful arrogance, his acute observation through Ken Bunchiko Haki revealed that Rashu's entry into the dragon was not one of defeat. He had come prepared. As expected, Rashu would soon emerge. Indeed, as Barrett's words hung in the air, a resounding roar echoed. The dragon that had swallowed Rashu writhed violently in the air, as if suffering immense torment. In the next instant, a figure erupted from the dragon's body like a bolt of lightning. As he emerged, Magellan's expression shifted, commanding the remaining 2 dragons to attack. Boom, boom, boom. Rashu swung his arms, the power of his talisman coursing through him, his fists resembling the surging currents of a mighty river, as if he aimed to shatter mountains. The ferocious force struck the dragon, and in mere moments, the 2 encircling purple dragons crumbled like fragile creatures. The shockwave of their destruction wreaked havoc in the enclosed space, causing the imprisoned inmates to break into a sweat, dodging the splattering venom as if they were battling Magellan themselves. In the next moment, Rasha vanished and reappeared behind Magellan. He raised his leg and swept toward his head. A toxic gas bomb. A chill surged beneath Magellan's feet as he sensed an imminent danger. Without hesitation, he expelled bubbles infused with tear gas from his mouth, hoping to disrupt Rasha's assault. Instantly, a cloud of smoke obscured the vision. However, to Luoxiu, such tactics were utterly ineffective, mere child's play. His observation hockey had already pinpointed Magellan's position, leaving no chance of evasion. Thud! The kick landed, followed by a dull thud as Magellan's head exploded with a deafening sound, the blast painfully piercing his eardrums. Inevitably, his body was sent flying once again, hurtling across several meters before crashing against a wall constructed of sea prism stone. Finally coming to a halt. Chapter 94. I can prove that his physique defies the abilities of the devil fruit. The poison dragon has been thwarted. Magellan has been sent flying once again. As they witnessed Magellan being struck down by Rosh, the notorious pirates on the 6th level couldn't help but refocus their attention on Rosh. This youth, seemingly younger than any of them, appeared rather formidable. What enigma, what power is this? How can he be immune to Magellan's lethal poison? Barrett murmured. In the previous skirmish, Rosh's performance had been commendable, yet nothing remarkable. However, the recent spectacle had profoundly shaken his worldview. Magellan's poison dragon was such that even a mere touch could be fatal. Even Barrett had to envelop his entire body with haki to mitigate its effects. Yet Rosh, devoid of haki or any special measures, was able to withstand it with sheer physical resilience. It was indeed unfathomable. Was Magellan's fruit ability weakening? Or was Rosh's physical prowess so formidable that it rendered him impervious to the toxins? That little brat truly possesses something remarkable, the solitary red figure remarked. Though he sensed Rosh would emerge unscathed, he too was perplexed by the circumstances, having never encountered such a scenario himself. It is due to Rosh's extraordinary physique. His body has become so robust that it can negate the effects of a devil fruit. At that moment, Crocodile, who had been silently observing the battle, suddenly spoke up. Crocodile? Barrett was taken aback. A rival from his youth had also found himself imprisoned and impelled down. Kid, do you know him? How can you be so certain? The solitary red figure inquired, frowning. The three possessed Kinbunchika haki, enabling them to communicate seamlessly at this moment. Crocodile disregarded Barrett's surprise and continued in response to the solitary figure. I do know him, because I have fought him during the time in the Alabasta Kingdom. Crocodile had wielded his fruit ability. The sand he controlled had additional effects. Any living being touched by it would have their moisture instantaneously drained, rendering them incapable of fighting. Initially, this ability seemed invincible until he encountered Rosh. The scene of Rosh defying the effects of his fruit remained vivid in Crocodile's memory. Previously, he had believed it was merely a lack of strength on his part, that his fruit had not reached the level to breach Rosh's defenses. However, it now seemed clear that it was not a shortcoming of the fruit, but rather the result of Rosh's extraordinary constitution. Even Magellan, having awakened his fruit to such an extent, could not affect this remarkable individual. Emerging from the extensive assault, only to be closely pursued by Rosh, who then sent him flying, Crocodile felt as though this scene had unfolded just yesterday, with himself merely replaced by Magellan. Strangely, witnessing a formidable figure like Magellan being similarly dispatched by Rosh brought a flicker of tranquility to Crocodile's heart. Have you fought him? Both Barrett and the aloof Red inquired simultaneously, perplexed by Crocodile's implication. I was sent in by him. Crocodile replied nonchalantly, seemingly resigned to the circumstances. The aloof Red? Barrett? Clearing his throat awkwardly, Crocodile continued, There's no need for astonishment. It's not just I who was defeated. Admiral Kazuru was also pummeled by him. The aloof Red? Barrett? At the end of the corridor, amidst the rubble, Magellan rose to his feet, shaking off the debris that clung to him. He felt somewhat lightheaded and his legs ached, prompting him to vigorously shake his head to regain clarity. The pain in his body paled in comparison to the tumultuous emotions brewing within him. This was primarily due to the fact that his poisonous dragon had proven ineffective. He had enveloped his opponent, yet failed to incapacitate him with his toxins, only to be brutally overwhelmed instead. This marked the first time since awakening his devil fruit powers that he had encountered such a predicament. As a user of the poison fruit, he understood better than anyone the peril his venom posed to living beings. Even he, the master of the fruit, suffered its consequences. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making multiple trips to the restroom daily, and even little Suddy avoided close contact due to the noxious breath he exhaled. Yet, Rosh managed to exhibit an immunity surpassing his own, a notion that was utterly unfathomable. Could it be that Rosh consumed a fruit that granted immunity to toxins? Magellan pondered. However, the thought was swiftly dismissed, for according to the information provided by Sengoku, Rosh's powers stem from the ability to unleash explosive flames. How perplexing! Magellan found himself at a loss, opting to abandon the contemplation. With his potent toxins rendered ineffective, his once overwhelming advantage had vanished. Facing Rosh, he felt an unprecedented pressure. Yet the battle was far from over. He could not allow Rosh to close in. Magellan thought resolutely. Rosh's strength was staggering, and in close combat, he was utterly at a disadvantage. Resolving this in his mind, Magellan suddenly stamped his foot against the ground, his aura surging forth. Poison pufferfish. From his fully venomous mouth, he expelled several small spheres composed of purple toxin, hurtling rapidly towards Rosh. The numerous projectiles were dense, akin to cannonballs, ready to explode upon contact. Rosh flicked the toxic residue off his hands, casting a cold, piercing gaze upon the oncoming poison spheres. He slightly crouched, explosive energy coiling between his legs. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward with a powerful leap. Boom! In the midst of the scene, a gaping chasm several meters wide appeared, its cracks sprawling like a spider's web. Luoxiu's figure shot forth like a cannonball, moving with astonishing speed as he deftly evaded the purple poison projectiles that whizzed past. The air crackled with sound. To Magellan's eyes, he was but a streak of black lightning, darting across the field with a velocity that was almost unfathomable. With each step he took, a resounding boom echoed in his wake. Not a single one of the poison spheres he had launched found its mark. Panic surged within Magellan as he realized, in a mere instant, that Luoxiu had closed the distance between them. Aware of the peril of close quarters, he instinctively retreated. Yet Magellan's strengths lay not in speed, but in his mastery of toxins. Before long, Luoxiu had caught up to him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Magellan hurtling away. In the blink of an eye, Luoxiu reappeared above him, executing a downward strike. The impact resonated with a dull thud as Magellan's body crashed heavily into the stone floor. Had they not been in the lowest level of the Push City, the force of that blow could have penetrated through the floors and reached the depths below. Just then, the elevator on the 6th floor emitted a chime as the doors slid open, signaling the arrival of the main forces of Push City. Chapter 95, The Advance on the City, The Imminent Uprising. At the forefront stood a figure, bare-chested, with a belly swollen like a malevolent spirit, and brow protruding like horns. Sporting a pharaoh's false beard and wielding a trident. Flanking him on either side were two statuesque beauties. One brandished a matching trident, her figure voluptuous. Golden curls cascading over her shoulders, clad in a form-fitting fuchsia leather outfit and spiked high heels. The other exuded an air of elegance, adorned with reddish-brown sunglasses. A hat tilted to obscure her right eye, her long, wavy hair a lustrous golden hue. They were, respectively, Deputy Director Hannibal and Chief Guard Domino, alongside Warden Sachi. Behind them loomed a group of armed guards. As they emerged from the elevator, an unforgettable scene unfolded before their eyes. Each face bore a look of disbelief. The warden was actually being brutally beaten. Deputy Director Hannibal stood momentarily frozen, questioning his own vision, lifting his arm to rub his eyes vigorously. Yet, the scene before him remained unchanged. The warden was indeed under assault. What on earth was happening? Though he had long aspired to ascend the ranks and usurp Magellan's position, He had always trusted in the current warden's formidable strength. Within the confines of the advanced city, it could be said that no one could best him. The power of the poison fruit was sufficient to sweep aside any inmate. Yet now, he was being overwhelmed without a chance to retaliate. "It's Rosh," Domino gasped, recognizing the assailant who was mercilessly pummeling the warden. Before they could react further, another explosion echoed through the air. Magellan's body was once more sent flying by Rosh, crashing onto the stone floor and creating a deep crater. As Magellan fell, Rosh swiftly followed, extending his hand to seize Magellan and launching him into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the warden soaring. He skidded across the ground for a considerable distance before finally stabilizing himself, coming to a halt directly before the deputy director and chief guard. "Warden, are you injured?" Domino exclaimed, her hand covering her mouth in concern. The warden was indeed in a dire state. This was the first time she had witnessed such a spectacle since her tenure in Advanced City. In that moment, panic began to set in. Magellan coughed violently, feeling the world sway around him, with Domino's voice ringing in his ears. His body felt as though it might fall apart, sustaining various injuries. However, as a top-tier powerhouse, he soon regained his composure, slowly rising from the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Rosh. So swift, only these few words could encapsulate Rosh's speed, unimaginably fast. Evading close combat was utterly impossible. Moreover, it seemed the opponent was immune to poison. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. He needed to buy time. He swallowed hard, calculating his next move. Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Borsalino were hastening towards Impel Down. He believed that once they arrived, the current situation could be instantly reversed. Bring all the forces within Impel Down. Release the prisoner, Rain Zephyr. Inform him that quelling the uprising presents an opportunity for redemption. Magellan, in the shortest time possible, announced the forthcoming actions. Yes, Vice Director Hannibal stood tall and immediately issued orders. Though he harbored ambitions for promotion, addressing the immediate crisis was of paramount importance. There were indeed many approaching. Luoxiu, however, remained unfazed. His figure fell into the corridor as he cast a glance at the incoming guards of Impel Down, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Those who met Luoxiu's piercing gaze swallowed hard, feeling as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. It was as though a venomous serpent slithered down their spines, and fear involuntarily welled up from within. They tightened their grips on their weapons, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. Just how formidable must one be to overpower the warden? Merely contemplating it made them sweat profusely. However, their strength was not required to compel Luoxiu into action. He turned his attention towards the prisoners confined within their cells. Equally, the prisoners, under Luoxiu's chilling gaze, were rendered as frail as autumn leaves. Their earlier doubts about Luoxiu dissipated entirely. They were confident and brazen regarding their own prowess. But none confined to the 6th level were fools. The man before them, who had so easily subdued Magellan, likely possessed the strength of an admiral. Observing the prisoner's reactions, Luoxiu smiled. Excellent. The impact of his formidable power had already been established. In the next moment, Luoxiu's aura subtly shifted. The magic of the dragon talisman was invoked. A colossal fireball manifested in his palm. As the magic surged forth, it grew immense and searing. The dim 6th level was illuminated as if a sun hung above. Magellan's countenance changed drastically upon witnessing this spectacle. It was not the explosion in Luoxiu's hand that startled him, but rather Luoxiu's gaze, which was not directed at him, but rather at the prisoners. Luoxiu intended to liberate all the prisoners of the 6th level. Realizing this, Magellan's heart clenched violently, and he shouted in fury, "Damn it, you!" Yet, before he could finish his proclamation, Luoxiu made his move. The fireball in his hand was unleashed, crashing against a wall. Subsequently, countless fireballs erupted forth. Boom! 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 In mere moments, the relentless explosions reverberated throughout the entire 6th level. Flames engulfed the scene, obscuring visibility. The cells containing the prisoners were obliterated under the explosive fire, and the chains binding the prisoners were melted away. As the flames subsided, The sixth level lay in utter ruin. The prisoners eagerly leaped from their respective cells. Ha ha! At last, freedom beckons. Suddenly, the air feels remarkably invigorated. Advance upon the city and prepare for the impending chaos. Hee hee, if roles were to be reversed, I would ensure you comprehend the essence of cruelty. Within the sixth level of the city, the largest prison uprising in history has commenced. Everyone stands with a chilling gaze, fixated on the guards of the city. Meanwhile, Magellan, the current warden, witnesses the frenzied riot of the inmates, his fury reaching an unprecedented peak. In the throes of his intense rage, the purple venom coursing through him instantly fades to a vivid crimson. He transforms entirely into a being of red venom. The toxic substance envelopes him, swirling and expanding with wild abandon. His presence becomes overwhelmingly formidable, ascending to an apex of intensity. Quick, we must flee this place. The deputy warden, Hannibal, observes the scene with alarm, swiftly retreating with his subordinates to distance themselves from Magellan. He understands that the warden is on the brink of madness. Before his eyes, a colossal skeletal figure of venom takes shape behind Magellan, an oppressive aura sweeping across the entire city. Chapter 96, Magellan's Defeat. The Admiral approaches. In the doldrums, advancing towards the outer seas of Impelled Down, a uniquely powered warship sails forth. On the deck, Admiral Kizaru and Akainu stand resolutely as they head towards the notorious prison. At this moment, Kizaru's heart is somewhat apprehensive. The closer they draw to Impelled Down, the more his eyelids twitch with an ominous sense of foreboding, as if something significant is about to unfold. Ever since he learned of the green-skinned monster's connection to Luffy, and the possibility that it may be one of the 8 demons, this unsettling feeling has lingered. In contrast to Kizaru's unease, Akainu remains composed. Borsalino, even if Luffy can freely enter and exit Impelled Down, he shall undoubtedly be captured once again. Akainu asserts with a resolute expression. Adjust your mindset. Justice will prevail. If we manage to apprehend Luffy once, I am confident we can do so a second time, even if the first time involves some pretense of weakness on his part. I do not believe his true strength can withstand both you and me. The process may be troublesome, but we have Magellan guarding the prison. His poison fruit is exceptionally effective against swift adversaries in the confined space of Impelled Down. Kizaru exhales slowly. That is secondary. It is that creature named Bog that troubles me. I have a nagging feeling he might appear alongside Luffy in Impelled Down. Hearing this, Akainu removes his hat and runs a hand over his bald head. Even if he does, what difference would it make? Bog's massive form would be akin to a living target. Dealing with him should be simpler than handling Luffy. Moreover, he cannot possibly be present in Impelled Down. Akainu does not believe Bog would pull any tricks, even if he is likely the second demon. I am confident that a single punch from my magma fruit will pierce through him should he fail to evade. Reports indicate that Bog has only been sighted in the doldrums and the G2 branch. Given his immense size, if he truly were an Impelled Down, Warden Magellan would have already reported this to the Navy headquarters. Kizaru nods in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Akainu's reasoning, and refrains from pursuing the topic further. Just then, Akainu, standing at the bow of the ship, suddenly furrows his brow and swiftly places his hat back on. No, there is something amiss in Impelled Down. At that moment, their warship approaches the depths of the infamous prison. Through his observation haki, Akainu perceives a disturbance within Impelled Down. Such chaos is highly unusual for the typically solemn fortress of the strongest prison. It is a prison riot, Kizaru exclaims, having sensed the turmoil as well. The two exchange a glance, each detecting a hint of concern reflected in the other's eyes. Could it be Luffy? Without a moment's hesitation, they command a warship to accelerate to its maximum speed, racing towards Impelled Down. Within Impelled Down, Magellan's gaze is fixated on Luffy, his pupils dripping with a thick, crimson venom that sizzles as it splatters onto the stone floor. The giant of poison, judgment from hell, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The colossal red skull behind Magellan writhed with fervor, its massive arms raised, delivering a devastating strike. In that moment, the entire corridor seemed to be engulfed by the titanic hand, with toxic gas and venom swirling chaotically as the hand unleashed its terrifying might with precision. Yet, although aimed at Rosh, due to its immense size, it resembled a random assault. It was Magellan's venom. Run. Damn it. I cannot afford to be tainted by the poison. Just emerging from their cells, the prisoners beheld the horrifying spectacle before them, their pupils dilating in shock. They retreated hastily, fleeing from Magellan's lethal reach. Armament color hardened. Barrett's expression twisted with intensity as he summoned his armament hockey. In an instant, a pitch-black aura enveloped his entire being, shimmering ominously in the light of the flames. How utterly vexing, the solitary red murmured as he gazed at the descending colossal hand of destruction. Though he lacked the mastery of armament hockey, his speed and observation hockey were sufficient to navigate this perilous situation. Like a fleeting shadow, he glided through the corridor, landing deftly in a concealed corner. Desert Sword. Crocodile found himself at a considerable disadvantage compared to Barrett and the solitary red. Just upon exiting his cell, he witnessed the ominous downpour of toxic liquid. What a damn stroke of luck. Without a moment's hesitation, he conjured a gigantic sword from the very sand, positioning it defensively before him to evade the encroaching poison. Boom! At that moment, the hand of the gigantic skeletal poison creature descended. Simultaneously, Rosh stood unperturbed at the center of the hand, gazing up at the seemingly fearsome, yet ultimately harmless Red Skull. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He bent his body like a shrimp, channeling explosive power from his core. With a thunderous crack, Rosh surged forward like a cannonball, charging directly into the heart of the colossal hand. His fists swung through the air, the penetrating force coursing through his arms, converging at his knuckles. With a resounding thud, Rosh collided with the giant hand, the impact akin to a massive explosion, causing the surrounding spectators to instinctively cover their ears. In that split second of collision, a terrifying shockwave sliced outward in all directions, the floor being torn apart by the violent air currents, walls quaking and shattering, as the red poison splattered everywhere. The prisoners gaped in astonishment at the horrifying scene. Indeed, what a monster! Barrett, the solitary red, and the others observed Rosh's audacious confrontation, their lips twitching in disbelief. They had not anticipated such a straightforward and brutal response from Rosh, who had effortlessly dispersed the poisonous hand. Within the corridor, the gigantic skeletal poison creature's hand, now disintegrated into a cascade of toxic droplets, resembled a giant bereft of its limb. Yet soon, under the influence of Magellan's fruit abilities, venom once again coalesced from his body, reconstituting a complete arm. Come again, Magellan roared, his disbelief in Roquefort's immunity to all toxins unwavering. He was convinced that as long as he persisted in his toxic onslaught, there would inevitably come a moment when his defenses would falter. The colossal void swung its arm, attempting to crush Roquefort within its palm. What a nuisance, Roquefort remarked, observing the encroaching hands from either side, and exhaled slowly. In the next instant, the dragon talisman activated. A resounding hum erupted as a blazing inferno erupted from Roquefort's mouth, hurtling towards the crimson hands. Instantly, flames erupted, crackling like sizzling meat. The explosive fire, at the moment of detonation, enveloped the red venom like a maggot burrowing into flesh. The searing heat incessantly evaporating the toxin and reducing it to blackened ashes. Meanwhile, Roquefort's figure flickered, and without warning, he appeared beside Magellan's true form. The intense flames took shape in his hand as he unleashed them towards Magellan's back. Upon witnessing this, Magellan's heart dropped in terror. Yet, aware of the impending danger, he found himself unable to react in time. Instinctively, he raised his arm, transformed into venom, to defend himself. The ground shook with a thunderous explosion, the blinding flames erupting akin to a cannon detonation on the 6th level. The entire 6th level trembled involuntarily. Coughing violently, Magellan found himself charred and covered in a layer of black ash, blood surging from his throat as he expelled it. He knelt on one knee, his condition looking exceedingly dire. Though reluctant to admit it, he recognized that Roquefort's strength far surpassed his current state, leaving him with no hope of victory. Yet, this battle was far from over. Roquefort, you shall not escape from impel down. Magellan strained to rise, gasping for breath. He had sensed the approach of two Marine Admirals. Roquefort was destined to be apprehended once more. Roquefort furrowed his brow. Also realizing this, his gaze directed towards the ceiling of the 6th level. In the next moment, a thunderous shout echoed from above. Hellhound, Chapter 97, The Two Admirals. As the words fell, torrents of molten lava cascaded from above, instantly melting the stone slabs and causing the temperature in the air to surge dramatically. A hellish hound, entirely composed of magma, emerged within the line of sight, its target unmistakably the figure of Luoxiu, standing in the corridor. With a swift motion, an intense wave of energy surged forth. An arm was raised, and a searing flame shot out in an instant, breaking free from the grip of gravity, soaring upwards and slicing through the layers of air. Boom! The fireball collided with the magma hellhound in the blink of an eye, producing a thunderous explosion. The violent energy rampaged through the space, with lava erupting in its wake, creating an infernal scene. The 8-foot Cheongoyu. Soon, a towering figure materialized from the 6th level above, radiating a blinding brilliance that rendered it difficult to gaze upon. The speed at which the yellow laser spread was astonishing, illuminating the otherwise dim 6th level in a brilliant yellow light. Yet, within this brightness lay an underlying terror. In scarcely a second after the figure descended, countless light bullets erupted from its form, raining down upon Luoxiu like a torrential downpour. Boom! Boom! The sky was filled with blinding light, accompanied by resounding explosions, plunging the entire impel down into chaos. Outside the windless zone, the colossal sea kings that had been languidly circling the prison sensed the overwhelming aura within and hastily retreated from the area. With a soft thud, a tall figure clad in a red suit, embroidered with a blood-red rose on the chest and donning a naval cap, landed beside Magellan. Similarly, another figure, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit with short, curly hair, stood on the opposite side. The scorching wind swept away the toxic fumes, instantly elevating the oppressive atmosphere of the 6th level by several degrees. Admiral Sakazuki, Kizaru, the prisoners, narrowly escaping the blasts of light, gasped in unison upon witnessing the arrival of the two admirals. The previously overwhelming aura that sought to overturn everything suddenly diminished significantly. Had it been just Magellan present, they might have felt a glimmer of hope, for Luoxiu alone was sufficient to keep them in check. Together, they would undoubtedly have been able to escape from Impel Down. However, facing two admirals, the possibility of a breakout plummeted drastically. At this moment, silence fell over the 6th level, a chilling dread rising from beneath their feet, even the residual heat from the explosions unable to dispel it. Oh dear, the admirals have arrived. Matters are about to become troublesome. Barrett, enveloped in armament hockey, scratched his head and murmured as he observed the two naval admirals. Even in his peak condition, he doubted he could triumph over either of them, let alone the 4 emperors of the sea, who would struggle to defeat both admirals simultaneously. Luoxiu is certainly in grave trouble, yet, amidst his lamentation, he felt a twinge of curiosity. The naval admiral's support arrived with remarkable swiftness. The turmoil at Advanced City had only just begun when they showed up. It seems that the naval headquarters is quite a distance from Advanced City. Could it be that their presence here is not solely due to the unrest, but perhaps for other reasons? Barrett mused to himself. Upon witnessing the appearance of Akainu and Kizaru, his gaze fixated on Rosh, solidifying his suspicions. Could it be due to Rosh? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Barrett found the situation increasingly intriguing. His own identity had failed to draw even a modicum of attention from the two admirals, while Rosh managed to capture their focus to such an extent. Who is this young lad, worthy of mobilizing two admirals from the naval headquarters? Barrett's eyes gleamed as he scrutinized Rosh. In his mind, Rosh's brief self-introduction played out. A demon? A saint? Disappearing into the crowd, Barrett did not rush to depart, silently observing the unfolding events. The more chaotic the situation became, the more advantageous it was for him. Simultaneously, he was curious as to how Rosh would navigate such a scenario. Meanwhile, the aloof Red, with narrowed eyes, discreetly withdrew behind the crowd. If in his prime, he would have been unconcerned by the pressure of an admiral's presence, but given his current dire condition, he opted to avoid confrontation. Moreover, their target was Rosh, allowing him to reap the benefits from the chaos. Crocodile, on the other hand, transformed his arm into sand. His gaze fixated on Kizaru, his anger unmistakable. Yet, Kizaru completely disregarded him, with only Rosh reflected in his pupils. Akainu, Kizaru. Rosh assessed the admirals who had arrived. Feeling little astonishment, there was no doubt they had come specifically for him. Rosh, you truly allowed yourself to be captured intentionally. Kizaru's expression soured as he spoke through gritted teeth. For an admiral known for his laid-back demeanor to exhibit such a reaction meant that Rosh had genuinely instilled fear in him. Prior to entering Advanced City, Kizaru had held onto a sliver of hope regarding his earlier suspicions, but upon seeing Rosh, everything became clear. The conjectures of Fleet Admiral Sengoku were indeed correct. His long-standing foreboding was validated. Rosh's arrest and confinement on the 6th level had all been an act. In other words, the Navy had never truly triumphed over Rosh. Rather, they had been misled and played like pawns. Suddenly, he regretted agreeing to Sengoku's proposal for a public execution. It had not only failed to deter pirates, but had instead rendered the execution a farce. If only they had executed Rosh on the spot, alas. Such possibilities were now lost. Even while standing opposed to Rosh, Kizaru could not help but admire his audacity and meticulousness, daring to take such risks. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Kizaru's gaze zeroed in on Rosh, his formidable aura expanding instantaneously. A troublesome adversary indeed. However, the justice of the Navy shall not waver because of you. Akainu, unable to contain himself, exhaled a breath of searing magma, his tone resonant and forceful. Compared to their last encounter, his expression bore a much graver weight. Droplets of scorching magma cascaded down his visage, swiftly enveloping his arm. The terrifying heat seemed capable of melting everything in its path, as clouds of smoke billowed forth. Exuding en overwhelming Goha. In the next instant, his figure surged forward, launching into action. Embrace the judgment of justice. Dogbite Red Lotus. With his arm transformed into a magma-infused monstrous head, Akainu roared ferociously as the grotesque canine visage tore through the air, igniting the surrounding toxic fumes in an instant. Justice? A cold laugh echoed in Rosh's heart. He held no regard for the Navy's concept of justice. Justice has never merely resided in words. Buzz, the atmosphere